a stark contrast to his first term when he never stepped foot inside. Trump's zeal for renaming things spreading from the stage to the stadium. Earlier this month, Trump trying to turn back time on the decades-long dispute over the names of major sports teams. The Cleveland Guardians and Washington Commanders wrestled with their previous names and mascots for years, widely viewed as offensive to Native Americans. Both teams making the switch in 2020, but Trump calling for a reversal, saying the Washington whatever should immediately change their name back, and even threatening to block the Commanders' new stadium in Washington, D.C. if the team doesn't comply. The president's power over those purse strings not exactly clear, all while public funding for sports stadiums faces increasing scrutiny. And on the names, plenty of pushback from other parties. The National Congress of American Indians in a statement condemning the unsanctioned use of harmful Native-themed mascots, particularly those which sexualize, stereotype, or dehumanize American Indian and Alaska Native people. The Guardians indicating they have no plans to switch names. And while the Commanders didn't respond to our request for comment earlier this year, owner Josh Harris maintained the team's new name is here to stay.
In this building, the name Commanders means something. I think it's now being embraced by our team, by our culture, by our coaching staff.
The president, spending decades building his own brand, now questions swirl over the power he has over these others.
Our Andrea Mitchell is joining us now. Okay, so then where does this stand now, like the changes for the Kennedy Center in Congress? What's the realistic potential timeline on this?
Well, the Republicans have the vote. It's come out of committee. It still has to go to the floor, has to be passed by the Senate. But they've got the votes, and even though it violates the law, the president could push it through and just say, take me to court.
Andrea Mitchell following all of it with the president's pop culture makeover, you could call it. Andrea, good to see you. Thank you.
Good to see you.
That's a wrap for this hour. Thank you, as always, for watching. We've got more coverage picking up right now. We are coming on the air with some new developments tonight, learning in just the last couple of minutes about a second note left by that New York City suspected shooter, with grieving families and growing questions after he walked into a Midtown building with an AR-style rifle. 4 people dead. But we're learning about what officials will do next. Plus, more on CTE, that football-related condition the attacker claimed to have. Then President Trump wading into a topic he said he wants nothing to do with, Jeffrey Epstein. How he says Epstein, his words, stole workers from Mar-a-Lago, including a woman who would later become the convicted sex trafficker's most vocal accuser. Plus, new video just into us here from the Idaho Statesman showing the man who killed 4 University of Idaho students during a traffic stop. We're going to show it to you, and you'll hear what he told officers just a few months before those murders. Plus, a jury now deliberating the case of a Colorado dentist accused of slowly poisoning his wife, including with protein shakes. By prosecutors say the alleged killer saw murder as the only way out of a troubled marriage. That's coming up a little bit later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and let's get to that developing news in just the last 15 minutes. We are learning that the man who killed 4 people in Midtown Manhattan left a second note at his home in Las Vegas. This is according to 2 senior law enforcement officials. Those sources say it's similar in tone to the one found on his body in New York, where he appears to blame football for his mental illness. The medical examiner says his brain is now going to be examined for signs of CTE. As we're learning, this gun, the one you see there in this terrifying picture as he walked into that building, this was not the only gun he had, according to 3 law enforcement sources who tell NBC News the attacker had a separate revolver along with multiple magazines and ammo in his car. You see some of the chilling moments, like this one. Workers in one office using whatever they can to find a makeshift barricade to stop him from coming in. All as we're learning more tonight about the victims, being honored by the public, being remembered by their grieving families. One of those killed, 36-year-old Diterul Islam, a New York City police officer on the scene, an immigrant from Bangladesh with 2 little boys and a third on the way. You saw live here in our last hour this dignified transfer of Officer Islam back to his mosque in the Bronx. The New York police commissioner was there, his cousin, speaking with our New York station.
I miss him.
When you heard this news, how did you react? You must have been
Really, I was very upset for that news. So Actually, we not believe he's passed away. Because he's too young, man.
We're also learning about Blackstone executive Wesley LePatner, who served on the board of the Metropolitan Museum of Art and a children's Jewish day school. One of her friends telling us he howled when he heard she was killed and hasn't stopped shaking since. There's also Hollande Etienne, a security guard at the building, who also was killed, as was a 27-year-old woman. Her name has not yet been released. I want to bring in both Stephen Romo and Mark Santia for our team coverage tonight. Mark, I'll start with you here with this developing news. This second note found in Vegas, did it say anything different, anything new?
No, Hallie, what we're being told is that the NYPD has teams of detectives here in Manhattan. There's also teams in Vegas. We're told that a second note has been found there in Las Vegas, Hallie, and we're also being told it's similar in tone to the suicide note that was found here in Manhattan, a 3-page note that was found in the gunman's wallet by investigators. So we're hearing it sort of parallels. It's very, very similar to what they've found here. And Hallie, talking to law enforcement sources, they tell us what's happening right now. They want to know, investigators want to know, basically every step of his life until he walked into this building and opened fire. They want to know who he talked to, what he was doing, how he got here. They're going to be interviewing people that he spoke with, friends, family, how he obtained the guns, Hallie. They want to know that. They want to know how he assembled the long gun, who sold him the lower receiver. That's the central part of the gun with the trigger. The NYPD is expected to interview that person who sold him that portion of the gun. They also, I'm told, want to look into his mental health history. What investigators are doing is they're focusing on his life. I'm told this is an attempt to prevent future attacks like this one. They will interview everyone who knew him. They're going to look at his social media posts. What made him choose this location in Manhattan on Park Avenue? The NFL headquarters is here. As you mentioned, Hallie, he alluded that he had CTE. NFL headquarters is here, but there are other NFL locations across the country. So right now, investigators are trying to figure out why here. Why did he drive cross-country to get here? And these answers, Hallie, it could take months.
And there's also questions, Mark, too, like, you know, the mayor suggested this morning that maybe this person took the wrong elevator, was intending to go to the NFL office. There's questions around, is there any indication, Mark, did he, given the other ammunition, the other weapon that was found in his car, were there plans to do more? Do we have any answers to any of that, or that's all still unfolding?
At this point, not right now, Hallie. They know they are very confident. The NYPD says they're very confident he acted alone. The mayor of New York City alluded this morning that he may have taken the wrong elevator, that he wanted to go to the NFL headquarters and took the elevator to the wrong floor. Those are all things that are being looked at, Hallie, at this point.
Okay, Mark Santia, live for us there on the scene in Midtown. Mark, thank you very much. Stephen, I want to go to you now because you are at the location where there will be a vigil tonight to remember these victims as we're getting some new details about the people who were killed.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. That vigil still a couple hours away, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern here at Bryant Park. We are expecting Governor Kathy Hochul, along with Mayor Eric Adams, to attend and to have quite a big crowd out here. They say that they're expecting all to honor those victims who were killed last night, and we are learning more about them today, like security guard Hollande Etienne. He was shot right there in the lobby. It seems like not long after the gunman walked inside with that M4 rifle. Etienne's union saying that he took his job very seriously, ultimately giving his life to try to protect New Yorkers. That service worker union releasing a statement going on to say, quote, every time a security officer puts on their uniform, they put their lives on the line. Their contributions to our city are essential, though often unappreciated. Hollande Etienne is a New York hero. We will remember him as such. NYPD officer Diterul Islam also shot and killed in that lobby. A true immigrant story there, coming from Bangladesh to become a New York City Police Department. The Bangladeshi American Police Officers Association spoke more on the killing of Officer Islam, saying in a statement, quote, this was not just a tragedy. It was an assassination, a deliberate, senseless killing of a son, a husband, a father, a protector, and the sole provider for his family. You also mentioned Wesley LePatner, the executive with Blackstone Investments, remembered for her leadership and compassion, and an employee with Rudin Management, a real estate company who lost her life. Her name has not yet been released, Hallie.
Stephen Romo, thank you very much for that. Live for us there at Bryant Park, where we do expect that memorial, that vigil in just a couple of hours. Thanks, Stephen. Also tonight, in just the last couple of hours, President Trump is wading deeper into the Jeffrey Epstein saga by acknowledging now he used to employ one of Epstein's main accusers and that the convicted sex trafficker, in his words, stole her from him. Listen.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen, persons, does that include Virginia Jeffrey?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know. None whatsoever.
Virginia Giuffre, you heard her mention there. She was one of Epstein's most vocal accusers, detailing her experiences allegedly being trafficked by Epstein and his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. She died by suicide in April. All of it as Maxwell is making kind of a power play. She says she is going to testify in front of Congress, but with some big conditions, including immunity. Otherwise, her attorneys say she will invoke the Fifth Amendment, which means her lips would be zipped. NBC's Monica Alba is following this one for us. So let's start with what we heard from President Trump, because there have been a variety now, at least a couple of different reasons for this falling out that he had with Jeffrey Epstein in the early 2000s. There's this Virginia Giuffre, sort of the stolen, quote-unquote, workers thing that he talked about today. There's this discussion, he's talked about Epstein being a, quote-unquote, creep. There was some reporting about a fallout over a real estate deal, like a very specific sort of oceanfront property in South Florida. Is it all of the above? Do we know? What else are we hearing on that front?
Yeah, exactly, Hallie. That's what we're trying to figure out, because it's the president who now is sort of providing this evolving explanation. A couple of days ago, he was saying, why are you guys talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Why don't you talk about essentially anything else? But then today, when he was posed these different questions, he engaged on them. And he was the one who even offered more information than we had ever heard into that insight of why they eventually had that falling out and stopped talking about 2 decades ago. So the president did say specifically it referred to some young women who worked for him at his property in Florida at Mar-a-Lago, in the spa specifically. And here's how he explained the falling out in terms of how he viewed it, with a warning he had already given to Epstein that he had to repeat. Listen.
We took people that worked for me, and I told him don't do it anymore, and he did it. And I said, stay the hell out of here.
The White House, in a statement, had said that the original explanation was that the president essentially thought that Jeffrey Epstein was a creep, so that he didn't want to associate with him anymore. There is some reporting about that real estate deal, which is possible also could have played a role here. But what's most interesting, Hallie, is obviously then the next question is, if the president did know that at the time, that he was hiring away these young women, well, did he have any concerns about that at the time? And we know, and we should point out, the president has not been accused of any wrongdoing as it relates to Jeffrey Epstein. But this is only going to invite more questions into their relationship, I think.
What about the Ghislaine Maxwell of it all? Because she's basically saying, OK, Congress, you want to talk to me. Here's my conditions. Here's my terms and conditions that she's laying out. Is there any indication that Congress will meet her on that?
And it comes after she spent 2 days with the Department of Justice answering every single question. They said, in fact, that in those sessions, she didn't have to invoke the Fifth, that she was able to detail everything. But the difference here is that she's saying, OK, if I'm going to testify before Congress, I do need a couple of terms met. And according to her attorney, that includes immunity potentially. It also would include testifying outside of that prison that she is serving that 20-year sentence in Florida. She says she would want the questions in advance. And she's saying that she wouldn't testify until this appeals process plays out. And that could go all the way up to the Supreme Court. So we're talking about months from now, potentially, where they could weigh in on that. So this August idea of some testimony from Ghislaine Maxwell really seems unlikely, because the Oversight Committee is responding to that, Hallie, and saying specifically, we will get back to Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyers, but we can say right now definitively that they will not consider granting congressional immunity for her testimony at this time. Hallie.
Monica Alba live for us outside the White House tonight. Mon, thank you. Let's take you out west to Colorado, where a jury is now deliberating what should happen to a Colorado dentist accused of gradually poisoning his wife with protein shakes and trying to make it look like a suicide. James Craig's defense says all the prosecution has really done is prove his marriage was falling apart. Listen.
They proved beyond a reasonable doubt that this guy was a pretty crappy husband. He cheated on his wife constantly. But this idea that somehow this was some sort of motive was nothing new.
But prosecutors told the jury that Craig's affair, money problems, Angela Craig's staged suicide, they say, was no coincidence.
The work that he did to procure these poisons, to administer these poisons over and over and over, not for 1 day or 2 days or 3 days, but for 10 days. That's deliberation.
Remember, Craig's accused of poisoning those protein shakes over the course of 10 days, and allegedly, even while she was in the hospital. He's also charged with trying to fabricate evidence and for asking a fellow jail inmate to kill the lead detective investigating Angela Craig's death. Craig has pleaded not guilty to murdering his wife. I want to bring in Camila Bernal, who's joining us now. And what you heard from the prosecutors in their close here were these three what they call false narratives that they say Craig came up with over the course of this case, basically saying these can't all be true at the same time.
Yeah, and you heard the prosecution and the defense really point towards the fact that he was a crappy husband. You heard the defense attorneys saying it there, but each using it to prove their case. In the prosecution side, you had them say, well, he did all of this because he wanted out of the marriage. They were Mormons, and they said, look, they didn't necessarily want a divorce. They also wanted to make sure that the money was in place, not just in terms of life insurance policies, but also he didn't want to split the money. And then they said he wanted to keep his image. This is a dentist that wanted to keep having the life that he had with other women, but didn't want to ruin his image. On the other hand, you had the defense team using that same argument, the fact that he wasn't a good husband, but saying that because he wasn't a good husband, his wife wanted to die by suicide. So saying, look, he broke her. He did so much cheating and he did so many bad things to her that eventually she said, I want to die by suicide. So both of them using that same argument of this is not a good person, but using it for their own case. And the defense saying that just because you're not a good person doesn't make you a killer, but the prosecution saying, no, this is a man who planned all of this, who researched ways of killing his wife, essentially researching poison and researching what a heart attack would be like, or how to make sure that you don't notice a heart attack, or what you couldn't see in an autopsy. These are the kinds of things that he searched on his computer when, on the other hand, the defense team saying, well, they didn't search her computers either. They didn't look at the whole picture. So we heard all of this from both sides today, and it's now all in the hands of the jury.
So we now officially are on verdict watch, as you are, of course, with that case in Colorado. And these charges carry some pretty consequential sentences if he is convicted.
Yeah, I was looking at my watch. 2 more hours of deliberations before the jury is sent home for the day. These are serious charges. Why he chose not to take a plea deal, it's obviously a question that we all wonder because of the amount of evidence that the prosecution team had here. But this former dentist really showing that he didn't do this and sticking to this idea that his wife wanted to die by suicide, and also excusing many of the things that he did in jail by saying that he was just a broken man. And again, the prosecution saying, no, you know, this is not true. This is not how things were. He researched, he did it. It was 10 days where she was extremely sick. She went to the hospital 3 times, went to urgent care. The doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. And eventually prosecutors said, you know, he poisoned her little by little until she was brain dead.
Camila Bernal watching all of it for us as the jury continues to deliberate even late into the night, East Coast time. Camila, thank you. Let's take it to Miami, where the Coast Guard today is removing the sailboat in that deadly barge collision from the water in the bay off Miami. We're going to show you some video here. I'm going to wait till it pulls up. This is it. So you see that little small white boat on the right side of your screen? That's the sailboat. It had been carrying 6 people, 5 children, 1 camp counselor, when it was hit by a barge. All of them were thrown into the water when it happened. 2 of the campers, 2 of those little girls were killed, a 7-year-old and a 13-year-old. 2 others are still in critical condition, and the 12-year-old and the 19-year-old camp counselor were rescued. NBC News obtained some exclusive video of what seems to be the moment of impact. We're going to show it to you. I've got to tell you, it is disturbing. It's upsetting to watch. It shows you what happened here. Look at the barge, and you see that small yellow sailboat, the sail there. The barge basically looks like it goes right over it, and the sailboat essentially disappears. I want to bring in Jesse Kirsch, who is joining us now. So here we have, just a few hours ago, the sailboat out of the water. It is obviously going to be critical for the investigation, as are the interviews that the investigators are presumably conducting with those on the barge, the tugboat, the sailboat, et cetera. Do we have any new information from them as to what exactly happened?
Not about what unfolded here, Hallie, but we do know more about what investigators have collected so far. So the Coast Guard a short time ago telling us that they do believe all of the girls who were on that sailboat were wearing life jackets. That is, of course, for lack of a better term, an easy first step, right, when you're trying to be safe on the water. So making sure children had a life vest. So we know that investigators believe that was the case. We also learned that the captain of the barge has been interviewed, according to the Coast Guard, and we were also told that that captain has been tested for alcohol and chemicals. That is the phrasing they used. They said, talked about chemicals and alcohol, and the results of those tests are pending at this point. Investigators wouldn't go into detail about what they discussed in that interview. Another thing that we asked about at the press conference and police told us is that it is not weird for both of those vessels to be in this channel of water. And the reason we asked about that is because we're talking about an area that is congested all the time. Right now, it's quiet out here, but all day long, we've had tour boats going by, yachts. You can see jet skis out here. You can see people on paddle boards even. This is a place that always has people out here enjoying the water. That's what people do in Miami, right? And where we are is, you can see where it says Miami Yacht Club. We are to the right of that, above Star Island, and that little dot above Star Island below the Miami Beach language, that is Monument Island. That's the Monument Island area, and so that is where this all unfolded, and we're in that water just to the left of that dot on the screen. And so this is an area that, as you can see, is narrow, always has a lot of boats, but we wanted to know if it would make sense for a barge to be out here.
That's right.
We were told that this was a barge that was doing some construction work. And we are also told, according to the Coast Guard, and we were told by police locally, it is not abnormal for that barge to be in this area as well. So that is a baseline, right, box checking right there. These are two vehicles that could plausibly have been in this area. Of course, that remains the question, who had the right of way? Who should have looked out for whom? We're both operating, and this is a freak accident. Those are all outstanding questions, and at this point, investigators have not given us answers to that. And frankly, I don't know that they have those answers at this point. We're about 24 hours into this investigation.
Jesse Kirsch, live for us there at Miami Beach. Jesse, thank you. Got to get to some breaking news coming into us just as we've been on the air here. Never-before-seen video that is out tonight, released tonight from Idaho police, via the Idaho Statesman, showing the man who killed 4 University of Idaho students in 2022. It shows Brian Kohberger, who has been convicted of those crimes during a traffic stop just a few months before the murders. We're going to show you the video, again, obtained by the Idaho Statesman through a public records request. Watch.
Hey there. I stopped you going a little fast. You didn't realize this is 35?
Oh, it's 35?
It is, yeah. So you're going...
41?
Yeah, 43 is what the radar said.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. Do you have your license, the registration, insurance?
Kohberger there, who, of course, was just sentenced to life in prison last week for killing Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, and Madison Mogan in their off-campus house, basically, in November of 2022. The case, of course, making headlines across the country. Liz Koritz was there, of course, for the sentencing. She's here following this story. And the timing here makes this video interesting, right?
Yeah. Hey, Hallie. So, I mean, this happened 3 months before the murders. It happened in August of 2022. And you can see in the video Kohberger being pulled over by police, and he appears to be driving a white sedan. And according to the Idaho Statesman, which obtained this video, they say that prosecutors had intended to play this video if this had gone to trial. They were going to play it in the courtroom, and they were going to show it to jurors to sort of establish some key things about Brian Kohberger, his identity, his phone number, because in it, there's a moment where he says, "Can I get your phone number?" And also that he owned a white Hyundai Elantra. And that, of course, is the car that he used the night of the murders. It's the car that he then used as he drove cross country after the murders with his father, and played a key role in placing him there at King Road that night. So that's how it was going to be used. I think it's also just for those of us who have followed the case, anytime we sort of see him in these environments, it's interesting, kind of chilling, of course, as well. And Hallie, as you watch the whole thing, he sort of is like, kind of laughing at moments and kind of trying to make conversation with the police officer at one point. Because he ended up getting cited for not having a seatbelt on. He was just given a warning for speeding. He asked the police officer, says, "Are you not wearing your seatbelt?" And he goes, "Oh yeah, I'm not wearing it." And then later, towards the end of this video, he asked the police officer, he says, just for future reference, I mean, obviously, I'm an honest person. I told you it wasn't I didn't have my safety belt on. But then he asked the police officer, like, when people lie to you, do you really check? Are you really going to check if I'm not wearing my seatbelt? And it's just a weird moment. Obviously, he called himself an honest person and also shows you sort of this fascination we've heard that he has with law enforcement as he was trying to kind of probe this deputy that pulled him over.
It's so interesting. We're going to turn around more of that video. Liz, thank you very much for scrubbing to a camera as this has come out in just the last little bit. Thank you. We've got a lot more to get to here on the show, including 3 big wildfires burning in Portugal. What's making them so hard to get a handle on? Plus, a huge rollback from the EPA. What this new announcement could mean for the public health of millions. Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, take a look at some big wildfires in Portugal, 3 of them burning across the north there. A lot of people have had to evacuate. This popular tourist spot had some trails shut down, too. Some 1,000 firefighters are trying to get a handle on this thing, but it's been super hot, as you know, because we've reported on many of the deadly fires across the Mediterranean right now. Number 2, the EPA says it's going to roll back a key climate rule that basically says greenhouse gases threaten public health. This is a 16-year-old ruling that's the basis for a whole lot of climate regulations in this country, for cars, for power plants, planes. Those are all now on the chopping block. They're at risk of getting scrapped. The head of the EPA says this move is going to save money for taxpayers and businesses. Number 3, officials in Nebraska say 3 people are unaccounted for after an explosion there. It happened at a manufacturing plant that makes fuel pellets and animal bedding. No word yet on what caused the blast, but the explosion rather. But firefighters are now looking for the missing people and cleaning up the scene. Number 4, Diddy's lawyers want a judge to release him from jail on a $50 million bond. Remember, he's waiting for his sentencing in October after that conviction on prostitution-related charges, although he was cleared of more serious racketeering and sex trafficking charges. His defense attorney argues the Brooklyn jail he's in is dangerous and that those charges don't warrant him staying there. Number 5, Adam Sandler's sequel to Happy Gilmore, breaking records on Netflix. Call it a hole-in-one. 46 million views in just 3 days on Netflix, which means it's the biggest American opening weekend ever for a Netflix movie. And it's like, look at, there's like 1 billion stars in it. Bad Bunny, Eminem, like 1 million. They're all sitting at number 1 right now on the English film list. So, you know, Happy Gilmore is in fact feeling happy at the moment. Millennials loving it. So listen, in just the last 10 minutes, back to our top story tonight, we are getting a new statement from the NFL commissioner, Roger Goodell, who says the person in critical condition after that deadly shooting in Midtown Manhattan worked for the league, that they're thinking, obviously, of their colleague, keeping the league's offices closed for the next couple of weeks after the suspect appeared to blame a football-related condition called CTE for his alleged mental illness in a note left at the scene. We know that he played football. You see him here back in high school. It's not clear if he had the disease. But our Steve Patterson explains what it is and why it has deadly consequences in tonight's breakdown.
A massacre in Midtown Manhattan with a man who killed 4 people in the building home to the NFL's offices, leaving behind a note asking to, quote, study my brain, please, to officials familiar with the matter, telling NBC News. The note also saying he believed his high school days playing America's most popular sport may be to blame for his mental illness. Whether real or perceived, only the investigation and autopsy will determine. But the tragedy is thrusting the NFL's long-running controversy with CTE back into the spotlight. The disease is called chronic traumatic encephalopathy, first called punch-drunk syndrome because of its impact on boxers a century ago. Brought to the forefront at Boston University, thanks in part to the work of Dr. Bennett Omalu, portrayed by Will Smith in the movie Concussion. Tell the truth. Those researchers now say they're willing to lend their expertise on the disease to investigators. But what is it? CTE essentially breaks down your brain tissue after repeated hits to the head. So not necessarily those big hits that make fans hold their breath, although those can be dangerous too, but the smaller repeated blows to the head. Symptoms can include progressive dementia, impaired judgment or impulse control, patterns similar to Parkinson's, even suicidal ideations. The disease only diagnosed after death, and there is no known cure. And while the disease can impact hockey players, soccer players, wrestlers, CTE by far is most associated with football. The disease re-emerging in public consciousness after Dr. Omalu's 2002 autopsy of Pittsburgh Steelers Hall of Fame center Iron Mike Webster, who battled dementia and depression before dying of a heart attack at age 50. BU's data shows a football player's likelihood of developing CTE doubles for every 2.5 years they play at any stage. The Midtown Manhattan shooter, citing former Steeler Terry Long in his suicide note too. Long took his own life by drinking antifreeze, an autopsy revealing he had CTE. Same with safety Dave Dwerson, who in his own suicide note said he intentionally shot himself in the chest so his brain could be studied. And it's not just the players putting themselves at risk. Chiefs linebacker Javon Belcher killed himself and his girlfriend in the parking lot of Arrowhead Stadium. Patriots tight end Aaron Hernandez, convicted in the murder of Odin Lloyd and died by suicide in prison. Then former quarterback Phillip Adams shot and killed 6 people in Rock Hill, South Carolina, before ending his own life, all diagnosed with CTE. The whole thing, over the decades, putting immense pressure on the NFL to address the issue. The league denied any connection between the sport and brain damage for years, then holding a concussion summit and issuing new guidelines in 2007. 12 years ago, the league reaching a settlement with players in a concussion class action, avoiding revealing what it knew about the risks, and then admitting in a 2016 hearing on Capitol Hill.
You asked the question is whether I thought there was a link, and I think certainly based on Dr. McKee's research, there's a link because she's found CTE in a number of retired football players.
The NFL now investing millions in helmet technology, including the so-called Guardian caps, padding that goes over helmets, although they were not very popular with NFL players last year. Whether such gear will turn around declining participation participation in youth football due to safety concerns still to be seen. The league not responding to our request for comment on the shooter's claims as this latest act of violence, while we don't know yet if driven by CTE, bringing new attention to the brain disease's impact.
Steve Patterson is joining us now. And Steve, to some degree, the jury's out on whether these Guardian caps or some of this other gear trying to prevent brain injuries even works, right?
Yeah, Hallie, of course, the NFL would like us to believe they do, but the answer is a little more complicated. They do really well in absorbing physical impact, up to 33% in lab testing. But according to this new Harvard Public Health article, several independent studies have shown they're much less effective on the field. And even then, as said in the piece, they're optional. Most players refuse to wear one during a game. And finally, look, I was just on the website where the company itself admits no piece of gear can prevent or eliminate the risk of concussions or serious head injuries. So from what I've heard over the years, the changes really need to start with policy and protocol and not necessarily the gear, although, of course, everything helps. Hallie?
Steve Patterson, live for us in L.A. Steve, thank you. When we come back, why the drug maker behind Ozempic and Wegovy is expecting a big drop in sales unexpectedly. Plus, how a woman had a car stolen at gunpoint while pumping gas. We're going to show you next.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Why hospice workers in the San Francisco area are going on strike, coming up in just a second. But first, tonight, new starvation concerns escalating, with the world's leading authority on hunger saying the worst-case scenario of famine is unfolding on the Gaza Strip. Now, this new alert is still short of a formal famine declaration, which would be critical here. This global partnership of 19 organizations says Gaza has been on the brink of famine for 2 years. But recent events, including, as they put it, quote, increasingly stringent blockades by Israel, have really made the situation dramatically worse. This is a group that's only declared famine a few times, in Somalia in 2011, in South Sudan in 2017 and 2020, and in parts of Darfur last year. I want to bring in Matt Bodner, who's joining us now. And Matt, I should just say at the outset here, some of what you're going to see during our conversation are going to be disturbing. And some of these images that even, that President Trump has said have affected him even. We've been talking about the word famine, talking about the word starvation in our reporting, in what officials are saying. What does it mean to formally declare a famine? Why is that potentially important here?
So this is a very good and important question, Hallie. And there's actually a big formal definition for famine that's used by the international community. And basically what happens is, based on this definition, it's typically the United Nations, that will then go and declare a famine if IPC reporting, that group, meets the following criteria. That would be 20% of households must have an extreme lack of food, 30% of children under 5 years must suffer from acute malnutrition, and finally, 2 people out of every 4 children or 4 children out of every 10,000 must be dying every day due to starvation. What we're essentially seeing now is as close as the IPC can get at this time to declaring a famine. Basically, the big problem now is the lack of reliable data. The Israeli military has limited access to much of Gaza, so outside observers can't collect this data themselves. Though, we are at the point where conceivably the United Nations could still move on this, again, based on that latest IPC reporting. Now, that all said, a declaration of famine at this point would be a Pyrrhic victory. The IPC says that once a famine is declared, it's already too late for a great many people. Hallie?
When we talk about, as we've reported, Matt, the airdrops, right, the trucks coming in, delivering aid here, solving this level of hunger and malnutrition is more complicated than simply getting the food to the people. Explain that.
Absolutely. I think it's really important to emphasize that airdrops are nowhere near enough to make any real impact on what's happening in Gaza now. They're basically dropping 50 crates at a time, maybe a few times a day. According to the IPC, 500,000 people right now are enduring famine-like conditions in Gaza. That is a quarter of the population. But let's assume that tomorrow the international community was allowed to move in with the kind of relief operation that at this point is required. It really isn't as simple as just delivering food. We've actually talked to NBC's medical contributor, Dr. Kavita Patel, about this. She does have friends on the ground in Gaza, and she herself has done relief work in the Middle East and India in the past. I'll let her explain the problem to you guys.
Refeeding can't happen without supervision. If you do what the body wants to do, which is to just drink and eat as much as possible the minute you see food, you can actually create these permanent imbalances that can cause heart failure, organ damage, because the body had to adapt to get to that starvation mode. Simply giving it even water can actually put it into failure.
Dr. Patel also said you can't just drop aid into a starving area and hope for the best. This does need to be managed clinically, professionally, and at scale by medical personnel. She also warned that for many of these people, permanent damage has already been done. So even if a large-scale relief effort began tomorrow, we are going to be seeing the consequences of this for a long time, Hallie.
Matt Bodner, important context and reporting there. Thank you. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Northeast Bureau, big search out of Philly for 2 suspects on the run after a carjacking at a gas station. Look at the surveillance video. The left, there's a woman sitting in her car. You see a suspect come point a gun at the window, pulled her out, and then stole the car. The other suspect left in that Chevy. Out of our Western Bureau, nearly 80 hospice care workers, nurses, social workers, counselors, they're striking in San Francisco, protesting an alleged spike in caseloads. They say they've been in this contract fight with leadership for like 18+ months. Hospice East Bay says they're ready for the strike, and they pulled in a special team to care for the patients. Another story out of our Northeast Bureau, don't cry over spilled milk unless you got to drive on Route 70 in Jersey today. That's a milk truck flipped over, blocking all the eastbound lanes, and a little bit of dairy. Is that some milk we spot on the highway there on the ground? Yes. Fortunately, lanes are slowly getting reopened. Also tonight, shares of Novo Nordisk, the company that makes Wegovy, Ozempic, Novo Nordisk, shares of that company are taking a real hit today. They're down at the close in the last hour and a half, about 20%. After the drug maker announced a new CEO, they say they're cutting its sales forecast for the year. This is shocking, right? If you're thinking, wait a second, I thought these drugs were exploding in popularity. Well, there's more competition now. So for these OGs, as you could call them, Ozempic, Wegovy, this could be problematic. The company struggled not long after Wegovy hit the market back in 2021. They couldn't make enough of it to keep up with the demand. Right? Everybody from influencers online to in Hollywood to people at the doctor's office were looking for this. The FDA issued this drug shortage ruling, which opened up the market for compounded drug makers to make cheaper alternatives. Novo Nordisk had expected the competition to ease up later in the year as the availability of these so-called copycat drugs was phased out. Let me bring in Dr. Natalie Azar, who's joining us now. What happened? Because the demand was up. The whole idea, right, in the eyes of this drug maker is that they would obviously make some money here, but the competition factor is at play. Does this mean these kinds of drugs are going to get less expensive for people who don't want to shell out $1,000+ you know, $1,000 a month every month for this?
Well, so what's really interesting here, Hallie, is, I mean, there's been pushback at the price of all 4 of the GLP-1s that are on the market right now. And the drug companies have answered with a lot of copay assistance cards and other sort of, you know, patient assistance programs. And I think one of the biggest competitions I think that Novo Nordisk is dealing with right now is because of Eli Lilly's direct-to-consumer selling of Zepbound online in these little vials. That, and of course, the Novo Nordisk, the makers of Wegovy, have, you know, alleged that compounding pharmacies are still making the compounded version, even though the FDA has declared that the shortage is over and they're technically not allowed to make a copycat drug. But what the compounding pharmacies have done as a workaround is that they're tweaking them. They're making micro doses. They're adding vitamin B12. So they're making them just different enough that technically what they're doing is not illegal.
What's the difference, right, between these medications and the active ingredients here? As you say, they're all GLP-1s.
Yeah.
Why does it matter which one of the drugs you use?
So the thinking goes like this, that semaglutide is the active ingredient in Ozempic and Wegovy, and it targets one hormone that is responsible for, you know, making you feel full more quickly and decreasing appetite and all of that stuff, while Zepbound and Mounjaro's active ingredient is tirzepatide, and it targets 2 different hormones, one that's actually really important in the way the body breaks down fat and carbohydrates. So across the board and head-to-head, we have seen a greater percentage of weight loss with tirzepatide, that is with Mounjaro and Zepbound, which is why people might turn to it as opposed to Wegovy or Ozempic for weight loss. But listen, in my experience with patients tolerate one medicine better than another, and insurance dictates which one you'll be on. So it's not just, you know, that automatically people are going to go to the one where they can lose the most weight.
Dr. Natalie Azar, always an interesting conversation. Glad to see you tonight. Thank you.
You too.
Coming up here on the show, the new feature rolling out on ChatGPT specifically for students. How this new AI study buddy works and what it could mean for kids if they choose or are forced to use it. That's next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
So tonight, the makers of ChatGPT, they're making some moves to try to get students to stop using those AI-generated shortcuts. They've got something called study mode. Okay, OpenAI is out with this today. And the company says it's going to offer, step-by-step guidance instead of quick answers. It's this give a man to fish, teach a man to fish thing. Here's the demo here. On the left, I want to show you. This is ChatGPT in its regular mode. It's trying to solve this complicated math problem. Boom, it throws it up. If you go in study mode, that's on the right here, instead of giving the answer right away, there's this complicated question. Then it's like, hey, let's walk you through it. Let's go through some of these prompts. It asks questions. It helps students learn how to solve the math problem. Okay. This is a thing these days, especially because when you look at educators, when they talk about AI, they really worry about students, quote unquote, cheating, basically, that the AI, the ChatGPT does all the work for the kids, and then they end up not learning anything. A lab report in a matter of 5 minutes, let's say. Let me bring in Savannah Sellers, who's following this for us. That demo is compelling. Can we just be honest? That was interesting. But if you are a student, or if you have a student who's been using AI to write their essays for them, what's the incentive to use study mode? Are you just relying entirely on a student's self-motivation to learn?
That's exactly what you're relying on, Hallie. Hi, thanks for having me. That's exactly the question, right? It's like, okay, this is kind of nice, but it's sort of like, didn't we let the cat out of the bag maybe first by allowing there to be this technology that students are totally comfortable at this point, where they just get the answer rather than needing to work it through with this version of ChatGPT? Let me tell you a couple use cases that ChatGPT, I should say OpenAI, pointed out to me. They really think about this almost more as a tutor. That's what the company's doing. For anybody who actually wants to learn how to do this, maybe they don't have access to a tutor. That's partially kind of how this was inspired for OpenAI. That would be a good use case for this. But yes, just a student in college, hey, am I going to just have it write the essay for me, or am I going to have it ask me a bunch of questions about how I could make this essay? Which one are you going to choose? A lot of students are probably just going to go straight to the essay. We played around with it, Hallie, today. That was one that I really wanted to see how it differed, because that's what we hear so many professors talking about, right, is the fact that students are just using ChatGPT to write for them, turning in essays about books that they never read. And of course, when you go to the regular ChatGPT, it just immediately spits out an essay. In this one, it doesn't. It does what it's showing you right now. It talks you through. Do you want to focus on a character? What about a theme? Have you read the book? What grade level? It kind of works it through with you, almost like you're talking to somebody.
Okay, so let's say if you're working it through it, it's like talking to somebody. Tell us more about this study mode version if you end up being forced into using it, for example. Have you demoed it yet?
Yes, I demoed it a bunch today. And like I was mentioning, I think the essay one is a really good point where you can really see the two differences in exactly what it can do. Because what it's going to do is kind of give you these different types of prompts, right? It's like telling you, hey, this is maybe how you should start to think about this. This is the direction that you could take this, rather than just spitting it out. That's that interactive prompts. And as we showed in that demo, what they're calling scaffolded responses, where it kind of goes through all these different types of ways it could take you. Where again, think back to you're in high school, either a teacher, a tutor, maybe your parents are helping you out on something, the way that they would be like, hey, maybe you should take a stab at a paragraph and then we'll talk about it. This is kind of like the ChatGPT version of that. The question is just if students just have to have it be up to them to go ahead and use it, are they going to do that?
But you know what an interesting use case could be, Savannah, as a parent, let's say your kid's learning 6th grade math or whatever, and you haven't been learning 6th grade math in a minute. If the parent's on ChatGPT in study mode, right? That's also a potential case here.
That's
working
totally
with
right.
your kid,
it's like
doing
math
the homework
tutor for mom and dad.
That's exactly right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It's interesting.
We'll
It's interesting. I should also note some other companies, Anthropic, they have one that you can use with universities, things like that. So it's out there, just this whole idea of, can we learn how to make AI also teach rather than just do? So we'll see.
Savannah Sellers, appreciate you. Love seeing you, friend. Thank you.
You too.
Love seeing you even more, 7 a.m. when she's on her own show with Joe Fryer on Morning News Now. That is every weekday right here on NBC News. Still to come, President Trump and some of his allies pushing to rename everything from iconic buildings to sports teams. So will this trademark Trump takeover actually gain any steam around the country? We're looking into that next.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
To tonight's original now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight it's the spotlight on some of the country's cultural icons as President Trump works to make his mark not just on policy, but in entertainment and the arts and sports, all with the goal to give some institutions and brands a makeover in his vision. Our Andrea Mitchell reports.
President Trump's Republican allies in the House proposing to rename the Kennedy Center after the president and its Opera House after First Lady Melania. But new NBC reporting finds that push would violate the law by which the Kennedy Center was created, according to 4 sources familiar with the issue, barring, quote, additional memorials or plaques in the nature of memorials after 1983, meaning Republicans would have to pass a new law. The White House declined to comment on the name changes. A spokesperson for the rep who's sponsoring one of the bills says the White House and First Lady were not aware of the proposal beforehand. Still, President Trump asserting his control over the institution for the arts in his second term, firing the Democratic members of the Kennedy Center's Board of Trustees and its longtime president. Trump replacing her with Rick Grinnell, his White House special envoy, in February, writing on Truth Social that Grinnell, quote, shares my vision for a golden age of American arts and culture and would ensure no more anti-American propaganda. The new board packed with Republicans unanimously electing Trump himself as chairman of the board and canceling a slate of performers like the Gay Men's Chorus of Washington, D.C., and the tour of the children's musical Finn, which explores LGBTQ themes, just 2 of 2,200 events held each year at the center. Other performers pulling out in protest. Pulitzer Prize-winning singer Rhiannon Giddens canceling her May show, writing on Facebook, I cannot in good conscience play at the Kennedy Center with the change in programming direction forced on the institution by this new board. And the plan stopped by the Broadway mega hit Hamilton, dropping out, calling Trump's actions a purge of the Kennedy Center. Others choosing to put their protests on stage. The band Guster went through with a concert at the Kennedy Center in April, inviting the cast of the canceled musical Finn to join them. Trump himself making more appearances there alongside Melania Trump, showing up for Les Miserables. Greeted with cheers and some boos from the audience. A stark contrast to his first term when he never stepped foot inside. Trump's zeal for renaming things spreading from the stage to the stadium. Earlier this month, Trump trying to turn back time on the decades-long dispute over the names of major sports teams. The Cleveland Guardians and Washington Commanders wrestled with their previous names and mascots for years, widely viewed as offensive to Native Americans. Both teams making the switch in 2020, but Trump calling for a reversal, saying the Washington whatever should immediately change their name back, and even threatening to block the Commanders' new stadium in Washington, D.C. if the team doesn't comply. The president's power over those purse strings not exactly clear, all while public funding for sports stadiums faces increasing scrutiny. And on the names, plenty of pushback from other parties. The National Congress of American Indians in a statement condemning the unsanctioned use of harmful Native-themed mascots, particularly those which sexualize, stereotype, or dehumanize American Indian and Alaska Native people. The Guardians indicating they have no plans to switch names. And while the Commanders didn't respond to our request for comment earlier this year, owner Josh Harris maintained the team's new name is here to stay.
In this building, the name Commanders means something. I think it's now being embraced by our team, by our culture, by our coaching staff.
The president, spending decades building his own brand, now questions swirl over the power he has over these others.
Our Andrea Mitchell is joining us now. Okay, so then where does this stand now, like the changes for the Kennedy Center in Congress? What's the realistic potential timeline on this?
Well, the Republicans have the vote. It's come out of committee. It still has to go to the floor, has to be passed by the Senate. But they've got the votes, and even though it violates the law, the president could push it through and just say, take me to court.
Andrea Mitchell following all of it with the president's pop culture makeover, you could call it. Andrea, good to see you. Thank you.
Good to see you.
That's a wrap for this hour. Thank you, as always, for watching. We've got more coverage picking up right now.
Breaking tonight, investigators finding a second suicide note in Vegas as they search for a motive in the horrific Manhattan shooting. The gunman storming the New York City high-rise, wielding an AR-15 style rifle, opening fire in the lobby. What we're learning about the 4 victims, the NYPD mourning one of their own, and the top female executive shot in cold blood. Plus the panic in Midtown, office workers barricading themselves, others running with their hands up. And was the shooter targeting NFL's headquarters? Also tonight, the note the gunman left behind at the scene, claiming he suffered from CTE after playing high school football. So what is the brain disease? We speak with one of the country's top experts. New aid drops in Gaza, people running into the ocean to retrieve what they can. The report warning a worst-case scenario of famine is unfolding. Plus, the UK's new ultimatum to Israel, vowing to recognize a Palestinian state unless the war ends. The monster tornado caught on camera, video capturing the twister picking up a structure and ripping it apart. And the all-star Cleveland pitcher placed on leave as the MLB launches a sports betting probe. We'll show you the plays being called into question and why he's not the only one on the team being investigated. Hacking the T app, a popular app designed to safely let women vet the men they're dating, suffers a massive security breach. The chats, images, and photo IDs exposed online. And pedaling to propose. This Tour de France cyclist racing to the finish line to win over his girlfriend, claiming victory in the form of a yes. Plus the new ChatGPT feature that won't give you the answers. Instead, it'll guide you to them. But will students use study mode instead of cheating? Top story starts right now. And good evening. We're coming on the air tonight with chilling new details in that horrific shooting here in New York City. 4 people killed by a lone gunman as authorities now investigate why he staged the attack. Video showing a column of police entering the skyscraper in Midtown Manhattan after that shooter opened fire. Inside, these images depicting a terrifying scene, employees at Blackstone barricading the door with office furniture. And outside, people led from the building with their hands raised as police evacuated those still in the tower. Officials now saying the gunman had a documented history of mental health issues. In a suicide note, the 27-year-old referenced CTE, a football-related injury. The note saying he wondered if it caused his mental illness, even though it's unclear if he even had CTE, which can only be diagnosed with an autopsy. Police also recovering this weapon at the scene, an AR-15 style rifle, blood smeared along the barrel. Police say he turned the gun on himself after the attack. Tonight, New York City mourning 4 lives now cut short. A police officer, a Blackstone executive, and a security guard shot in the lobby, and a woman still unidentified shot upstairs. Tonight, the New York Police Department carrying out a dignified transfer for that officer killed, a father of 2, his wife pregnant with their 3rd child. And late tonight, news of a second suicide note left by the suspect at a home in Las Vegas before he made that cross-country journey to New York. Aaron McLaughlin leads us off tonight with new reporting.
Tonight, police say chilling new evidence may point to why this man, Shane Devin Tamura, armed himself with an AR-15 style rifle and opened fire in a skyscraper that's home to NFL headquarters.
Active shooter. We're getting multiple calls from 345 Park Avenue.
4 people were shot dead. That rifle later recovered, smeared with blood. A 3-page suicide note found in Tamura's wallet and reviewed by NBC News contains several references to CTE, a degenerative brain disease that's been linked to contact sports and can only be diagnosed during an autopsy. Tamura, who played football in high school, wrote, "CTE study my brain, please. I'm sorry," adding the league knowingly concealed the dangers to our brains to maximize profits.
We have reason to believe that he was focused on the NFL agency that was located in the building.
Walter Roby coached Tamura's high school football team 10 years ago.
His work ethic was strong, willing to do whatever you asked him to do, so he was a coachable type of kid.
Did he show any signs of any mental illness?
Not to me, not at all.
Did he ever express concern about CTE?
No, not to me.
Police say 27-year-old Tamura had a documented history of mental illness, and they believe part of the assault rifle he used was purchased by an associate.
We have located that associate and others, and will be questioning him about that purchase.
They say he failed to show up for work Sunday for his overnight security job at Horseshoe Las Vegas Hotel and Casino. Instead, he drove his black BMW across the country. According to police, his license plate was photographed in New Jersey late Monday afternoon.
Male is wearing a black suit and a bulletproof vest.
Roughly 2 hours later at 6:28 p.m., police say he opened fire in the building's lobby, killing NYPD officer Dateline Islam and Elan Etienne, who were both working as security guards, along with Blackstone executive Wesley LePatner. An NFL employee was also shot but survived. After his shooting spree in the lobby, police say Tamura headed to the elevator.
He appeared to have gone to the wrong floor and due to the wrong elevator bank.
According to the police commissioner, Tamura never entered the NFL offices, instead going to the 33rd floor, home to Rudin Management, the building's owner. There, he shot and killed a 27-year-old woman, according to police sources, before he turned the gun on himself. This photo shows how Blackstone employees on another floor created a makeshift barrier out of office furniture to protect themselves. This woman telling NBC News she learned an active shooter had entered her place of work via email.
Then we started to find a place to hide. That was it. Then we were in there for maybe over an hour and a half waiting, so pretty scary.
Outside video shows the harrowing moments police carried a body from the building.
We all were just running as quickly as we could.
Tonight, New Yorkers paying tribute to the innocent lives lost. Wesley LePatner was one of Blackstone's highest-ranking executives. She was also a wife and mom to 2 kids. The firm calling her brilliant, passionate, warm, generous, and deeply respected. New York police officer Dateline Islam was originally from Bangladesh, remembered today by family as a devout husband and father of 2, with a baby on the way.
I miss him.
Tonight, his body moved to a local mosque in a solemn procession. He'll be buried without meeting his unborn child.
It is such a tragedy for all those families of the victims. Aaron McLaughlin joins us now live. Aaron, I want to go back to something you had in your report there, and I know you have more reporting about the suspect's mental illness and his history of mental illness.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Law enforcement officials in Nevada tell NBC News Tamura suffered from 2 separate mental health incidents, one in 2022 and then again in 2024. We're also hearing that authorities have found a second note inside of his Las Vegas home, similar in tone to the suicide note that was found on his body. Also tonight, officials have just released separate images of the weapons that he carried into the building. Meanwhile, tonight, we are hearing from New York City's chief coroner say that they will examine his brain as part of the autopsy. Tom.
Hey, Aaron, before you go, I know we just got those images into the newsroom. I'd like to talk about those a little more. We just showed them on the screen there. So talk to us about the weapons that the NYPD has now just released, because the handgun is new.
Yeah, that's right. They've just released images, 2 separate images, one of the assault rifle that you can very clearly see in that still that was released by authorities immediately following the attack. Authorities say that weapon is under investigation at this point. They're trying to figure out how Tamura assembled that assault rifle. They are talking to one of his associates, that according to investigators. And then you mentioned there the second handgun. That is the first time we were seeing an image of that gun just released tonight by New York police officers.
Aaron McLaughlin with a lot of new reporting for us here on Top Story. Aaron, we thank you for that. For more on this shooting in Midtown Manhattan, retired NYPD Captain John Monahan joins us now on set, a good friend to Top Story. John, I want to start here with the images that sort of chilled everyone that initially saw this. Let's talk about the shooter here and the weapon he's carrying, that AR-15. We just heard Aaron report that investigators are trying to figure out how he assembled it. What do they mean by that?
Well, you know, it reminds me almost of Luigi Mangione. They said that was a gun that he created. He purchased the machined part of that weapon.
Right.
It has to be finely machined for it to operate properly. The rest of it, apparently, he had already. So this associate they're talking about supplied him with part of the weapon. So it may have been that he cobbled it together. It's a frightening sight to see that in Midtown Manhattan. I mean, that's just...
Well, I want to ask you about this, and this is all very new, and this was a horrific scene that happened, but this is a long walk that he had with the gun on his side, a walk from Park Avenue all the way to this building. You know, it's a very long sort of walkway, if you will. Should security had picked him up before this? Should he have never even gotten to the front door?
You know what, Tom? They may have, and we wouldn't know that. The two men in the lobby are dead.
Yeah.
We don't know. You know, you got the cop, you got the security guard at a desk, I'm guessing behind where the cop was. What they saw...
And this is a shocking thing, because this is something you don't see in Midtown Manhattan.
You know what? His calmness, his confidence, belies what he has in his hand. I have to guess that that's brought on by him knowing that he's going to die in a few minutes. He just seems so at ease with what he's doing. So, I mean, not that you would miss that rifle, but he did nothing other than walk very calmly across that plaza.
Do you think, and we're looking at this image here with the sunglasses, the sneakers, and the AR-15, do you think at some point he knew this might be his last image? This surveillance image might be his last look, if you will, before he was going to do what he wanted to do?
Well, that's an interesting specific point, yes. I mean, I think he knew that this was the end for him when he got in the car back in Las Vegas. But, yeah, he was very calm. He knew what was about to happen. I would say
let's move on to our next image here, and this one, as we got more reporting, we learned about this. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department concealed firearms permit. Walk our viewers through what this means. This doesn't mean that he worked for the police department. This means that he had a concealed weapons permit in his wallet to make sure he could hold weapons because he worked in the security industry.
Well, whether it was because he worked in security, there's a lot of vetting that goes into issuing one of these things. They don't just hand them out.
Right.
Now, the fact that, you know, our reporter just told us that he had mental health issues.
Recently, in
2022. This was issued in 2022.
Right.
Were they subsequent? I'd have to hope they were.
Right.
Because, as I said, you're vetted very closely before you're issued one of these. Had he been vetted prior to this, the mental illness occurred prior to this date, they should never have issued it. But then there was another mental health episode subsequent to the issuance. See, it doesn't expire until 2027. Why are these two agencies not talking to one another?
Yeah, why wasn't there a red flag
and this kid,
pull that?
From what I understand, the way I read it was that he reached out for help. It wasn't someone called on him and they went to ascertain, is this kid, you know, having a mental illness.
But the irony of this is the concealed firearms. I mean, he was carrying the AR-15. He wasn't trying to hide anything.
Well, you know what? He had that pistol in the car.
Yeah.
And then, I understand it was ammunition. I'd like to know, did he have a speed loader? Because I have to tell you, Tom, you can do almost as much damage with a six-shooter. If you know how to open it, reload with a speed loader, and reclose it, you can put 12 rounds out there really fast.
Yeah. Let's go to our next image here, because this talks to us about sort of his mindset and his plan, and also maybe the premeditation here. He drives. You know, he's originally in Las Vegas, or I should say, I'm sorry, in Nevada. He drives from here all the way to New York. They pick him up first in Colorado. That's when he's first detected in the BMW. But I mean, he's driving cross country, John, and he's probably thinking about this the entire time. What does this tell you about a suspect?
Well, he had a very definite and direct mission. There was nothing going to stop him. He knew exactly where he was going, what he was going to do. It's almost heartbreaking when you think of all the opportunities that he didn't get stopped for speeding. I don't know the day and time he left, but he made it here really quickly and directly. It's a shame, but I would say, based on that straight line, he knew exactly where he was going and what he was doing.
Let's talk about the victims here. We heard a little bit in Aaron's report about the families that have now lost their loved ones. We'll start with the police officer that was on detail there at the building. Walk us through what it exactly means when someone is in uniform, but not necessarily on duty, protecting these buildings all across Manhattan and New York City.
You know what? It's just a slight technicality. He's on duty. Let's just consider it for all intents and purposes. Functionally, the only real difference is he's not going to leave his fixed post and go out and proactively patrol. Other than that, he is NYPD.
Yeah.
It's that the owners of the building pay the department to have him present there. So it's like overtime pay for him. He comes in on his
an extra layer of security, if you will.
Well, now the building, you know what? We call it building security. It's really just access control. You know what I mean? It's an administrative.
Explain why you say that, because that's an important note.
It is. You know, they check your ID, who you were here for. Sit down, we'll call up. Maybe they'll send someone down for you. It's just access control. It's not going to stop, obviously, a man with a machine gun. It's not even built for that. It's access control. It's part of the overall security plan. Control.
Is it a false sense of security?
Well, I don't think so, because this is an aberration. This doesn't happen in New York City. Like you said, Tom, the picture we saw there, the plaza is much bigger. It goes all the way out to Park Avenue. This never happens. This poor kid, when you think he's a Bronx cop, he's up in a 4-7. It's a dangerous place to be a cop, that precinct. He's down here on 51st and Park, the nicest neighborhood in New York City, right by the St. Patrick's Cathedral, blocks from where we're standing. It was a nice detail for him. The last place in the world you would expect something like this to happen. So he's standing in that lobby. For all intents and purposes, he's on duty NYPD. He's just not going to go out and proactively patrol.
Real quick, how much does this change sort of the security profile of New York City? Because, I mean, this is where we all know 9/11 happened. Everything changed after 9/11. People stepped up to security. This is something that you could probably never plan for. But will it change the profile, the way people interact in buildings, you think, here? You
know what, Tom? I hope not too much. Because when you look at pre-9/11 and post-9/11, so many aspects of our lives, it has changed. You know, it's more secure, but there's so many prohibitive things, particularly air travel and such like that. Listen, that building did everything that they could. They had a uniformed security guard in the building, had a desk. He probably had control over the elevators. And you had access control.
And you had these guys taking proactive approaches at Blackstone, you know? Trying the best they could.
Yes, listen,
so many mass shootings, you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see the shooter getting through that.
Yeah. John Monahan, we thank you for walking us through so much. Tom. We appreciate it. And as more chilling images of employees barricading themselves emerge, there are new questions tonight over workplace security, like we were just talking about, and whether companies have the measures in place to protect their employees in a situation like this. Here's NBC's Emily Aketa.
The images are staggering. Doors barricaded with couches and desks. Panicked employees running, hands above head. The mass shooting in New York City sending a shudder tonight through corporate America, raising concerns about safety and the sobering question, could my workplace be at risk?
Are you looking at things differently?
Yeah, I feel like I was definitely more like on edge walking to work this morning and just like knowing that it happened right there.
Olivia Eady also works around the corner.
I think it just is a little bit of a wake-up call that you always have to be on your toes and anything can happen.
Police say the suspect shot 5 people, including an off-duty NYPD officer working security in the lobby and a security guard near the elevator bank before making it to the 33rd floor.
Is it increasingly complicated to secure workplaces?
It is, absolutely.
Glenn Kuchera runs security company Allied Universal's Enhanced Protection Services.
Once he breached the front door and started firing, all bets were off. So all of this is you have to pay attention to that perimeter. Do not let that threat into the building.
And that's what companies across the country should be looking at today.
100%. No breach of the access.
As thousands pile into these skyscrapers every day, research shows nearly half of companies, big and small, rank physical security as their #1 workplace challenge.
The Park Avenue skyscraper, home to NFL headquarters along with other companies, shuttered today, with the NFL promising an increased security presence in the weeks to come. The high-profile attack coming less than a year after prosecutors say Luigi Mangione also traveled to New York from out of state and gunned down United Healthcare's CEO. Kuchera says while these incidents are rare, they're a tragic reminder to always be aware of your surroundings.
What happens in New York City has the potential to happen in any large metropolitan area. Even the smaller areas, that threat is everywhere. So everybody needs to be on high alert.
And with that, Emily Aketa joins Top Story tonight. So, Emily, everyone's going to be asking themselves, is my building safe? What can people do?
So I think it's important to remember that the vast majority of organizations will never experience an active shooter situation, but experts say everyone should be familiar with the phrase, and you've probably heard it, so many people are probably familiar, run, hide, fight. Run, you want to escape to safety, that's the first priority. Hide if you can't escape to safety. And then as we saw in those images, the employees are building that blockade, that barrier between the threat and themselves, and then the last resort is fighting. Experts also say if you have concerns, don't be afraid to ask your employer questions. Ask about the emergency response plan, the exit points, communication protocols. When was the last time that they reviewed or evaluated their security policies? It's important questions amid this time of heightened concern.
All right, Emily Aketa, a lot of good tips, sir. We thank you for that. We're going to turn to politics now, and President Trump making new comments today on Jeffrey Epstein, saying the convicted sex trafficker stole Mar-a-Lago employees from him, causing a rift in their friendship decades ago. One of those employees later becoming a prominent Epstein accuser. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell has the details.
As President Trump headed home from Scotland, he identified a prominent sexual abuse accuser of Jeffrey Epstein, Virginia Giuffre, as a former Mar-a-Lago employee who had been recruited by Epstein to work for him instead, causing a falling out with Mr. Trump.
He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know, none whatsoever.
Giuffre, who died by suicide in April, had worked at the spa at Trump's Mar-a-Lago club as a teenager in the late 90s. Reporters asked the president whether any young women were among those hired away by Epstein.
Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him.
This new disclosure surfaced as the president revealed more about why he abruptly cut off his friendship with Epstein 20 years ago.
We took people that worked for me, and I told him don't do it anymore, and he did it. And I said, stay the hell out of here.
In 2019, Epstein was charged with sex trafficking of underage girls. Giuffre had pushed for Epstein's arrest.
How did this happen for so long? How did he get away with it?
President Trump is not accused of any wrongdoing tied to Epstein. Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's convicted co-conspirator, has been subpoenaed by Congress to testify. But her lawyers want immunity first. Tom?
Kelly O'Donnell, we appreciate it. Ghislaine Maxwell's immunity demands coming as lawmakers on both sides of the aisle push for more transparency in the Epstein case. I want to go to NBC's Julie Sirkin, who joins us tonight from Capitol Hill with the latest. So, Julie, can you walk us through the list of conditions or demands, if you will, Maxwell has for testifying and how members of the House Oversight Committee are responding?
Well, Tom, what a list it is. Her lawyers are asking the House Oversight Committee for granted immunity or a pardon. They also asked for clemency from the president as a condition to get her to testify before the House Oversight Committee. In addition, they want the questions in advance. This isn't something the committee does ever, and certainly not something they're considering now. And she also wants to be allowed to testify outside of prison. Her lawyers arguing that the environment would make it challenging for her to respond to political questions. She also, most notably, wants this deposition to happen after the Supreme Court decides whether or not to review Ghislaine Maxwell's conviction appeal, something she sort of lighted a fire under again this weekend, Tom. And as for the committee, the top Republican, a spokesperson for him, James Comer, saying, quote, the Oversight Committee will respond to Ms. Maxwell's attorney soon, but it will not consider granting congressional immunity for her testimony. Maxwell's attorney is saying if all of these conditions, especially immunity, are not met, then she will plead the fifth, which is something that we heard so many other witnesses do before these panels, and is something that is entirely in her right. As to how Democrats and Republicans are responding to this, I haven't talked to a single lawmaker up here, Tom, that is interested in giving her immunity for any information that she could provide, especially because there are real questions as to what she can even say that is new. Tom?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where it goes from here. Julie Sirkin with a lot of new reporting there. Julie, we thank you for that. We want to head to Gaza now, and the alarming UN-backed report saying a worst-case scenario of famine is unfolding there. It comes as President Trump says the U.S. will send more food aid. NBC's Matt Bradley reports for us tonight.
Tonight, as food aid is airdropped into Gaza, people rush into the ocean to grab aid packages that landed in the water. I almost drowned. I only did that for my boy, just to bring him something, said this father. Now an alarming assessment from the world's leading authority on measuring hunger, saying Gaza is enduring the worst-case scenario of famine. Though it's not an official famine declaration, saying 20,000 children were treated for acute malnutrition in the last 3 months. Tonight, President Trump says the U.S. will send food aid.
I mean, they are starving. And you see the mothers, they love them so much. And there's just nothing. And we're going to get them food.
But blaming Hamas for stealing aid.
They send money, they send food, and Hamas steals it.
It comes as the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry says more than 60,000 Gazans have been killed since the Hamas October 7 terror attack started the war nearly 2 years ago. Hamas doesn't distinguish between combatants and civilians in its death toll. President Trump blames Hamas for blocking a ceasefire deal. And tonight, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying, quote, by one path or another, they'll bring home the hostages. Meanwhile, the UN says half the amount of requested aid is successfully entering Gaza. This isn't enough. Children are pale and turning into skeletons, this mother says. They've forgotten what eggs, meat, and fruit are. And the UK announced today that it will recognize the state of Palestine unless Israel agrees to a ceasefire by September and improves the situation in Gaza. President Trump said the UK's move would be rewarding Hamas. Tom?
Matt Bradley reporting from Israel for us. Matt, thank you. When Top Story returns, the Colorado dentist accused of slowly killing his wife by poisoning her protein shakes. The jury now deliberating after a day of dramatic closing arguments. This just in, a new photo of a person of interest in the case of that couple killed while hiking with their 2 young daughters. And the dating app that was supposed to protect women while dating now breached. Their photos, IDs, even their home addresses leaked online. What women can do to protect themselves. Don't go away.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts. Here's The Scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We're back tonight with a trial that shocked a lot of Colorado and a lot of the country of a former dentist accused of killing his wife with poisoned protein shakes, doctored pills, and a lethal injection, all to allegedly escape his failed marriage. The jury now deliberating after 2 weeks of testimony. NBC's Camila Bernal on a day of intense closing arguments.
Members of the jury.
A Colorado jury now deliberating in the murder trial of former dentist James Craig, who is accused of killing his wife Angela by poisoning her protein shakes.
Well, this is a murder weapon.
In closing arguments today, prosecutors said in 2023 he researched poisons before lacing her shakes and poisoning her with cyanide, arsenic, and eye drops.
He suddenly realizes he needs to go buy 12 bottles of eye drops? Give me a break.
Adding the father of 6 had been cheating for most of their 23-year marriage and killed his wife because he wanted out of the marriage, wanted the money, and did not want to ruin his image, according to prosecutors.
He cheated on his wife constantly. But this idea that somehow this was some sort of motive was nothing new.
Craig, emotional as his defense attorney made the case that the cheating was not a motive for murder, but it was a motive for suicide.
She wanted to kill herself.
Saying this home video shows Craig warned doctors of his wife's possible suicidal thoughts.
It's your fault they treated me like I was a suicide risk, like I did it to myself. And like nothing I said could be believed.
Doctors could not figure out what was wrong with Angela. In text messages presented in court, she said, "I feel drugged." And Craig replying, "Just for the record, I didn't drug you." Craig's future now in the hands of the jury.
Camila joins us tonight live from Los Angeles. Camila, the jury in this case just finished up for the day, going back to the case tomorrow. Both sides agreed that Craig was not a good husband, but how do they use it to sort of prove their case here, at least for the prosecution?
For both sides, the defense, Tom, saying that he was a crappy husband and that because he was such a bad husband, because he cheated over and over again, that broke Angela. And they say that she wanted to die by suicide because she was broken, because of everything he had done to her. But on the other side, you have the prosecution saying, no, that's not true. He killed her because he wanted to be with other women. And they say not only did he kill her, but he planned all of this. They have a lot of his Google searches, and he searched some things like how many grams of arsenic will kill a human. He searched, is arsenic detectable in an autopsy? He even searched how to make murder look like a heart attack. So prosecutors saying, look, he didn't research or Google how to stop your wife from committing suicide. They say he planned all of this and meant for her to die after having all of these protein shakes. Now, of course, all of this is now in the hands of the jury. They're expected to come back, Tom, tomorrow morning.
All right, Camila Bernal for us. Camila, we thank you. When we come back, a closer look at CTE, the brain disorder tied to head trauma, now back in the headlines as the shooter that killed 4 innocent people in Midtown Manhattan yesterday left a note claiming he was suffering from the disease. We speak with a leading expert named in the gunman's note. Plus, the latest suspension to rock Major League Baseball over suspected gambling. What we're learning about that investigation. But first, top stories, top moment, and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for one very deserving Chicago Bears fan, Liam Woodworth, a 13-year-old who has undergone 3 open heart surgeries and 5 operations in total. He was invited to the Bears training camp this week. When he got with a one-day contract to join the Bears before he heads to the sidelines to huddle with the team. Take a look.
Liam's 13 years old. Yes, sir. Liam? 13 years old. Guys, he's had 5 heart surgeries. If you think today was hard, try living one day in this man's life. Liam, break us down, man.
Here we go. We're going up. Here, Liam, we'll put the arm up. We'll go family on 3, all right? All right. Here we go. You said family on 3.
Family on 3. 1, 2, 3,
family!
What a beautiful moment. Liam also received a jersey from his favorite player, Caleb Williams. The players adding that Liam is a huge inspiration to them and to us. All right, stay with us. We are back in just a moment.
Say to Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief.
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
We are back tonight with our coverage of the shooting just blocks away from here in Midtown Manhattan. The shooter claiming to suffer from CTE in that suicide note left at the scene. The note expressing anger over mental illness he claimed was due to the brain disorder, also praising neuroscientists for their research on the illness. To help us get a better understanding, I want to bring in neuropathologist Dr. Ann McKee. She is the director of the Unite Brain Bank at Boston University and one of the country's leading authorities of traumatic brain injuries. She's also one of the experts mentioned in that shooter's note. Dr. McKee, I thank you for joining Top Story. I do want to ask you first about your name being among the officials the gunman mentioned for their research on CTE. What's your reaction to being named in the note, and have authorities contacted you?
No, authorities have not contacted me. My reaction to seeing my name in the note is my work is very clearly associated with CTE. I was in the Frontline documentary that he referenced, and I've never met or I don't know the individual, so I'm really not sure why my name was there.
So your research is why we know that Aaron Hernandez suffered from CTE. You're the leading authority on this. What are the symptoms that people who have CTE live with?
Well, the early symptoms can be very disabling. It can be difficulty with impulse control. There can be depression, poor judgment. There can be violent behaviors, both verbally and physically. And there's often depression and paranoia.
And then anything, and I know we will never know, or until there's an autopsy done on the gunman, whether he has CTE or not, but anything in his behavior that would lead you to believe he might be suffering from CTE?
Well, I don't know too much about the individual. I know he played high school football, and our research does show that high school football players are at risk for CTE. We had a recent publication in 2023 where we looked at 45 high school players, never having played beyond high school. And of those 45, 14 were found to have CTE, or about 30%. So CTE can affect young people, even in their teenage years, and it is a disease that gets worse with aging.
Yeah.
So it's possible he had CTE.
You know, I want to ask you a question. I know it's going to be very hard for you to answer, but I think there's going to be some people that may be skeptical out there. Is the reason someone played high school football and possibly has CTE, could that have led them to what happened yesterday in Midtown Manhattan and all this bloodshed?
Well, you know, I don't know all the details of this specific case, but we've certainly seen people with very erratic behaviors. We've seen people do very impulsive things. Sometimes, rarely, it involves homicide. So there is some precedent for this type of behavior in a few cases, but it isn't at all a common manifestation of this.
Would you be interested in looking at this gunman's brain?
Oh, of course. Very interested in looking at anyone's brain for CTE. And with every brain, you know, our research gets closer to finding out how to diagnose it during life and treat it. So, yes, I'd be very interested in looking at this.
Do you have a fear at all that some people may say or may now use CTE and try to associate that with any type of mental health episode because they played football?
Well, I don't have a fear of it, but I imagine that's a possibility. But the research is very clear. There is a disease, a neurodegenerative disease that affects the brain. It affects the brain structurally. There's brain damage, and it is associated with symptoms. Those symptoms get worse as the person ages. So I'm not sure if it'll be used as an excuse, but it is a real and valid disease.
Dr. McHugh, we thank you so much for joining Top Story tonight. We thank you for your time and for your expertise.
Thank you.
We want to turn now to Top Story's news feed, starting with police putting out new photos as they search for who killed a couple out hiking with their kids in Arkansas. State police releasing this sketch and photo of a man who is a person of interest. The suspect is described as a white male of medium build. Police are asking those who were in Devil's Den State Park over the weekend to go through their photos or GoPro videos. The couple's 2 daughters were found unharmed. Right now, 3 people are unaccounted for after an explosion in Fremont, Nebraska. Surveillance footage showing the moment the biofuels facility exploded and burst into flames. The business manufactures fuel pellets. Officials say they are still battling those flames. And terrifying video of tornadoes tearing across the plains. Take a look at this monster twister in South Dakota sweeping up a barn and farming equipment in Gregory County. And another video showing a rope tornado barreling across a field. The region now cleaning up after dealing with 2 straight days of severe storms. The Environmental Protection Agency moving to repeal a key scientific declaration that is the foundation for current limits on greenhouse gas pollution. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin drafting plans to overturn the finding that carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases threaten human health and welfare. The plan would roll back regulations under the Clean Air Act for vehicles, power plants, and other pollution sources. Okay, we want to turn now to the latest on that deadly boat collision off the coast of Miami. The sailboat and barge involved have now both been hauled away from the scene that left 2 children dead. NBC's Jesse Kirsch has new details on the captain of that barge and what investigators are asking for.
This is the sailboat that collided with a barge in Miami's Biscayne Bay. The crash killing a 7-year-old girl and a 13-year-old girl who were at sailing camp.
There it is.
Late today, the small vessel hoisted to the surface, the mast and sail in a pile on top of the hull. Now the sailboat and barge have been taken away as authorities share more details about their investigation.
We do believe all of the girls were wearing life jackets.
The U.S. Coast Guard also revealing they've interviewed the barge captain and have tested for intoxication.
We did do alcohol testing, and we have conducted the chemical testing as well. We're pending those results right now.
Monday's tragedy unfolded between Miami Beach and the mainland in an area constantly filled with yachts, jet skis, tour boats, and more. So far, investigators still have not determined how this could have happened.
If you had seen a sailboat on its own or a barge on its own in that specific spot, that would not be an immediate red flag.
Not an immediate red flag, not uncommon at all.
All right, Jesse Kirsch joins us tonight live from the scene. Again, we can see that barge has been moved, the sailboat, as you reported as well. Jesse, tonight we're hearing again from the Miami Yacht Club in charge of that sailboat and camp.
That's right, Tom. The club says that its facilities, including its partner facilities on its campus, are closed until further notice. And at the press conference this afternoon, I asked authorities if that is something that the club was ordered to do. And the Coast Guard says law enforcement has not ordered the club to do so. So this appears to be entirely voluntary. Tom?
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us following that story. Jesse, thank you. Now to Major League Baseball and a sports betting investigation shaking up the Cleveland Guardians' 2025 season. Their superstar pitcher, Emmanuel Clase, becoming the second player on the team put on leave as that investigation plays out. NBC's Adrian Broadus has the latest.
Swing and a miss.
Emmanuel Clase, the Cleveland Guardians' three-time All-Star pitcher, suspended Monday, just hours before taking the mound.
Book it.
Clase, considered one of the greatest closers in the league, now on non-disciplinary paid leave through August, becoming the second Guardians player placed on leave in less than a month. Fellow pitcher Luis Ortiz also tied to an ongoing Major League Baseball investigation into sports betting, though it's unclear if the cases are related in any way. Fans reacting to the news.
If they bet on the Guardians, they gotta go.
I'm shocked.
I think it's shameful.
And the team.
It stinks. It hurts. It's not something we saw coming.
Details are limited on that investigation, but according to ESPN reporting, it began after sports betting integrity firm IC360 flagged 2 pitches from Luis Ortiz last month, ESPN saying they've seen the IC360 alerts. The first one against the Seattle Mariners on June 15th. The second against the St. Louis Cardinals on June 27th. The firm reportedly seeing abnormal betting activity on those pitches being called a, quote, ball or hitting the batter. Also, apparently involving an unusual amount of money for prop bets.
You can place micro bets, which are, I think that this pitch at this particular time will be a ball or a strike or something else. And Luis Ortiz is a pitcher. He's the guy with the ball in his hands. And so you can see how this would be a problem.
In both cases, Ortiz's pitches were well outside the strike zone. Zach Meisel covering both suspensions for The Athletic.
Emmanuel Clase learned about this prior to Monday's game and was told, do not show up to the ballpark. The gravity of that, it's kind of shocking to the system.
Neither player or the MLB Players Association immediately responded to NBC News' request for comment. But in a statement posted on X, the Guardian said in part, quote, we have been informed that no additional players or club personnel are expected to be impacted, adding they will, quote, continue to fully cooperate. The MLB recognizing the suspensions in a statement writing, quote, we will not comment further until the investigation has been completed.
All right, Adrian Broadus joins us tonight live from Chicago. Adrian, what are the leagues doing to protect the integrity of the sports as betting ramps up?
Hey there, Tom. That is a great question. Legal sports betting is big business. If you think about it, there are some safeguards in place to monitor the market. And in the past, that is how some players have been discovered. Take a look at the NBA, for example. The Players Union is all about education, requiring its players to review material to make sure they know and understand how to navigate sports betting. Similar on the MLB side. Every year, the MLB requiring its personnel to participate in betting education programs. Some of those programs, not only for the major but the minor leagues as well, are in person, Tom.
There is, so much betting in all of sports right now. Adrian, we appreciate your reporting. Still ahead on Top Story, the dating app that blew up TikTok, designed to help keep women safe. Now, thousands of images are circulating online, including women's IDs and home addresses after a massive data breach. We're going to explain here what this app does and what just happened. And cracking down on cheating, we put the new ChatGPT study mode to the test. Can it really help students learn instead of doing the work for them? Stay with us.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Back now with a concerning security breach making waves in the online dating world. The T app, which allows women to privately search men's backgrounds and compare notes. Well, now the tea has spilled. Tens of thousands of images, addresses, and private messages all leaked on the internet. Our Marissa Parra has the latest on the security breach and what users should do to keep their info safe.
Download too, you can literally look up so many things.
It was marketed as an app for women to talk safely and anonymously about the men they're dating.
Just download the T app, type in his name, and you can literally see if he has red flags or green flags.
Now it's a nationwide security nightmare.
What are we doing about the T app leak? Like, this is not okay.
The T app announcing a massive data breach to their systems last week. Roughly 72,000 images, including 13,000 verification selfies and images of government IDs, have been leaked online. The company adding today some private direct messages were also accessed in the breach, and they have since disabled that function.
Unfortunately, the T app was not secured the way that it was supposed to. They didn't encrypt or protect that data.
T says, quote, during our early stages of development, some legacy content was not migrated into our new fortified system. An unauthorized actor accessed our identifier link where data was stored before February 24th, 2024. Launched in 2023, the app was advertised as a safe space for women to find out more information about the men they're dating by comparing notes with other women and offering self-described dating safety tools like background checks, sex offender and criminal record searches, and catfish image searches.
All you have to do is drop in his name into T's criminal record search.
The T community had more than 4 million users, exploding in recent weeks, surging to the #1 spot in the Apple App Store. But now, troves of personal information of some of those users available for anyone to see online. A Google map that allegedly shows the addresses of users, as well as a website called T-Spill that allows anyone to rate the leaked selfie of T-app users.
I was racking my brain, feeling anxiety about, oh my gosh, like my information might be leaked out there.
This TikToker, instead of using her real name, prefers to go by her username, person with job, has used the T app for about 6 months.
It was really to just quickly search who I was matching with on dating apps.
But now she's concerned her information could be out there too.
There's a lot of trust that has been lost through this whole experience.
T says the breach only affects users who signed up before February 2024, and they have, quote, engaged third-party cybersecurity experts and are working around the clock to secure their systems.
When a data breach like this happens, it really is scary for the users because you can't just go and change your address. That's where you live, and there's a physical security risk there.
The T app now desperately trying to contain this sensitive spill of information.
Now, if you are watching and you are among those impacted, we asked our expert who told us there are 3 things that you should do immediately. The first, freeze your credit. The second, lock down any information from data brokerage sites. You can do that individually. You can request your information to be taken down, or you can pay a data breach removal tool to do it for you. And lastly, make sure you are using long, random, unique passwords that you are changing frequently. But of course, Tom, make sure you keep track of all those passwords.
Marissa Parra, we thank you. Now to our series, The AI Revolution, and tonight a new tool from the makers of ChatGPT aimed squarely at college students. It's called Study Mode, designed to teach, not do the work for you. But will it really slow the surge of students using AI to cheat? NBC's Savannah Sellers shows us how it works.
It's called Study Mode, the newest tool from OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, the artificial intelligence chatbot that since bursting onto the scene in November 2022,
AI has made cheating incredibly easy. It's a cheater's dream.
Has frustrated college professors like Duke University's Oren Starn.
How much has AI impacted your classroom?
It's had a huge impact. What I've been starting to see is more and more students handing in assignments that were all or partly written by AI.
But OpenAI CEO Sam Altman says higher ed needs to change.
And I already think college is like maybe not working great for most people.
And today, his company says Study Mode is designed to help students learn something, not just finish something.
Here's how it works. If you've used ChatGPT before, you provide it with a prompt. I need a 500-word essay on Orwell's 1984. It immediately gives you the essay. Now, in this new mode, if you click on Study and Learn, ask it the same thing, it's not just going to spit the exact essay out for you. It's going to go about it more like a tutor, saying, before we jump in, can you tell me a little bit about the assignment, asking me questions to help me write it.
Wall Street Journal tech columnist Joanna Stern says the choice is now in users' hands.
There's nothing stopping a student from getting the answer. That cat is out of the bag. There are so many AI tools that will provide the answer for you.
Or a learning version. OpenAI competitor Anthropic launched a similar tool to Study Mode back in April for institutions. AI already a huge part of education. A recent Gallup poll shows 6 in 10 teachers use it as a tool for their work. And startups like the Alpha School use AI software to power core curriculum as early as kindergarten.
Artificial intelligence is sort of the future, whether we like it or not. I think it's something that is already a part of our lives on a daily basis.
The issue now, how students will choose to use it.
So, Tom, I just want to reiterate, the whole idea here is that a student would have to self-select to actually do this. So for a student who really wants to learn, that's great. Will students actually do it is what really remains to be seen, since you can just jump to the answer so quickly. And that professor that you saw there in that story, that's what he's really worried about, is that students just simply are not learning. Tom?
We're back in a moment with a grueling ride, a stunning finish, and one American rider's proposal that stole the show at the Tour de France.
With fast-moving developments, egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Finally tonight, the Tour de France isn't just a test of strength and stamina. It's a grueling gut-check race through mountains and madness. But for one American cyclist, what happened after he crossed the finish line made this the ride of his life. Here's NBC's Sam Brock on the surprise moment that had Paris cheering.
Simmons is coming forward here.
Competing in the grueling Tour de France.
Quinn Simmons is gone now.
American Quinn Simmons was certainly racing to the finish line.
He's a man on fire.
But his burning motivation was actually the person waiting for him on the other side. The southwestern Colorado native barely off the bike before dropping to one knee and proposing to the love of his life, Sydney. Paris cheered them on.
That is a very clear yes, and the celebration begins for Quinn.
The ring did not make the ride, but was secretly handed to Simmons by his staff.
How long you been planning this?
Basically since I knew I was on the list of the tour in December. I knew I had an extra reason to get to Paris this year.
The fiancée flashing her new rock and admitting she was shocked.
I had no idea. I was telling his mom he was acting strange today, and I was like, I think, I thought he was just nervous for the race.
Now the man known for his handlebar mustache and flowing red locks hasn't just set hearts afire in France.
Did you ask your girlfriend to marry? Yeah. Did she say yes? Congrats, congrats.
He's showing the world it's about finding the right partner who's along for the journey.
To be able to share this moment and to add a Simmons to the family is pretty special.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Love that story. We thank Sam Brock for that one. We thank you for watching Top Story tonight. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Stay right there. More news on the way. Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz, and tonight we are learning more about the deadliest mass shooting in New York City in 25 years. A gunman making his way deep inside a Park Avenue skyrise, home to the headquarters of the NFL, which might have been his intended target, according to a suicide note found on him laying out his apparent motive. Then the death toll in Gaza hits 60,000. Israel says it's loosening restrictions on aid into Gaza, but is it too little too late to save those unable to leave from starvation? We're going to get a view from above during one of those critical food drops. And all of this as one of the president's biggest supporters says a, quote, genocide is underway in Gaza. And speaking of the president, he's wrapping up his trip to Scotland by opening up a new golf course.
It's going to be great. I look forward to playing it today. We'll play it very quickly, and then I go back to D.C. and we put out fires all over the world. That's much more important than playing golf, as much as I like it.
And ChatGPT has announced a new study mode that looks to help students think critically instead of just giving them the answers. But is it really going to stop kids from cheating? We'll see. Hey there, we start with a deepening investigation into this mass shooting in New York City that we saw yesterday, last night, and tonight. The gunman's past, his motive, and the victims are all quickly coming into focus. NBC sources confirming today that the shooter drove across the country, spotted here, driving into Manhattan while carrying an AR-15 style rifle and a handgun. Meanwhile, inside the office building where police say he killed 4 people, including a police officer and executive, these pictures right here show some of the barricades that workers were putting up inside of that building to try to block the doors during that lockdown. Police say the shooter got to the 33rd floor where he eventually shot himself in the chest. Now, inside of his wallet, there was a 3-page note referencing the NFL and this plea, quote, CTE, study my brain, please, I'm sorry. Also referenced in that note, by name, several neuroscientists known for their work in brain-related injuries, including Dr. Anne McKee, who appeared just a little while ago on Top Story. Take a listen.
No, authorities have not contacted me. My reaction to seeing my name in the note is my work is very clearly associated with CTE. I was in the Frontline documentary that he referenced, and I've never met or I don't know the individual, so I'm really not sure why my name was there.
Meanwhile, in Nevada, where the shooter lived, investigators found a second note described as similar in tone to the first. Sources also confirming at least 2 mental health episodes being reported in the last few years. Meanwhile, here in Los Angeles, new reaction from the coaches and the teammates who played high school football with the gunman over a decade ago.
This is where the accused shooter went to high school. This is where he played football. His former teammates say he was an excellent athlete and he had a really funny personality. One person described him as a class clown.
His work ethic was strong, willing to do whatever you asked him to do, so he was a coachable type of kid.
And happening right now in New York, a prayer vigil is getting underway, remembering the victims. Our Stephen Romo is standing by there at Bryant Park. But first, NBC's Aaron McLaughlin leading us off with the very latest.
Tonight, police say chilling new evidence may point to why this man, Shane Devin Tamura, armed himself with an AR-15 style rifle and opened fire in a skyscraper that's home to NFL headquarters.
Active shooter. We're getting multiple calls from 345 Park Avenue.
4 people were shot dead. That rifle later recovered, smeared with blood. A 3-page suicide note found in Tamura's wallet and reviewed by NBC News contains several references to CTE, a degenerative brain disease that's been linked to contact sports and can only be diagnosed during an autopsy. Tamura, who played football in high school, wrote, "CTE, study my brain, please. I'm sorry," adding the league knowingly concealed the dangers to our brains to maximize profits.
We have reason to believe that he was focused on the NFL agency that was located in the building.
Walter Roby coached Tamura's high school football team 10 years ago.
His work ethic was strong, willing to do whatever you asked him to do, so he was a coachable type of kid.
Did he show any signs of any mental illness?
Not to me, not at all.
Did he ever express concern about CTE?
No, not to me.
Police say 27-year-old Tamura had a documented history of mental illness, and they believe part of the assault rifle he used was purchased by an associate.
We have located that associate and others, and will be questioning him about that purchase.
They say he failed to show up for work Sunday for his overnight security job at Horseshoe Las Vegas Hotel and Casino. Instead, he drove his black BMW across the country. According to police, his license plate was photographed in New Jersey late Monday afternoon.
Male is wearing a black suit and a bulletproof vest.
Roughly 2 hours later at 6:28 p.m., police say he opened fire in the building's lobby, killing NYPD officer Diderul Islam and Elan Etienne, who were both working as security guards, along with Blackstone executive Wesley LePatner. An NFL employee was also shot but survived. After his shooting spree in the lobby, police say Tamura headed to the elevator.
He appeared to have gone to the wrong floor and due to the wrong elevator bank.
According to the police commissioner, Tamura never entered the NFL offices, instead going to the 33rd floor, home to Rudin Management, the building's owner. There, he shot and killed a 27-year-old woman, according to police sources, before he turned the gun on himself. This photo shows how Blackstone employees on another floor created a makeshift barrier out of office furniture to protect themselves. This woman telling NBC News she learned an active shooter had entered her place of work via email.
Then we started to find a place to hide. That was it. Then we were in there for maybe over an hour and a half waiting, so pretty scary.
Outside video shows the harrowing moments police carried a body from the building.
We all were just running as quickly as we could.
Tonight, New Yorkers paying tribute to the innocent lives lost. Wesley LePatner was one of Blackstone's highest-ranking executives. She was also a wife and mom to 2 kids, the firm calling her brilliant, passionate, warm, generous, and deeply respected. New York police officer Diderul Islam was originally from Bangladesh, remembered today by family as a devout husband and father of 2, with a baby on the way.
I miss him.
Tonight, his body moved to a local mosque in a solemn procession. He'll be buried without meeting his unborn child.
Absolutely heartbreaking. And Stephen Romo joins us now live from New York's Bryant Park at that prayer vigil. Stephen, I mean, the details on some of those victims, the hero officer, what else are we learning about those victims there tonight?
Yeah, we were able to learn much more today, Gotti, as the vigil we're attending is actually just now getting underway. Mayor Eric Adams has just arrived. But I do want to mention the victims that they are here to honor tonight. Like we heard just a bit ago, security guard Elan Etienne, who was shot right in the lobby just immediately, close to immediately after the shooter entered with that M4 rifle. Etienne's union talking about how faithful he was to the job, how seriously he took it, and how he ended up giving his life to keep New Yorkers safe. We also know more about the officer, Digital Islam, also shot in that lobby, a true immigrant story, starting off in Bangladesh and then coming here to become an NYPD officer, where he served for the past 3.5 years. He leaves behind a wife, 2 children, and 1 on the way. We also learned about Wesley LePatner, the Blackstone executive who was killed as well, being remembered for her leadership and compassion. We also know an employment at Rudin Management, a real estate company, the owners of the building, also lost her life. She was 27 years old, but her name has not yet been released, Gotti.
And the NFL employee hurt. And do we have any more information as to, if the NFL was his target, what ended up happening? How did he end up on the 33rd floor?
Yeah, that's a great question. The 33rd floor is where Rudin Management actually is. It's not clear how the NFL employee actually came across this gunman. We do know that a 41-year-old is still in the hospital, at last check listed in critical but stable condition, but not much more is known about his injuries or any timeline for when he might be released or his name at this point, Gotti.
As far as the investigation goes, what are the police in New York focusing on today?
Yeah, late today, Gotti, there was a bit more information than we got actually from authorities in Las Vegas that searched Tamura's home and reportedly found a second note that was considered very similar in tone to the note that was found with him here in New York City, potentially blaming CTE for his mental health issues and potentially pointing to football as the cause of those issues. We also heard from the medical examiner that they will be looking in to see if he indeed did have CTE, if that was actually a factor in this. And we know that federal investigators are working alongside NYPD and now these authorities in Nevada as they try to piece together exactly what led to this. But so many people here tonight, Gotti, that are attending this vigil, which is an excellent turnout. A lot of people are here to remember these victims. They're really trying to focus on the victims rather than the gunman in this, and the lives lost, cut short, just trying to finish their work day, where they do each and every day in the very busy area of Park Avenue where this happened. I also wanted to mention that so many people saw this. They heard gunshots. They saw glass walls shatter. We spoke to one woman last night who, on Stay Tuned, who saw someone with a gunshot wound trying to run to get help for himself. There's so much trauma and tragedy wrapped up in this, and so it's really just a time for people to gather and have a sense of community in Midtown specifically, where this happened. It's very troubling, and the tragedy is clearly continuing to be felt, Gotti.
Yeah, a sense of community is so badly needed in this world. Stephen Romo, thank you so very much. And here to talk a little bit more about the shooting and the investigation is former FBI special agent and active shooter expert Catherine Schweit. Thank you so much for joining us, Catherine. So New York, they notoriously have these very strict gun laws. Were you surprised at how deeply the shooter was able to get into the building, given the images of him carrying that M4 that we saw outside?
I think it really reflects the fact that it takes just moments for something like this to happen. We have very porous borders between our states, of course. There's no way to stop moving from state to state. Every state has different gun laws. And when someone can choose to do what this gentleman did, hop in a car, drive all the way across the country in a matter of a couple of days, it doesn't really matter what the gun laws are in California or in Idaho or Montana. They're going to come into it. So then they show up in the state. They're driving in. We don't have a system in place to stop and search cars. That's not the country that we live in. So pull up, he's going to be not returning to that car when he decides to double park and jump up and hop over and right up into the building. Just like that, people don't have time to react when that happens.
Mm-hmm. And he had 2 mental health incidents, one in 2022, one last year, according to officials. Hindsight, obviously, is painfully 2020. But should any of those been taken more seriously?
Yeah, I think right now I think it's more fair to say we really don't know exactly what happened and what was on record, what was on file, or what was not. The fact that somebody else might have assisted in the purchase of a gun, there could have been a mental health inquiry that went out and was filed. When you want to buy a gun, and if you do certain background checks through the federal system, there can be mental health records that have been filed, but they have to be filed with the system within the FBI or another background system that might prevent a gun purchase. So he may not have had any records for purchasing guns that would, any mental health records for purchasing guns that would have prevented a sale. But I'm wondering if, and I don't know, of course, but I'm wondering if the people who had interacted with him from a mental health situation may have, in fact, filed something, or he may have been concerned they filed something that might have prevented the gun purchase itself.
And give us an overview here, just very roughly, like how many red flags like the ones that we're hearing about are there in this country on any given day?
Oh, hundreds, thousands. Law enforcement interacts, you know, there's 800,000 or so law enforcement officers around the United States. They interact every day with people. And it's difficult to imagine what it's like when you're trying to assess threats. When you're at a department, whether it's federal, state, local, or tribal, and you get a phone call from somebody who says, my neighbor, my friend, my son, my dad, he just seems to be this way. I'm concerned about him. I'm afraid he might kill himself. 60% of the firearms deaths in the United States are suicides. This gentleman could have chosen to kill himself in his home state. He didn't. He made a spectacle of himself because he clearly wanted some messaging. That note that was written and found that back in his home probably indicated that he'd been practice writing a message. He wanted to have the right message to go out publicly, and he did this in a very spectacular way. But law enforcement deals with so many things that may or may not turn into something like this.
Yeah, and when they do, I mean, the tragedy unfolds in front of all of us. Just so painful across the board. Catherine Schweit, thank you so much for joining us and your expertise tonight. And while the suspect in this mass shooting claimed his suicide note, he had some sort of football-related condition, that CTE, and that caused this alleged mental illness. It is still unknown whether or not he actually had that disease, but the history of CTE, it is full of deadly incidents. And NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson spoke to the team that discovered the disease from Boston University and is here to tell us more about how they're trying to help.
A massacre in Midtown Manhattan with a man who killed 4 people in the building home to the NFL's offices, leaving behind a note asking to, quote, study my brain, please, to officials familiar with the matter, telling NBC News. The note also saying he believed his high school days playing America's most popular sport may be to blame for his mental illness. Whether real or perceived, only the investigation and autopsy will determine. But the tragedy is thrusting the NFL's long-running controversy with CTE back into the spotlight. The disease is called chronic traumatic encephalopathy, first called punch-drunk syndrome because of its impact on boxers a century ago. Brought to the forefront at Boston University, thanks in part to the work of Dr. Bennett Omalu, portrayed by Will Smith in the movie Concussion.
Tell the truth.
Those researchers now say they're willing to lend their expertise on the disease to investigators. But what is it? CTE essentially breaks down your brain tissue after repeated hits to the head. So not necessarily those big hits that make fans hold their breath, although those can be dangerous too, but the smaller repeated blows to the head. Symptoms can include progressive dementia, impaired judgment or impulse control, patterns similar to Parkinson's, even suicidal ideations. The disease only diagnosed after death, and there is no known cure. And while the disease can impact hockey players, soccer players, wrestlers, CTE by far is most associated with football. The disease re-emerging in public consciousness after Dr. Omalu's 2002 autopsy of Pittsburgh Steelers Hall of Fame center Iron Mike Webster, who battled dementia and depression before dying of a heart attack at age 50. BU's data shows a football player's likelihood of developing CTE doubles for every 2.5 years they play at any stage. The Midtown Manhattan shooter, citing former Steeler Terry Long in his suicide note too. Long took his own life by drinking antifreeze, an autopsy revealing he had CTE. Same with safety Dave Dwerson, who in his own suicide note said he intentionally shot himself in the chest so his brain could be studied. And it's not just the players putting themselves at risk. Chiefs linebacker Javon Belcher killed himself and his girlfriend in the parking lot of Arrowhead Stadium. Patriots tight end Aaron Hernandez, convicted in the murder of Odin Lloyd and died by suicide in prison. Then former quarterback Phillip Adams shot and killed 6 people in Rock Hill, South Carolina, before ending his own life, all diagnosed with CTE. The whole thing, over the decades, putting immense pressure on the NFL to address the issue. The league denied any connection between the sport and brain damage for years, then holding a concussion summit and issuing new guidelines in 2007. 12 years ago, the league reaching a settlement with players in a concussion class action, avoiding revealing what it knew about the risks, and then admitting in a 2016 hearing on Capitol Hill.
You asked the question is whether I thought there was a link, and I think certainly based on Dr. McKee's research, there's a link because she's found CTE in a number of retired football players.
The NFL now investing millions in helmet technology, including the so-called Guardian caps, padding that goes over helmets, although they were not very popular with NFL players last year. Whether such gear will turn around declining participation in youth football due to safety concerns, still to be seen. The league not responding to our request for comment on the shooter's claims, as this latest act of violence, while we don't know yet if driven by CTE, bringing new attention to the brain disease's impact.
And Steve Patterson joins us now in the studio. Steve, the shooter, I mean, this is like ethically, it's a tough one because, you know, he killed people, then he killed himself, and then he's asking for his brain to be studied. Are they going to study his brain?
Well, just as a form of process, the chief medical examiner in New York says they will study the brain. That is just part of the autopsy, right? What's not known is whether or not they'll outsource it to certain units that can help determine whether or not this was CTE. Like Boston University, for example, the medical unit there that has done so much research on CTE has already offered, they're raising their hand saying, we are here. We're here to help. They've told that to NBC News as well. So they're available if they want this to be studied, if they want to get to the root cause of this. That's something that absolutely can happen, guys.
And whether or not he had CTE still remains to be seen. And yet we're covering it. We're doing stories about it. Do you think that this will reignite that conversation, or?
I think it has to, right? And I mean, even if this doesn't, you watch the story, there's always another story about somebody who does either something terrible or takes their own life, or even just, you know, the concussions that we see in not only football, but soccer and professional wrestling that leads to these injuries that gets the conversation started once again. And I think we've seen this repeatedly over and over again, really since the beginning of the 2010s, since Junior Seau, this really famous football player that was beloved, took his own life. So it started there, and these stories haven't stopped since. And really, it's every time something like this happens, we start talking about it again. But will it stick, I think, is the better question.
And this guy, he never played for the NFL, and yet it does look like the NFL may have been his intended target. What kind of impact do you think that this is going to have on the possible game here?
I mean, tough to say overall, but it's already having an impact, right? Roger Goodell, the commissioner of the NFL, already came out with a statement. We can throw it on screen there. It reads, "Our thoughts and prayers remain, especially with our colleague who was impacted. He is currently surrounded by friends and family in the NFL community. This has been a challenging time for our entire team. Please continue to take care of yourselves and one another." So already their statement, they're acknowledging that this shooting happened. Will they acknowledge, you know, obviously that the after impacts of CTE? First of all, we have to determine whether or not he had it in the first place. If he did, will they acknowledge that this is a problem not only in the NFL, but youth sports that emulate the NFL as well? That's the better discussion.
Yeah, still very early on in the investigation and the medical investigation as well. Steve Patterson, thank you so much. Meanwhile, President Trump has wrapped up his 5-day UK visit, just touching back down here in the United States in D.C. in the last hour. And that trip is already having ripple effects all over the world. Trump announcing a big trade deal with the EU. He's also pushing back on Israel over all the mass hunger and starvation happening in Gaza, and then breaking with Putin over the war in Ukraine, saying more sanctions are going to be slapped on Russia in less than 2 weeks. Now, hanging over all of this, though, even overseas, is Jeffrey Epstein. The president continues to get daily questions over Epstein, and today, while on Air Force One, Trump responded to questions over his falling out with Epstein, saying it happened because Epstein, quote, stole young women from his Mar-a-Lago spa, including Virginia Giuffre, one of the most prominent Epstein abuse survivors who died by suicide this past April. Take a listen to what the president said.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen, persons, that include Virginia Giuffre?
I don't know. think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know, none whatsoever.
Meanwhile, Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, seems to be fishing for a pardon from Congress in exchange for her testimony, something that the president has apparently not ruled out. And let's bring in NBC's Monica Alba. Monica, Trump saying Epstein stole young women from Mar-a-Lago. Like, specifically, what does that mean?
Yeah, and this was really notable, Gotti, because it's the president now who's introducing new information after wanting to talk about almost anything else. He revealed today on Air Force One that he was referring to the fallout with Jeffrey Epstein as being rooted in the fact that Jeffrey Epstein, the president said back then, hired away some young women that he had employed at his spa at his Mar-a-Lago property in Florida. And he says that he told him at the time not to do that, and that when he did it again, so implying that this was something that was repeated, he told him to, quote, get the hell out of here. So that's something now the president is revealing today. In the past, the White House had said that they had had a falling out because the president thought Jeffrey Epstein back then was a creep. But this is also sort of an evolving narrative because now, again, it's the president introducing these new details that raise some new questions, Gotti, which some of which are, if he knew that back then, did he think that was alarming? Did he raise that to anybody? And so I think this is only going to invite more questions from a White House that's been trying to change the subject on this.
Yeah, more details equals more questions on this for sure. Now to Maxwell, she is now appealing to the Supreme Court. She's also asking the House Oversight Committee for a pardon. What's the latest there?
Yeah, this is interesting because, remember, she sat down with the Department of Justice for 2 days in a row, and she answered all of their questions. They said that she didn't need to plead the fifth for any of those kinds of inquiries. But now Congress is saying, we would like you to come and testify. And she's saying, I will only do that if you meet certain terms, like if you grant me immunity, if I can do it outside of the prison where she's serving that 20-year federal sentence. She's also saying that she wouldn't testify before Congress until her appeals case plays out, which could go all the way up to the Supreme Court, and that could be months from now. So you have the Oversight Committee saying, okay, we'll get back to you on some of those matters, but they did want to be clear and say already, Gotti, that they don't plan to offer her any kind of congressional immunity. So that was striking and a new development today.
Yeah, interesting. And let's talk Russia a little bit. The president seems to be growing more at odds every single day with Putin. Where does all this put negotiations right now for a peace deal?
Yeah, he has continually said he's disappointed in President Putin, that he feels that he's one way on the phone, but then turns around and does something that's kind of two-faced, the president was trying to describe. So he's now shortening a deadline that he was going to give President Putin and Russia. And initially it was going to be 50 days or so to see if some kind of peace talks could potentially materialize when it comes to trying to end the war in Ukraine. But he now decided this weekend to shorten that time frame to just 10 days from now. And he's saying that is the shortened timeline because he's so frustrated with President Putin. But he's not really saying what happens at the end of these 10 days. And as we know, that would be a really, really short timeline to end this conflict. But he is essentially trying to force President Putin back to the table to see if any kinds of talks can resume to try to end that horrible conflict. Gotti.
And Monica, the trade deals, well, what's going on there? There are reports of China possibly getting a deadline extension. Like, who is still on the hook for the deadline of this Friday?
Yeah, all the other countries, basically. Remember that the U.S. and the president had tried to promise we were going to have 90 deals in 90 days. But the talks with China are actually running on a separate track because their deadline isn't until mid-August. They have the possibility now of an even 90-day extension beyond that, which it sounds like will happen. The president just needs to sign off on that. But his own Treasury Secretary and his trade representative were talking to their Chinese counterparts in Stockholm, Sweden, over the last couple of days to see where that agreement can land. But it's all these other countries that haven't made an arrangement yet with the U.S. that do have to have whatever happens done by August 1st, or they're going to face some of those steeper tariffs that the president has been threatening to impose on them. Gotti.
Yeah, we're in the final stretch of that week. Monica Alba, thank you so much. And don't go anywhere. We are just getting started. Up next, as the death toll in Gaza reaches more than 60,000, world leaders are starting to change their tune about the humanitarian crisis and Palestinian statehood. Plus, ChatGPT is launching a study mode for students. How will that change the way they use AI to help them get by? That's later this hour, so stay tuned.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Hey, welcome back. Let's now go to the Middle East, where the death toll in Gaza has now crossed 60,000, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. The war has been going on since Hamas's attack on October 7th, 2023, and it has turned into a full-blown humanitarian crisis, sparking global outrage. Now, mass hunger has been sweeping across the Gaza Strip. Aid workers are saying children and families are starving, and President Trump very publicly breaking from Israel's insistence that there is no starvation.
I don't know. I mean, based on television, I would say not particularly, because those children look very hungry. We can save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that. So we're going to be even more involved.
Now, at the moment, Israel has announced a tactical pause in fighting, so some aid can be delivered to the people of Gaza. Other countries are also now allowed to airdrop aid into Gaza, but experts are saying this is a distraction from the roadblocks that Israel still has in place. It is stopping widespread aid from being distributed as quickly as it's needed. Sky News correspondent Sally Lockwood was on a plane, a Jordanian plane, as it made some of those drops for food, and here is her report.
The situation is now so desperate in Gaza, and there's been such international pressure on Israel to ease the humanitarian restrictions there that these foreign aid drops began yesterday. Israel as well carrying out its own aid drops the night before. And these aircraft are preparing to fly missions over Gaza. This is one from the United Arab Emirates that's being loaded at the moment, and one from the Jordanian military is also leaving today. So these pallets weigh around a ton, and each aircraft, I've been told, will be carrying 8 pallets. There's no medical supplies in them, just food, rice, flour, and baby formula. It's far less than could be brought in by road, but it's something. We're now on our way to northern Gaza, where these pallets of food will be dropped from the aircraft to people on the ground. We were given quite a clear and strict pre-flight briefing that the Israelis have said we're not allowed to film any shots of Gaza from the air, and that if we do, these airdrop flights could either be cancelled or delayed. International journalists haven't been allowed access to Gaza since the war started, despite immense pressure and growing demands. And it seems they don't want us to show you images of Gaza from the air either. There's such a lot of effort involved in these airdrops. They're just preparing the parachutes now for these pallets to be pushed out the ramp here. But to give you an idea of the effort involved, this is around 8 tons of aid, and in a lorry you could move around 20 tons by road. We've been told that the aid drops were done over areas that weren't populated, and there were very few people. Certainly we didn't see anyone from the air. The foreign nations know that this is a deeply flawed way of getting aid to people that really need it. It's dangerous, it's not accurate, and it can fall into the wrong hands. And we've been hearing from Palestinian sources in Gaza that that is already happening, that aid is being looted by gangs and hitting the black market. But aid drops like these, at a time of humanitarian catastrophe, are seen as a last resort, a desperate measure, an attempt to do something.
Some powerful reporting, even though what she could see was limited. Let's bring in Elise Labott. She is a Murrow Press Fellow at the Council of Foreign Relations and the author of Cosmopolitics on Substack. I'm not sure if you were able to watch that, Elise, but I mean, I was struck by her reporting and saying, like, look, there were these briefings. We're not allowed to show you Gaza from the sky. What did you make of that?
Well, I think that not only do the Israelis not want to show, the operations that are taking place, but they clearly don't want to see those aerial shots of, the entire territory of Gaza really flattened. I mean, when you look at those, when you look at satellite pictures, when you look at aerial pictures, it's pretty obvious to see the vast destruction that's taken place on the island. I think that's probably why.
Annalise, on Substack, you talk about how Israel is simultaneously denying and acknowledging the catastrophe. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, look, you heard Prime Minister Netanyahu, you heard the Israeli ambassador talking over the last couple of days saying there is no starvation going on in Gaza. Well, if there's no starvation going on in Gaza, why are they going to such extraordinary lengths to have these tactical pauses, allow the aid to go through, allow these airdrops, which they haven't done. So on one hand, they're not saying there's a problem, but on the other hand, they're taking measures to get the aid going through. And we've seen video of, Israeli troops even trying to, carry the aid and go through. And so I think they know there's a problem. I think it's also because of international pressure, not only on Israel, but on the United States that's putting pressure on Israel. Diplomats talking to me, telling me they're trying to send the message to America, look, you've always had the right moral standing and it's time for you to step up. And I think you are seeing, as President Trump's comments, seeing that pressure put on Israel. I think President Trump, look, this president really watches a lot of TV, right, Gotti? He's probably the most TV-obsessed president that we've had in modern history, well, certainly in American history, I think. And you've seen in the past that some of these pictures of suffering, if you remember during his first term in Syria, when he saw those chemical weapons being used, that's when he used American strikes against Syria. And I think these pictures, not only is he getting pressure from the international community, now his base is coming out largely, very loudly. I think it also strikes him, the suffering, these pictures of children starving.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, we're starting to see some of that pressure coming from the right, too. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I believe she went so far as to call it genocide. That's right. Does it look like the tide has turned politically or is turning politically here in the United States?
Well, it's too soon to tell. And you've seen these other instances of when Trump and his base really don't agree on a lot of foreign policy. We saw it during Ukraine. We saw it during Iran. We see it now during Israel. And Steve Bannon also came out today with some very strong comments against Israel. And he said that this is a turning point. I think that President Trump has always been able to put the genie back in the bottle and kind of get his base back, on the same page. But you have the left Democrats really, kind of anti-Israel at this point, really talking about the situation in Gaza. You had 40 Democratic senators coming out with a letter to Secretary of State Marco Rubio calling for more aid. Then he's getting the pressure from his base. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, as you said, one of his biggest supporters. And then you have the pressure on the international community. So I don't think it's really going to change the course of the war, but I do think that you're going to see President Trump really put pressure on Netanyahu to open up perhaps what I'm hearing is maybe a humanitarian corridor where a steady flow of aid can get through and the international community, aid groups, the U.S. can work with countries to make sure it's getting to the people.
Yeah, and again, those images are just so hard to see and yet so important. Elise Labott, thank you so very much for joining us. And coming up, jury deliberations are underway in the case of a Colorado dentist accused of killing his wife with poison. Latest on that, just ahead.
taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. Wildfire continues to be a threat to this community. You have to go in there. With that massive hurricane comes the massive response to bring people at home closer to the story. This group right here just crossed the Rio Grande. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth. For NBC News, NBC News, I'm Tom Yams. And that's what we do every night.
Hey there, welcome back. Now to the shocking murder trial in Colorado where a former dentist is accused of killing his wife by poisoning her protein shakes. Now the jury is deliberating after 2 weeks of testimony. Camila Bernal has more on an intense day of closing arguments.
Members of the jury. A Colorado jury now deliberating in the murder trial of former dentist James Craig, who is accused of killing his wife Angela by poisoning her protein shakes.
Well, this is a murder weapon.
In closing arguments today, prosecutors said in 2023 he researched poisons before lacing her shakes and poisoning her with cyanide, arsenic, and eye drops.
He suddenly realizes he needs to go buy 12 bottles of eye drops? Give me a break.
Adding the father of 6 had been cheating for most of their 23-year marriage and killed his wife because he wanted out of the marriage, wanted the money, and did not want to ruin his image, according to prosecutors.
He cheated on his wife constantly. But this idea that somehow this was some sort of motive was nothing new.
Craig, emotional as his defense attorney made the case that the cheating was not a motive for murder, but it was a motive for suicide.
She wanted to kill herself.
Saying this home video shows Craig warned doctors of his wife's possible suicidal thoughts.
It's your fault they treated me like I was a suicide risk, like I did it to myself. And like nothing I said could be believed.
Doctors could not figure out what was wrong with Angela. In text messages presented in court, she said, "I feel drugged." And Craig replying, "Just for the record, I didn't drug you." Craig's future now in the hands of the jury.
And let's bring in Camila Bernal now to talk a little bit more about this kid. I mean, that text message, "I feel drugged." Like, based on everything that we've seen in trial, do we expect deliberations to take a long time on this one?
Well, you never really know with a jury, Gotti, but there are 7 charges. So I do think a lot of times the jurors take this very seriously. We'll go through all of the charges. They got the case sometime after lunch. They went home at around 5 p.m. Colorado time. They're back tomorrow morning. So it's possible we have a verdict tomorrow, but you really just never know with jurors.
And society, I mean, we've been talking a lot about plea deals recently. Was there ever a plea deal on the table for this case? What happened?
Yeah, I don't think there was. And what's interesting here is that the prosecution, I think, felt like they had a lot here because they had the text messages, they had the Google searches. I mean, he had very specific Google searches of the poisons and how to make a heart attack look like it was an accident. So nothing along the lines of how do I stop my wife from committing suicide, but prosecutors felt like they had so much in terms of the affairs, then the whole process of him putting all of this into protein shakes, into pills, into an IV. So I think prosecutors here believe that they just had so much against him that there was no need for a plea deal. And then, you know, he came up with a lot of excuses and came up with explanations as to everything that he did, even when he was in jail and doing a whole bunch of things with other inmates, trying to get the investigators killed, trying to get his daughters to actually help him and make it look like his wife had ordered all of these things. Well, they excused it as he was going through a lot in jail. So there has been just a lot of these explanations and ways for them to defend him, while the prosecution just, I think, feels very confident.
And now a jury will decide. Camila, thank you so much. And still to come, what we are learning about reports that Harvard may soon be willing to dish out a $500 million settlement with the White House. But first, you gotta see this. What happens when an elevator door closes on a dog's leash and then starts going up? No, no, no. There he goes. Oh, no. Don't worry. The TikToker who posted that video said that that dog was completely fine afterwards. He saves the day, as you would for your little puppy, right? We'll be right back.
People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us.
Americans woke up and they were shocked.
Owning breaking news.
Utter devastation.
Telling important stories. You can feel the excitement building, putting a lot of issues in context.
For NBC News.
For NBC News.
NBC News. I'm Tom Yamas.
That's what we do every night.
Hey, welcome back. Here are some of the other headlines we are watching tonight. UCLA has agreed to pay over $6 million to settle an anti-Semitism lawsuit brought by Jewish faculty and students. Now, this stems from the school's handling of pro-Palestinian campus protests last year. That money will be split between the plaintiffs, lawyers, and 8 Jewish community groups. And another university settlement could be on the horizon. New York Times is reporting that Harvard could be willing to shell out $500 million to end its battle with the Trump administration, that Harvard is hesitant about paying the government directly. Now, recently, Columbia University said it would pay a $200 million fine as they settled their disputes with the White House. Meanwhile, leaders in Uvalde, Texas, voted to release all records related to the 2022 mass shooting at Robb Elementary. Now, the vote ends a years-long battle over the disclosure of the information. So far, no timeline has been given. And the FDA, who is pushing to restrict a synthetic opioid made from the kratom leaf, it's known as 7-0, and it's sold in gummies, tablets, drinkable shots, usually in gas stations. And the FDA is saying it's very dangerous. They want it to be classified as an illicit substance, kind of like heroin or ecstasy. And extreme heat is scorching millions across the east. Some cities climbing to near record highs, with Manchester, New Hampshire hitting a new record of 98 degrees. By tomorrow, things are expected to cool down in some areas because another round of storms is on the way. And before we go, it is time for the future of everything. Tesla's Optimus has made for some very fun viral moments, but they haven't hit the market just yet. So what's the latest on the timeline? We're going to talk about all of it coming up after the break.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, robots headlining music festivals. Jury is still out, but there is no doubt humanoids are getting smarter, they're getting cheaper, and apparently way more efficient. Like this humanoid named Walker that never stops working. That's according to the company UB Tech. Now, Walker S2 is the world's first humanoid robot capable of autonomous battery swapping. It's designed and marketed as a machine that can run 24/7, no breaks, even in unpredictable environments. And if you're thinking, who can afford these things? Well, the Chinese company Unitree Robotics is working on a solution. They just unveiled the cheapest humanoid on the market for around $6,000. It's so weird to say humanoid over and over again, right? This is the R1 Intelligent Companion. It's advertised as an ultra lightweight, coming in at 55 pounds. Meanwhile, over at Tesla, Optimus still is not for sale, but the hype is very, very real, like this cameo at the new LA diner earlier this month.
Dude, that's some true talent right there. Look at him dumping that popcorn. This is insane, dude. Thank you.
Sheer talent right there, but not a single unit sold yet. However, a lot of PR, a lot of viral moments, a lot of showroom sightings, all while Elon Musk has promised producing thousands of Optimus models this year, a target our next guest says is fallen behind schedule. According to the information, it looks like Tesla's only built a few hundred, and some are, quote, sitting unused because they don't have hands or lower forearms. Joining us now is Theo Waite, the co-author of this report out from the information. Theo, welcome. So first off, what is the biggest holdup or choke point with production and perfecting of Optimus right now? Like, take us behind the scenes.
So the whole premise of a humanoid robot is replicating, the form of a person. And if you think about our bodies, our hands are extremely complex, right? There's so many fingers, there's so many joints, and like that robot in the video, they have to be able to grip things and manipulate things very carefully. And for Tesla, as far as my reporting shows, that seems to be the biggest bottleneck, is getting the hands just right.
Which is ironic because that's what, like, the image generation on OpenAI and all kinds of other AI companies, they struggle. Like, you can always tell it's AI because hands look kind of weird. They're working that out. Meanwhile, Tesla, like, they just announced this big money, $16 billion deal with Samsung to make AI chips out in Texas. Now, Tesla is saying that those chips will be used for humanoids, and Elon Musk, he's been stressing that Optimus is a big part of the entire company's future. Here's a little of what he said last week on X.
Hypothetically, if Tesla was making 1 billion of these a year at scale, and at scale the cost gets lower and lower, so maybe it'd be like on the order of $50,000. I'm just guessing here, and that's 30 trillion in revenue. That's a long way to go between here and making 1 billion robots a year.
He's laughing. We're kind of laughing. There's like 8 billion people on planet Earth. 8 years, they would have as many humanoids as people. But like, when it comes to like the actual delays and the production timeline, is Musk stressing out here?
I think he is. I mean, the thing about Musk is he's willing to go on earnings calls and conferences and say, 5 years in the future, we're going to be doing this, or 10 years in the future, it's going to be like this. But in the day-to-day inside Tesla, this program is quite secretive and quite closely held and really hasn't gotten anything close to what he's promising done. And recently, the head of the Optimus program left Tesla, which seems to be an indication that Elon wasn't super happy with the current state of the program.
Is the Musk overpromise, is that kind of baked into investor expectations these days?
On some level, yes, but the problem for Tesla is that their actual main business of making electric cars isn't doing very well. They reported last week their revenue is down 12%, and that's because they just aren't selling as many cars as they did a year or two ago, or year over year. But for a company like Tesla, if a new product isn't going well, but their core business is great, okay, fine. But when the core business is going down, Elon is, ramping up the rhetoric about robots, and the stakes are very, very high for the company.
Yeah, very high, and yet you start churning out a whole lot of robots that can help with everything from car production to, I don't know, exploring Mars. Things get very interesting very quickly. Theo Waite from The Information. Theo, thank you so much. And finally tonight, a new version of ChatGPT, and this one is specifically designed for college students learning. But will it mean an end to students using AI to do their work for them? Here's Savannah Sellers.
It's called Study Mode, the newest tool from OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, the artificial intelligence chatbot that since bursting onto the scene in November 2022,
AI has made cheating incredibly easy. It's a cheater's dream.
Has frustrated college professors like Duke University's Oren Starn.
How much has AI impacted your classroom?
It's had a huge impact. What I've been starting to see is more and more students handing in assignments that were all or partly written by AI.
But OpenAI CEO Sam Altman says higher ed needs to change.
And I already think college is maybe not working great for most people.
And today, his company says Study Mode is designed to help students learn something, not just finish something.
Here's how it works. If you've used ChatGPT before, you provide it with a prompt. I need a 500-word essay on Orwell's 1984. It immediately gives you the essay. Now, in this new mode, if you click on Study and Learn, ask it the same thing, it's not just going to spit the exact essay out for you. It's going to go about it more like a tutor, saying, before we jump in, can you tell me a little bit about the assignment, asking me questions to help me write it.
Wall Street Journal tech columnist Joanna Stern says the choice is now in users' hands.
There's nothing stopping a student from getting the answer. That cat is out of the bag. There are so many AI tools that will provide the answer for you.
Or a learning version. OpenAI competitor Anthropic launched a similar tool to Study Mode back in April for institutions. AI already a huge part of education. A recent Gallup poll shows 6 in 10 teachers use it as a tool for their work. And startups like the Alpha School use AI software to power core curriculum as early as kindergarten.
Artificial intelligence is sort of the future, whether we like it or not. I think it's something that is already a part of our lives on a daily basis.
The issue now, how students will choose to use it.
Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
Savannah, thank you. And joining us now is Garrett DeVink, Washington Post tech and AI reporter. Garrett, great to see you. So have you had a chance to play around with Study Mode yet? What are your impressions?
Yeah, I mean, I got a pre-briefing from OpenAI where they actually had a bunch of like real college students, these incredibly intelligent kids, in their early 20s, who talked to us about how they use it. I played with it a little bit myself. I mean, honestly, it doesn't feel that different from normal ChatGPT. I mean, like that package just sort of pointed out. It's sort of trying to be a bit more Socratic. Instead of giving you the answer, it's asking questions, but it's still sort of helping. It's providing shortcuts, and I think students who do want to just get straight to the answer can flip back to regular ChatGPT and get it that way if they really want to.
Yeah, some of this feels a little bit like marketing. I mean, and then some of this feels like the pharmaceutical industry making a drug with a side effect and then coming out with another drug to treat the side effects. Is this just the nature of the kind of tech here?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, one of the biggest criticisms that OpenAI has gotten that I think has filtered down to, normal people who aren't living and breathing tech all the time is that it can be used and is being used for students to cheat. And it's really hard for people to catch that. It's totally changing education. And a lot of educators are really upset and they're scared. They don't know where this is all going to go. And so I think this is a little bit of OpenAI sort of trying to say, oh, no, we get it. We actually want to help students. They want to sort of create a world where it's the cat is out of the bag, where it's impossible to go back, and students are going to be using OpenAI, whether they're in university, elementary school, high school. And so they're trying to make it a bit more palatable to parents and to teachers for their kids to be using this and sort of change the conversation. And that's a big part of what they're doing right now. They're fighting all these perceptions. They're trying to get out there. They're trying to say, no, we don't steal content. No, we're positive. And it's this sort of battle of narratives happening right now.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because, we spent some time over at that Alpha School in Texas, and they said that, AI is one thing, but it really comes down to motivation of students. And yet you talk to some students and they say when you've got something that'll just write the essay for you, it kind of saps a lot of the motivation to learn out of things. What do you think all of this says about how AI companies see their role in the future of education?
I think AI companies and honestly Silicon Valley in general, they think, well, if I can just, shortcut you, give you something faster, organize the information, put it right in front of you in the blink of an eye, that's a good thing. And obviously, these sort of tutors, AI tutors, they can help. There's a lot of students, especially in America, that don't have access to really good teachers, really good educational resources. But, I think education is also about struggling through material, for hunting for that answer, figuring out which book or which website might include the fact that I'm looking for, rather than just ChatGPT study mode kind of, serving it up for you on a platter. And I do think it sort of starts to affect our attention spans and our ability to kind of struggle through information and make our own conclusions. So it's a big experiment we're currently going through as a society.
Yeah, one of the most existential ones out there, the struggle and its effects on human nature. Garrett Vink, thank you so much for being with us tonight. That's going to do it for us tonight. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We'll see you here tomorrow. But until then, stay tuned now.
Breaking tonight, investigators finding a second suicide note in Vegas as they search for a motive in the horrific Manhattan shooting. The gunman storming the New York City high-rise, wielding an AR-15 style rifle, opening fire in the lobby. What we're learning about the 4 victims, the NYPD mourning one of their own, and the top female executive shot in cold blood. Plus the panic in Midtown, office workers barricading themselves, others running with their hands up. And was the shooter targeting NFL's headquarters? Also tonight, the note the gunman left behind at the scene, claiming he suffered from CTE after playing high school football. So what is the brain disease? We speak with one of the country's top experts. New aid drops in Gaza, people running into the ocean to retrieve what they can. The report warning a worst-case scenario of famine is unfolding. Plus, the UK's new ultimatum to Israel, vowing to recognize a Palestinian state unless the war ends. The monster tornado caught on camera, video capturing the twister picking up a structure and ripping it apart. And the all-star Cleveland pitcher placed on leave as the MLB launches a sports betting probe. We'll show you the plays being called into question and why he's not the only one on the team being investigated. Hacking the T app, a popular app designed to safely let women vet the men they're dating, suffers a massive security breach. The chats, images, and photo IDs exposed online. And pedaling to propose. This Tour de France cyclist racing to the finish line to win over his girlfriend, claiming victory in the form of a yes. Plus the new ChatGPT feature that won't give you the answers. Instead, it'll guide you to them. But will students use study mode instead of cheating? Top story starts right now. And good evening. We're coming on the air tonight with chilling new details in that horrific shooting here in New York City. 4 people killed by a lone gunman as authorities now investigate why he staged the attack. Video showing a column of police entering the skyscraper in Midtown Manhattan after that shooter opened fire. Inside, these images depicting a terrifying scene, employees at Blackstone barricading the door with office furniture. And outside, people led from the building with their hands raised as police evacuated those still in the tower. Officials now saying the gunman had a documented history of mental health issues. In a suicide note, the 27-year-old referenced CTE, a football-related injury. The note saying he wondered if it caused his mental illness, even though it's unclear if he even had CTE, which can only be diagnosed with an autopsy. Police also recovering this weapon at the scene, an AR-15 style rifle, blood smeared along the barrel. Police say he turned the gun on himself after the attack. Tonight, New York City mourning 4 lives now cut short. A police officer, a Blackstone executive, and a security guard shot in the lobby, and a woman still unidentified shot upstairs. Tonight, the New York Police Department carrying out a dignified transfer for that officer killed, a father of 2, his wife pregnant with their 3rd child. And late tonight, news of a second suicide note left by the suspect at a home in Las Vegas before he made that cross-country journey to New York. Aaron McLaughlin leads us off tonight with new reporting.
Tonight, police say chilling new evidence may point to why this man, Shane Devin Tamura, armed himself with an AR-15 style rifle and opened fire in a skyscraper that's home to NFL headquarters.
Access shooter. We're getting multiple calls from 345 Park Avenue.
4 people were shot dead. That rifle later recovered, smeared with blood. A 3-page suicide note found in Tamura's wallet and reviewed by NBC News contains several references to CTE, a degenerative brain disease that's been linked to contact sports and can only be diagnosed during an autopsy. Tamura, who played football in high school, wrote, "CTE study my brain, please. I'm sorry," adding the league knowingly concealed the dangers to our brains to maximize profits.
We have reason to believe that he was focused on the NFL agency that was located in the building.
Walter Roby coached Tamura's high school football team 10 years ago.
His work ethic was strong, willing to do whatever you asked him to do, so he was a coachable type of kid.
Did he show any signs of any mental illness?
Not to me, not at all.
Did he ever express concern about CTE?
No, not to me.
Police say 27-year-old Tamura had a documented history of mental illness, and they believe part of the assault rifle he used was purchased by an associate.
We have located that associate and others, and will be questioning him about that purchase.
They say he failed to show up for work Sunday for his overnight security job at Horseshoe Las Vegas Hotel and Casino. Instead, he drove his black BMW across the country. According to police, his license plate was photographed in New Jersey late Monday afternoon.
Male is wearing a black suit and a bulletproof vest.
Roughly 2 hours later at 6:28 p.m., police say he opened fire in the building's lobby, killing NYPD officer Diderul Islam and Elan Etienne, who were both working as security guards. Along with Blackstone executive Wesley LePatner, an NFL employee was also shot but survived. After his shooting spree in the lobby, police say Tamura headed to the elevator.
He appeared to have gone to the wrong floor and due to the wrong elevator bank.
According to the police commissioner, Tamura never entered the NFL offices, instead going to the 33rd floor, home to Rudin Management, the building's owner. There, he shot and killed a 27-year-old woman, according to police sources, before he turned the gun on himself. This photo shows how Blackstone employees on another floor created a makeshift barrier out of office furniture to protect themselves. This woman telling NBC News she learned an active shooter had entered her place of work via email.
Then we started to find a place to hide. That was it. Then we were in there for maybe over an hour and a half waiting, so pretty scary.
Outside video shows the harrowing moments police carried a body from the building.
We all were just running as quickly as we could.
Tonight, New Yorkers paying tribute to the innocent lives lost. Wesley LePatner was one of Blackstone's highest-ranking executives. She was also a wife and mom to 2 kids, the firm calling her brilliant, passionate, warm, generous, and deeply respected. New York police officer Diderul Islam was originally from Bangladesh, remembered today by family as a devout husband and father of 2, with a baby on the way.
I miss him.
Tonight, his body moved to a local mosque in a solemn procession. He'll be buried without meeting his unborn child.
It is such a tragedy for all those families of the victims. Aaron McLaughlin joins us now live. Aaron, I want to go back to something you had in your report there, and I know you have more reporting about the suspect's mental illness and his history of mental illness.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Law enforcement officials in Nevada tell NBC News Tamura suffered from 2 separate mental health incidents, one in 2022 and then again in 2024. We're also hearing that authorities have found a second note inside of his Las Vegas home, similar in tone to the suicide note that was found on his body. Also tonight, officials have just released separate images of the weapons that he carried into the building. Meanwhile, tonight, we are hearing from New York City's chief coroner say that they will examine his brain as part of the autopsy. Tom.
Hey, Aaron, before you go, I know we just got those images into the newsroom. I'd like to talk about those a little more. We just showed them on the screen there. So talk to us about the weapons that the NYPD has now just released, because the handgun is new.
Yeah, that's right. They've just released images, 2 separate images, one of the assault rifle that you can very clearly see in that still that was released by authorities immediately following the attack. Authorities say that weapon is under investigation at this point. They're trying to figure out how Tamura assembled that assault rifle. They are talking to one of his associates, that according to investigators. And then you mentioned there the second handgun. That is the first time we were seeing an image of that gun again, just released tonight by New York police officers.
Aaron McLaughlin with a lot of new reporting for us here on Top Story. Aaron, we thank you for that. For more on this shooting in Midtown Manhattan, retired NYPD Captain John Monahan joins us now on set, a good friend to Top Story. John, I want to start here with the images that sort of chilled everyone that initially saw this. Let's talk about the shooter here and the weapon he's carrying, that AR-15. We just heard Aaron report that investigators are trying to figure out how he assembled it. What do they mean by that?
Well, you know, it reminds me almost of Luigi Mangione. They said that was a gun that he created. He purchased the machined part of that weapon.
Right.
It has to be finely machined for it to operate properly. The rest of it apparently he had already. So this associate they're talking about supplied him with part of the weapon. So it may have been that he cobbled it together. It's a frightening sight to see that in Midtown Manhattan. I mean, that's just...
Well, I want to ask you about this, and this is all very new, and this was a horrific scene that happened, but this is a long walk that he had with the gun on his side, a walk from Park Avenue all the way to this building. You know, it's a very long sort of walkway, if you will. Should security had picked him up before this? Should he have never even gotten to the front door?
You know what, Tom? They may have, and we wouldn't know that. The two men in the lobby are dead.
Yeah.
We don't know. You know, you got the cop, you got the security guard at a desk, I'm guessing behind where the cop was. What they saw...
And this is a shocking thing, because this is something you don't see in Midtown Manhattan.
You know what? His calmness, his confidence belies what he has in his hand. I have to guess that that's brought on by him knowing that he's going to die in a few minutes. He just seems so at ease with what he's doing. So, I mean... Not that you would miss that rifle, but he did nothing other than walk very calmly across that plaza.
Do you think, and we're looking at this image here with the sunglasses, the sneakers, and the AR-15, do you think at some point he knew this might be his last image, this surveillance image might be his last look, if you will, before he was going to do what he wanted to do?
Well, that's an interesting specific point, yes. I mean, I think he knew that this was the end for him when he got in the car back in Las Vegas. But yeah, he was very calm. He knew what was about to happen. I would say
let's move on to our next image here, and this one, as we got more reporting, we learned about this. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department concealed firearms permit. Walk our viewers through what this means. This doesn't mean that he worked for the police department. This means that he had a concealed weapons permit in his wallet to make sure he could hold weapons because he worked in the security industry. Well,
whether it was because he worked in security, there's a lot of vetting that goes into issuing one of these things. They don't just hand them out.
Right.
Now, the fact that, you know, our reporter just told us that he had mental health issues.
Recently, in
2022. This was issued in 2022.
Right.
Were they subsequent? I'd have to hope they were.
Right.
Because, as I said, you're vetted very closely before you're issued one of these. Had he been vetted prior to this, the mental illness occurred prior to this date, they should never have issued it. But then there was another mental health episode subsequent to the issuance. See, it doesn't expire until 2027. Why are these two agencies not talking to one another?
Yeah, why wasn't there a red flag to pull that?
From what I understand, the way I read it was that he reached out for help. It wasn't someone called on him and they went to ascertain, is this kid, you know, having a mental illness.
But the irony of this is the concealed firearms. I mean, he was carrying the AR-15. He wasn't trying to hide anything.
Well, you know what? He had that pistol in the car.
Yeah.
And then, I understand it was ammunition. I'd like to know, did he have a speed loader? Because I have to tell you, Tom, you could do almost as much damage with a six-shooter. If you know how to open it, reload with a speed loader, and reclose it, you can put 12 rounds out there really fast.
Yeah. Let's go to our next image here, because this talks to us about sort of his mindset and his plan, and also maybe the premeditation here. He drives. You know, he's originally in Las Vegas, or I should say, I'm sorry, in Nevada. He drives from here all the way to New York. They pick him up first in Colorado. That's when he's first detected in the BMW. But I mean, he's driving cross country, John, and he's probably thinking about this the entire time. What does this tell you about a suspect?
Well, he had a very definite and direct mission. There was nothing going to stop him. He knew exactly where he was going, what he was going to do. It's almost heartbreaking when you think of all the opportunities that he didn't get stopped for speeding. I don't know the day and time he left, but he made it here really quickly and directly. It's a shame, but I would say, based on that straight line, he knew exactly where he was going and what he was doing.
Let's talk about the victims here. We heard a little bit in Aaron's report about the families that have now lost their loved ones. We'll start with the police officer that was on detail there at the building. Walk us through what it exactly means when someone is in uniform but not necessarily on duty protecting these buildings all across Manhattan and New York City?
You know what? It's just a slight technicality. He's on duty. Let's just consider, for all intents and purposes, functionally, the only real difference is he's not going to leave his fixed post and go out and proactively patrol. Other than that, he is NYPD.
Yeah.
It's that the owners of the building pay the department to have him present there. So it's like overtime pay for him. He comes in on his
an
day
extra
off.
layer of security, if you will.
Well, now the building, you know what? We call it building security. It's really just access control. You know what I mean? It's an administrative.
Explain why you say that, because that's an important note. It
is. They check your ID, who you were here for. Sit down, we'll call up. Maybe they'll send someone down for you. It's just access control. It's not going to stop, obviously, a man with a machine gun. It's not even built for that. It's access control. It's part of the overall security plan. Control.
Is it a false sense of security?
Well, I don't think so, because this is an aberration. This doesn't happen in New York City. Like you said, Tom, the picture we saw there, the plaza is much bigger. It goes all the way out to Park Avenue. This never happens. This poor kid, when you think he's a Bronx cop, he's up in a 4-7. It's a dangerous place to be a cop, that precinct. He's down here on 51st and Park, the nicest neighborhood in New York City, right by the St. Patrick's Cathedral, blocks from where we're standing. It was a nice detail for him. The last place in the world you would expect something like this to happen. So he's standing in that lobby. For all intents and purposes, he's on duty NYPD. He's just not going to go out and proactively patrol.
Real quick, how much does this change sort of the security profile of New York City? Because, I mean, this is where we all know 9/11 happened. Everything changed after 9/11. People stepped up to security. This is something that you could probably never plan for. But will it change the profile, the way people interact in buildings, you think, here?
You know what, Tom? I hope not too much. Because when you look at pre-9/11 and post-9/11, so many aspects of our lives, it has changed. It's more secure, but there's so many prohibitive things, particularly air travel and such like that. Listen, that building did everything that they could. They had a uniformed security guard in the building, had a desk. He probably had control over the elevators. And you had access control.
And you had these guys taking proactive approaches at Blackstone, trying the best they could.
Yes, listen,
so many mass shootings,
Yeah, okay. I don't see the shooter getting through that.
Yeah. John Monahan, we thank you for walking us through so much. Tom. We appreciate it. And as more chilling images of employees barricading themselves emerge, there are new questions tonight over workplace security, like we were just talking about, and whether companies have the measures in place to protect their employees in a situation like this. Here's NBC's Emily Aketa.
The images are staggering. Doors barricaded with couches and desks. Panicked employees running, hands above head. The mass shooting in New York City sending a shudder tonight through corporate America, raising concerns about safety and the sobering question, could my workplace be at risk?
Are you looking at things differently?
Yeah, I feel like I was definitely more on edge walking to work this morning and just knowing that it happened right there.
Olivia Eady also works around the corner.
I think it just is a little bit of a wake-up call that you always have to be on your toes and anything can happen.
Police say the suspect shot 5 people, including an off-duty NYPD officer working security in the lobby and a security guard near the elevator bank before making it to the 33rd floor.
Is it increasingly complicated to secure workplaces?
It is, absolutely.
Glenn Kuchera runs security company Allied Universal's Enhanced Protection Services.
Once he breached the front door and started firing, all bets were off. So all of this is you have to pay attention to that perimeter. Do not let that threat into the building.
And that's what companies across the country should be looking at today.
100%. No breach of the access.
As thousands pile into these skyscrapers every day, research shows nearly half of companies, big and small, rank physical security as their #1 workplace challenge.
The Park Avenue skyscraper, home to NFL headquarters along with other companies, shuttered today, with the NFL promising an increased security presence in the weeks to come. The high-profile attack coming less than a year after prosecutors say Luigi Mangione also traveled to New York from out of state and gunned down United Healthcare's CEO. Kuchera says while these incidents are rare, they're a tragic reminder to always be aware of your surroundings.
What happens in New York City has the potential to happen in any large metropolitan area. Even the smaller areas, that threat is everywhere. So everybody needs to be on high alert.
And with that, Emily Aketa joins Top Story tonight. So, Emily, everyone's going to be asking themselves, is my building safe? What can people do?
So I think it's important to remember that the vast majority of organizations will never experience an active shooter situation, but experts say everyone should be familiar with the phrase, and you've probably heard it, so many people are probably familiar: run, hide, fight. Run, you want to escape to safety. That's the first priority. Hide if you can't escape to safety. And then, as we saw in those images, the employees are building that blockade, that barrier between the threat and themselves, and then the last resort is fighting. Experts also say if you have concerns, don't be afraid to ask your employer questions. Ask about the emergency response plan, the exit points, communication protocols. When was the last time that they reviewed or evaluated their security policies? It's important questions amid this time of heightened concern.
All right, Emily Aked, a lot of good tips, sir. We thank you for that. We're going to turn to politics now, and President Trump making new comments today on Jeffrey Epstein, saying the convicted sex trafficker stole Mar-a-Lago employees from him, causing a rift in their friendship decades ago. One of those employees later becoming a prominent Epstein accuser. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell has the details.
As President Trump headed home from Scotland, he identified a prominent sexual abuse accuser of Jeffrey Epstein, Virginia Giuffre, as a former Mar-a-Lago employee who had been recruited by Epstein to work for him instead, causing a falling out with Mr. Trump.
Yep. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know, none whatsoever.
Giuffre, who died by suicide in April, had worked at the spa at Trump's Mar-a-Lago club as a teenager in the late 90s. Reporters asked the president whether any young women were among those hired away by Epstein.
Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him.
This new disclosure surfaced as the president revealed more about why he abruptly cut off his friendship with Epstein 20 years ago.
He took people that worked for me, and I told him don't do it anymore, and he did it. And I said, stay the hell out of here.
In 2019, Epstein was charged with sex trafficking of underage girls. Giuffre had pushed for Epstein's arrest.
How did this happen for so long? How did he get away with it?
President Trump is not accused of any wrongdoing tied to Epstein. Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's convicted co-conspirator, has been subpoenaed by Congress to testify, but her lawyers want immunity first. Tom?
Kelly O'Donnell, we appreciate it. Ghislaine Maxwell's immunity demands coming as lawmakers on both sides of the aisle push for more transparency in the Epstein case. I want to go to NBC's Julie Sirkin, who joins us tonight from Capitol Hill with the latest. So, Julie, can you walk us through the list of conditions or demands, if you will, Maxwell has for testifying and how members of the House Oversight Committee are responding?
Well, Tom, what a list it is. Her lawyers are asking the House Oversight Committee for granted immunity or a pardon. They also asked for clemency from the president as a condition to get her to testify before the House Oversight Committee. In addition, they want the questions in advance. This isn't something the committee does ever, and certainly not something they're considering now. And she also wants to be allowed to testify outside of prison. Her lawyers arguing that the environment would make it challenging for her to respond to political questions. She also, most notably, wants this deposition to happen after the Supreme Court decides whether or not to review Ghislaine Maxwell's conviction appeal, something she sort of lighted a fire under again this weekend, Tom. And now for the committee, the top Republican, a spokesperson for him, James Comer, saying, quote, the Oversight Committee will respond to Ms. Maxwell's attorney soon, but it will not consider granting congressional immunity for her testimony. Maxwell's attorney is saying if all of these conditions, especially immunity, are not met, then she will plead the fifth, which is something that we heard so many other witnesses do before these panels, and is something that is entirely in her right. As to how Democrats and Republicans are responding to this, I haven't talked to a single lawmaker up here, Tom, that is interested in giving her immunity for any information that she could provide, especially because there are real questions as to what she can even say that is new. Tom?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where it goes from here. Julie Sirkin with a lot of new reporting there. Julie, we thank you for that. We want to head to Gaza now, and the alarming UN-backed report saying a worst-case scenario of famine is unfolding there. It comes as President Trump says the U.S. will send more food aid. NBC's Matt Bradley reports for us tonight.
Tonight, as food aid is airdropped into Gaza, people rush into the ocean to grab aid packages that landed in the water. I almost drowned. I only did that for my boy, just to bring him something, said this father. Now an alarming assessment from the world's leading authority on measuring hunger, saying Gaza is enduring the worst-case scenario of famine. Though it's not an official famine declaration, saying 20,000 children were treated for acute malnutrition in the last 3 months. Tonight, President Trump says the U.S. will send food aid.
I mean, they are starving. And you see the mothers, they love them so much. And there's just nothing. They say, and we're going to get them food.
But blaming Hamas for stealing aid.
They send money, they send food, and Hamas steals it.
It comes as the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry says more than 60,000 Gazans have been killed since the Hamas October 7 terror attack started the war nearly 2 years ago. Hamas doesn't distinguish between combatants and civilians in its death toll. President Trump blames Hamas for blocking a ceasefire deal. And tonight, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying, quote, by one path or another, they'll bring home the hostages. Meanwhile, the UN says half the amount of requested aid is successfully entering Gaza. This isn't enough. Children are pale and turning into skeletons, this mother says. They've forgotten what eggs, meat, and fruit are. And the UK announced today that it will recognize the state of Palestine unless Israel agrees to a ceasefire by September and improves the situation in Gaza. President Trump said the UK's move would be rewarding Hamas. Tom?
Matt Bradley reporting from Israel for us. Matt, thank you. When Top Story returns, the Colorado dentist accused of slowly killing his wife by poisoning her protein shakes. The jury now deliberating after a day of dramatic closing arguments. This just in, a new photo of a person of interest in the case of the couple killed while hiking with their 2 young daughters. And the dating app that was supposed to protect women now breached. Their photos, IDs, even their home addresses leaked online. What women can do to protect themselves. Don't go away.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Yams.
And that's what we do every night.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
Top Story, live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We're back tonight with the trial that shocked a lot of Colorado and a lot of the country of a former dentist accused of killing his wife with poisoned protein shakes, doctored pills, and a lethal injection, all to allegedly escape his failed marriage. The jury now deliberating after 2 weeks of testimony. NBC's Camila Bernal on a day of intense closing arguments.
Members of the jury.
A Colorado jury now deliberating in the murder trial of former dentist James Craig, who is accused of killing his wife Angela by poisoning her protein shakes.
Well, this is a murder weapon.
In closing arguments today, prosecutors said in 2023 he researched poisons before lacing her shakes and poisoning her with cyanide, arsenic, and eye drops.
He suddenly realizes he needs to go buy 12 bottles of eye drops? Give me a break.
Adding the father of 6 had been cheating for most of their 23-year marriage and killed his wife because he wanted out of the marriage, wanted the money, and did not want to ruin his image, according to prosecutors.
He cheated on his wife constantly. But this idea that somehow this was some sort of motive was nothing new.
Craig, emotional as his defense attorney made the case that the cheating was not a motive for murder, but it was a motive for suicide.
She wanted to kill herself.
Saying this home video shows Craig warned doctors of his wife's possible suicidal thoughts.
It's your fault they treated me like I was a suicide risk, like I did it to myself. And like nothing I said could be believed.
Doctors could not figure out what was wrong with Angela. In text messages presented in court, she said, "I feel drugged." And Craig replying, "Just for the record, I didn't drug you." Craig's future now in the hands of the jury.
Camila joins us tonight live from Los Angeles. Camila, the jury in this case just finished up for the day, going back to the case tomorrow. Both sides agreed that Craig was not a good husband, but how do they use it to sort of prove their case here, at least for the prosecution?
For both sides, the defense, Tom, saying that he was a crappy husband and that because he was such a bad husband, because he cheated over and over again, that broke Angela. And they say that she wanted to die by suicide because she was broken, because of everything he had done to her. But on the other side, you have the prosecution saying, no, that's not true. He killed her because he wanted to be with other women. And they say not only did he kill her, but he planned all of this. They have a lot of his Google searches, and he searched some things like how many grams of arsenic will kill a human. He searched, is arsenic detectable in an autopsy? He even searched how to make murder look like a heart attack. So prosecutors saying, look, he didn't research or Google how to stop your wife from committing suicide. They say he planned all of this and meant for her to die after having all of these protein shakes. Now, of course, all of this is now in the hands of the jury. They're expected to come back, Tom, tomorrow morning.
All right, Camila Bernal for us. Camila, we thank you. When we come back, a closer look at CTE, the brain disorder tied to head trauma, now back in the headlines as the shooter that killed 4 innocent people in Midtown Manhattan yesterday left a note claiming he was suffering from the disease. We speak with a leading expert named in the gunman's note. Plus, the latest suspension to rock Major League Baseball over suspected gambling, what we're learning about that investigation. But first, top stories, top moment, and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for one very deserving Chicago Bears fan, Liam Woodworth, a 13-year-old who has undergone 3 open heart surgeries and 5 operations in total. He was invited to the Bears training camp this week when he got with a one-day contract to join the Bears before he heads to the sidelines to huddle with the team. Take a look.
Liam's 13 years old. Yes, sir. Liam? 13 years old. Guys, he's had 5 heart surgeries. If you think today was hard, try living one day in this man's life. Liam, break us down, man.
Here we go. We're going here, Liam, we'll put the arm up. We'll go family on 3, all right? All right. Here we go. You said family on 3.
Family on 3. 1, 2, 3,
family!
What a beautiful moment. Liam also received a jersey from his favorite player, Caleb Williams. The players adding that Liam is a huge inspiration to them and to us. All right, stay with us. We are back in just a moment.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's the scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas.
And that's what we do every night.
Here's the scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility.
Wildfire continues to be a threat to this community.
You have to go in there.
With that massive hurricane comes the massive response.
To bring people at home closer to the story.
This group right here just crossed the Rio Grande.
The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas.
And that's what we do every night.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We are back tonight with our coverage of the shooting just blocks away from here in Midtown Manhattan. The shooter claiming to suffer from CTE in that suicide note left at the scene. The note expressing anger over mental illness he claimed was due to the brain disorder, also praising neuroscientists for their research on the illness. To help us get a better understanding, I want to bring in neuropathologist Dr. Ann McKee. She is the director of the Unite Brain Bank at Boston University and one of the country's leading authorities of traumatic brain injuries. She's also one of the experts mentioned in that shooter's note. Dr. McKee, I thank you for joining Top Story. I do want to ask you first about your name being among the officials the gunman mentioned for their research on CTE. What's your reaction to being named in the note, and have authorities contacted you?
And this is based on what the water column has had. We haven't had any word on what's happening in the Aleutian Islands, which was placed under the warning and which is the closest area to the Kamchatka site where the earthquake occurred. So that being said, I think we've been waiting for some data to come from there and maybe some word as to whether an evacuations or a tsunami has actually showed up in that area. The other thing of note that I was looking at earlier this afternoon, there's a whole bunch of tsunami detection buoys around the Ring of Fire, which is where the tectonic plates meet and where earthquakes occur, all the way from the Philippines up through Japan, up to the Aleutians, down the west coast of the United States. And what happened, what basically it does is it will measure the water column. And so there was a jolt in the water column. It was only 6 inches, but remember, this is not a case where it's wind-generated waves like surf. This is completely different. It's an entire water column. The best way for me to explain it would be if you have a bathtub and you blow on the surface of the water, that's surf. If you take your hands under the water and you push up against the water, that's a tsunami. So very different behaviors.
Yeah, and very critical information. And those buoys right there provide a critical service for our forecasters about giving any sort of indication on measurements on the activity that we are keeping a close watch on and what we could expect. This is an event that you are covering from multiple perspectives. You have the scientific aspect of the quake itself and the tsunami warning, but you also have the response as statewide as Hawaii residents prepare and take cover. We heard from Lynn Kawano at the City Emergency Operations Center, but you're also seeing those leave low-lying areas as we're giving you our traffic cams. Let's try again with First Alert Traffic and Jonathan Masaki. Jonathan, what can you tell us?
You know, as the mayor was saying, everybody should stay calm because of what's going on right now. As we look at a very low-lying highway, this is Farrington Highway in the Nanakuli area. You see somewhat of the gridlock that's happening right now. You see a police car in the distance over there trying to keep, things under control and keep traffic moving. No doubt people going in and out of the area right now. We're going to check in with the Army a little bit later to see if they will open Kolikoli Pass because, that is a route that they were suggesting. If something like this happens, they might use it to get, traffic away from the low-lying areas. So we'll get back to you on that if that's happening as we speak. Let's bring you into town right now. This is the situation right here, H1 and Middle Street. You see the traffic is flowing again at a very slow to medium pace. So you can tell the traffic is starting to build. I'm going to move a little bit farther down right now, get to Fort Shafter and the Moana Lua overpass. You see right here where that gridlock is happening as we speak. Let's get to Nimitz Highway right now. Not looking too bad. It maybe want to take Nimitz to get out of the city, looking pretty good in the westbound direction. Coming into town a little bit slow and go right there. If we go up to the Like Highway, traffic really not existing in that area. Let's get also to the Pali Highway right now. A little bit more busy in that area. So again, the key areas, let's go back to Nanakuli right now. This is where we see the most traffic gridlock as we speak because Farrington Highway is in a very low-lying area. We'll get more details as to how traffic is being affected right now as far as what's going on with this tsunami warning. Ben and Mark, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Yes, we're tracking this from a variety of perspectives at this moment as we're tracking this tsunami warning. We will be staying with you, providing critical information and updates throughout this entire event. It officially became a tsunami warning around 2:45 Hawaii time following an 8.7 magnitude quake off the far eastern coast of Russia. We currently have crews deployed across the city and across the state right now. Lynn Kawano is at the Emergency Operations Center as you see city leaders and emergency officials gathering right now to look at this and analyze the response and make preparations. We're seeing different shots from Waikiki Jonathan was just showing you the shots on our leeward coast right now.
Yeah, with the leeward coast, one thing you need to keep in mind, once again, Farrington Highway is the only way in and out of that area. So it's going to get backed up. Here's what you should do instead. If you have a chance to, do not leave the Waianae coast. If you can, go further inland. I mean, there are places like Makaha Valley, there's Lulu'ule, some places like that where you can actually go inland and not cause a traffic backup because, again, yes, we have 3 hours, but one, do not panic. You have some time to take action here, and so don't go rushing away from the area. Think this out. If you got friends or relatives, and this is not just the Waianae coast, but anywhere in the islands, if you have friends or relatives who are in higher ground, try and get a hold of them. Conversely, if you are in higher ground, you might want to prepare or get a hold of maybe friends or relatives who are in an evacuation zone, and you might have to at least take them in for now. At this point, we don't know exactly precisely how big the tsunami will be, but we're looking at anything from maybe 3, 6, maybe even 9 feet. And again, a tsunami acts differently from a surf wave. A surf wave will come in and pull back out. A tsunami, because there's so much energy and it's been traveling across the ocean at about 500 to 700 miles per hour, it's going to start hitting the shoreline, or at least, you know, the shallower areas, slow down, start pushing up, and then all that energy is not, again, just the top. It's going to be from top all the way to the bottom of the ocean, wherever that is, and that's going to continue pushing in and pushing in and pushing in. So it's not necessarily a case of, oh, the surf's going to come in and then it's going to draw back out. There is the potential that this will push in a rather large way, and so you just have to be aware of that.
Let's go back to our Waikiki right now as you see what looks to be DLNR crews heading out to the lagoon by the Hilton Hawaiian Village, urging those that are on the shoreline over there to please evacuate the area. Now is not the time to be sightseeing and being in that type of southern coastal area. The sirens will be going off throughout the late afternoon into the evening. 4:10 p.m., 5:10 p.m., 6:10 p.m. First wave expected at 7:17. One of the silver linings with an event like this is that you do have lead time. So since this has become a tsunami warning at 2:45 Hawaii time, even though we were seeing traffic from our different cams, you have to say that this has been a pretty rapid response, you know, from those across the state as we're looking at this.
The good thing is that people are reacting. People are taking this seriously for the most part. We see maybe some exceptions right now on our live cam from Waikiki, or maybe they are not aware because they might not be on our alert system here in Honolulu. And so once again, there is some time, but if they are in a lower lying area, if they're not in a high-rise building, they need to move away. I know it's a couple of hours out, but at least residents statewide have been taking this very seriously, taking quick action. But again, don't panic. You've got a couple of hours, but just go through that checklist of what you need to have, your go bag, your essentials, important papers, pets even, and know where you're going to go if you have to leave.
And this is all part of the emergency response right now. When state and city officials hold emergency briefings and emergency preparedness drills, this is all part of it. So you have state crews going on low-lying areas, urging people that are in attendance to please leave the area. Take this very seriously. A tsunami warning issued for the entire state of Hawaii right now. The specifics in terms of wave height, activity, still too early to tell. But Ben and Drew Davis, you two are keeping a close watch on what we're seeing, gathering as much useful information as possible. What can you tell us about the quake and the ensuing tsunami warning?
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about how much time we still have. Again, the earliest estimates, again, for Honolulu, 7:10 p.m. The rest of the state potentially 7:17 p.m. So we still have several hours. So the time now is to prepare. We're actually going to take a look at one of the tools that we use whenever we have a tsunami warning like this. You can see this is the entirety of the Pacific Ocean. You can see each one of these rings right here indicates about an hour for how long the tsunami takes to propagate across the ocean. And Ben, do you want to point out where we're seeing this is right off the coast of Kamchatka, Russia. If we count this out, This is 1 hour from Kamchatka, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, and then 6 hours. Again, we saw the initial earthquake at 1:30 p.m., so that lines up pretty close to this prediction from, this is directly, I believe, from NOAA. It's a pretty old map, but it still holds up today. And some of the information that we have from previous earthquakes, especially in the same region, last week we had that tsunami watch from the same area, magnitude 7.5. That was a slip strike fault movement, which is atypical when it comes to these fault movements over near Russia. Thrust movements are very often which are able to generate those tsunamis. And Ben, I do want to point out that one of the previous earthquakes that we've seen from this same exact region, the same exact fault line, was in 1952. Just from some information that we have from NOAA on previous earthquakes, there were no deaths reported in Hawaii, but the waves caused houses to collide, beach boats, destroyed piers, scoured beaches, and moved road pavement. Maximum wave heights were 4 meters, 1 meters, 9 meters, and 3 meters on Hawaii, Maui, Oahu, and Kauai, respectively.
Yeah, so if you're getting that into English conversions, 9 meters is basically 27 feet.
That's nearly a 30-foot wave of inundation.
We're looking at a 30-foot inundation. So once again, I know we're zoomed out a little bit, but just think of this red spot here. This is the bullseye. This is us. And this is where we have seen, in 2011, we had the tsunami from the Fukushima area. It came from here, right here. And so it did take a little while to get here. It got here like about 3 in the morning. Also approximately 6-7 hours for it to get here. So it takes just a teeny bit longer for that to happen. But those of you who were here in 2011, remember that we did have a tsunami. We did have some damage in Ke'ehi Lagoon. We had a house swept away in Kealakekua. We also had some damage along Ali'i Drive in Kailua Kona because the water was coming in over the wall onto Ali'i Drive into the storefronts that were over there, because once again, it's not a wave that will come in and then go back out. It's a wave that it's just basically a lot of energy. You're talking about a water column here, so it's basically the entire ocean from top to bottom, and so it's not just the surface. Like I was saying earlier, a surf wave, basically, just think of your bathtub, and if you fan or you blow on the surface of the water, that's surf. If you go into the bathtub and you take your hands like this and you push up against the water, that's a tsunami.
And that's the same type of movement that's caused by those thrust fault movements. And the entire tectonic plate is just pushing upwards and displacing all of that water. And that's why we're watching that threat, the entirety of the water column right off of Russia, moving across the Pacific Ocean. We've got warnings up for Alaska, a warning up for Hawaii, and of course, we're still getting more information from the Tsunami Warning Center on where we have watches and advisories as well.
Yeah, but the other thing to think about is the magnitude. We talk about magnitudes here. The Fukushima was, I think, a 9. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember there was one in Chile that caused a lot of damage. 1960, right from here, we had almost 12 hours. We had several hours for it to get here, but it still caused some damage. Also, 1946. Right up here, this was the April Fool's Day tsunami. This is the one that happened on April 1st. Sirens went off. Hilo was devastated because there might have been some people who heard the sirens and thought it's April 1st. No, tragically, it did take some lives, caused quite a bit of damage. And this is why you've got the soccer fields over in Hilo now. There used to be buildings there. After the 1960 earthquake, all that came down. So once again, we're looking at this area, Kamchatka. This is where it is, and then it's got to make its way here. And again, it's traveling at about 500 to 700 miles per hour. If you're out on the ocean, you probably ain't going to see it. In fact, there was like a 6-inch column rise in the Dart buoys a little bit earlier, and it was a very sharp rise. And so that tells me, just looking at it, not necessarily as someone who is from the USGS, that there was a water column change, that there was a tsunami generated, and that's in deep water. And so deep water, I don't know if it's in meters or in feet, but 5,000 was the number, 5,400. And that means you've got a whole column of water now that's traveling at about 700, as fast as 700 miles per hour over the Pacific, about as fast as a jet liner taking you from here to Los Angeles, for example. And then once that water column starts hitting shallower ground, it'll just start squishing together, so forth. It's going to both get higher and wider, and so all that energy has potential to cause some major damage on the shorelines. Mark?
Thank you very much, Ben. We are tracking the response right now to the tsunami warning currently in effect. Here is a live look at Waikiki. Just moments ago, we saw DLNR crews patrolling the area, telling people that are on the beach, on the sand, and now is the time to vacate the area. We have crews deployed statewide right now. Let's go to our producer, A'ali'i, who is in Waikiki and can describe the scene and kind of the action being taken by emergency officials right now. What can you tell us, A'ali'i?
Yeah, Mark, so you can see off into the distance, like you mentioned, like in our vehicle, there is an officer walking along shore right now. He is telling people to evacuate, but as you can see, people are somewhat lingering. Some, though, are listening to the orders and they're making their way slowly to the parking lot so they can evacuate. But again, that officer's still trying to get people to get out of the water. There are still some still swimming, kind of ignoring that warning, maybe not seeing the officer on land. But I'm here near the Hilton Hotel, kind of near the Ala Moana Bowls area. And again, there are maybe about several dozen people here along the beach and in the water, kind of slowly evacuating here. Some still in the water. I'm still looking for that DLNR officer. He's making his way through the crowds, and people are heeding that order to get out of the beach and out of the water. So we'll continue to keep up over here at Ala Moana Bowls near the Hilton Hotel, and we'll keep you up to date with the very latest. But for now, back to you.
Ali, thank you very much. Yeah, this is all part of the response. One of the things with this is that you have lead time. This isn't a time to panic. This is a time to be ready, time to be prepared. So the earliest estimated wave arrival time is 7:17. That is about 3.5 hours from now. We were seeing earlier that there is traffic throughout the city. The EOC has been activated. Governor Josh Green has told state employees, has instructed them to head home with the warning in effect. We are hearing from the U.S. Army garrison that the military is prepared to potentially open Kole Kole Pass for Leeward Coast residents if need be. But at this time, it is our understanding that neither the state nor the city has asked for that to happen. But military officials stand at the ready to potentially open up Kole Kole Pass if that is warranted in this situation.
Yeah, they just did some work up on Kole Kole Pass as well. It was getting a little bit deteriorated, but I know that military officials, the Army, and government officials have been working together to try and prepare it for a night like tonight, or you know, for times like these. And so we will let you know if that is indeed opened up for evacuations. But once again, it is 3:51. We're about 3.5 hours, a little less than that, away from the first waves approximately hitting or reaching Oahu, shall we say, a little bit earlier for Kauai, right around 7:10.
And this is a live look at Waikiki right now. You still have people in the water, which is not what you want to be seeing. But DLNR is going up and down the beach, telling people to vacate the area. This is the shot at Waikiki. You can imagine that this is also happening at different parts of the coastline across the state, around Oahu as well. DLNR crews deploying, warning people to please leave the area with this warning in effect. We are getting updates and alerts into our newsroom. This is from the Associated Press. A tsunami has hit coastal areas of Russia's Kuril Islands and Japan's large northern island of Hokkaido. So with this quake happening at 1:30 Hawaii time, Alaska and Japan were the regions first named in the tsunami warning, and we are starting to see the impacts of that now. AP just reporting a tsunami has hit the coastal areas of Russia's Kuril Islands and Japan's large northern island of Hokkaido. So it speaks to the severity, the seriousness of something like this.
Now, it doesn't say how large the tsunami was, but it is significant that one has been seen, that one has reached the Kuril Islands and also for Hokkaido. And so we may get video from that a little bit later. We will await that, but at this time, we don't know how big the tsunami was, but apparently something has hit.
When a tsunami does make landfall, does that do anything to dissipate what potential effects could be for other areas that are under warnings?
No. Because what happens is that you've got this large, basically it's like an underwater wall of water. So basically, what you're looking at is all this energy. It's going to sweep past each island. And here's one thing that could happen where that energy will continue on, and then it will, it's like when you have, I don't know if you've seen the Tour de France, but they've got like the roundabouts, and the bicyclists go around it, and then they converge on the other side. That energy is going to converge on the other side. That wave energy will. And so some people have been asking, won't, like, say, Paliva, the North Shore, be the ones impacted the most? No, because it will basically affect all sides of the island, because that energy will also wrap around, converge again on the other side, and keep going. You might get some areas where it's a little bit blocked, because like Molokai into Lahaina, West Maui, you might get some of that. Or, depending on the direction, and I haven't had a chance to really look at the maps, it could amplify that energy. And so the best thing to do is not try to estimate or guesstimate, really, which is something that I'm kind of doing right now. But basically, I'm telling you that what you should do is, if you're in an evacuation zone, prepare to leave.
Precisely. And this just shows that we're seeing updates and we're seeing the effects of this tsunami already in parts of the world. So a tsunami has hit the coastal areas of Russia's Kuril Islands and the island of Hokkaido in Japan. Still gathering details on wave heights, damage. That is just the initial report right now. Back here in Honolulu, we're also under the warning right now. So the estimated arrival time is 7:17 tonight. You still have people in the water at Waikiki. I got to say, though, weather officials, emergency officials have been on top of this, providing updates when possible, when available, as Hawaii responds to this event. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins is tracking the forecast and what we can see here. Jen, what can you tell us?
And we have been getting many alerts on the phone, and I know it could be alarming once you hear all of the noises coming from the phone, from the TV, but like we want to stress, just stay calm and be prepared and just move inland. As we take a closer look at tsunami energy, let's take a closer look at what we're expecting. Along the fault line, you can see all the action, the earth plates rub together, causing an underwater earthquake, and that's exactly what we see off the coast of Russia. The earthquake causes a vertical push of seawater to rise, and then as the wave spreads into shallower waters, it then grows in height. And history has showed that we have been seeing tsunami activity in past years, like Ben was talking about, a number of them. The first wave expected to arrive at 7:17, a little bit sooner over on Kauai, about 7:10 in Honolulu. Hilo in the past has seen about 0.3 meters. That's about a foot in rise, and also other harbors anywhere from 0.1 to 0.2 of a magnitude 8 earthquake. And magnitude between 8 and 9 in 1959, magnitude 8 from Russia generated anywhere from that 0.1 to 0.2, so that's about 4 to 8 inches. Some areas though, like Hilo, saw lots of damage, and in the past boat damage and also even houses. That houses were actually taken off of its foundation with this caliber. So if you're right at the coastline and you're not on stable grounds, that's a big concern. So you will want to move inland, of course, move Mauka. And we're expected to see, in many cases, that the initial energy will come in anywhere from 0.1 to 0.3 meters. So anywhere from that 5 to 8 inches mark at 7 o'clock. But then it could jump up as the hour progresses to 8 o'clock to 1 to 2 meters, according to some of the preliminary data that we're seeing. But this is all just preliminary, so we should be prepared for the worst situation here. And it's very unpredictable how strong the currents could be. In the past, we've seen this, that we haven't seen a lot of runoff and also maybe flooding at the coast, but we saw a lot of currents and also those strong currents that were a big concern. So starting at 7:10 tonight, Honolulu this evening, we will be seeing that. And like we were talking about, it started started off as a watch, and we saw that tsunami watch, which was issued earlier today, a little after 1:30, just to give us notice to prepare to take action. But then it was upgraded quickly to a warning, and with all of that coming together, significant widespread inundation is imminent or expected now. This is where we fall under dangerous coastal flooding and currents, a possibility, especially if it comes in at 1 to 2 meters, which is a big concern for us, and especially if you're along the coastlines. If you're living in a boat or parked at harbors, this is the time to prepare and to move inland. Urgent action to protect life and property, including those evacuations. So just take your time. We do have some time until the 7 o'clock hour. Gather some of those belongings and then maybe contact some friends that you could stay with that is inland. We are going to be watching the times. Like Ben was talking about, in deep ocean, tsunami waves reach speeds about 500 plus miles per hour. That's a typo there. That's more like a jet liner. And then in shallow waters, it's about 30 miles per hour. So once it gets closer, it does slow down, but it piles up. So in the early evening hours in Alaska, we're talking about 4:46 to 5:46 Alaska time. That's when they're seeing arrival. And then along the west coast here, we're seeing that anywhere from 11:35 to midnight, and that's Pacific time there. And then we're already seeing that energy already in places like Japan. Back here at home, it's after 7 o'clock this evening. So talk with the family, talk about a plan, and don't rush right now. Just calmly get all your belongings together, especially if you're at those harbors or right at the beach. Mark?
Thank you very much, Jen. Very critical, very important information. We are approaching the top of the 4 o'clock hour right now. If you're just joining us, tsunami warning is in effect for the entire state of Hawaii following an 8.7 magnitude quake, which struck off the far eastern coast of Russia about 1:30 Hawaii time this afternoon. And a full-blown response is in effect right now at the city, state, and military levels here in Hawaii. The City Emergency Operations Center has been activated. We've already seen DLNR patrolling areas, low-lying coastal areas. We saw the shots at Waikiki Beach, urging beachgoers to leave the area. First wave is expected at 7:17. We're already seeing reports of a tsunami hitting parts of Russia and Japan. If we do see effects here, that would be the first time Hawaii has seen a tsunami since 2011 following an earthquake off Japan. A big tsunami.
Yeah, because we have had some tsunamis before. There was one off Chile a little bit later, a little after 2011. This one wasn't big, but it did cause some currents. But it technically is still a tsunami.
Stephanie Lum covered the 2011 tsunami and the effects here in Hawaii, and she has more. What can you tell us, Steph?
Yeah, Mark and Ben, I've been listening to the coverage, and like you folks have been saying, now is not the time to panic, but it is the time to be prepared and to heed the warnings and do what is necessary to get out safely with you and your family. After all, as you mentioned, Hawaii was under a tsunami warning back in 2011 after that major earthquake in Japan, and the waves that were generated and were sent over to Hawaii from that earthquake in 2011 ended up causing tens of millions of dollars in damage.
Hawaii was under a tsunami warning back in March 11th, 2011. A magnitude 9.1 earthquake hit Tohoku, Japan. Waves disabled nuclear reactors, washed over and destroyed entire towns. More than 18,000 people died. The deadly earthquake was the largest magnitude ever recorded in Japan and the third largest in the world since 1900. The waves, over 200 of them from that tsunami, caused damage here in Hawaii. $7.5 million worth of damage across the state. Those waves of varying heights reached our shores early at 3 in the morning. Many businesses and roads were flooded and washed out. Haleiwa Harbor saw damage to the dock and boats that were not able to sail out in time. It was the same scene at La Mariana Harbor near Sand Island. Big Island's Kona coast sustained substantial damage, where the Kona Village Resort is located, as well as low-lying areas on Maui.
And in the end, of course, tens of millions of dollars in damage after that major earthquake and tsunami from Japan back in 2011. And officials are hoping that everybody once again heeds the warning. There were no casualties in Hawaii after that. And so they are saying, please listen to the lifeguards when they tell you to clear the beaches. Don't be anywhere near the coastlines. And the Department of Transportation actually just sent out a tweet over on Kauai with those waves estimated to arrive at around 7:10. They are asking everybody to please not drive into Hanalei to try and help the evacuees. You'll only end up clogging those crucial roadways for emergency responders, and you might even end up preventing people from leaving and moving inland. Mark and Ben, back to you.
Thank you very much, Steph. Excellent coverage. Yeah, this is a very complex situation. And what we saw from Stephanie's story is what you were alluding to, is that the nature of a tsunami type wave and the fact that, you know, if some may see that it's coming from the northern Pacific, some of you saying, okay, well, if I'm on the South Shore, it's not going to affect. But what we saw in that 2011 event was the island wrap. Yeah. And an effect statewide.
Yeah, two things to remember from this. Remember, Ka'ehi Lagoon, La Mariana Harbor, I covered that. Several boats were damaged. This came in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning. And so that energy, even though it's on the South Shore, still reached the South Shore from Japan, which is basically on the opposite side of the island. And so you've got that energy moving through. Second thing to remember, that particular earthquake, the Japan earthquake of 2011, was huge, was massive, was extremely strong. Basically, a quick note about magnitudes. The one that we're looking at is an 8.7. The one that in 2011 was 9.1. They're almost the same. Maybe about, I would say, well, I'll put it this way. Every time you go up a number, it's not just incremental, right. It's exponential. And so basically the amount of energy in an 8 is 30 times the energy of 7. 7 is 30 times the energy of a 6, and so on and so forth. So when you're talking about a magnitude 8 and a magnitude 9, 8 is strong. Last week we had the 7.2, or a couple of days ago, from Kamchatka, Russia. And so this is something that's 30, maybe 45 times stronger than the one that we saw last week. And so this is definitely something that bears watching. We've also seen some buoy data reports where we've seen anywhere from a foot to maybe 3 feet out in the open ocean. And so there is something going on out there that bears watching. There's no buoys out in the middle of the ocean. They're just along the shorelines. And so we just know something was generated. We've got estimates, possibly 1 to 3 meters. That's 3 to 9 feet. But again, that's preliminary. But again, don't panic. You've got time. Just calmly go through what you need to do and where you need to go. If you are not in an evacuation zone, stay where you are. You're going to be safe. You will be fine. Do not head to the ocean. Do not try to help. Do not get in the way of emergency responders or people who are trying to leave. Do not be a looky-loo. Do not be, don't go and just say, oh, I'm going to get a great Instagram post of this tsunami. No, don't do that. There are, there's a possibility of damage. There's that potential. And so what you need to do is not get in the way of people who are trying to leave or trying to actually, our first responders who are trying to help people who are trying to leave.
And throughout that entire time, we should reinforce Hawaii News Now will stay with you the entire time. We have wall-to-wall coverage, comprehensive team coverage with our first alert weather team, keeping track of the latest updates. We're also mapping out the response as residents map out their evacuation and disaster plans. Earlier, we heard from Lynn Kawano at the City Emergency Operations Center. We have our very own Dylan Ancheta standing by on Maui, giving a look at what is happening on the Valley Isle. Take it away, Dylan.
Hey, aloha. First off, I apologize if my audio cuts in and out. We are on a very remote setup here, but I can tell you that I am in the Kahului area right outside of the University of Hawaii Maui College. In fact, the Queen Ka'ahumanu Center is just behind me. And right now, coming into this area, this is a tsunami evacuation zone. There is still a long line of cars in, and this traffic is not moving very fast. So I have heard heard sirens. The first sirens that I heard was actually around 3:20 this afternoon, and we know that that siren was cued. We know that that siren was cued for the coastal areas, the people in those areas that really should heed the warnings and evacuate now. But again, people are still going into this low-lying area, which is concerning because we would like people to evacuate out from this area. And just this way, I'm going to go ahead and turn my camera around. There is an emergency siren right behind these telephone poles, and so we are expecting to hear them go off in about 2 or 3 minutes because, again, as we know, the emergency officials are sounding the sirens at 4:10, 5:10, and 6:10 to allow people to get the notification that they should be evacuating these areas. So this is the traffic going out of this area, but you can still see the long line of cars all the way through. People are still making their way into this Kahului area. At this point, we are still trying to get in touch with the Maui County officials. I just got here in this area not too long ago, so we are going to continue to gather more details as to where the evacuation points for Maui residents are, and we will bring that to you on air and online. But for now, that is pretty much all I have, guys. We'll send things back to you.
Of course, we still have a lot of other things going on. We did get some pictures from Ko'olina. There were a lot of people who were leaving Ko'olina out on the leeward coast. I will assume that those are folks who are either in the low-lying townhouses or folks who were at the beach. But if you were in some of the taller buildings, Aulani and so on, those buildings, you are safe to stay there. Just go on the 4th floor or higher, so you don't cause a big traffic jam, and that will also add to any congestion that's going on Farrington Highway as well. And so, again, if you're in a high-rise, and this is not just for Ko'olina, Waikiki, Kaanapali, etc., go to a higher floor, you will be safe there.
Yeah, we're seeing the images emerge right now. Let's take you to a live look at Hokkaido, Japan right now. This is from a aerial helicopter shot as reports emerged several minutes ago that the first effects of this tsunami are already being felt on the global stage. Tsunami seen in Russia's Kuril Islands and in Hokkaido, Japan right now. Again, this is a live look from a helicopter shot. You see the response that you want to be looking for, right? Those heading for high ground. So this is, and at this time, no details have emerged in terms of damage. Right now is 4:10 p.m. You may be hearing some of the audio from the emergency alerts right now.
Yep.
Coming through on our phone. You'll be getting this on your phone. As sirens go off around the state right now, sirens will be going off at 4:10, 5:10, and 6:10 p.m. As we're bracing and anticipating for what the effect is going to be from this tsunami warning after in I'm told the latest update from the National Weather Service is that it was an 8.0 quake, upgraded to an 8.7 about 20 minutes later.
Yeah, USGS now has it at an 8.8. Marginal, but still, you know, a pretty good increase. And again, it gets it closer to the 9.1 that the Japan earthquake was. Very briefly about Japan and the live pictures that we saw in Hokkaido Prefecture, and that is that Japan has a very robust tsunami warning system. They've got sirens, they've got announcements, and people there know what to do, but especially after 2011. It's 14 years, yes, but I'm sure it's seared into the memory of a lot of people seeing the destruction that the tsunamis caused back in 2011 from the Fukushima earthquake.
Yeah, and that was a rapid response because if the earthquake happened at 1:30 Hawaii time, it's 4 o'clock our time right now, and so you're already seeing that the first tsunamis are hitting parts of Russia and Hokkaido in Japan. We are staying on top of this. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins is standing by with any new information that is coming into the newsroom. Jen.
And just to review the tsunami warning, so all of the islands under effect with that warning, with the first wave arriving just after 7 o'clock today. And just to break it down, it seems like last week we did have that routine with the tsunami watch. It was kind of a little bit of a precursor of what to expect for this week. And you could actually see watch versus advisory versus warning. Let's break it down for you. This was issued as a watch initially when the actual magnitude 8.7 earthquake happened. You see issued first when the earthquake occurred to generate a potential tsunami. It gives you fair warning that it could be upgraded to a tsunami advisory or a tsunami warning or be canceled. And it was canceled last week, as you remember. As far as tsunami advisory, upgraded from a watch if potential tsunami could cause strong currents or dangerous waves. Widespread inundation is not expected. But then on the other hand, this is where we are right now, a tsunami warning. Significant widespread inundation is imminent or expected. Dangerous coastal flooding and currents expected, with all of the numbers coming in, with the magnitude, the depth of this earthquake, and already seeing signs of waves that are already occurring, of course, in Russia and all the way in Japan. Dangerous coastal flooding and currents will likely be arriving after 7 o'clock today. Urgent action to protect life and property, including evacuations. So closest to the epicenter, that's where you see the biggest of the tsunami waves. We're already getting reports off of Russia, 3 to 4 meters. Where does that fall? About 9 to 13 feet. And that's exactly what they saw within the last couple of hours. A lot of action there on top of the already earthquake that they face. And then NHK is reporting the first tsunami wave, pretty small in Japan at 30 centimeters. That's just over a foot, but that could easily grow as more energy pushes their way. So something we're watching very carefully in hours ahead. Like we were talking about in deep oceans, you can see how far the epicenter is from Hawaii itself. It travels pretty quickly because of the speed that it's going over open waters. In deep ocean, speeds can reach up to 500 miles per hour. That's comparable to a jet plane. So if you went recently flying to the mainland and you calculate how fast it gets from point A to point B, that's kind of the same idea behind these tsunami wave arrivals. So arrival times early evening for Alaska, anywhere from 4:46 to 5:46 p.m. Alaska time. As far as along the west coast, early to late evening from 11:35 to midnight Pacific time. We're expecting that. Here at home, like we've been talking about, arriving just after 7 o'clock, with Hanalei seeing the first of the impacts. So we're expecting all of that energy to push our way. Once it reaches shallow waters, it slows down. There's a lot of friction there. We have, of course, the outer reefs that has to face, and that slows down to 30 miles per hour. And then it's very unpredictable what kind of energy we'll get when it comes to the strong currents. We'll have very strong rip currents, and that's why it's important not to be in the waters, even if it's not expected to be big waves. But initial heights may be falling between 0.1 to 0.3. This is all initial and preliminary. And then potentially they're saying now up to 1 to 2 meters coming our way, and that will be arriving probably after 8 o'clock. So a lot of elements, a lot of moving parts, and it's a very dynamic situation. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Jen. Yes, very dynamic indeed, but not a time to panic. There is lead time with an event like this. We are right now, it's 4:15, so about 3 hours out from the first anticipated wave arriving, the first anticipated effects here in the island chain. We've already seen footage of tsunami, the after effects in the Hokkaido prefecture in Japan, which is the first place it has impacted. We have crews across the state. Let's head over to Lynn Kawano, who is standing by live at Honolulu's Emergency Operations Center. What can you tell us, Lynn?
Mark, we are upstairs of the EOC at the Frank Fossey building. You know, city and county and state workers were all released about 3 o'clock today. That's so that they can go home, get their families prepared, get themselves prepared, and stay safe. But as a result, we saw hundreds of people leaving at one time. And of course, we now have traffic jams because of that. Always at about 4:15, we're going to have traffic jams. But when you have something like this, people trying to get out a little bit earlier, it's going to be even worse. Not a whole lot worse than what we normally see at about 4:15, but we do know that a lot of people took that time and left about 3 o'clock. The sirens just went off at 4:10 on time here in downtown. We anticipated 4:10. We were told 5:10 and 6:10 as well, but we did get a surprise siren about 3:24 today as well. That is just to alert people. While no one is panicking here in downtown, we are seeing people in a hurry trying to get home, trying to pick up their kids, trying to pick up their families as well. And, as we saw people coming in, we stopped the mayor and talked to him. He said they were just getting activated, meaning they were just getting all the first responders here at the EOC downstairs. We did also get a chance to talk to Dr. Jim Ireland of the Emergency Services Department. Here's what he had to say is going on right now with his crews around the island.
Activate generators, bring in personnel. We also move ambulances that are in coastal areas, and they relocate to other areas that are not in the inundation zone. We have staffing for our ambulance bus and other larger vehicles in the event that we need to use those for medical evacuation, whether it's from hospitals or clinics or people who otherwise can't get out on their own. This is evolving.
Yeah, evolving is the word to describe it. We also saw HFD and some other first responders heading down to the EOC where they will have some briefings. Now, we have been told by the city and county of Honolulu, by the mayor's office, that we will get frequent briefings after they get settled and get themselves organized. So we hope to have that in the next 30 minutes or so. Back to you guys on set.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Lynn. Lynn Kawano standing by at the Emergency Operations Center at the Frank Fossey building. You saw what she was describing, right? Employees had the all clear to take off, but what ensued after that were the traffic jams throughout Honolulu, different parts of the city, as people are heading over to their evacuation areas. We do have some information.
Yeah, the County of Hawaii has just told us we've been talking a lot about Oahu, but this is a statewide event, and so there are some counties or some areas that have opened shelters. So for Hawaii Island, County of Hawaii, emergency shelters are being opened at the following locations. So Pu'ueo Community Center, Panaeva Park, Kea'au Armory, Pahoa Neighborhood Facility, definitely for Lower Puna, Ka'u District Gym, Na'alehu Community Center, Yano Hall, Kealakehe High School Gym, Waimea Community Center, Hisaoka Gym, and Honoka'a Gym. And so we just got this information in. Yep. If you missed the list, you can probably check in with Hawaii County Civil Defense, but we'll try to get that information online and also have a screen ready for you so you can take a look. Again, that's for the County of Hawaii. Oh, we also have a list on Kauai.
Yeah, Kauai as well. So that was Hawaii County. Kauai areas that are open for evacuation shelters are Kapa'a High School, Kapa'a Middle School, Ele'ele Elementary School, Koloa Library, Kauai Community College, Kala'a Hill Neighborhood Center, Kilauea Elementary School. Those refuge areas will have parking, restroom facilities available, and if you are bringing a pet, you're advised to please bring a kennel, food, and water. So we're seeing this statewide response right now as evacuation sites open in different areas. The counties have their respective plans. You also have the state keeping close tabs on it. We'll be hearing from the governor sometime this evening as state leaders get ready for this. Our very own Mahealani Richardson has spoke with Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda and has an update on that. What can you tell us, Mahal?
Well, Mark and Ben, I'm so glad you talked about those emergency shelters being open, because as that list was just being released, I was on the phone with Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda, and he said all of the leaders of Hawaii Island are in that emergency operations center on Hawaii Island. They have gathered. They're making sure that people stay safe and are prepared. Here's what he had to say on the phone just a few minutes ago.
Sure. Right now we're at the EOC, all hands on deck. Every department is here, fire, police, public works. We've got state folks here as well, national parks, and we're just getting prepared. So informing the public through our messaging system, social media, and thank you for allowing us to be using your medium as well. So we're ready.
Governor Green has released state workers from their jobs this afternoon. What about county workers for Hawaii Island?
Same here. We already sent a memo out releasing all of our government workers, county workers. In addition, we also ask our county workers to take any valuables, computers, cash, anything that is of value, because we have our facilities in the evacuation area. So we have to, be cognizant of that as well.
And obviously, Hawaii Island, very large swaths of area, especially for evacuation zones along the coastline. Can you tell us how the hotels are doing, especially on the Kona side and, of course, in Hilo as well?
Yes, we are in correspondence with the hotels. They are aware that they could use any one of our shelters island-wide, and we've been offering bus service as well to our hotel folks if they need transportation in getting to higher ground.
Are you hearing of any problems with traffic or people evacuating at this time?
Yes, there is significant traffic congestion, and so we just put out a message through our radio waves letting people know, to be patient. We have time. That's what this warning is about. It gives us time to evacuate in a safe and respectful manner, and that's our messaging going out.
Mayor, what about your grocery stores, KTA and other large grocery stores? Are people going there right now to get supplies? What's the outlook there?
Yeah, I haven't got information on that, but I suspect they are going out. We want to remind our residents to, don't panic. We will be okay, but we'll get through this. This is a warning. It could be, definitely could be a tsunami, and so that's why we have to really be ready for it. But we don't want people, jamming our supermarkets and such. It could cause, especially if those supermarkets are in the danger zone.
Mayor, what about for people specifically in Hilo, those long-timers who may recall the last tsunami? What are they saying today?
Well, a lot of them still have trauma. Hilo's a place where we've had many, very strong experiences of the tsunamis that came by. I mean, in my own family, my father, he talks about 2 tsunamis in his lifetime. So, we are taking this very seriously. There is a huge earthquake. It reminds us of the past, and so that's why we are all hands on deck, and this might be the one.
Mayor, we really appreciate your time. Is there anything else that you would like Hawaii viewers to know about what Hawaii County is doing?
Yeah, thank you. I want all our residents to know that we are doing I'm here at the EOC, and I'm watching our team, collaborate, and I'm talking across jurisdictions. Right now it doesn't matter. Everybody is working really well together. We're communicating. I'm so proud of the Big Island. We've been through this before. We're an island of resilience, and we are getting ready, and we're getting prepared.
And that was Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda on the phone just a few minutes ago. Those destructive tsunamis that especially hit Hilo were in 1946, 1960, and 1975. So those longtime residents definitely remember. And that's why the mayor says that they are preparing in the emergency evacuation center, and also that they are preparing those emergency shelters, making sure that tourists in the hotel districts have buses just in case they need it. Also, Ben and Mark, I wanted to let you know that I just got off the phone with Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines. I asked them if any cancellations of flights at this point. They said there are no cancellations of flights, at least for Alaska and Hawaiian, but they will let us know. I also called Maui's airport duty manager. No closures at this point, but we're continuing to monitor that situation. That's the latest from here. I'm Mahea Lenny Richardson. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mahea. A very comprehensive response, as we just heard from Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. These updates from state agencies are coming in throughout the afternoon into the evening. We just got this from the Department of Transportation, and forgive me, I'm going to just be reading these off here. Yeah. But DOT is saying they've released details for each island. So for Kauai, avoid Hanalei to allow people to evacuate. They are not closing Wailua Bridge. For Oahu, Like townbound has been opened. Kolekole Pass has been opened to leave the leeward coast. Nanakuli Contraflow has been shut down. And on Maui, State Highways is staging vehicles and equipment. What else can you tell us, Ben?
Yeah, on Molokai, Ikalaupapa Airport and personnel are ready to evacuate to the lighthouse, which is at higher elevations there because it's obviously right next to the ocean there in a very vulnerable area. On Hawaii Island, Hilo Airport, commercial operations have been suspended to facilitate evacuations from Keaukaha because it's right next to the ocean, among other things, but then also Keaukaha. That neighborhood still has to be able to leave and get past the airports. Once again, commercial operations at Hilo Airport have been suspended. And for all islands, the Coast Guard captain of the port has ordered all vessels to follow their procedures to leave port. Again, Coast Guard captain of the port ordering all vessels to follow their procedures to leave port. Reason is you are a lot safer out on the open ocean because the tsunami will be very small. It's just going to be, you know, a little bit of energy, but you do not want to have your vessel caught up on the coastline when all that tsunami energy
slamming against the harbors.
Yeah, because it could. I remember in 2011 seeing Ke'e Lagoon and the La Mariana Harbor, and a lot of boats had been capsized. A lot of them, many of them had sunk. A lot of them had been bashed against the harbors and against the piers. And so if you are or know somebody who has a vessel, basically the Coast Guard is saying at this point, follow the procedures to start bringing your vessel to the open ocean. And so just get that prepared. You've got some time to do so, but make sure if you want to do that or need to do that, start getting it done.
So we are seeing these updates continue to come in from government, city, state, and county leaders mapping out this response right now. Anticipated first wave time for any sort of impact to the Hawaiian Islands is 7:15, around 7:17 tonight. We've already seen footage of the response in Hokkaido in Japan after the tsunami hit areas of Japan and also parts of Russia. The first effects following this 8.7 magnitude quake. Drew Davis has a closer look at the quake itself and the ensuing tsunami that has been generated. Drew.
Mark, Ben, of course, we've been talking a lot about the potential for the entire column of water to be moving across the Pacific Ocean. I want to talk about what's causing this compared to where we actually had the tsunami watch about a week ago. Last week's earthquake, the fault movement, was called a strike slip. It's where both of the tectonic plates near Russia were moving parallel and away from each other, causing the earthquake that we saw, but it wasn't enough to displace all of the water and create a large tsunami. However, what's possible with this earthquake, this may be a major thrust movement, obviously moving up a tectonic plate, displacing all of that water, and that's very, very common over the plate interface that's right near Russia. Last week's earthquake, where we had the tsunami watch, was actually atypical. It was a strike slip, and now we don't have confirmation just yet, but this is potential that it was a major thrust earthquake. Of course, let's take a look at the details out there. We've got a magnitude 8.8. Giving you a recap, we had an 8.0 magnitude earthquake issued around 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. That was upgraded around 20 minutes later to an 8.7. It has now been upgraded again to an 8.8, nearly a 9 on the Richter scale. Very, very strong. We've got a tsunami warning across the entirety of the island chain. Every area that you see right here in red is under that tsunami warning. Now is the time to take action. Again, move away from the coastal areas. If you're in a building, move at least 4 or 5 stories up to get as far away from sea level as possible. And of course, make sure that you're making preparations now. The earliest potential arrival of the tsunami over in Hanalei was predicted to be 7:10 and potentially 7:17 for other parts of the sea. A closer look again at the tsunami energy. We have this fault line. Earth's plates are rubbing together, creating that underwater earthquake. And again, it's displacing this vertical push of seawater, and that's what moves closer to the shore, and it gets taller. That column of air here, a column of water here, gets pushed up, and that's what makes these waves so tall. It spreads into shallower waters, and it grows in height. That's why it's so damaging. Again, like we've been mentioning, it's possible that this tsunami, when it arrives around 7 p.m., could be arriving around high tide for some of the states. So around 7 p.m., we could be seeing 0.1 to 0.3 meters, potentially even up to 1 to 2 meters around 8 p.m. This is a tsunami surges of energy. Again, this is unpredictable, strong currents. We're watching this very, very closely to see how this evolves. This is the time to take action. This is the time to be prepared right now. Just a deeper look at the magnitudes out there. Again, this is an 8.8. We typically see an 8 around once per year. So we see a large earthquake like this around once per year. A 9 once every 10 years. So this could be close to that, one every 10 years. And of course, we are under a tsunami warning. Now is the time to take action. That was a closer look at what's going on. Let's send it back to Mark and Ben.
All right, thanks very much, Drew. Of course, we have had some areas that are starting to back up. We're having reports of Alameda Boulevard backing up over from Waikiki as people try to leave. But once again, you should do what your hotel does if you are visiting. You do not have to leave the hotel if you're in a high-rise. If you are, go up to the 4th or higher floor. It's what is called a vertical evacuation. And so don't tie up traffic that way if you don't need to leave, especially if you're a visitor and you're in a high rise. You should be safe on the 4th floor above, but do not go to the beach because the Department of Land and Natural Resources has had officers that we've seen earlier this afternoon trying to get people away from the water. Yes, it's a couple of hours beforehand, but they don't want to take any chances as far as anyone not having heard of the alert or something like that. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes people will not be getting the alerts on their phones like we had at 410. So
it's happened several times already where the alerts have gone off on our phones on air. The first official siren came down at 4:10. There will be another one at 5:10, at 6:10. Once again, all leading up to the anticipated first arrival of the effects from this 8.7 magnitude quake. We are getting videos sent into our newsroom from across the state. We want to play something and give you a look at what the scene on Maui when the sirens came down. Again, this is not a live siren. This is when the siren occurred earlier this afternoon.
Of course, people in Kahului now are starting to leave because Kahului is in a low-lying area. There are several areas that are definitely at risk of a tsunami. That looks like that's around Maui High School, maybe? That looks like that area, one of the places that were evacuation areas. We haven't had a list yet, or we haven't gotten a hold of the list yet for any refuge areas or any shelters for Maui County as of yet. I'm pretty sure there's one out. We just haven't had it. Here's more from Maui, but this is Oahu actually.
Yeah, so that was the moment the tsunami warning sirens went off on Oahu.
That's the Kalihi YMCA on the right, so that's going up Likelike Highway.
Up Likelike. Horrible traffic around Oahu right now, as many are leaving for evacuation sites. It officially became a tsunami warning about 10 minutes before 3 o'clock this afternoon, after which we saw traffic jams throughout different areas of the city. This is in a Cook Street parking structure. You know, you can imagine private businesses told their employees to head home. State and city workers were told to go home. So everyone hitting the roads all at one time. You can also expect to have plenty of lines at grocery stores, gas stations as well. What we see in these types of events, that is a look right now at the alert that came down. That applies to Hanalei, but we all got some sort of version of this in expectation of the 710 wave.
Yeah, once again, this is a statewide event, and do not be alarmed. Well, don't panic is our basic message. Again, 4:35 right now. You've got about 2.5 hours, if I'm doing the math correctly, to take action and do what you need to do. Here's a list of the Kauai emergency shelters once again: Kapa'a High School, Kapa'a Middle School, Ele Elementary, also Kauai Community College. We also have the Kalaheo Neighborhood Center and Kilauea Elementary School that are open, and Koloa Library is also open. Again, that's a list of the the emergency shelters on Hawaii Island. We've got Pu'ueo Community Center, Panaeva Park, Kea'au Armory, as well as Pahoa Neighborhood Facility, Ka'u District Gym, Yano Hall, and then a little bit farther south in Ka'u, Na'alehu Community Center, the Kealakehe High School Gym, the Waimea Community Center in the upper elevations for those who need it, and also Hisoka Gym that's located, and the Honoka'a Gym. Those are the Hawaii Island emergency shelters.
Yeah, we're compiling different lists of the shelters at each of the different counties. If you didn't hear moments ago, we just got this update that the U.S. Army and U.S. Navy have opened Kolekole Pass from Lualei Naval Road to Lyman Road. This route is now accessible for emergency use and may be used by residents as an alternate evacuation path. Motorists are advised to use extreme caution and follow all posted signs and instructions from military and emergency personnel. The pass will remain open until the all clear is given by Emergency Management Authority. So Ben, Kolekole Pass being opened and being used for what it's designed for, in events of a disaster and an emergency situation, providing accessible relief for Leeward Coast residents.
Yeah, there's always been this concern as to what would happen in an emergency, a hurricane, a tsunami, an earthquake, for areas like, for example, hate to say it, but Lahaina, one way in and out. That's very accessible. Also, obviously, the Waianae Coast. There's like 16% of roadways around Hawaii which are just one way in and out of a particular area. So we understand what's going on in Waianae, the Waianae Coast. If you are in an area where you can go into higher elevations, because you do have the valleys, you do have some areas where you can go a bit further inland and be out of a tsunami evacuation zone. But if worst comes to worst and you really need to get out for whatever reason, or you've got relatives who are outside of the evacuation area or outside of the Waianae coastline, we understand what you're going through. Be patient. But again, Kolekole Pass has been opened by the military for your use to evacuate and will remain open until an all clear is sounded. And that obviously hasn't happened yet. We're still under a tsunami warning.
What we're seeing right now is the transportation response to all of this, right? Because you have so much time before the first anticipated arrival, these are the types of updates you're seeing. So Kolekole Pass is open back up. We just got this notification that the Hilo Airport is closed as of 3:30 p.m. No commercial flights in or out. So once again, the Hilo Airport has been closed, anticipating, what we're going to be seeing from this wave. And then also, we saw that shot earlier from Waikiki. Those still on the beach, here's an update in regard to Waikiki. International Marketplace will be closed for the remainder of the day out of an abundance of caution for the safety of tenants, employees, and guests. That isn't, because people would be going to shop at this moment, but we're saying that as an indication of what's going to be happening in the surrounding area. That's going to be one of many businesses closing its doors for the day if they haven't already.
Yeah, I think it'll be plenty obvious for a lot of people that, trying to leave or get around, or thinking, why is the store closed? But again, it's because we are under a tsunami warning once again. Again, International Marketplace is closed. We also have a lot of areas where the traffic is backed up.
Yeah, we're getting video of traffic sent into our newsroom from all across Oahu right now. This is heading out to the Kaneohe area. So if you are in this, you're listening to the audio on your phone, listening to our newscast. Thank you for joining us. But you are not alone in the traffic right now. We are seeing traffic heading out to the Windward Coast, heading out to the Leeward Coast. The opening of Kolekole Pass should alleviate that. There's traffic around town on the freeway as people are heading out to their evacuation sites or stocking up on supplies.
Also, we've been hearing from the Coast Guard about vessels at sea. Obviously, we are an island state and surrounded by the Pacific Ocean, and the tsunami will be coming in. The Coast Guard has been telling vessel owners to get their vessels out to sea and follow those procedures. We have some video of one of those boaters preparing at the Alawai Small Boat Harbor.
I'm just gonna get prepared in case I have to pitch it and take it into higher ground. I'm just gonna untie it, get everything ready, hooked up. So all I gotta do is hitch up and throw it away.
What do your other buddies out here have to do?
They gotta go out. They have to, unless they're gonna ride the storm, they're gonna have to go out past the swell.
With a tsunami, that's pretty safe.
Yeah, if you're on the other side of the swell, but it looks like the swell is going to be coming from the north, so it'll wrap around the island like this. So they'll probably have to go out this way.
So once again, the Coast Guard telling people to get their vessels out to ocean, or if they are on land, to definitely get those vessels away. This is a shot of people in line to get gas at Eva Beach right now. And so there are a lot of people trying to prepare, get some last-minute gas in case there are electrical outages, but just basically to top off at this point. So again, use some patience here because there's a lot of traffic, a lot of people trying to get their preparations done because of the tsunami warning, and also to be getting out of areas like Eva Beach to try to, basically be out of an evacuation area.
And we continue to receive these images. Here is a aerial view from Ala Moana, overlooking Ala Moana and Atkinson. You can see just the traffic all along Ala Moana Boulevard, which is to be expected. This is something that turned into a warning just before 3 this afternoon, moments before an expected rush hour. Right, Ben? So you have all these people on the roads right now. DLNR is going throughout the coastlines, clearing people out, telling people to leave the area. You have many employees who are in the downtown business district or throughout Honolulu heading to the roads right now. So a high view. Traffic is just horrible right now. Please be patient, but this is a matter of not panicking, but be prepared. There is time. So 7:10 is the expected arrival of the first wave following an 8.8 quake in the far east region of Russia. And this is also what you see typically in these types of moments, right, Ben?
A lot of people getting their water over at Costco. At last check, I don't know, there might still be some, but people are getting their supplies. This is not like a hurricane, but at the same time, there is still the possibility that maybe infrastructure could be affected because some of the coastlines have some of the electrical places. Hiko has the Kahe power plant. Maybe it won't be affected, but it is a major power producer on the island of Oahu. Also Pearl City, that power plant there too, pretty close to the water. And so there are indications, well, no, I won't say indications, it's just that there is the possibility, but people trying to be prepared, getting their water at Costco earlier this afternoon.
Everyone's getting prepared. City officials are getting prepared. We have a shot from inside the city's emergency operations center right now. You see Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi in front as the city's emergency officials have gathered, just waiting to see what will be unfolding, monitoring any updates that may be coming in right now. This is a statewide event. All of Hawaii is under a tsunami warning right now, with the first wave expected to arrive at 7:10. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins is tracking those updates and has information for us. Hey, Jen.
Mark and Ben, all very good information that you have been sharing. We have been seeing some of those updates coming our way, and I have to say that this, which is great news to see that the city and the county has been prepared, and it looks like everyone is preparing well. Just a reminder, tsunami warning is in place due to this large earthquake that occurred in Russia at 8.8 magnitude, the depth at 19.3 kilometers. And with this caliber, that's why you can see the waves travel so far, as fast as a jumbo jet. We're talking about 500 plus miles per hour traveling over open waters with those tsunami waves. Tsunami warning is up, and it's going to be up throughout the next several hours. First wave expected after 7 o'clock. The closest to the epicenter is where the biggest tsunami waves have been reported. Of course, just off the coast of Russia here. We're talking about 3 to 4 meters, 9 to 13 feet has already been reported. And the NHK reported the first tsunami wave at 30 centimeters. So not very large in Japan quite yet, but they're expected it to be quite large in into the next couple of hours. This is how it's going to break down. The tsunami readings already coming over Russia and Japan. Hawaii expecting to forecast anywhere between 1 to 3. That's where it's going to fall under at 3 to 10 feet expected. So expected after 7 o'clock. Guam expected the same kind of forecast at 1 to 3 meters, and that's 3 to 10 feet as well. None confirmed yet there. History has shown this magnitude with the depth in between 8 and 9 in 1959, magnitude 8 from Russia. It generated anywhere from 0.1 to 0.2 meters. That was just under a foot, expected under about 0.3 in this situation. Hilo saw the most damage in past tsunamis, and with all the boats and also the caliber of this, it could create even some foundation concerns for some of the houses that are very close to the shoreline or even right at the harbor there, all those boats that are parked there. So this is the time to prepare. This is going to coincide with the strong currents, rip currents coming our way, very unpredictable, as you know, and possibly some coastal flooding coming our way, coinciding with the high tide. So the high tide is peaking at 7:03, expecting the first wave to come our way at about 7:10, and it is coming in at 1.52 with that high tide. So on top of that, we're getting that tsunami energy coming our way. So for the first wave of energy, expected it to fall maybe at 0.1 to 0.3 and potentially could get up to 1 to 2 meters. It highly depends on how fast it travels over open waters, and unpredictable with those strong currents like we're talking about. So a lot of moving parts, a lot happening, and we're getting closer to that 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock hour. So definitely prepare calmly, but I have to say, guys, it's amazing to see the city, county, and all the residents come together in a fashion that has been fairly calm despite the chaotic news of the tsunami coming our way.
Thanks very much, Jen. We are, of course, trying to cut through the chaos and give you some calm, cool, and collected information. So once again, this is not a time to panic, but it is a time to take action. A lot of people, unfortunately, are taking action all at once. It's not their fault, but it's because the tsunami warning came down and then everybody started leaving at once. Case in point, Ala Moana Center, of course, the stores started closing there, and we did see a big traffic backup coming out of the parking lot. I think we've got a little bit of video of that. You can see traffic
this is
at a standstill.
This is happening in parking structures all throughout the city right now and all throughout the state as everyone was leaving at the same time once the warnings came down. We are also receiving some new information on kind of the effects of this tsunami in other parts of the world. We had mentioned that a tsunami has already been seen in parts of Russia near the quake's epicenter. Japan was also under a tsunami warning, and Hokkaido is seeing the effects. Information is emerging from Hokkaido. The Japan Meteorological Agency said a tsunami measuring 1.3 feet was detected in Tokachi on the southern coast of Hokkaido, the northernmost of the country's main islands. And so early readings are coming in, Ben.
Yeah, it's a foot, and 1.3 feet may not sound like much, but once again, we will still have to be on the lookout for strong currents, because once again, this is not just the ocean surface, this is the entire water column that's being affected. And so we're going to at least see currents. We also have traffic, not only in Ala Moana, but also Ko'olina. This is what we are seeing getting out of that area. Most of these people, hopefully, were folks who were on the beach, who were maybe in the lower townhouses. But once again, if you're in those taller buildings, out in Ko'olina or anywhere else, if you're in the hotel district, if you're in an office building, 4th floor or above, that's where you should go. You will be safe there, no matter the size of the tsunami. So again, 4th floor and above, do what's called a vertical evacuation. You don't have to leave the area. Just go to a higher floor, 4th floor or above, and you will be safe.
We've seen traffic in Waikiki, Ala Moana, parts of urban Honolulu, out on the leeward coast at Ko'olina. We also have shots of the driving conditions along Oahu's windward coast right now. This is the Kaneohe Kahalu'u area. As you have traffic in, this is also an area too where, much like the leeward coast, a lot of high degree of concern among residents here to make sure that you have an evacuation plan and you have something in place, you have somewhere in place in times like this.
Yeah, especially this area, you're going to see a traffic backup nonetheless, because all these homes that you're looking at, they're very close to the ocean. No doubt they are in an evacuation area. Also, some people had to be told to evacuate. This is what it was like when HPD has been going out along the coastlines telling people what they need to do.
To evacuate all the Moana Beach Park. We are locking and securing the gates in 10 minutes. We are locking and securing the gates in 10 minutes. If you fail to comply, you are subject to arrest. The tsunami wave is expected to be hitting soon. Once again, you need to move to higher ground. You need to move to higher ground. You have 10 minutes.
Yeah, definitely clearing out Alameda Park, a very popular place for, at this time of day, there would be a lot of people swimming, a lot of people jogging or walking. And so there are, again, Alameda Beach Park is closed. Don't go there. And as police have been saying, you're subject to arrest. Also, Kekaha, Kauai, we have video from that area of the traffic backup along the highway. So there are a lot of people trying to move away, to move to safety, moving to higher ground, or at least maybe get home if they're one of those workers or people who are at work, trying to get to their family or their loved ones to make sure that they're prepared as far as tsunami preparations go.
And a lot of these shots that we're seeing of people driving out are mainly in the coastal areas, right? So yeah. Ko'olina, Kekaha, Kaneohe, and Kahalu'u. So, you just have residents in the area taking action, and there is lead time on this. The first wave is expected at 7:10. The next siren is expected at 5:10. So that's going to be in the 5 o'clock hour at 5:10, and there will be another one at 6:10. We have some video of the moment the sirens came down on Maui earlier this afternoon. Again, this is not a live siren. This is from earlier this afternoon.
So that's one of the first indications, at least on Maui, as the siren sounded. We did have the first siren sound at about 3:25, a little earlier, but again, sirens are going to be sounding hourly, 4:10, 5:10, 6:10, as we look at Kahului with Iao Valley off in the distance. We also have some traffic backups in Waikiki. A lot of people trying to get out of that low-lying area. Alawai Boulevard backed up as well. We have some video of that, and you've got 3-4 lanes of traffic backed up considerably, some viewer video. So just again, use patience, because there are just a few roadways. Kapahulu Avenue, you may want to take Montserrat and then cut across over to Diamond Head. If you want to take Montserrat and try to get to Kahala and go back up, that's one thing that you should be able to do.
Yeah, and even when there isn't a tsunami warning, commuting around that area can be difficult at times. But that is a look at Alawai Boulevard. You're seeing a statewide response to this event right now. All of Hawaii is currently under a tsunami warning following an 8.8 magnitude earthquake. Tsunami has already been seen in parts of Russia and Japan. I am told that we have an interview with 8.8 magnitude earthquake. Tsunami has already been seen in parts of Russia and Japan. I am told that we have an interview with 8.8 magnitude leaders. Earlier, we heard from Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. Let's go back out to Waikiki right now. I believe this is a live shot. What we saw earlier this afternoon were state officers patrolling the coastline, telling beachgoers to please vacate the area. There are still some on the beach, but it looks much better than what it was about an hour and a half ago when you saw many still in the water. I think also some of the hotels and the businesses may have been helping out with the evacuation response as well, because if those spots are going to be closing, you just want to get everyone to safety. This isn't a time to, be frantic about what could be happening, but be in a safe spot right now. Don't let yourself get caught into a situation where it could get hairy. And then also, too, as we approach the top of the 5 o'clock hour, the expectation is that we'll be hearing from Governor Josh Green in a news conference. We see Kauai County's Mayor, Derek Kawakami. We're told he is ready to go. Mayor, thank you very much for joining us. First off, what is the message that you want to impart about safety for Kauai County residents?
Well, I think you covered it perfectly. I think right now the number one mission is to get everybody to higher and safe ground. If you're in a safe area, then stay safe. Being on the road unnecessarily is adding to the traffic. Right now, our EOC is fully activated. Our IMT is ongoing with planning. It's all hands on deck. The number one thing that people can do is stay calm, stay safe, try to stay off of our roads if you don't need to be there. And if you're a low-lying area in a tsunami evacuation zone, you should be seeking higher ground.
Yeah, like I said, Mayor, we've got about 2 hours before the first wave is expected to, the first wave is expected to reach the Garden Isle. So let's say we've got about an hour and a half to basically prepare to get to safety. What should people be doing in the next 90 minutes?
All right, I believe our connection dropped off. Great question. We'll get to it and we'll relay it. Okay, we have Mayor back online. So what was that, Ben?
Yeah, I think, Mayor, I don't know if you heard the question, but we've got about 90 minutes at most, I will say, to be safe. What should people be doing, Kauai residents be doing in those 90 minutes?
They should be getting to higher ground. Material items are replaceable. Right now, if you don't need to be on the road, you should absolutely not be on the road. You should be seeking higher ground, and people need to stay calm. Right now, there's a sense of almost panic. The worst thing that could happen is causing an accident when people are trying to evacuate. So please, if you're in a safe place, stay there. 2 hours are gonna come real quick. We're trying to evacuate people that are in dangerous areas. And so what people should be doing is staying safe. If they're already safe, try to stay there. And stay tuned. Our best information for Kauai residents is kauai.gov/KEMA, or our county Facebook page is being updated regularly.
And I think, Mayor, also because there are a lot of coastal areas, because Mount Waialeale basically keeps people from going in or building in. The thing to remember as well, and I'm also talking about maybe visitors to the island, is that most of the roadways along the coastline are 2 lanes. And so you're going to have to practice a lot of patience. Is there anything that, say, law enforcement or others are trying to do as far as guiding traffic, or at least trying to bring some control to the situation?
Yes, they're all there right now. Hanalei is a very tricky spot with the number of 1-lane bridges. And also, people should not be inundating our 911 line if they don't have an emergency. If they're looking for information, please go to our website. Right now, our dispatch is being inundated, quite frankly, with non-emergency calls. They can get all the information they need from our website or our Facebook page. But yes, we are very challenged by the number of lanes on our highways, and that's why we're urging people that if you are safe and don't need to be on the road, do not be on the road.
We saw, too, that there are a number of shelters that have been opened up. What can you tell us about the resources available at these sites?
Well, right now, the number one thing and the number one resource is that we have these shelters open. As we proceed and see the impact of this tsunami, we will be able to get more resources out there. But the number one thing is we have a number of shelters that are open. People can take a look at our website to see specifically what shelters are open, and we will open more if needed, and we will close some if that is necessary too. But like I said, I think the number one thing people should do is not actually look for a shelter, but just get to higher ground. They can figure out the shelter after we get through this.
And not only just looking for a shelter, but just to make sure, again, for people like in Hanalei, the thing that I've been telling people is that not to do is to try and be like a looky-loo. You know, I want to go see the tsunami. That's something that you really shouldn't do.
Oh, you don't want to be that person.
Definitely. All right.
Kauai County Mayor Derek Kawakami, thank you very much for joining us, as this is a statewide response. Stay safe out there. Kauai County and the counties across the state have this event covered right now and doing their best to get updates out in a timely fashion, making sure residents aren't panicking. We are going to take a quick break right now. We're just going to reset, and then we'll be joining you shortly.
Aircraft to people on the ground. We were given quite a clear and strict pre-flight briefing that the Israelis have said we're not allowed to film any shots of Gaza from the air, and that if we do, these airdrop flights could either be cancelled or delayed. International journalists haven't been allowed access to Gaza since the war started, despite immense pressure and growing demands. And it seems they don't want us to show you images of Gaza from the air either. There's such a lot of effort involved in these airdrops. They're just preparing the parachutes now for these pallets to be pushed out the ramp here. But to give you an idea of the effort involved, this is around 8 tons of aid. And in a lorry, you can move around 20 tons by road. We've been told that the aid drops were done over areas that weren't populated and there were very few people. Certainly, we didn't see anyone from the air. The foreign nations know that this is a deeply flawed way of getting aid to people that really need it. It's dangerous, it's not accurate, and it can fall into the wrong hands. And we've been hearing from Palestinian sources in Gaza that that is already happening, that aid is being looted by gangs and hitting the black market. But aid drops like these, at a time of humanitarian catastrophe, are seen as a last resort, a desperate measure, an attempt to do something.
Some powerful reporting, even though what she could see was limited. Let's bring in Elise Labott. She is a Murrow Press Fellow at the Council of Foreign Relations and the author of Cosmopolitics on Substack. I'm not sure if you were able to watch that, Elise, but I was struck by her reporting and saying, like, look, there were these briefings. We're not allowed to show you Gaza from the sky. What did you make of that?
Well, I think that not only do the Israelis not want to show, the operations that are taking place, but they clearly don't want to see those aerial shots of, the entire territory of Gaza really flattened. I mean, when you look at those, when you look at satellite pictures, when you look at aerial pictures, it's pretty obvious to see the vast destruction that's taken place on the island. I think that's probably why.
Annalise, on Substack, you talk about how Israel is simultaneously denying and acknowledging the catastrophe. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, look, you heard Prime Minister Netanyahu, you heard the Israeli ambassador talking over the last couple of days saying there is no starvation going on in Gaza. Well, if there's no starvation going on in Gaza, why are they going to such extraordinary lengths to have these tactical pauses, allow the aid to go through, allow these airdrops, which they haven't done. So on one hand, they're not saying there's a problem, but on the other hand, they're taking measures to get the aid going through. And we've seen video of, Israeli, troops even trying to, carry the aid and go through. And so I think they know there's a problem. I think it's also because of international pressure, not only on Israel, but on the United States that's putting pressure on Israel. Diplomats talking to me, telling me they're trying to send the message to America, look, you've always had the right moral standing and it's time for you to step up. And I think you are seeing, as President Trump's comments, seeing that pressure put on Israel. I think President Trump, look, this president really watches a lot of TV, right, Gotti? He's probably the most TV-obsessed president that we've had in modern history, well, certainly in American history, I think. And you've seen in the past that some of these pictures of suffering, if you remember during his first term in Syria, when he saw those chemical weapons being used, that's when he used American strikes against Syria. And I think these pictures, not only is he getting pressure from the international community, now his base is coming out largely, very loudly. I think it also strikes him, the suffering, these pictures of children starving.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, we're starting to see some of that pressure coming from the right, too. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I believe she went so far as to call it genocide.
That's right.
Does it look like the tide has turned politically or is turning politically here in the United States?
Well, it's too soon to tell. And you've seen these other instances of when Trump and his base really don't agree on a lot of foreign policy. We saw it during Ukraine. We saw it during Iran. We see it now during Israel. And Steve Bannon also came out today with some very strong comments against Israel. And he said that this is a turning point. I think that President Trump has always been able to put the genie back in the bottle and kind of get his base back, you know, on the same page. But you have the left Democrats really, you know, kind of anti-Israel at this point, really talking about the situation in Gaza. You had 40 Democratic senators coming out with a letter to Secretary of State Marco Rubio calling for more aid. Then he's getting the pressure from his base. And
the time for areas around Cold Bay. So we're continuing to watch that situation. And we are going to turn our attention back to Local News Live, which is our national news organization, for their continued coverage of this as well. And we will do our best to keep you updated on Alaska's News Source and alaskasnewssource.com of new information that impacts Alaska directly. And let's take a listen to what is going on, as I said, with our Local News Live station as they're continuing their coverage of this event.
On the hour or every hour, at least alerts getting sent out to people's phones, of course, and we just know that they're prepared for this. They're trying their best to get this. So again, that website up for you right here, HawaiiNewsNow.com. If you want to continue that streaming here, because on Local News Live, we may dip away here as we wait for them to come back. But you can go to HawaiiNewsNow.com throughout the next several hours, next couple of days, as we see the impacts from this potential tsunami from now on the way. So
is breaking news.
Let's rejoin their coverage right now for just a little bit.
Robbins, and we are tracking a tsunami warning, and we are going to be seeing the impact start after 7 o'clock. You see all of the islands under a tsunami warning. Let's take a closer look. The source of why we're seeing tsunami waves come our way is an 8.8 magnitude earthquake that happened in Russia, the depth at 20.7 kilometers. So incredible to see all of that energy. They're already seeing reports of big waves there along Japan as well, and now traveling over open waters. Closer to the epicenter, anywhere from 3 to 4 meters has already been reported. That brings us to 9 to 13 feet. And then you can see the first tsunami waves initially reported at 30 centimeters over in Japan, but it could be expected to be larger as we go into the next couple of hours. So here are the wave readings and what we're expecting when it comes to the forecast. Along the Russian coast, 3 to 4 meters, that's about 10 to 13 feet they already have observed. In Japan, up to 3 meters, but already observing 1.3 feet. In Hawaii, expecting that after 7 o'clock, 1 to 3 meters. That brings us to anywhere from 3 to 10 feet. And also for Guam, the same forecast there, none confirmed yet. So historically, as we break this information down, the Great Chilean earthquake in 1960 was 9.5 magnitude. One of the strongest earthquakes arrived 15 hours later. Here in Hawaii, it was up to 35 feet. In 2010, the earthquake a magnitude of 8.8, much smaller when it comes to the tsunami waves at 3 feet. In 2011, Japan earthquake was 9.1, 6 to 7 feet. Lots of property damage. And we could be seeing some property damage along the coastline, some coastal flooding, and certainly with boats. So if you are in a vessel vessel or have a vessel or know someone who are in harbors, definitely check on them to see if they have a plan to evacuate and to get away from the coastline and go inland towards Malca. And this is going to coincide with high tide peaking at 7:03. High tide coming in at 1.52 feet. High tide and tsunami coming in at the same time. Strong currents and rip currents is going to be a big concern for us with that coastal flooding. Well, it's really hard to say how big the tsunami is going to be, but the initial set of energy arriving at 7:10 in Honolulu this evening could easily be about 0.1 to 0.3, and then gradually getting larger and larger as the night progresses. According to some of the forecast readings, maybe 1 to 2 meters, which is quite significant, more than 3 feet a possibility. Unpredictable, strong currents. That's why you need to stay out of the water. We've been seeing very rough shorelines when we have tsunamis, and we've seen that in history. So something that we'll be watching very carefully are all of these elements coming together. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Jen. Of course, we do have crews stationed throughout the island, including our Jonathan Masaki, who's headed to the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. And even our own Daryl Huff, who apparently is stuck in traffic as we monitor the different situations across the roadways. We're getting reports of a lot of traffic jams across town.
This is a statewide response right now. So we've been showing throughout the afternoon is traffic jams throughout different parts and throughout different counties across Oahu. Many employees leaving their places of business. Governor Josh Green instructed state employees to leave after the warning came down just before 3 p.m. Hawaii time. And this is what we're talking about here. Many hitting the roads. This is from earlier this afternoon, just giving you a picture and giving you a sense right now as residents respond to this warning, which is unfolding in real time. First anticipated wave is at 7:10 this evening. There will be a warning siren going off any moment now. We were told that it will be happening at 5:10. So if that audio does kick in, forgive us here if you're hearing it over the air, or it could be popping up on our phones as well. But the expectation is that another siren will be going off at 5:10, after which we'll be hearing from Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi and city officials here in Honolulu about the response.
Yeah, so of course, you are seeing these images right now of the roads that are just jammed.
Okay, we're working out to get Stephanie's microphone sorted out right now as we're mapping out this response statewide. Traffic jams and traffic backups happening throughout Oahu right now. We are seeing Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi getting ready for a podium, and another monitor we are monitoring in the newsroom here as we give you a look at the backup on windward Oahu. We also saw a similar sight on the leeward coast. Kole Kole Pass is opened up for emergency access at this point. Let's also give you video from Hilo right now. Hawaii County residents leaving the area, and you could be hearing the sirens over air right now as the second emergency siren warning of the tsunami warning is going off right now.
So the message that we've been hearing from emergency officials is to prepare, to have a plan in place. Do not panic at this time. As we take a look at the situation here in Kaka'ako, don't wait until the last minute to leave. But if you and your family do have a plan, meet at a meeting place. Make sure that you have the necessary materials, your medication. Make sure you unplug those sensitive electronics. Also, if you live on a boat or if you have a boat, make sure to tie up that boat properly and take it out to sea. So we again are hearing these sirens sounding off on cell phones across the state. Of course, Hawaii under a tsunami warning after a powerful magnitude 8.7 earthquake off the east coast of Kamchatka, Russia.
Let's go to Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi at the city's Emergency Operations Center with an update.
Well, good evening. Well, if you're watching us right now, you're fully aware that the state is under a tsunami alert. That said, what you're doing is the right thing to do. We ask you to pay attention, stay with your media for updates. Here in Oahu tonight, I'm surrounded by a bunch of people who are going to give you some really pertinent information. But I ask that you stay calm. If you're in a low-lying area, please get to high ground. You'll hear about our emergency centers that are open, and let Randy Collins, our Emergency Management Services Director, tell you that. But we need people to cooperate with each other. Right now, the roads are full, people trying to move. We ask you to stay calm, cooperate, and get to high ground, if at all possible, where you are. We promise to give you complete updates. Right now, the expected time of anything that might happen here in Oahu is going to be somewhere around 7:15. We're expecting it to be at Kauai around 7:10. We'll know. We've been told by Civil Defense that when it passes the island of Midway, we'll get a good read as to what we can expect, and that's not scheduled to happen for a while yet. But we promise to keep you updated. Please stay close to your media. Listen. If you are in a safe place, stay there. And if you're not, do something about it. Get to higher ground. So with that, I want to bring up Randy Collins, who's our Emergency Management Services Director. Randy.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. As the mayor indicated, our #1 priority is to get people to safety. So get out of the tsunami zones, out of the tsunami inundation areas. Those are clearly marked by the tsunami zone signs that you've seen around, that we worked hard in instilling over the past year to make sure that you're aware of where those tsunami zones are. You can also find out more information at www.honolulu.gov/DEM. There you will be able to find all the various types of resources about these tsunami warnings. As the mayor mentioned, our #1 priority is life safety. And so right now it's an easy thing. Get away from the beaches, get inland, and get upward. So that's our message right now. I would also tell you that we are working hard with all of the city agencies and other stakeholders to make sure that we are activating the tsunami assembly areas around the Oahu. And we want everyone to, if you do live in an area that's within a tsunami area, first and foremost, go to a friend's house, go to a neighbor's house, go to your workplace, but go inward and upward out of the tsunami area. If you have no other place to go, then go to the tsunami assembly areas that we have activated around Oahu. Would also encourage you to not call 911 for evacuation out of your home. Depend on your friends and family and your neighbors to help you get out of the tsunami zones. 911 services are not for helping to evacuate. Our 911 services are for in danger of life and health services. And so we don't want to over or inundate the 911 centers. So please make sure that you use all other resources available to you to evacuate out of the tsunami zone and get to those other refuge areas. And again, as a last resort, go to those tsunami assembly areas. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ocean Safety for some information about what's happening on the beaches.
Hold on one second. Mayor step in.
Sure.
Well, good evening again. I guess the tone was running. So I want to open up by saying, if you're watching us right now, no doubt you understand that we're under a full tsunami alert here. And so that said, we at this point are taking that most seriously. And our appeal to you is to, if you're in a low-lying area, get yourself safe, get to higher ground. Okay, we ask people to stay calm, cooperate. We know the roads are full out there. Our anticipation right now, based on the latest information we have, is that we're a couple of hours away from any potential impact to Hawaii. We're going to get, as I understand it, we'll have a better read once it passes Midway, which should be substantially before then, and we'll be able to pass that on. I've come up here tonight with all the right people here to keep you informed. That's what we want to do, and we will continue to keep you informed. So everybody has power now. You have access to your media outlets. Pay attention, listen. We'll try to help you as much as we possibly can. All of our people are out there doing what they can to help people, but the best thing you can do is to help yourself and get you and your family safe. If you can, get to higher ground, okay? So I'm going to bring up Ocean Safety right now. So.
Thank you, Mayor. Buck Giles from Ocean Safety. Not much to say, but just to reiterate, get to higher ground. Our lifeguard towers right now are closed. We have mobile responders currently giving warnings to people to get away from the beaches and out of the ocean. We've conducted ocean rescue warnings from Diamond Head through Kewalo Basin, as well as on the other sides of the island. But we really need to stress that get to higher ground, get out of those tsunami zones, just be smart and follow what the news is telling us. We will know more information as it comes. Again, we are here to help in before and after anything happens. Thank you very much.
Aloha, good evening. Chief Howe from the Honolulu Fire Department. Just like everyone else said, I'm not going to repeat, but we want everyone to stay safe, evacuate early so you don't put yourself in a tough situation. As far as for our response, we'll do our best to continue services. And at a certain point, our personnel would also have to relocate those low-lying areas. So we came up with a plan to move our resources inland and at a higher elevation. And we're just going to monitor all the reports that continue to come in. And again, try and maintain as much of our response capabilities as long as we can, and not to endanger our staff as well. So I'll hand off to HPD. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Sergeant Dana Souza from the Honolulu Police Department, Major Events Division. Most everybody said it before me. We'll continue to work with fire, any other emergency management agencies to ensure public safety. If you could rely on one another and utilize your resources as much as possible. And if you need to utilize 911 for concurring emergencies. Thank you.
Hi, Roger Morton, Director of Transportation Services. A little bit about our transit situation, that we are planning to stop operating any trip that was scheduled to start at after 6 p.m. So up until 6 p.m., we're going to continue to operate trips. Having said that, some of those trips would not have finished their trip and still be in a possible inundation zone. And so there may be detours that drivers will take people to higher ground if they're in danger. If you are a loved one of somebody that takes the bus and you haven't heard from them, then I would urge you to try to call them and tell them what's going on with the bus service. We have a lot of people that have language difficulties sometimes, and got to get the word out to your loved ones that after 6 p.m., we're going to suspend any service that starts after that point. For Skyline, we're going to run Skyline until the 6:35 trip from Halava, and that'll be the last Skyline. Now, having said all of that, we're going to be monitoring the situation very closely after the event. It's possible that we will restore service sometime in the evening. Thank you.
So I want to say it one more time. You can help yourself the best. We're here to help you, but we need you to help yourself as well. We would not be doing this if this wasn't most serious at this point in time. So please take this very seriously, and don't go down to the beach. Don't be looking at waves. Get yourself as high as you possibly can. So with that, if I can answer any questions, we'll be happy to do so. Yes. You know, I would imagine that HPD right now is out there trying to move traffic along to the best of their ability. I know we've gotten some calls that it is horrible, and people are in gridlock, and that's, you know, all I could ask is for people to keep their calm, and we'll try to move things along as best we can, you know.
We're getting calls from people who are disabled. Is there anything they can do with the handy van? Is there anything to try to evacuate or get to high ground?
Yeah, Roger?
Yeah, we are stuck in 93% of our service right now is running late, and most of our assets are not in a position where we could respond at this point. We urge the families to try to, to take advantage and keep their loved ones away if they're in low-lying areas.
Any other questions? Yes. Well, I know that they're doing a lot down in Waikiki if they're in hotels, and each and every property, I think, has got their own plans, if you will. So pay attention. This is real, and it's most serious. And if they happen to be watching, we don't have these events very often, but when we do, they're real and they're serious. So we just ask you to pay attention, do what you've been asked to do, and we're all going to hope for the best. All right, we'll be back, okay? We'll keep you posted. Anything that we hear that's definitive, that could be of importance in news, we certainly will provide that. All right, thank you.
And you just heard from emergency officials there. And as we take a look now from Kauai about the Kauai emergency shelters, we're going to list them off for you. These are areas that you can evacuate to: Kapa'a High School, Kapa'a Middle School, Ele Elementary School, Koloa Library, Kauai Community College, Kalaheo Neighborhood Center, Kilauea Elementary School. Now, these refuge areas will have parking and restroom facilities available. And keep in mind, if you are bringing a pet, make sure you bring a kennel, food, and water for the animal.
And county officials are responding statewide. We just showed you the Kauai emergency shelters on Hawaii County. You have evacuation sites open at Pu'u'eo Community Center, Panaewa Park, Kea'au Armory, Pahoa Neighborhood Facility, Ka'u District Gym, the Na'alehu Community Center, Yano Hall, Kealakehe High School Gym, Waimea Community Center, Hisaoka Gym, and Honoka'a Gym. So a number of sites available for those seeking shelter on Hawaii County, as well as Kauai. And as we just heard, circling back to the news conference with Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, as well as with city first responders, there's an overarching message of, be prepared. Don't panic in this. Have a plan. So you leave the inundation areas, get inland, get upward. So the official warning came down just before 3 o'clock our time. And since then, we've seen traffic backups across different parts of the island, across different parts of the state. Roger Morton, City Transportation Director, was saying that bus service will be going on until about 6 o'clock this evening. And then Skyline, the last trip is at 6:35 from Alava. So there has been lead time in this, so there is time for many to take shelter.
Yes, and the emphasis is if you are in a low-lying area to move inward and upward, just as you said, Mark. But what hasn't been said is obviously if you are not in a tsunami zone, there is no need for you to be out on the roads. Again, we are seeing these images just coming into the newsroom right now of the traffic gridlock all across the island. And the emergency officials want to make clear that we want to make sure that we do not congest or overwhelm these roadways unnecessarily. So if you do have a loved one, come up with a plan and make sure that you have a family member. Go ahead and meet them at that area. We want to go now live. We're hearing that a news conference is happening right now with Governor Josh Green, along with other state emergency officials about the tsunami warning. Let's listen in.
Everyone is prepared, everyone is ready for what may come, but there is always some uncertainty about the size of the wave. In about 5 minutes, we'll reconvene a statewide meeting. We will hear an update on the size of the wave, as I said, as it passes through the middle of the Pacific. We'll also be in communication with other states and islands, such as Guam, Sinamai, finding out what they have experienced. After the wave has passed, after we're all safe, we will reach out to these other friends of ours across the Pacific to support them in their recovery also.
Mahalo, Governor. Andrew?
From what you shared so far, is any of that based on any ocean readings between Russia and between Midway and Russia?
Yes, there was immediately a response from all of the nearshore buoys. The question was answered almost immediately. Right after the earthquake, it was clear to us that there was going to be a wave. As we have shared, we don't know how large a wave, usually until it passes Midway. And as you can see, it takes 5 to 6 hours to come across the Pacific in this case. That's why we're always postured to first check. We don't want to alarm people unnecessarily. But once we see that there's going to be a wave, we begin our protocol. And usually the protocol results in an initial siren, which you heard, just to kind of wake people up to the severity of the situation, followed by the 3 hours out, 2 hours out, the 1 hour out, and the 30-minute out warnings. At that point, we expect everyone to be fully evacuated, either out of the inundation zones or vertically. People should not, and I will say it one more time, should not, as we have seen in the past, stay around the shoreline or risk their lives just to see what a tsunami looks like. It is not a regular wave. It will actually kill you if you get hit by a tsunami. So you have to be out of that area. Please do not put anyone in a situation where General Logan has to search and find you with a helicopter. It is not likely we will recover you if a tsunami takes you from the shore.
If you're stuck in traffic right now or in the coming hour or so, trying to evacuate, at what point, should you consider, what advice do you have to people who are still trying to evacuate at this time and as it gets closer to the 7 o'clock?
I believe everyone should have adequate time to get out of the evacuation zones. There were some accidents on the highway, as we were aware, coming in. We'll continue to update you, especially based on the size of the wave. Obviously, everyone has to be away from the shoreline. We've been in contact with our tourism authority, Jimmy Tokioka, who's our director of DBED. He's been talking to the hotels. I've been speaking to the hospitals. They are prepared. They've actually activated additional shifts in case there are mass casualties. We are praying that that will not be necessary. If the waves come and go and then we give the all clear, we'll be back to fine. We'll be back to normal. We probably will have a lot of debris to clean up. That's where our team will execute kind of the cleanup. There could be some power failures if local poles go down. Be aware of that. There could be some loss of water pressure. That happens sometimes in these circumstances. But once we give the all clear, we will no longer worry about casualties when we'll just be cleaning up. I really think people should have plenty of time, given where we are. Some of the traffic was already beginning to abate when we got here at about 4:55.
This formally concludes the presser, and we will stay tuned. We will have more updates in future press conferences. Mahalo.
To a news conference with Governor Josh Green and emergency officials who spoke earlier, re-emphasizing the same plan echoed by Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, that in a situation like this,
make sure you've just been watching here, of course, our station Hawaii News Now, the very latest coverage. We just heard from the governor of the state of Hawaii, making sure that everyone's aware of this incoming tsunami wave that is expected in just a couple of hours or so in Hawaii time, local time, about 7:15 local time there in Hawaii. So they're sounding the alerts, making sure everyone is evacuated who needs to evacuate in those evacuation zones. We have a look at the map actually as well after this 8.8 magnitude earthquake off of northeastern Russia. And you can see here the alerts. I'm going to take down this graphic so you can see Hawaii there is in orange along with the tips of the Aleutian Islands. Those are the tsunami warnings that are now currently in effect off Alaska's Aleutian Islands, the end of that tip, the island chain, and then Hawaii in orange. The yellow, which you see is much of the western coast of the United States and Canada, that's just an advisory. That means that minimal impacts are expected. No inundation, just minimal impacts, but just reminding folks to stay out and away from the edge of the water because there's stronger currents, rip currents that are there possible. So an advisory for the U.S. and Canadian West Coast there, much of it, but that orange warning in effect for all of Hawaii is why you're seeing the response right now that they are making sure that everyone knows that they are expecting potentially several feet of water tonight off of the entire coast of Hawaii. Now, if you want to continue streaming this live coverage, HawaiiNewsNow.com is the website. Local News Live is breaking away here about 11:30 Eastern Time, but the coverage continues in Hawaii from our excellent station, Hawaii News Now, and their team of journalists all across the Hawaiian Islands. They will be on top of the story for the next several hours, overnight, throughout the night, live streaming at HawaiiNewsNow.com. You can also search your app store for their free app, and you can stream it live there as well. For now, I'm Graham Ulkins. We, of course, will have much more coverage on our morning show right here on Local News Live and all of our editions tomorrow as well. And you can, again, continue streaming at HawaiiNewsNow.com. For now, we bring you back into regular LNL programming.
Hi, I'm meteorologist Jess Langlois from WCAX in Burlington, Vermont. Another muggy night out there for a lot of the Northeast. Temperature
keeping them tied off into the slips, because heading out into the open ocean is actually beneficial in these types of situations. And then we also heard as well State Department of Transportation officials and the military saying that Kole Kole Pass is open for Leeward Coast residents.
Right, and our Mahealani Richardson is standing by with an update on that. She just spoke to military officials and joins us now with the latest. Mahea.
That's right, Steph and Mark. This is in conjunction with the U.S. Army, the U.S. Navy, and state officials that Kole Kole Pass, linking the west side, particularly in the Lualua Valley area, is now connected to central Oahu and Schofield Barracks. For many, many years, we had heard complaints, especially from those in the windward from West Oahu, rather, that they were trapped and they could not get out if there was an emergency because there is one way in and one way out. And after the Maui wildfires, people were particularly concerned. And so earlier this year, U.S. Army officials and the state had an exercise to rehearse this exact scenario. We just spoke with the U.S. Army Garrison Hawaii spokesperson, and here's what he had to say.
Yes, ma'am. So the U.S. Army, in partnership with the U.S. Navy, the DoD, and HAIMA, have opened up Kole Kole Pass on the leeward side to facilitate evacuations from the west side. Commuters will be able to travel Lualua Naval Road onto Lyman Road and exit in central Oahu.
Are people using the pass now? Can you give us a sense of what's happening there now?
Yes, so both gates, the Navy and Army gates, have been opened on Kole Kole Pass, and civilian motorists are currently traveling from the Navy side onto the Army side and to central Oahu from the west side.
It was a long-standing issue to use Kole Kole Pass. I remember a lot of people were anxious about being able to evacuate the west side because there's really only one way in and one way out. And there was an exercise specifically for this earlier this year. What can you tell us about that exercise?
Earlier this year, in January, we partnered with the Navy, HAIMA, DOT, and DEM for an exercise that simulated a wildfire on the west side. So to get vehicles from the west side of Oahu to central Oahu using Kole Kole Pass. So that was a proof of concept for something that we're using in a real-life scenario today.
At least during your time with the Army, has Kole Kole Pass been used before for an emergency?
For an actual emergency, this is the first time that I've seen Kole Kole Pass been used for a real life scenario. We would like to say that the pass is very steep. There are several hazards throughout. So folks that decide to use this evacuation route, be extremely cautious and listen to military and evacuation personnel as you transit that pass.
You know, most people have not traveled along that pass. So how long does it take?
Right. So the pass technically starts around Lualua Naval Road. So if you turn right there at the Nanakuli McDonald's onto the road, go all the way back, it's very straight. It's mostly 2 lanes until you come across a small bridge. But it is fully paved. There may be some rocks in the road. So again, we just advise people to be extremely cautious while you're going up the pass.
And how long would it take to travel the whole pass?
With no traffic, it takes roughly 15 to 20 minutes to transit the pass. With traffic a little bit slower, it's hard to tell. I would say maybe upwards of 30 minutes or so. But it is the only alternative route if you're stuck in gridlock on Farrington.
Is there anything else that you would like our viewers at Hawaii News Now to know about the military's efforts during this tsunami warning?
I would just want everyone to know that the military is here as a community partner. We also live here in our community. Our families are in the community. So we want everyone to, be safe and get to safety if you are in low-lying areas, and listen for updates on official channels.
Can you tell us any information specifically about your service members and how they might be preparing if they are in low-lying areas?
Right, so we do have a couple of installations on low-lying areas. Pilila'au Army Recreation Center was evacuated about an hour ago, so the guests there have been evacuated from the west side. We also have several thousand guests staying at the Halikoa in Waikiki. So those guests are, to be protected from any potential storm surge, or advised to be roughly the 3rd or 4th floor and higher.
Okay, so the guests at the Halikoa, they're not being evacuated, but they're they were told to go to the 4th floor or higher.
Right, especially with traffic concerns and that kind of thing. Anyone in a high rise, if you can, the higher the better.
Are you getting any first reports specifically from the Halekoa and just how the situation is in Waikiki?
No specific reports. I did see that there are several folks still on the beach. So I would just really advise folks, take this warning seriously. Your safety should be of utmost concern.
And that is Nathan Wilkes from the U.S. Army Garrison. He's the spokesperson there. Again, Kolekole Pass is open, linking Lualualei area on the west side to Schofield Barracks in central Oahu. That pass was just in an exercise earlier this year, a multi-agency exercise, and it's now being used for real life. Back to you.
Lani, we appreciate that report. And standing by live now is Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. Mayor Alameda, thank you so much for joining us right now. I'm sure you and your administration are definitely monitoring the situation at this hour. Can you tell us what the county is doing to prepare?
Right now we're at the EOC. We've activated several hours already, and we got all hands on deck. We got all the departments here. And we're working across jurisdictions, so state, National Guard, Red Cross, our county workers as well. We've been through this before, and this is we're not, we're the island with the disasters, right? So it's like a well-oiled machine. So we're doing really well right now.
Mayor, what can you tell us about the shelters available and the resources there that being provided for those that want to attend the evacuation sites?
Yes, absolutely. We activated all our shelters, and so we're sending out messages already, various means, social media, website, press release. They know where the shelters are at. We also deployed our teams to make sure that there's water and food, and we're reaching out to our hotels. Those in the low-lying areas, if they need transportation, we have that as well. So we are transporting some folks who need the transportation to our shelters as we speak.
And Mayor Alameda, the alert came out after 1:30 this afternoon. What are you seeing out there on the roads? Are people heeding the warning?
Yes, they are. In fact, there is road congestion. And so, my message to the residents is to be patient. It's a warning, so we have time, and be respectful. And we sent out our police officers, as well as our firefighters, to make sure that the roads are safe. And if we need traffic cops in different areas, we are deploying them as we speak.
What kind of action is being taken as well in regard to the ports? And many have vessels tied up at harbors. What has been the message there?
Well, that's all, danger zones, right? So, they know the protocols on our island. They're very familiar with what to do with those vessels. In fact, Pride of America, a big ship, they knew what to do, and so they head out to the sea because it's safer there. And we took on their passengers. We provided them with transportation to our shelter as well. So, like I said, we have protocols in place. We've been there before, and we're just implementing it as we speak.
And Mayor, do you have a message for air travelers, and can you update us on the situation at Hilo Airport at this time?
Sure. So Hilo Airport's closed. Kona Airport's open, and it's in a safe zone, and so they are continuing their flights, is what I'm told. So if you're coming into Hilo or if you're going out of Hilo, it ain't gonna happen.
All right. Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda, a comprehensive response being activated statewide right now. Mayor, thank you very much for joining us. I'm sure we'll be talking with you more throughout the evening as we keep a close watch on this tsunami warning. So shelters are activated. There was a lot of lead up time to this. Many are heading for higher ground. Speaking of which, we caught up with back here on Oahu. Our very own Billy V caught up with some residents and visitors who headed up to the Tantalus area in Makiki.
Thank you very much. There's a steady stream of cars up here in Tantalus. People just, trying to find a place to go. Maybe they left Waikiki, maybe they left the lower areas, or maybe they're heading on the freeway and they had to go all the way to the west side. And we've been finding that they've been pulling off of the roadway to come here just to stay, have a place to be for a while until things calm down. We know that's not going to be for a while. But once again, Tantalus is busy right now.
I got told by a friend of mine who's over in Florida right now. He heard it before I did, and so he let me know about the alert, and I checked it out and decided to maybe go up mountain for a minute.
What was happening? What were you doing when you first heard the alert on your, I'm guessing, your phone?
Waimanalo Beach, kids were in the water, and then we heard we got the warning. We got the warning, and we immediately left.
Okay, so you guys are up here at Tantalus. What was the thought behind coming up here?
This was the highest point we knew. We came in here yesterday and we were like, instead of going to the hotel, let's just go here. I don't know which boat is safer or not. We couldn't ask anyone.
Well, I was swimming in Ala Moana Beach Park, and I got done and I usually checked my phone for any emergencies, family stuff. So when I saw that, whoa, and I checked with my family. Get out of the water already, because I did my lap, so I was getting ready to eat. So I got on the road and I noticed traffic is getting crazy. And I live in Makakilo. We're on a hill now. And I was thinking, no way, that H1 is crazy congested right now. And the first thing came up, hey, how did we go to Tantalus? So I took Punaho, I came up here. And
from Tantalus, Billy V, Hawaii News Now.
Thanks very much, Billy. I'm Ben Gutierrez along with Drew Davis here in the First Alert Weather Center. And just to recap, we are again under a tsunami warning for the entire state of Hawaii after an 8.8 magnitude earthquake struck off the east coast of the Kamchatka Peninsula. The first waves are expected to reach Hawaii at about 7:10 this evening, first for Kauai, then down the rest of the island chain, maybe about 7 minutes later for the island of Oahu, and then continuing downward. All of the emergency operations centers for the counties have been activated, and the people are being told, if you haven't heard so already, to be prepared to evacuate if you need to. But if you don't, if you are not in a tsunami evacuation zone, you should stay where you are. Earlier, we had a lot of traffic because a lot of people were let go at the same time. State workers, county workers, just people basically at work, all being let loose at the same time to try and get home, to try to get their belongings, or at least, just to be prepared as best they can.
And just to recap, again, this is an 8.8 magnitude earthquake. Earlier today around 1:30 p.m. Hawaii time, it was an 8.0, upgraded about 20 minutes later to an 8.7, and then reevaluated later to the 8.8. I do want to point out something that Ben and I just discovered as we're trying to get the latest information from the Tsunami Warning Center and the USGS. We're going to tsunami.gov, where you can actually look at those bulletins for yourself, and the page is unresponsive. It seems that there's so much traffic. Of course, this is a national news event now. Everybody is watching on the continental United States and across the U.S. They're trying to get into the tsunami.gov website. Of course, everybody is looking for information. And one of the things Ben and I have been talking about today, of course, this is not something to take lightly. This is this is the warning. We had the watch earlier. We were upgraded very quickly to a warning about an hour after the watch was issued. This is the time to take, not to panic, but to take action. Start moving in towards Melka areas, moving up 4 stories or above if you can, if you're unable to move Melka.
Yeah, this would be, when we talk about we always talk about the vertical evacuation. So 4 stories or above, this would be for high-rise buildings, including hotels, Waikiki, Ko'olina, we're talking Ka'anapali, also maybe even Kalapaki Beach on Kauai, that building there, even though it's kind of like a little bit higher up, but for peace of mind, at least on Kauai, move up to a higher floor. You don't need to evacuate the area. Also, emergency officials and we are telling you, if you don't have to evacuate, don't. Stay home, don't clog up the roads, and the worst thing you can probably do is try and go and take a look-see. Here's a live look right now at Coconut Island, Hilo Bay, where we have seen in the past some currents that have been coming in. Earlier we talked about, or the governor during the press conference that he had, talked about how we don't really know how big the waves are necessarily going to be, because we do have the buoys to take the measurements right close to the coastline, right along Kamchatka, right off Kamchatka, right off the Aleutian Islands, and then you've got this big, wide open ocean where there's no data.
It's just open ocean in between the peninsula and us here in Hawaii, so we have to get the information from Midway and other Pacific Islands before we can really have an idea. We still have the warning up. It's still very important to take this seriously. I do want to give some stats here. We've had a couple of earthquakes, again, 16% of earthquakes since 1850, so about a little over 150 years of data keeping of tsunamis here in Hawaii. We've had an earthquake in 1923 from the same fault line. That was a magnitude 8.3, so a little bit weaker than what we're seeing out there right now. And it took about 6.5 hours to arrive to Hawaii, and it caused $20 million in damage and killed one in Hilo. 1952, it caused another tsunami, a 9.0 magnitude earthquake, a little bit stronger than what we're seeing with this one, caused $8.94 million in damage. So, of course, there is cause for concern, especially when it comes to infrastructure and potentially impacting those near coastal areas.
Yeah, and when we're talking about 8.8, remember that the Fukushima tsunami was generated by a 9.1 magnitude earthquake. So 8.8, that's very close in magnitude. It is still a bit weaker because, again, the magnitudes are exponential, but when you start getting into the upper 8s, the lower 9s in particular, and, you know, when you start getting to 9.2, which I think was the Chile earthquake, definitely it's something to basically be aware of and to be prepared. Right now, let's head back to the desk with Mark and Steph.
Thank you very much there, Ben and Drew, for your analysis there. We also just got a list here, and we'll read that off for you, of the shelters on Maui. But first, we want to show you these images just into the newsroom of the busyness at the gas station over in Ella Beach. You can see long lines of people there. And you heard from Mayor Blangiardi and other first responders said, please just keep your cool. The roads are congested. But on the lighter side, we are actually seeing that traffic is tapering off in some areas.
Yeah, in certain areas. I mean, through the thick of the afternoon, coinciding with the typical rush hour, there was traffic gridlock in parts of leeward Oahu. We also saw lines in windward Oahu. In town, we want to pull up this video. This is, many flocking to grocery stores to stock up on supplies at Don Quixote. This is kind of what happens in an event like this. We see this with hurricanes. The good thing about tsunamis is that you have typically several hours to prepare. But, backups throughout Honolulu County, but we also saw footage from across the state as well. We also have this footage right now. It was an aerial shot of traffic in the heart of Honolulu. Let's pull that up right now. If you can see just the backup coinciding with when the warning came down.
That's right. And they have their list with them: toilet paper, bottled water, make sure you have those important medications, enough food to last a week. And we are going to get this list that we want to show you of shelters that are open right now: Lahaina Luna High School and Kihei Community Center.
And our very own Dylan Ancheta is standing by live on Maui right now with the very latest, and he also spoke with Maui Mayor Richard Bisson. Aloha, Dylan.
Aloha, thank you so much. I want to go over the full list of emergency shelters that are opening here on Maui. The county says Lahaina Luna High School, Kihei Community Center, Velma McWayne Santos Community Center, Hannibal Tavares Community Center, Hana High School, and Molokai High School for Molokai residents. Those are all in the process of being opened and shelters. I spoke to Mayor Bisson about 10 minutes ago, maybe 15 or so, and they said that they are in the process of opening those shelters. They hope to have them open very soon, if not already, and they do encourage people who are in low-lying areas to head over to those shelters. And they are welcoming pets in kennels. They are following the usual guidelines set forth by the American Red Cross for those emergency shelters. But I do want to play a little bit more from my one-on-one with Mayor Bisson. Here's what he said.
Yeah, the main thing we want people to know is there's time for us to be calm in moving to inland and higher land. So we just want people to move out of the tsunami zone areas, the inundation zones. We want them to move inland, go to higher ground, but we don't want them to panic. We don't want them to, have to be rushed. We know the traffic is challenging right now because people are trying to do just that. But we just want the messages, stay calm, work together. There's plenty of time for everyone to move out. We're not expecting the first wave to hit Kauai until 7:10. That's the information we received. We're going to get another update maybe in about 10 minutes from Pacific Tsunami Warning, so we'll get a better idea of how big it is and how fast it's traveling. That's our best estimate. Here on Maui, we want people to know there are going to be shelters open. There's 5 of them. The Lahainaluna High School, the Molokai High School, on Molokai, Hana High School, the Wailuku Community Center, and the Kihei Community Center. They'll all be open. They'll be staffed, so people will have a place to go. There'll be places for them to rest, stay while they ride this out, literally, and then bathrooms. We want people to know that their water, especially in all the coastal zones, from Wailuku to Napili, Lahaina, the different coastal areas, that water will be shut off, and that's to prevent any contamination and any destruction of the system. It won't all be shut off at the same time. There's a sort of a rolling shut off. It'll start to shut down. So if people want to start filling up storage containers with water, now would be the time to do that before that gets to their areas. We want people to be aware of what's online, the different alerts that are out there, the sirens, the MEMA alerts. And again, just to take care of each other. That's really the big message. Take care of yourself, your family, our kupuna, and help those that need extra assistance.
Mayor, I want to ask, can you list off some of those specific communities that people should be clearing out of right now? Just earlier, I was by the Queen Kahumanu Shopping Center, and there was still a line of people going in toward the low-lying areas. Can you just list off some areas that people should not be going into?
Yeah, most people know what zones they live in, and the inundation zone. We have it online, so people can go on. There's also a map at the NOAA, NOAA site. There's also pretty explicit maps. But anywhere that's an inundation zone, the low-lying areas from Waihe'e, Wailuku, Kahului, there's several throughout the island, throughout. And what is important for people to know is that this wave will be a wraparound wave. So although it'll come from the west, when it hits, it'll wrap around the island. So all the coastal areas need to be evacuated and head to the highlands. Obviously out in the west side of Maui, all the beach zones, the beach areas, people will know. We just want people to be safe. You might be seeing people go in to get their things to leave and to evacuate. And so, and we're trying to assist with the traffic. We've opened up some roads here on Maui that have been used for our temporary debris sites. So it's from Kuihelani Highway to Veterans Highway or Mokulele, and then from Mokulele up to the Pulehu or Maupio roads. People are already using it now. MPD is monitoring it, so people can cut through what used to be the cane fields and get up to the upcountry homes quicker, instead of having to go through what we all know on Maui to be Hanson Road or Halakala Highway. So there are people that are taking advantage of those routes right now, so we can alleviate, again, the traffic. And again, we're trying our best. People can call 911. They can call the MEMA hotline as well. We have a MEMA hotline, I want to say 270-7825, I believe it is. That's the number that people can call in order to get that information. I do have the number someplace, but sorry, 270-7633. That's our MEMA alert number, 7633. So again, we can assist with what you need, especially if it's evacuation. We want people to give us notice so that we can send a car to get them, or send our paratransit trucks, our MEO, Maui Economic Opportunity vans. We have people making rounds right now, trying to get people out of those areas before the waves hit. And
last question, can you talk about some of exactly what you mentioned, but for Maui Police, your EMS, what are they doing right now, and are they, how are their levels? Are they pushed? Is it all hands on deck? I mean, how are they feeling?
Well, this is absolutely all hands on deck, but it's very measured. The Maui Police Department, which always comes through for us in our emergencies, I will say, they're helping us control the traffic. They're helping us control, the evacuations. So right now, it's, we're asking for mandatory evacuations for everybody who's in those low-lying areas. Absolutely, going to inland, and we're trying to offer the shelters so people have a place to go besides, family. I should say here on Maui, Oski Rice Arena, also opened their parking area upcountry in that Makawao, Olinda area. So anyone in the upcountry area who's looking for a place to park their cars and ride this out, Oski Rice Arena, thank you to those folks for offering their location as well. I'm sure there are other places, neighbors, that are helping each other that I may not be aware of right now. This is the latest information we have, Dylan. We're hoping to get an update in just a few minutes.
Sounds good, Mayor. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So once again, that was Maui County Mayor Richard Bisson providing us the latest on what they are doing to prepare the residents of the Valley Isle to make sure that everyone is safe and out of the tsunami inundation zones. I want to recap those official shelters that he mentioned: Lahaina Luna High School, Kihei Community Center, the Velma McWayne Santos Community Center, the Hannibal Tavares Community Center, along with Hana High School and the Wailuku Community Center. Those are the shelters here on the Valley Isle that are opening or in the process of opening for residents. And on the island of Molokai, we have Molokai High School as well preparing to open. Earlier this afternoon, around 4 o'clock, 4:10, during the sounding of the first emergency siren, well, second, I should say, I did see a long line of people that were still going into the low-lying areas of Kahului. We were right outside the Queen Ka'ahumanu Center, and there was traffic back to back. And looking at the maps here, it still looks like there is heavy traffic in those areas. So officials are encouraging people to head to higher ground for those who are in those low-lying areas. But ultimately, again, Mayor Bisson says there are many people who are likely looking out for their neighbors and helping one another. And that's what it's all about here on Maui and across the state, really. They want everyone to proceed with caution, proceed with aloha. And if you are out on the roads, there is no need to rush because, again, there is several hours before we are expected to see the first impacts from this impending tsunami. So wherever you are on the Valley Isle, if you are on the lower areas, make sure to make your way upland. Now, Maui, of course, geographically is very tricky because so many of their communities are coastal communities. And so what we're seeing right now is two sides of the Valley Isle, residents from both sides essentially making their way up to higher ground, whether that's meeting in the center or going up the Mauna. And so we are keeping a very close eye on all of the situation, the happenings here on the Valley Isle, and we'll bring you more details as we get them. Again, Mayor Bisson is inside Maui County's Emergency Operations Center, and they are getting constant updates, and we are learning those updates alongside all of you. Live in Maui, I'll send things back to the studio. Guys?
Thank you very much, Dylan. And we are still awaiting a news conference that could begin at any moment, and we'll take you there live. Hawaii emergency management officials are gathering. But right now we want to go to Oahu's North Shore, where we have our Kyle Chinen standing by live. Kyle.
Yeah, that's right, guys. We're here at Sunset Beach here on the North Shore, and it's a very eerie scene right now. It's a ghost town, one of the more popular beaches here on the North Shore, especially during the summer months. We got here at around 5 o'clock, right before sunset, people catching off. Just want to show you the beach right now. It was sunny. It's sunny right now. It was a little bit dark and gray and rainy just a couple of minutes ago, and like I said, it's pretty eerie seeing here a very popular beach that is empty right now during the summer months. And on our way here, it was very, very packed full of cars, bumper to bumper, with people trying to leave the area. First, when we were leaving, or we're heading here from the Kaneohe side, people leaving from Polynesian Cultural Center, Kualoa Ranch, heading that way back to the Kaneohe area in town. And then when we got onto this side, past Kahuku High School and Intermediate, the line of cars were going this way, heading towards the Haleiwa side, everyone trying to get away from the shoreline. And that was an encouraging thing to see, although it was bumper to bumper on the roads. People were trying to get to higher ground, getting away from the beach, and people were practicing their patience. Not a lot of people trying to overtake. They understood the situation, and we passed by stores and different establishments here along the road and on the North Shore, and it was just a ghost town essentially. It looks clear now. A lot of people. I want to show the road. Just about an hour ago, it was at a standstill almost, and now you just see a little bit of local traffic here and there, some trucks driving by as people are preparing for the first wave to hit, which is supposed to hit in about an hour now on Kauai. But here on the North Shore, people are being prepared and staying ready for the chance that a wave hits here on Oahu. Now, excuse me. As you can see, it's clear, it's pretty barren, minimal cars on the road now, people getting to safety and getting out of the shoreline areas here on the North Shore. And as we continue to get updates here from the officials at the state and city level, and we'll keep you guys updated. But for right now, it seems that everyone is heeding the warnings from the officials here in the state to stay away from the shoreline and stay and get to higher ground. So that's kind of the scene here, a very quiet and unusual sight for the North Shore here during the summer months. That's the latest here, reporting live from the North Shore. Guys, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Kyle, thank you very much. Yeah, what a image that we saw right there. And also as we saw some of the response vehicles rolling through the region, as we saw earlier this afternoon, some DLNR officers were clearing beachgoers off of coastal areas. Can imagine that was also happening on the North Shore as well. We just got this list from the city of Oahu, what is being called tsunami assembly areas. We're not using the word shelters for Oahu sites, mainly because there are limited services available. So, if you need to be somewhere when the event is happening, these are areas to gather. Here's the list: McKinley High School, Hahaione Valley Neighborhood Park, Waimanalo District Park, New Valley Middle School, Makaha Community Park, Wailua High and Intermediate School, Kailua District Park, and Kaneohe District Park.
Kahuku District Park, Kalakaua District Park, Wilson Community Park, Eva Mahiko District Park, Nanakuli High and Intermediate, Kokohead District Park, Waipahu District Park, and George Fred Wright Wahewa District Park. And once again, the city is not calling these evacuation centers because services are very limited for residents who need to evacuate and move inland.
Yeah, very limited services right now as we are mapping out the response in anticipation of that first wave just after 7 o'clock. Another siren is expected to go off at about 6:10, so just a few moments from now. We have earlier images from this afternoon of the moment the sirens first happened. This is on the North Shore, as you can see in the middle of some gridlock. Okay, there was no sound on that, but that was when you had residents looking for, just trying to leave the area, low-lying areas, trying to get inward, get upland. So we're about just an hour out from that first expected wave. As we're also showing you Haleiwa right now, I think it's also important to note that on a global stage, we are seeing some effects of this tsunami. Tsunami reported earlier in Russia, which is close to the epicenter of the initial quake itself in the Kamchatka Peninsula, and also tsunami seen at the island of Hokkaido in Japan, reported 1-foot wave. Extent of damage so far, not yet known, but when the tsunami made landfall in Hokkaido, the reports are emerging that it was 1 foot.
And for us here locally, of course, the experts at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, they're still waiting for more information and for that first passing Midway Atoll to get that first reading, to have more of a better sense in terms of the size of those initial waves that would impact Hawaii. As you said, Mark, 7:10 this evening, the first expected waves to arrive in Hanalei, and then 7:17 this evening for us here on Oahu. We just also got an update on when we could expect that press conference to begin with Hawaii Emergency Management Agency officials. Now they're saying anywhere around 6:15 this evening. So we'll bring that to you live as soon as they become available.
A comprehensive response that we are seeing statewide and also from the individual counties themselves as we show you what the roads look like in Hilo this afternoon. The warning The watch became a warning officially just before 3 o'clock Hawaii time this afternoon. What we've seen are a number of developments, especially in regard to the state's transportation infrastructure, road closures to stay out of the low-lying areas, what we've seen with the harbors, boaters advised to take their vessels out into the open ocean. And then also, too, we want to reiterate that Hawaiian Air released a statement about 5:30 this evening that they are holding flight departures to the islands on Hawaiian Airlines and Alaska Airlines. As a safety precaution, flights en route to Hawaii are returning to the mainland or diverting as needed. So you have, what we're seeing here is you're just keeping a close eye on what's going to be happening and taking the utmost precaution as possible.
Right, and if you're still wondering at this hour, if you are indeed in an affected zone, you can always go to the Emergency Management Agency website, and there you can scroll for every single county. You can see the latest maps out there that will outline if you are indeed impacted.
Shelters, evacuation sites, tsunami assembly areas. We've been with you nonstop since the warning happened, since the watch happened at around 1:30 this afternoon. We aren't going anywhere. We are staying with you wall to wall throughout this entire event. Our First Alert Weather team has been doing a tremendous job tracking the very latest updates. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins with the very latest. Jen.
Thank you so much, Mark and Steph. A lot of important information right at your fingertips, and you can also get that at HawaiiNewsNow.com. And we saw the tsunami warning like we're talking about after 1:30. Now we're approaching that window of time, an hour left. It was anywhere from 5 to 6 hours to get here. Now it is 6:10, expected to come our way at 7:10, so within the hour. Magnitude 8.8, and you can see a lot of energy. The caliber of earthquakes, significant. Falling under that 8 to 9 magnitude. Great when you take a look at the severe damage, loss of life. This happens anywhere from about 1 to 10 years. So we are seeing a lot of energy that's happening over the Pacific Ocean, along that fault line, a lot of shaking, as you know. The Earth's plates rub together, causing an underwater earthquake. And we saw the depth that came through, very high in depth. I'm sure you're getting the warnings right now. The earthquake causes a vertical push of seawater that causes the tsunami waves. And with that, as the waves spread into shallow waters, it grows in height. And we're seeing these travel thousands and thousands of miles across the Pacific Ocean. It could travel so fast. If you could think about from point A to point B when you're flying in an airplane, you could see that it takes you so long to travel. Well, these are traveling at 500 miles per hour over the Pacific Ocean, over open waters, and then it gets here within that 6-hour window. So taking a look at history, really interesting when we dive into the tsunami history and their relationship with Hawaii. Hawaii has endured over 160 tsunamis since 1812. Usually the origin that has really impacted us has been Alaska, Chile, Japan, and Russia. It can cause huge surge of energy to travel across the ocean, as you know. And during the past, the most affected area, let's take a closer look. You can see Hilo gets hit the hardest, and the hardest years were 1946, 1960 and 2011. It's known as the hotspot of tsunamis due to the bay shape. And usually when the wave interacts with the bay shape and how shallow it is, it causes bigger waves to come their way over in Hilo. So very interesting with the dynamics of the topography, the depth of the bay, and the bay shape itself. Kona has suffered damage in 1975 and 2011. And as far as the rest of us, Kauai and Oahu's north and east shores can see some run up depending on the wave direction, along with Maui County. And this is key on the wave direction. What kind of wave will be coming our way? There's a lot of unknowns as it's traveling over open waters and that far of a distance. But history shows the magnitude of depth between 8 and 9. You can see in 1960, one of the strongest earthquakes on record. It arrived 15 hours later, up to 35 feet, with Hilo receiving a lot of damage there, and we even faced deaths in 1960. In 2010, the Chile earthquake, magnitude 8.8, really highly depends on that direction. It was only 3 feet. So even though it was a high magnitude earthquake, it was only 3 feet in that rise. In 2011, the Japan earthquake, 9.1 in magnitude, 6 to 7 feet. Lots of property damage, as you know, and that one was one for the history books. Taking a closer look at Russia coast, we were forecasting 3 to 4, and observations jumped to 10 to 13 feet, so on target of that. Japan up to 3 meters is in the forecast, but so far the readings observed was only 1.3. That has been confirmed there. Hawaii expected a little less than an hour from now after 7 o'clock, from 1 to 3 meters, about 3 to 10 feet. Highly depends on the wave direction and how it travels over the open waters. Over in Guam, about the same, 1 to 3 feet, falling anywhere from 3 to 10 feet. So none confirmed yet. We're just waiting on that. We're closing in on that last hour before it comes our way. And I just want to point that the initial surge of energy could be much smaller, maybe about 0.1 to 0.3 meters after 10 o'clock. But once we jump up into that 8 o'clock hour, that's when we could see that big jump and rise as all of that energy catches up and comes to the islands. And this is going to be wraparound energy across the entire island chain that we're seeing, but starting at 7:10 over Honolulu this evening. And it's important to note, even though some areas may not see a whole lot of runoff or coastal flooding, it is going to be very unpredictable with the strong currents. And this has been a concern with a lot of our tsunamis in the past, strong rip currents and the strong currents that will come. So that's why it's important to leave the beaches, not be near waters, not watch from the shorelines, to be at higher grounds, because there's just too much that's unpredictable in all of this. So tsunami warning is up and running, and that is going to be closing in on that hour as we approach 7:10. Mark and Steph.
That's right, Jen. Thank you so much. And we want to go now live. This is a live look at Hanalei Bay on the Garden Isle. And this is where the first tsunami waves will arrive at around 7:10 this evening.
Yeah, that is the first site of expected activity. We are now less than an hour away after the quake happened around 1:30 our time this afternoon. We are anticipating an update from state and county emergency officials at any moment now. When that happens, we'll be going out to it live, but the first wave is expected to arrive. 7:10, Hanalei is that first location where we could be seeing any type of activity. So as we're keeping a very close eye on this, we have crews at the Emergency Operations Center. We have a crew on Maui. Dylan Ancheta was there. We just heard from him. And also we have a crew en route to the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center right now, expecting a new update very shortly.
And of course, our First Alert weather team is also standing by with the very latest. And we want to go now to our Ben Gutierrez and Drew Davis for more insight.
All right, good evening, Steph. Good evening, Mark. Of course, we've been tracking this throughout the entirety of the afternoon. The earthquake happened at around 1:30 p.m. Hawaii time. One of the things, of course, we've been talking about is just absolutely how strong this earthquake is. This is an 8.8, upgraded from an 8.7, which was originally estimated to be around an 8.0. Of course, we don't typically see an 8 in terms of the Richter scale about once a year. We're nearly at that 8-point or that 9-point scale, where we see one of those about roughly 1 every 10 years. We've been showing this graph a lot today. This is just the overall caliber of the earthquakes, and of course this is on a fault line that's very active just off of Russia. Ben and I have been talking about this since last week. Ben, you were here in the studio covering a tsunami watch for the island chain for a magnitude 7.5 earthquake, which is an energy equivalent to about 1 billion pounds of TNT or explosive, but this one nearly 1 trillion pounds of TNT. And Ben, what was it like when we had that watch initially and it was taken down about a week ago?
It was there was obviously some concern because during the watch, this is the period of time when officials, Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, the geophysicists, the seismologists are looking at all the data and trying to determine if a tsunami has indeed been generated. The watch basically means that it's a heads up. You're supposed to take basically, be aware that an earthquake has occurred and a tsunami may have been generated, and then be on the alert for a tsunami advisory, which would tell us that a tsunami is coming, but it won't be destructive, or a tsunami warning, where a destructive tsunami could be possible. We've been talking about, even the officials have been saying, we don't know how big the waves are going to be. On the Kamchatka Peninsula, as Jennifer has been talking about, or Japan, parts of Russia, some of them have been up to maybe 20 feet or thereabouts, 15 feet. It depends on where you are. Some of the data that we've been looking at have been indicating that we might get a tsunami anywhere from maybe 3 to 9 feet, but that is not for certain. What we do know is that this uncertainty means that we need to evacuate nonetheless, because again, there's a distinct lack of data. When you look at the globe, we're in the middle of the Pacific, and basically there's nothing in this large area back here, or over here, that tells us exactly how big a wave is going to be, how big a tsunami is. We've got all the dart buoys that are like right along the coastline, so that'll give us the initial indication. But then when you get to the actual in the middle of the ocean, we have to guess, basically.
We're kind of in just kind of a waiting period right now. Again, we've been reporting all afternoon and all evening that we're waiting to see the data from the Midway Atoll. That's typically our first chance to see the size of a tsunami when it comes from the northwest or comes from the west, like we've seen in 2011 with Japan. We have to wait to see how it propagates across the Pacific Ocean. And we're about at that time where we're expecting to get that data soon. And as soon as we hear from the Midway buoys, we will report that as soon as we can. And now we're within 1 hour. Right now, as of on air, it's 6:20 p.m. The original estimates for the Hanalei arrival of the tsunami, 7:10 p.m. We're within 50 minutes of the arrival, or the estimated arrival. It's not going to be exact, but we're going to be around that time, 7:17 for Oahu, and then continuing down the island chain within the next 20-ish minutes. So again, we've got a lot to watch over the next hour or so, and we still have time. You still have time to prepare. You still have time to go upstairs. Make sure to grab important documents, grab water, non-perishables in case you're stuck for a while, and of course, make sure to take care of your family first and make sure they are aware of the threat.
The other thing to remember is that even though we might not know the size of the wave, again, and just reiterating, this is not a surf wave. This is an entire column of water that goes from the ocean surface down to the bottom of the ocean. And as that ocean bottom starts to get higher and higher, as it gets closer to land, that energy is going to be going up into the, basically, going upward and spreading out. And so we could still see some very strong currents, even if the wave is not there. Right now, we've got a live press conference to take to you. I think this is over at the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency.
Aloha, we're going to give another quick update here. As everyone has heard several times, a very significant earthquake off of Kamchatka, creating a wave. Important data point, when the wave passed through Midway Atoll, it was in total from peak to trough, okay, trough to peak, 6 feet. That means a 3-foot wave riding on the top of the ocean. And that was the piece of data we got just a few moments ago. We're tracking the wave at several different points. As I said, at Johnson Atoll, we had that wave at 3 feet amplitude. We will also be getting data from Wake Island, and the Aleutians are seeing some waves. And then finally, French Frigate Shoals at 6:33 p.m. we expect more data. Guam will see some waves at 6:57 p.m., but we are still expecting this significant wave. So everyone has to continue to be vigilant. There are a few other things that I need to report. As to the evacuation, that should be maintained absolutely beyond the waves hit on our island shores. We will only give the all clear when we feel there's total safety. We have begun coordination for additional people. The homeless coordination has been ongoing. We're making sure individuals without houses are notified of the tsunami warning and they're being removed from the areas. That coordination is going on all islands. We're working with service providers everywhere. I will say, once again, this is a very serious event. We have Black Hawks activated. We have high water vehicles ready to go. So we will be able to rescue people, but please do not put yourself in harm's way. Make sure you actually evacuate right now. We're going to have another update from everyone soon at 6:50. You'll hear one more alarm, remember, at 6:40. That's 30 minutes out from when the first wave is expected to hit Kauai, and that will be the last alarm you'll have. But we will give constant updates. I'm going to turn it over now to General Logan.
Aloha and good evening. Thank you, Governor. So the Hawaii National Guard remains postured, as I described earlier. We've placed liaison officers into all the emergency management agencies within all the counties to create a near real-time response capability. We also have additional forces that have been activated. The governor touched on this, but we have high water vehicles, which are those with large tires, big engines that can do a variety of different mission sets, and we have soldiers that are already manning those. We also have additional aircraft placed into an alert capacity with crews that can do a variety of mission sets, which are medevac, search and rescue, and hoist operations to rescue folks and take them to a hospital care facility or a point of care. I want to reiterate something that Governor Green said is we're not out of the woods yet. We're collecting data as the wave or the energy passes through some of the other islands. We're in constant contact with all of our partners, either on the mainland or within here, our state of Hawaii, the greater part of the Department of Defense, and also transmitting data to our National Guard headquarters on the mainland. So I ask everybody to remain vigilant. Take this seriously, and wait until you get the all-clear signal, or we reduce the warning to a lower level from either your state or your county official government sources. Thank you very much.
Mahalo Tag. Up next, Hawaii Emergency Management Agency Administrator James Barros.
All right, aloha. As we move this evacuation from those zones, we want to ensure that you're doing it safely and you're not panicking. You have time to get out of the inundation zone. The counties are working their sheltering plan and opening up tsunami assembly areas. So work with your counties, go to your county websites and see what shelters are being opened. The state is posturing that if needed, we can provide additional support post-impact at the shelters. I have opened the line of communication with FEMA, so we're on several calls so far. FEMA's postured to support the state at this time. Thank you.
Mahalo, Administrator Barros. Finally, we will bring up the Director of Business, Economic Development and Tourism, James Kunane Tokioka.
Mahalo. Aloha. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I will give an update on the visitor industry and what we're doing to the visitors that are here in Hawaii and informing them. I've been in contact with Jerry Gibson from the Hawaii Hotel Alliance and Jeff Wagner. We leaned on them during the Maui wildfire to help us, so we're leaning on them now. And the properties that are along the coastline are being asked to evacuate vertically, 4 floors and above. Some of the people have left the hotels, and the ones that have left the hotels to go to the airport, if they need a place to stay, when the airport is shut down, if it is shut down, then they should call the property that they came from to see if there is still availability at that property so they can go back there. I want to ensure that their friends and family on the mainland understand that there is a plan, and I think we need to give the governor and Administrator Barros and General Logan, big kudos, because there was a lot of training that went on after the wildfires, and this is the perfect opportunity for us to put those training, what we learned in training, into place. So thank you all for that, and be patient with each other. God bless you all.
Mahalo, Director Tokioka. At this time, we will open up for questions from the media, and I will call upon everyone one at a time. And I'm going to start with Ashley from Hawaii Public Radio.
Can you talk about what it means, what a 6-foot wave kind of means? Like, can you give some type of, I guess, like reference point for people as to what that's going to look like?
So the question is asking, can we clarify and kind of give deeper details to what a 6-foot wave means?
I think that's a very important question to clarify. So when we describe this wave, it's probably more accurate to describe it as having an amplitude of 3 feet above its base. When the water pulls back from a tsunami, you have the base drop. That becomes the trough of a wave to a peak, which is higher. That full distance from peak to trough is 6 feet. This would be 3-foot wave riding across the top of the surf. I wanted to remind people, this is not just like a wave comes off the shore, a 3-foot wave smacks down on the beach. This is a longitudinal wave with great force driving through the shoreline and into land. That's why we ask people to evacuate very far back. People asked if there was a generic way to describe how far you have to get away from the shoreline. To be absolutely safe, it's at least 4,000 feet. That's the better part, that's 4/5 of a mile, basically. That's why these inundation zones, which you can see on the map, which show red, are not just a few feet off of the shoreline. It is, again, not just a 3-foot wave. It is a forceful wall of water that will move across the shoreline and into the community if we ultimately get hit by this tsunami. We will get extra information as we go. It was described to us that it is impossible to predict until we get closer exactly how large the wave. It could be significantly larger than that, and it also could be smaller. We're aware of that. A little bit of history, just so people know real quickly. In 1946, before we had alarms, on tragically April Fool's Day in 1946, the tsunami hit Hilo. It was started by an earthquake that was 8.6. This one is larger. It took 4.5 hours to hit Hawaii. That year, we lost 159 loved ones. It was the middle of the day. Another tsunami that came in 1960 that hit Hilo, also there, came from Chile. It was a 9.5 magnitude, which is an extraordinarily large earthquake. That was on May 22nd, 1960. Took out 500 homes. That caused a 35-foot wave. It happened at 1 a.m. in the morning, which is why we lost 61 loved ones that year. So we will not be out of the woods until we come past first the wave that strikes Kauai, and then we'll see where it inundates along the rest of the shoreline. Again, it will not just hit some parts of the island, it should probably spread around the islands. And so you can expect waves everywhere, provided that tsunami does hit as we expect.
Andrew, Honolulu Star-Advertiser.
You answered a couple of questions I had already. What about electric utilities? They, at least Hawaiian Electric says they're coordinating with emergency management folks. Is there a plan for the power companies to preemptively shut off power sometime before the expected arrival time?
So the question is around public utilities and whether or not there will be a shut-off, electricity.
So we are in constant communication with HECO. Right now, the protocol is not for them to shut off, but we're in constant comms with them that if we see it impacting worse than what we anticipate, then we'll ask them to go into a shutdown. But we're having conversations with them.
Also, as it was described to me, we can't expect the wave to hit poles, and usually poles will go down. We expect significant debris. If we end up having a 3-foot or larger tsunami come through communities, there are going to be significant amounts of debris that can damage these poles. They will be out in force immediately once they get the all clear. They will also have to wait for the all clear because we can't afford to lose anyone driving along the roads. And we also don't want to send the wrong message. Anyone could be confused by seeing, anyone other than General's team out there. You can expect everyone to stay off the road. But we will do search and rescue throughout.
Le'ui, KITV4.
Andrew had my question about the electric grid. So my question is, what specific criteria moving forward, whether it be seismic activity, are you guys looking at to lower the threshold of the tsunami warning and going down?
So it's a request to describe sort of the criteria for how we move down from a warning moving forward. Mike,
The first part will be the actual progression of the waves. So at 6:50, which is about 17 minutes from now, we'll resume our next meeting. We're probably getting data almost as we speak from Wake Island and then the French frigate shoals. That was expected in this moment. So they'll be giving us some extra wave data. But that first wave will hit around 7:10, and it could take as long as 30 minutes for the waves, is my understanding, to hit other parts of the islands. So we'll be able to give kind of constant updates about where the waves are. As you can imagine, there are going to be people out there communicating on social media. Again, please just stay home. You know, let the waves ride out, let the energy dissipate, and then we'll be able to give people a full accounting of when the time is to stand down.
Again, I'll just reiterate, that, you know, we're going to leave it to the science, and the folks that are at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center are well-versed and well-experienced in all of these types of activities. They're gathering data, like the governor said, from some of the other land masses that have, and the buoys and the deep ocean sensors, and we're going to rely on them to advise us. I don't anticipate it to be immediate as the waves first start hitting the parts of our state at 7-10 hours, so it may take several hours after that to see that amplification and see it dissipate. But rest assured that immediately upon learning that, we're going to put that information out through a variety of different media, to include the media that we have here today, so that people can try to get their lives and return to normalcy. Thank you.
I'll go to Daryl Huff, Hawaii News Now.
When you talk about a 3-foot wave, how does that compare to the ones that cause the great damage in Hilo? And also, how certain are you about that measurement? Can people look at it and rely on that when they look at, say, a tsunami map? Is there any reason for people to go beyond what the tsunami maps tell them about where they should evacuate?
So lots packed into that question. So it's a question around describing that 3-foot wave, and the impact in comparison to past history, which I think the governor shared.
Okay, so the comparative waves, you know, the wave in 1960, when we had the giant earthquake off of Chile, was gigantic. It was a 35-foot wave. I mean, that was a total destruction wave. It came and wiped out houses completely. Right now, the first indication we had, the first small crest was actually just 30 centimeters, about 1 foot, and then that was followed ultimately by 6 feet from peak to trough, okay? So that 30 centimeters, I believe, was the peak to trough of initial. Now we had a 6 foot. We continue to get data. It can come in like several kind of waves of water. It usually goes in cycles of about 20 minutes is how they are seeing these, this forceful water come through. This is not, we pray, going to be anywhere near like that tragic tsunami in 1960. And we'll give updated measurements as soon as we hear specifically what the French frigate shoals show. That's going to be helpful. As we hear those data, we'll be able to push some of that out perhaps on social media. We'll come back out again repeatedly throughout. But soon we're going to see the wave. In about 3 minutes, everyone can expect the final siren, which is 6:40, and then we will hopefully see everyone out of harm's way, and we'll begin to tell you how the waves actually hit.
One final question from Daryl.
So given the size of this wave, what is the vulnerable infrastructure other than the electric grid?
So given the size of the wave, what is the vulnerable infrastructure besides the electric grid?
A couple quick things, and then I'll have General come up. I mean, this is about 3 feet, okay? But a wave of water, that means it can move cars, it will throw fences around if it hits, it can dislodge trees. That's why you just can't be out there. The impact is at great speed. Any structure that gets loose and strikes an individual could take them out. And people can drown quite easily with the force of that kind of wave. So again, people have to really distinguish the waves we are accustomed to on the coast every day versus a tsunami. It's a different beast altogether. And of course, if it gets much larger, they do anticipate it could be larger. That's why they get multiple measurements. It's even more dangerous, even more forceful. Houses will be damaged. There will be debris all over the place if we do get a full tsunami.
Yeah, the federal government classifies critical infrastructure into 16 separate categories. About 13 are relevant to the state of Hawaii. One in particular is what we call transportation. It's broken down into either airport, highways, or harbors. As you know, all of our harbors are at sea level and are vulnerable. We don't know what those impacts are going to be, and we're constantly evaluating those, because not just a tsunami here, but a hurricane could have similar effects. Most of our airports are also near sea level, except for some of the smaller ones. So it's good that we have the Department of Transportation participatory in the update meetings that we're having so they can anticipate what those impacts might be. And then we have plans in place to try to assist to get those back operational as quickly as possible. The governor did talk about many of our road networks are near sea level in our coastal regions, and quite possibly to the road itself, or all the power lines and all the other infrastructure that goes along with it may be impacted by some type of wave or tsunamic system. So we're careful about that. We don't have a compiled list together yet, but in just about every hazard that we have, it's incorporated into our all hazards plan, and we're either going to be directly able to help assist in its recovery, or call in additional assets as necessary.
Expect in one moment the next alarm, so why don't we actually pause now, and we'll come back to you in short order. We should have more data, but if we don't come back to you, just please everyone be very safe, and we'll begin to report on the waves as we get direct observations. Kind of around, we still anticipate 30 minutes from now, around 7:10. Thank you for being safe.
And that was just really good information provided by the governor there and officials about the first measurements that they got from Midway Atoll, the wave measuring 6 feet, but across the ocean 3 feet. And they say that it doesn't sound as large. However, do not be mistaken, because these are tsunami waves, different from a surf wave. They push inland and they also wrap around the islands.
Yeah, and emergency officials repeated, several times that, it's impossible to predict. Whatever happens in one location is not an indicator of what will happen here in the islands, as we are about 30 minutes out from the first expected impacts of the wave.
Right now we're hearing that alarm. That is the final alarm that the state is going to issue, signaling that we are just 30 minutes away from the estimated arrival of the first tsunami waves that will arrive in Hanalei on the Garden Isle, on the island of Kauai.
And Governor Green also said that this will be the last siren.
This will be the last
so the 6:40 siren that just went off right now, we'll be having more updates from emergency officials. But in the meantime, we do want to go back to our first alert weather team, kind of breaking down what Governor Green was talking about, because this is really the first time that we've gotten some real data in regard to impact on this. So let's send it over to Ben Gutierrez at the First Alert Weather Center. Ben, how do we process and digest what the governor just said in terms of measurements?
Well, he's been talking about trough to crest, and of course, that is at the buoy over at Midway Atoll, which is, I'm going to try and zoom out here, and it is actually right, if we didn't have, hang on here just a second, because we've been working on trying to get some of the data to you. We're looking at, hang on just a second, I'm just going to erase the satellite imagery. Honolulu is there, you can see that. And then we're going to try and put at least some kind of indicator as to where the Midway is approximately, I'll just put it right about here or thereabouts. I've got two that the passes, yeah. So let's see, hang on just a second. We're just gonna try and zoom out a little bit.
Just so we can see the labels real quick. Again, Midway Atoll is off to our northwest. That's typically where we see information from approaching tsunamis. And one of the reasons we are a little bit concerned about this is kind of the way that the seafloor works here in Hawaii. Unlike the continents, we don't have a continental shelf really that's right offshore. You don't see very shallow water really quickly. The Hawaiian Islands, of course, are formed volcanically, and they're essentially steep mountains in the ocean. So there's a very steep drop off into Pacific water. And
If you can come back to the Weather Center for just a second, because I think what we can do is show you a little bit. So here we have the map of the islands, and then farther off in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands, Drew, if you can like zoom out, we're talking about Midway Atoll, which is one of these islands here. And of course, the buoy there is the one that recorded the trough to crest of 6 feet. Now, again, what does that mean? It means that we do have at least a column of water that may be about 3 feet tall. That is in the open ocean because it is still pretty deep. Let's zoom back in on the Hawaiian Islands, and then we can show you a little bit of what we call the bathygraphy, which is like the opposite of topography, which is what you see on land. Bathymetry, rather, is what we have. So if you look at areas like Honolulu Bay, and we'll just go to a close-up, we can see like right here at Honolulu Bay, it might be a little bit shallower over here, and so that means that the energy is going to start coming in a little bit higher. And we do have another press conference right now. Mayor Rick Blangiardi of Honolulu is about to take the podium.
Have already gotten to safe places. And the fact is, I would encourage you to keep watching. We'll try to update you as much as we possibly can. One of the things that's developed, we brought our team here, and I want Chief Vanek is going to speak to you in a moment, is that at 6:30 tonight, we begin a contraflow to traffic to send everything Mocha. So any one-way streets headed Mackay, you can get on there and head Mocha. So if you know somebody who's stuck in traffic, and we know there's a lot of people still stuck in traffic, if you could place that call, I'll let Chief and Roger Morton, our head of transportation services, give you a little bit more detail, but we want to reverse that. We're trying to get everybody out of harm's way, okay? So again, if you're watching us now, you know somebody who's stuck in traffic, okay, tell them they've got to be very careful, because we can't have the lights. I don't know how many patrol officers we have out there to direct traffic. Be careful, but you can go out on a one-way street and head Malka. So with that, I'd like to bring up Chief Vanek.
Thank you, Mayor. So the first thing I'd like to say is just to echo what the Mayor said is make sure you're listening to the first responders if they're giving you directions. Definitely if they're telling you to evacuate, evacuate. If they're giving you directions to drive in a certain direction, follow their directions. The next thing I'd like to ask and tell you is if you don't need to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. If you've arrived at a safe location, like if it's your house, a friend's house, a shelter, or just somewhere safe, stay there. And stay there until it's safe. If you don't need to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. Stay there until you get the all clear. And then finally, if you don't need to call 911, don't. Don't inundate the 911 system. We have a lot of officers out there. They're responding to emergencies. So if you don't need to call 911, unless of course it's an emergency, stay off the 911 system because we need our officers to be able to respond to actual emergencies and calls for 911. With that, let me turn it over to Director Roger Morton.
Yes, thank you. I know it's been a rough day on the highways today. The good news is it seems to be we're clearing a little bit, but but since 2 p.m. we have been adjusting our traffic lights to facilitate Malcolm Mackay travel, and we're continuing to do that. In addition, HPD dispatch has been getting their officers to give directions right on the street. My message really is we're half an hour out from when we anticipate this wave to hit. If you're on an east-west coastal highway, now is the time to calculate, are you going to be on high ground? And if you're not, if you have any doubts, you need to get up Malka side immediately, because that's where we're going to have a problem is on our coastal highways, on Kamehameha, on Farrington, on other highways around the island. So that's the message that we have is that police on downtown areas are facilitating travel up. It's been a rough day. I know it took a long time for people to get out, but now's the time to get to high ground.
Aloha, Randall Collins with the Department of Emergency Management would like to reinforce inland and upward. Get to a safe zone. Get out of the tsunami area and get to a safe area. That is the #1 message. The second message is to stay informed. There is one place to get accurate information, and that is at hnlalert.gov. There's no www, it's just hnlalert.gov in your browser. Not only can you get information there about the tsunami zone areas and where we have activated our tsunami assembly areas, you can sign up and stay informed as we continue to text out information and message information through that application. So hnlalert.gov. Would like to thank the mayor for his leadership. We have enacted or proclaimed a local state of emergency that has opened up all the funding and all the resources and all the decisions that we need to make sure that we can keep people safe. And so with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Ireland.
Good evening, Jim Ireland, Department of Emergency Services. EMS has had a really busy afternoon and early evening. I want to thank all our paramedics, dispatchers, and EMTs for just all the hard work that they've done today. We have an emergency plan for this type of scenario. We will stop potentially responding and may not be able to respond into the inundation zones as we get closer to the predicted wave arrival, and that time has already passed. So for emergencies that are in the inundation zone or near the inundation zone, we may or may not be able to respond over the next 45 minutes and potentially longer until we get the all clear. EMS has had a variety of calls today, just like any other day, but we've had, it seems like an excessive amounts of traffic accidents. We had a critical accident up in Laie, another accident in Waialua, as well as Pearl City. So just wanted to echo what the others said as far as just taking your time, drive safely, be careful, because we don't want to tie up ambulances and resources for preventable accidents like traffic accidents. So be careful. Again, heed the warnings, get to higher ground now. This is all good advice, but we're really coming in really close now to the predicted wave time. So as we get closer, again, EMS may or may not be able to respond to a call in the inundation zone. Corps, which is also in my department, has been very busy. Since about 4 o'clock today, they've been going to coastal areas to help inform and give notice of evacuations to our homeless encampments and populations in these areas. They haven't been able to hit everywhere on the island, but they've tried to hit the busiest and most populous areas for the homeless. So again, a very busy afternoon and potentially evening for EMS. We have called in extra resources. Our ambulance bus is staffed if we need that later, and we'll be standing by with everybody else to see what exact impact this event will bring over the next few hours. Thank you. Yeah.
Accurate information can save lives, okay? So as I've said repeatedly throughout the breaks today, you know, watching your television stations, stay in tune as long as we have power. Please do that. Provide good information. What Randy said about hnlalert.gov, absolute source of correct information. So I want to caution everybody, because I've already seen some social media stuff out there. We're talking about a circumstance right now that we really cannot predict, but we know one thing for certain. If it hits, okay, it can affect lives. It's strong enough, the potential of that. We want you to be accurately informed. As you can see from what you heard in the state report and our city report, we're doing everything we possibly can to help you. So please, stick with the accurate information. Don't be deceived by all kinds of stuff. Look to your sources here. And I promise you we'll continue to update you, not just after the wave hits, if in fact it actually hits, or what happens throughout the night. Because just so you know, I've been through this before, the wave is expected to be here 7:10 in Kauai, a few minutes after that on the island of Oahu. But we might not get an all clear for hours, because that's how these perform. March 11, 2011, that's exactly what happened. We were due at 3:17 in the morning, and at midway, it was a 6-foot wave. It was a 6-foot wave traveling 550 miles an hour, and we were not looking at a good situation. Tonight, they didn't talk about the speed, except we were being told by the civil defense people that this is going to be really bad. Okay, that was then. As it turned out, we had some damage. The waves came in, they receded back out, they went back in. They did it 4 or 5 times, and they kept telling us the next one could be big. We did not get an all clear for a wave that was supposed to hit us till 3:17 until 11 a.m. the next morning. So we don't know what kind of an evening we're in for, but you want to pay attention. You want accurate information. This could save your life. I promise you, all of us will do everything we possibly can to help everybody out there, but you also have to help us too. So pay attention to that. And one last time, okay? If you're anywhere near the water, get out of there. Get to high ground, okay? Thank you. Any questions?
A lot of people park like on Atlas and
Yeah.
mountain areas, it's kind of windy.
Yeah.
So I know you said it's hard to predict for a timeline, but a lot of them will see that initial wave and then say, okay, we're good. So what do you tell them? You know, they want to get home, but they're still in the car.
Well, I think that they want to go to H&L Alert, and we'll be talking to people at that. If all they have is cell phones, assuming they're not watching, they can't watch television, or maybe they have some kind of reception there, or to any of the station's websites, but stick with accurate information. And we'll keep you folks advised, too, as to what people should do. We're going to just, you know, Lynn, in this situation, we cannot over-communicate. We all know that. We're going to try to do that as reliable and as a detailed way as we possibly can. So I know last time, because people did the same exact thing, and that's what we've been encouraging. People didn't come down from the mountain until after sunrise. A lot of people stayed up there. You want to stay until you get told that it's safe to come down. That's what I would tell people. Wait until you find out it's safe to come down, because as I said earlier, that last time on March 11th, if you remember, that tsunami was in Japan. It was the most televised tsunami ever because it was daytime, cameras everywhere, and it was almost surreal watching what was going on. And so while I choose not to think about the worst happening, at this point in time, in this hour, I want to be as conservative as we possibly can in the spirit of saving people's lives. So information is very, very important. Okay, we don't know what we're dealing with right now. Within minutes, we probably will, and we'll go from there, and we'll keep you posted. If you're in a safe place, stay there until somebody tells you to leave. Yes, ma'am. Well, we're going to have to see what the extent of it is. I think, you know, we've got everybody out there between HPD, our fire department, our first responders, EMS, Jim is here. You know, we're going to be on full alert. I mean, we're going to try to do everything we possibly can. And you heard the governor say the same thing with all services here. We're all in this together in a moment like this. We will do everything we have with the available resources we have to respond the way people would hope we would respond. That's the best I can tell you. Right now, I'm hoping for the best. We're trying to prepare for the worst. We're hoping for the best. Yes. Yeah, I'll bring up Jim Island as far as the tools. Okay, thank you.
Well, from our standpoint in EMS, we have ambulances, ground ambulances, SUVs. So those are our tools. But I think in the earlier press conference from the governor, he talked about his air assets and the National Guard being on standby. And I can't speak for the Honolulu Fire Department, but they also have air assets. So when we are in a rescue situation, we have seen the air assets for lots of different agencies here and across the country, whether it's National Guard, Coast Guard, or the fire department, be able to do rescues where ground vehicles can't get in. So besides what we have available to respond on the ground, there are those air assets for those other agencies, not ours.
Yeah, and I would like to add, I spoke to Admiral Reagan earlier from the Coast Guard, and they've deployed all of their assets out in the ocean. They're hitting around all the coastlines, and they're also going to be readily available, which is a great resource as well to complement our other resources. Anybody else, guys? Anybody here? Anything else you want to add? Is there anything else?
Mayor, so Dr. Ireland said that they can't send their ambulance crews into the zone right now. Is that the same with HPD and with HFD just because of the danger to those assets?
The question is, can we send our HFD or an HPD into the zones that Jim said we're going to keep out of right now if they're in danger zones? Is that right, Wayne? That's the question?
Yes.
You know, our officers are dedicated, and they're going to put themselves in danger like they do every single day. But I'm going to tell you right now, if there's a 6-foot wave coming at 500 feet per second or whatever it is, I don't think I'd blame them if they don't go rushing into that. But what I will tell you is that our officers are highly dedicated, and as a matter of fact, we've kept back all of our daytime officers. We called in our nighttime officers early. They're not actually even supposed to start until 9 o'clock, but all of them came in early. So we have way more than 100% working right now, and that just goes to show their commitment. I have full pride that they're all in, working really hard. All of our support units are in. we'll do what we need to do to make sure that we keep the public safe. And I want to assure you that we're there for you to keep the public safe. And if you need us, we'll be there. We'll answer that call for service.
Yes, just an update on some of the highways. Some of our highway routes have been closed. HPD is enforcing closures on Farrington Highway at Waimea Street, at Fort Weaver Road at North Road, no Mackay-bound, ocean-bound traffic, and Fort Weaver Road at Papipi Road, no Mackay ocean-bound traffic is being let through at this point. So be on the lookout. There could be other closures that occur as the officers in the field deem necessary. But those are three that we know of that we're just advising the public.
Any other questions? I want to thank you and all the media outlets for staying on this all afternoon like this and continuing to broadcast here. And let's just all hope for the best, okay? You have a big responsibility, and we're here to answer whatever questions, but we need your help too in reaching the people, and I thank you for that. Again, stay away from social media. No false information. Deal with accuracy. It can make all the difference. Okay? Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. We'll bring you back down for the next update.
And now this is a live look at Hanalei, where the first arrived waves are expected to arrive, at 7:10. That is less than 12 minutes out.
Yeah, we're giving you a live look at Hanalei Bay right now, which is the first site of any sort of anticipated activity. You just heard from Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi saying that, even after we hit that time, we could be in for a long night until that all clear is given. You also heard the emphasized message from emergency officials. You should not be on the roads right now. You should not be in low-lying areas, and do not flood the emergency call system. At this point, you should be at a place where you're safe. You're at an evacuation site. You're at a tsunami assembly area as we kind of wait through and see what this 8.8 magnitude earthquake that originated from Russia earlier this afternoon, 1:30 Hawaii time, what that brings. So again, a live look at Kauai right now. We want to go back to Ben Gutierrez and Drew Davis for their explanation on what we could expect. This is coming off of what we heard from Governor Green getting the first initial readings from the buoy at Midway Atoll. While they do say it's impossible to predict what could be happening here in Hawaii, what you do see at Midway was very newsworthy. What can you tell us, Ben and Drew?
All right, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Steph. Of course, at this time, we're less than 10 minutes out from the potential arrival of the tsunami in Kauai and up near Hanalei. Again, just one last quick look. Of course, we're watching it was a 3-foot wave on top of the ocean reported at Midway Atoll. And of course, the waters get very shallow very quick right off of the Hawaiian Islands. Of course, we don't have a continental shelf around us like the continents do, where they have a large area of shallow water and then just a strict drop off into the deep ocean. It gets very shallow very quickly. We're mountains building up underwater. One last quick look at the Kauai evacuation zones. You can see this behind us. Again, less than 10 minutes away. That's when we're expecting to see the tsunami. It might not be exactly at 7:10, but that's the best prediction right now for the arrival of this tsunami. Just taking a quick look, most of Kauai is in the tsunami evacuation zone, at least all of the coastlines. And the reasoning for that is because of all the Mauka areas, the mountains, it pushes right up against the coastline. You don't have very many areas that are highlighted in yellow right here. That indicates the extreme tsunami evacuation zone. And that's for the worst tsunami possible, the worst possible modeled tsunami. We don't expect that that's going to be the case with this one. But again, we have to take precautions across the entire island. Again, less than 10 minutes out. Ben, what can you tell us about the tsunami? We're watching the Hanalei live cam very closely. We've just taken a look out there. What can you tell us?
Well, basically, when you look at the tsunami evacuation map, obviously places like Hanalei and also West Kauai, where you're looking at that area, there's a very big run-up. And then when you look at East Kauai right now, basically Kapa'a all the way down to Wailua, even down to Hanamaulu, that area there are some points where it is pretty shallow, where it is pretty flat as far as the landmass, but at the same time, places like Honolulu, even Honolulu, as you can see that the tsunami evacuation map is a little bit deeper. It goes further inland. And one point I want to make up too, we've been talking about a wave. We could be talking several waves because that would be, we've been mentioning the first wave. And so tsunamis generally you don't just have one, you're going to have a bunch of them. And so there is that possibility where we will see waves possibly for several hours. And you can definitely see as we take a closer look at the island of Kauai evacuation maps, you can definitely see that Honolulu up at the top and also West Kauai, there's a very large area that goes inland and also on west or make that East Kauai, places like Waialua, also the Kapa'a area, Anahola, Hanamaulu, those areas are also within that evacuation zone. Kauai also is older geographically or geologically rather, and so that means there are larger rivers. And so that also means that you should stay away from any of the waterways that go inland. The Wailua River, for example, is one. Navilivili Harbor is another, where you're going to have some of that energy from the tsunami going further inland because of the fact that it is a wider waterway, and then that will be able to go in. A couple of years ago, we had a smaller tsunami, and we had videos of that actually going up the canal, Kawainui Stream, I believe it is, up in Kailua, where you could see the tsunami wave. It was only about yay high, but you could definitely see something rolling in on the river headed toward Enchanted Lake. Now, you'll see something on the surface, but at the same time, remember, it goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean. And so even if the wave isn't that big, there's going to be strong currents. That's the reason why the Coast Guard has ordered evacuations of the harbors, because boats could be pushed around by these currents and could be pushed into piers, could be pulled away from their moorings, could get loose. We saw that in 2011. We saw boats hitting each other, causing major damage to vessels, also causing major damage to harbor infrastructure, and that's why we're seeing all of those boats leaving.
And we're at around 5 minutes out, I believe. It's 7:05, at least on the clocks that we have here in our studio. This is the time where we're watching for potentially water receding. Again, if you're near the beach, of course, go away. Do not stay there to watch the tsunami. This is an incredibly strong event. And we're no stranger to the power of water here in Hawaii. The Rivers Point, that's a great point. All of that water, that energy rushing in, it's going to impact the entire island potentially when it comes to those rushing waters, rushing up the rivers, and of course the coastlines, of course, will be the most impacted. That's it for Ben and I here in the Weather Center. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins with more.
Thank you so much. Very good information, gentlemen. We are going to be seeing a lot of action within the next hour. And first, beginning with that receding water and then the rush of energy. So the initial readings that they were talking about in the press conference, 3 feet, lots of forward motion we're talking about. It's almost like a freight train racing across the ocean, initially at speeds of 500, 550 miles per hour. Once it meets the shallow waters, that's when it slows down to speeds of about 30 miles per hour. Usually I use this graphic when we talk about flooding from rain, but this shows you the power of water and how incredibly powerful water can be and pick up people, just sweep them right off their feet. 1 foot can pick up cars, 2 feet can move SUVs and heavy trucks. So the power of water, especially along those rivers and everything that's meeting along the mountain base, is going to be a big concern, even if it is at 3 feet. So I just wanted to take a close look at the past most affected areas. This is going to be a lot of wraparound energy. That's why we have the tsunami warning for all of the islands. So it doesn't mean we're going to be in the clear for one island or the other, but Hilo does have a history getting hit hard by tsunamis, 1946, 1960, and 2011. It's known as the hot spot for tsunamis due to the bay shape. It's incredible of how shallow the waters are, and because of the shape of the bay itself, it actually has some of those waves get even bigger along Hilo's side. Also, Kona has suffered damage in 1975 and 2011, and we have been seeing damage with other tsunamis across the western end of the state, particularly over on Kauai, on Oahu, the north and east shores. You can see some run up depending on the wave direction, and that's key, and that's one component we really don't know. Like Ben and Drew were talking about, there's a lot of information that's missing over open waters with the lack of buoy data that's over the open waters. So the wave direction is a big player of what kind of wave will be coming our way with these tsunamis. So we are coming close at 7:07 right now. Initial readings will likely be seeing that receding water at first over on Kauai, and then anywhere from 0.1 to 0.3 a possibility. And then that energy, like we're talking about, racing across the entire ocean at speeds of 550 miles per hour. That energy is going to get caught up, and so we could see the biggest of the tsunami surges come in during the 8 o'clock hour. And then it's going to be highly unpredictable throughout the night, especially with those strong currents. And that's why evacuation zones, you must just heed to all of those warnings, especially along the coastline, along the rivers, and along anywhere there is water. So taking a closer look at the readings from tonight. So 3 to 4 meters, that translates to 10 to 13 feet was observed along the Russian coast. We did see in Japan about 1.3 feet. It was up to 3 meters was the forecast. Over in Hawaii, initially we're forecasting 1 to 3. With that Johnson Atoll reading at 3 feet, we could see that energy coming our way around that marker, but it could be even higher, like we're talking about Hilo and the shape of the bay, that could pile up water even more. So that's a big concern after the 7 o'clock hour, and Guam ran anywhere from 1 to 3 meters, which translates to 3 to 10 feet. So historically speaking, we've seen a number of tsunamis like we've been talking about throughout the evening. Over 160 since 1812, the origin, Alaska, Chile, Japan, and Russia. And it can cause a huge surge of energy traveling across the ocean. And like we're talking about this evening, the power of water is incredible. And you can see the history is there. Tells a big story. With 1960, magnitude 9.5 arrived 15 hours later, up to 35 feet. In 2010, magnitude 8.1 or 8.8, we did see 3 feet. So the direction of the wave does play a big role in that. And then Japan quake 9.1, 6 to 7 feet with the property energy. So we're watching the buoy readings very carefully. And the latest information, let's send it back to Mark and Stephanie.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jen. We are now at 7:10, which is exactly when the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center predicted that we would see the first arrival of the tsunami waves generated by that powerful earthquake in Russia. And as we're looking here, Drew and Ben, what are you noticing?
Way off in the distance. We're talking about way off in the distance there, right around the middle of your screen, right at that point. It looks like there is something happening there as far as like ocean activity. You see some white caps that are slowly spreading across the bay. We haven't seen something that often occurs with tsunamis, and that is the pullout of the water. Usually there'll be an area or, places like Hanalei, the water will recede a lot, and then the tsunami will come back in. But I'm not sure exactly if that way off in the distance there is actually something at the moment. On the right side of your screen, right where the sunbeam is, there's a little bit of current activity. So you can see there are some currents that are occurring as some of the water starts to flow out. But as far as the actual wave action, Drew and I have been looking at this, and we just see something that appeared off in the distance right at the edge of that point where you can see some what looks like white caps. I don't know if that could be like something that is basically artifacts off the camera or whatnot. But one thing I'm also looking at very closely is the actual water line, the shoreline there. Not seeing anything. And again, 7:10 was the estimated time of arrival. And so that's, again, as it indicates, it's an estimate. It can be faster, it can be longer. It just kind of depends on what this had to travel through, and also the kind of earthquake that it was, because then it depends on how quickly it was pushed over. But no doubt, it does travel very quickly in the ocean. There's nothing there to basically hold it back. So we're looking again, speed of a jetliner, but at the moment that area of white really hasn't moved an awful lot. So we're not quite sure exactly what is going to be happening, if the tsunami, the first wave, is going to be late. But again, you can see some streaks on the ocean. Those are like rip currents that have developed, and
definitely the tsunami is going to be playing into strong currents. We're watching the water at least start to move in a little bit. Like you said, over near the sunbeam reflecting off of the water there, you can see the direction of the water flowing into the bay. Again, it was 7:10. This is the best prediction for the arrival of the wave. Much like weather models, it's very hard to simulate the entirety of the ocean. So that was the best prediction given by the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. And again, we're going to keep watching this. If it is delayed out here for Kauai, that also means that it will be delayed as we're going further down the island chain. Again, it does seem like we are seeing some waves moving in. Again, this is a very active scene where we're trying to watch exactly what's happening.
That's right. And, you know, I mean, taking us back now to 2011, Ben, I don't know if you remember, but the 9.1 magnitude quake in Japan, it was a very powerful earthquake, and that sent us a tsunami wave as well. And you could definitely, when you do see it on camera, you can definitely tell that that is a tsunami wave. You talk about the receding of the water, and I remember vividly watching Hilo Bay, and you will definitely see that big difference there. As far as right now, though, again, we are just monitoring and looking at the shoreline for any changes there. And again, once again, off in the distance, that sunbeam that you were pointing to, you're also noticing some subtle differences and changes in the water there. No major recession of the water yet, which is a telltale sign that the tsunami wave has arrived.
Sunset is expected at 7:12, so we've still got some daylight. We're just past that. Thank goodness that we still have that light out there to really give us a clearer sense of what is happening. We're going to be staying on this cam at Hanalei right now. This is a live stream overlooking Hanalei Bay with the expected arrival of the first activity of the tsunami generated by the 8.8 quake. We're looking at this. Our first alert weather team is monitoring this shot very closely. Literally an unfolding situation as we're watching the water and kind of paying close attention to what we're seeing here with the conditions.
And again, the water here has to wrap around, since Hanalei Bay is on the northern portions of the island. It's coming from the west and northwest. Russia is off to the northwest of the island chain. We've been showing that map of just completely open water. So we have to see a little bit of a wraparound. First, it hits the Nepali coast and then starts to move into Hanalei Bay, move down the western and leeward coast of Kauai. So we are going to continue to see how this evolves.
And Drew and Ben, talk about the impact of, I know this earthquake, 8.8 earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia, had the depth of 46 miles down. Now, talk about how that plays a role in the strength and power of wave.
Well, usually the deeper an earthquake is centered, the less likely it will cause an earthquake. It will cause a tsunami, rather. However, it kind of depends on the type of earthquake. Drew had explained earlier, if it's a slip, not too bad. If it is a thrust earthquake that goes straight up and that pushes a whole column of water up, that's one of the things that we were seeing in the Thailand earthquake, the devastating, I believe it was 2006 earthquake. Might have been, I might have to check on the date there, but the one that devastated so many places like Indonesia and on Christmas Eve of that year. Right now, Hanalei not really showing anything, but then again, 7:10 was an estimated arrival. There was a wave that was recorded, according to Haima officials, at the buoy at Midway Atoll. So depending on how things are going, we could be seeing a delayed arrival, but then again, remember, it is not just the first one.
7:17, which is when we were expecting the first waves to arrive on Oahu. If we can now switch over to, this is a live look at Honolulu Harbor, where earlier we were also monitoring quite a few reports that boaters, a number of them, and fishing boats were heeding the warning, and we also saw them head out to sea, staying away from the channels vessels going in water at a depth of 300 feet or greater. And you can see it looks like the harbor is all clear. Even got word that the Coast Guard cutter ship also left the harbor right now. As we take a look at Honolulu Harbor, 7:17, again, the estimated arrival of the first waves here at Oahu.
Yeah, and the ability for these vessels to evacuate is one of the silver linings of an event like this, because you had a 6-hour notice, for the boaters to head out to the open ocean, for, residents and visitors to head to different evacuation sites right now. So we're keeping a very close eye, live look at Honolulu Harbor. It's 7:18 right now. 8 minutes after the first wave was expected, and the epicenter, so to speak, when something like this, the first area of focus is Hanalei Bay on Kauai. We still have some daylight out right now to keep a close eye on this. Now, Drew and Ben and Jen as well, as we're looking at these images here, what should our viewers be paying attention to in regards to the water movement and activity?
Sorry, before you guys answer, can we switch over now to this live look at Waikiki, where we might be able to detect more changes in the water here, and you can definitely see a clear view of the coastline, and definitely empty there. Earlier shots, right, Mark, when you guys began the coverage right after the tsunami warning, the beaches were crowded. You can see that is not the case right now. They heeded the warning. Mayor Rick Blangiardi said, if you're anywhere near the coastline, get out.
And I think it's important to note just generally the ocean conditions right now. We do have a small craft advisory. We have strong trade winds. We also have a rising swell on south-facing shores and east-facing shores. We're seeing wave heights expected today at 3 to 5. And this is wave heights alone, waves that you surf, not the tsunami itself. East-facing shores at 2 to 4. So you could kind of see in some of these shots, there does seem to be some disruption, some rip currents that are happening, strong currents that are happening. So very interesting as we look at these live shots, since it's not, it's traveled so many miles to get here so far with the epicenter just off the coast of Russia and giving us that 6-hour window to get here. We are likely going to be seeing on a smaller scale of a tsunami, but still a lot of energy. But it's really hard to predict how the wave direction is going to be impacting some of the spots. But like we're talking about, the shape of Hilo Bay itself historically has caused damage in the past, especially for boats and even along the coastal harbors there. So this is something we're going to have to wait and watch throughout the next couple of hours. The initial wave could be small, but then build up throughout the next couple of hours.
One thing that I'm noticing when we have had tsunamis in the past, when we have shown this shot, this live shot of Coconut Island, usually that little channel between the island and the main part of Hawaii Island, you can see a current that is going in and out. We haven't seen that yet in Hilo, obviously. Right now, here's another live look at Hanalei Bay. And whatever was happening off in the distance might have been a camera artifact. Haven't seen it off in the distance anymore, off at the point. But we are still seeing some currents that, that still indicates some sort of activity. The shoreline right now, the water has not receded, but there is, again, as Jen mentioned, the possibility that maybe the first wave, not so big, but again, it's a series of waves. We had in 2011, huge waves start coming in and impacting the Kailua Kona area, causing major damage to the shops on Ali'i Drive. And that was like 4 or 5 hours after the initial waves had hit Oahu. And so we're not in the clear yet. It's not a single wave.
That's true. It's not always the first wave that might be the most dangerous, and it is a series of waves. That's a great reminder, Ben. And now we want to turn things over to our reporter, Mahealani Richardson.
Yeah, we had mentioned the vessels leaving harbor areas, heading out into the open ocean. We have great video of some of the vessels leaving the ports. Let's send it over to Maheo with some of the images you've captured. Hi, Maheo.
Thanks a lot, Mark and Steph. And of course, if you need to interrupt me at any moment, because we're all keeping an eye on our ports, but I wanted to show you this video that our Casey Lund was shooting from Kaka'ako High Rise, and it was amazing to see all of the ships evacuating. Now, this is because at about 6:47 this evening, the U.S. Coast Guard ordered the evacuation of all commercial vessels from all commercial harbors in the entire state. So you can see the Coast Guard there was also moving. Several boaters were getting out of the way. I called a boating friend, and he had already gotten the word. In fact, many boaters were not waiting for the U.S. Coast Guard to give this official warning, but everyone just certainly getting out of the way. There are 9 commercial harbors on 6 islands. We also saw there was a cruise ship in the Hilo Bay area that loaded their passengers, and they were heading out to sea. Now, I also called Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam to ask about the military ships. They would not say what the military ships are doing, and so we're trying to get official word on what those battleships are doing. But again, the U.S. Coast Guard has ordered the evacuation of all commercial vessels from every harbor in the state of Hawaii. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mahealani, for that. And so we were monitoring those live cameras, and we still, during Mahea's report, we have not noticed anything that sticks out just yet. But just before we went to Mahea, Ben Gutierrez just mentioned what is really important, and that is the reason why, even though this timeline, it has passed, it's not the time to go back to the beach if you're curious, because we have not seen anything noticeable. It is a series of waves. That's what a tsunami wave is. It is not just one, and it is not a surf wave. It wraps around the island.
Yeah, it's not a singular event. This is an hours-long event, right? Right? And we're looking at this, this is something where you're watching very closely. You're looking at the changes in the water activity. Now, as the sun has gone down already, who knows how much this shot is going to change, what we'll be able to see right now as we're staying on our Hanalei cam. We are constantly refreshing, making sure it is the most up-to-date image and the most accurate representation of Hanalei Bay. As the reports have come down, as the updates have come down, Hanalei emerged as kind of the first site that was going to be seeing any sort of activity.
We want to go live now to our live cam on Maui, and this is the coastline there, and you can see, I don't know, are you noticing any differences out there, Ben?
Not just yet. It kind of looks normal, but again, we still have some of those streaks of flatter water off in the districts, again, indicative of some currents that are going on. You know, the people who serve watermen, waterwomen, those who use the ocean a lot are very familiar with those streaks and look for them, because those are the things that will indicate that could get you into trouble if you get caught in it. But nothing that I see. Jen, do you see anything?
It's really hard to tell from this vantage point, but it does seem like stronger currents are occurring. At the same time, I think it's important to note that we do have high tide that's peaking right now. So there is a rise in water overall and a lot of movement over the water on top of the expected arrival of the tsunami. So a lot of moving parts. It's very dynamic over the Pacific Ocean right now.
One thing that we have had that we haven't really been able to share with you is that the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center has been putting out, or receiving some data as far as the wave heights. And so Wake Island got a 0.7-foot wave that was recorded at the buoy there. Midway, 1 feet. That's not the that's basically the amplitude. That's basically the regular. That's not trough to crest. That is the ocean, the regular ocean surface, and then added to that 1 foot is the wave height. Highest one we've got is one of the dart buoys, which had a 3-foot wave out in the open ocean. This is closer to Kamchatka. I'm trying to figure out which exact buoy that it is, but it is Dart 21416. There are a couple of buoys that are kind of like out in the area. I've got just so you know what I'm doing, I'm kind of like looking at the map, trying to figure out which one is 21416. And this is probably one of the ones that is pretty, 21416 with a 3-foot amplitude is the one that is closest to the earthquake itself. So that one recorded a 3-foot wave out in the open ocean. The other ones are a little bit smaller. Back to the some of the wave heights. There's about 1.1 feet in Japan, 2 other dart buoys that are out there, 1.5 and 1.4, 0.6 feet and 0.9 feet. And so there is a wave out there. It might not be that big, but again, even if it's not that big, there's still currents.
I know one of the buoys that they were trying to get more information on was the one in Guam at 657, Ben. Do you see any data generated at that buoy?
Oh, is that Midway?
Guam.
Guam. I don't have Guam on this list, but I'll look it up.
Okay.
And see if I can look it up for you.
We do want to take a look at one of the reasons, of course, why we were watching Midway Atoll so closely is because it is kind of the first warning when we get a tsunami coming from the west or northwest like this. Let's actually take a look at some of the observed water levels. If we can bring up graphics 12 or max 2 real quick, you can see this very clearly. This is over it seems like the last 24 hours. The blue line, that's the actual prediction for where the water level was going to be. The water level is in red, and you can see as we're going into today, as the tsunami wave is passing, the tsunami waves, I should rather say, is passing the atoll buoy. You've got this jump up, you've got this jump down, you've got this jump up. You've got this jump down. Again, this is just indicative of how many different waves are going to be potentially moving in. Of course, it looks very different out there. It might look very calm on the camera. But again, Ben and I have been talking about how Hawaii is kind of in a very unique circumstance when it comes to our seafloor, our seafloor topography. Our waters get very deep very, very fast. So when this wave, this column of water is potentially moving in, it is going to grow very fast as it reaches the seafloor and grows quickly towards the coast. We get to the deep ocean pretty quickly here in the island chain. We don't have a continental shelf around us like the rest of the continents do. And of course, on that graphic that we were looking at, you can very clearly see the jump in the buoy, jump up, jump down, jump up. And again, that's multiple waves. It's not just one wave.
Is that an indicator on how strong the energy is from?
It absolutely can be, especially if we were seeing a much stronger, like much higher and much lower troughs and crests from the waves. Again, the buoy is on the top of the water. As the wave is troughing, so it's going down to the bottom, the buoy goes down. And so you're seeing it jump. This is the height in feet. If you let's bring up max 2 again, graphics 12, so you can see what we have out there. Again, this is on the y-axis. This is the height in feet. You're seeing this jump between 2 to just below -1 feet below the average, very quickly. This is a very quick jump.
Drew, something I want to jump back to is when we heard earlier from Governor Green, he was talking about the activity with the buoy at Midway.
Yes.
And so can you clear up for us and give us kind of like a direct line explanation? So he said it's measured at 6 foot at the buoy. What does that mean? What's happening at the ocean surface?
So, to the best of my understanding, and Ben, if I say this incorrectly, please correct me. 6 feet is what he's talking about between the trough and the crest of the wave. So it's 6 feet from the top of how tall it is, how tall the buoy goes up, to how low the buoy goes down in the water. So when we're seeing that, he talked about that 3 foot number, that is 3 feet above the typical water level or the tide level at that time. You can even see the tides in the beginning of this chart here. You've got high tide around 8. And then as you're going into even further, you've got low tide. You can see the up and down, and then you see this jump indicative of the tsunami waves.
We want to show you the waves that were just the first waves to arrive on the coast of Japan here. And gentlemen, if you could describe what we are seeing here. This was shortly after the powerful earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia.
Yeah, it looks like I'm going to assume that the ocean is on the right, or it might be a jetty. Oh, there we go. That's a better view. All right, this is basically classic tsunami wave action because it's coming in from the open ocean, and then you can see that very, very disturbed, kind of a wall of water that's coming in and overtaking, for example, the seawall there. You see the smaller waves? Those are probably the normal waves that are, just basically every day. But you can see how that big area of white, that white water that pushes in, definitely that's a tsunami. It's a slightly large one. It's not huge by any means, but it is a tsunami wave because you can see just how much energy that it has basically generated and basically pushing in. And so the waves, the little ones you see on the beach just above, basically in the center there, those are regular waves, but tsunami waves, those have definitely been coming in for Japan. Again, it's a little closer to where the epicenter of this earthquake was. But right now, as we take another look at the Hanalei camera, we're not seeing an awful lot. We're still seeing a little bit of the current action, and it seems a little bit flat, close to the area. All right, Pacific Tsunami Warning Center is about to hold a press conference with the latest information. Let's go live there with the latest.
Coming in at Hanalei Bay, not so big, maybe about 1.5 feet above normal sea level, and then the signal was dropping to below normal sea level when I left a minute ago. But that's just the first part of the wave, and we know from what we observed at Midway, it was actually the third wave at Midway was the largest. So we've got some time to wait here at Hanalei, which was the first place it arrived, and of course it is moving down the island chain. So we hadn't seen anything on any other gauges as of yet, but we know it's coming. So we're always hopeful it won't be too bad, but anticipating from our models that yes, we are going to have a significant tsunami going across our islands and arriving on all the coasts. We monitor about 15 sea level gauges across the state, so we will have more reports later, and of course our news channels will also probably be telling us what they're seeing in places where they can safely observe the coast. So please stay out away from the coast. I know you've all evacuated, so continue to stay evacuated. And the instructions ultimately on when it's safe to go back will come from the state and county emergency management agencies, but we've got a ways to go. It's probably going to be several hours before we may even be able to lower the warning here in Hawaii to advisory level when waves go down, and probably not at least until tomorrow morning before we're able to completely cancel the warning. And right now most of us are still waiting, and we are waiting to see just how big it is going to get across the state. So stay safe, everyone.
Given that the third wave was the biggest for Midway, are you expecting the same here in the islands of Hawaii? And what's the interval between waves?
So the interval between waves can be 10 to 20 minutes typically, from one wave crest to the next wave crest. And we don't know exactly, that Midway it was the third wave doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the third wave. Here the wave pattern gets very complicated as the wave crosses the state because those tsunami waves reflect off of islands, and they wrap around islands, and they interact with each other. So at every location it can be a different wave. But the threat will definitely go on for probably several hours.
Dr. McCurry, if you could kind of encapsulate everything again with regards to what are you looking for right now? I know you said we're still not clear, but what are the specific elements that you are really tracking to see what's that next data point that you can release?
So we're pretty much done with forecasting the tsunami at this point. We are just reacting. So, of course, our center has responsibilities across the whole Pacific. So we're continuing to send messages to other countries around the Pacific. But our main responsibility is here in Hawaii. And so at this point, we're more or less just monitoring the situation to try to determine when when we could lower the alert level, and ultimately when we can cancel.
The last time that you folks, I guess, were activated in this capacity, was that back in 2011 during the Japan earthquake? And how are the situations different? Because it's about the same direction of where it's coming from.
Yeah, 2011 was certainly the last significant tsunami we experienced here in Hawaii. But we actually handle many tsunami events in the Pacific every year, because earthquakes in the lower magnitude 7 range are pretty frequent, maybe about 10 a year in the Pacific, and almost all of them generate some kind of smallish tsunami, but we don't normally hear about it. But sure, yeah, the Japan tsunami was the last significant tsunami, and in some ways it's similar, but every tsunami is unique in certain ways. The way the source behaves affects the tsunami, and crossing the bathymetry in the Pacific, the waves get focused and defocused in different ways, and so that's why we need numerical models to help us predict what might happen on our coast.
I know you were expecting 3 to 10. Now here we are, and we're more in the reaction phase, but can you revisit that prediction of up to 10 foot?
Yeah, sure. So the main thing we use to constrain our models are these deep ocean gauges that we support in the Northwest Pacific. Well, we support them all across the Pacific, but the ones for this event are the ones in the Northwest Pacific, and they're out in deep water. They measure the tsunami without interference from reflections on the coast, which you have with a normal tide gauge that's in a harbor. And so our models try to match the signals that are seen on those deep ocean gauges, and if we can match them, then we know we've created the right kind of wave. And so, of course, in the beginning, we only have a reading on one gauge, and later on it's 2, 3, 4 gauges. And so we keep iterating with these models. But even from the get-go, from the very beginning, the forecast was pretty consistent, even with more of this data telling us that, yeah, Hawaii had this threat. And for the coastline in Hawaii, there's another part of this model that actually brings the synthetic wave up onto the coast in a few, maybe about a dozen places around our state. And so some of those models did say that we would have roughly 10 feet above normal sea level. So that's what we've been going on, and it's been pretty consistent.
And when will you update us again?
I guess I can take your advice on when you'd like an update. I think I should probably come down maybe in another half an hour or so, because we should have more readings from across the state, and then I can give you another update.
What sort of conversations will you be having in the next few hours?
Well, mostly we will just trying to see if the readings we're getting are consistent with our model, and thinking about the other places around the Pacific that we're advising at this time.
What places are the dozens of places that could see up to 10 feet?
Well, certainly Hawaii has certain areas that in the past typically get pretty big amplitudes, and that's Honolulu Bay, it's Haleiwa on Oahu, it's Kahului on Maui, and it's Hilo on the Big Island. And so those are for our models now, those are also the biggest places. Okay, stay safe, everyone.
And that was Dr. Chip McCreary from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center saying, again, they are done predicting this event. It is actually happening right now. And during that press conference, Mark and Drew and Ben, we were actually monitoring this live shot of Honolulu Bay and actually seeing signs that the waters were receding, and at times even parts of the reef were exposed.
Yeah, I've been looking very closely at the shoreline, which is just above the red banner. And at one point, it was a little bit further out, and so that may have been a little bit of the water receding. seeing, not a ton, but there is a sign that something was happening, and there were some people in the Honolulu area who were saying that the water had receded enough where the reef was exposed. We were seeing some things on the camera. We weren't particularly sure what it was, but now looking at it, it might have been the reef getting exposed there, and then the water is now coming back in. But we do have just an indication that some kind of tsunami wave may have occurred or may have arrived in Honolulu. It's not just, it's not that big. It's just not huge. But then again, remember, even if you don't have the size and height on the surface, this energy goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean, wherever it may be, and is still capable of causing currents. And we're seeing a bit of that right now because it's a little bit flatter close to the shore, and then you can see those tendrils of currents that are heading out those areas of flatter water that kind of snake out into the further distance there. So it might not be huge. It might not be, something that looks extremely destructive. But just from looking at the ocean and the way the ocean looks, there is something happening out there right now. But as Chip McCreary from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center said, this could still be several hours. As we've been saying this evening, it's just the first wave. It's not going to be the whole, it's not going to be one and done. It's going to be an event where we're going to have waves coming in maybe every 20, 30 minutes. Possibly for the next several hours.
And it does appear that, from when we first started taking this cam at 7:10, about a half an hour ago, that you can see more movement in this camera. And when you are speaking of an event like this, when you're seeing any types of movement in the current, that can speak to the strength and power. Drew Davis, you're looking very closely at the cams as well. What are you noticing on your end?
Like you mentioned, Mark, we are seeing some strong currents. It's a mixture of water going out. Ben mentioned that we were able to see some of the reef exposed, potentially even pretty far out, closer to that point that you see far off in the distance. And just taking a wide view, if you kind of look at you can see the currents in the water right now, actually. If you look at the water and look at the sunlight, you can actually see the water pushing in towards the coastline right now. So the reflective water, you can kind of see that current pushing in ever so slightly. Again, we are watching for multiple waves here, and off in the distance, the sun is setting, and it even seems like we have one person out there
that's
foiling.
what I was going to say. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
It looks like one person paddling in the water right now on a stand-up paddleboard.
And, the state officials said that they have rescue teams activated and ready to go, but in an event like this, they are not going to be putting their lives in danger and responding to save you. So
basically, you're on your own at this point. So if you have not heeded the evacuations, if you are going into the water, despite the fact that you've been told not to do so, you're going to be putting first responders at risk if they choose to go out and get you. Many times, because of the possible severity of the tsunami waves that will be coming in, they might not. They might want to keep themselves safe. They're not going to put their lives in danger just because you did. So we are seeing someone in this cam who's out paddleboarding, but really ought not to be doing that.
Yeah, we're also getting reports now of the water receding over on Oahu's north shore as well. We're talking about Haleiwa. We're just seeing that coming in from one of our reporters out there.
Yeah, one of the hot spots that Chip McCreary had mentioned, right? They were keeping a close eye on Honolulu right now, and Haleiwa at the preliminary stages of this tsunami event. Our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins, is standing by as well, looking at what we're seeing in terms of any sort of tidal movement, what we're seeing with the currents. What are you noticing on your end? What we're witnessing here, is this kind of typical for what we should expect in this type of event?
Very interesting to watch all of the elements come together right now, and it's unfolding before our eyes. And I really do think, like we were talking about in the press conference, that the initial wave is much smaller, and then we could see that build up within the next couple of hours. But you can actually see the direction of these currents. There is a little bit of stirring up that's going on where it is coming in different directions there. So this current is becoming more strong, and it is becoming a little bit more unpredictable, and that's why, like this gentleman or wahine that's in the water
Whoever's
right
in
now.
there.
It's just too early to say if the waves are coming our way, and they're going to be coming in waves. We're talking about not just one big wave. We're going to have wave after wave and surges of energy. And historically speaking, because Hanalei is a place that we do have been impacted by tsunami waves. We've seen that along the north and east shores of the western end of the state, and along the north shores of Maui County, and then along Hilo, there historically have seen big significant tsunamis that have impacted them. So it does take time for all of this to build in, and like we're talking about, it's going to be a waiting game right now, and we'll have to be patient and just until we get that all clear to stay out of the water.
I'm going to bring your attention, though, just to about the middle of the screen. You can see the water, the current is moving from left to right. That is water leaving. That's what it looks like, water leaving. And you can see the waves that are rippling just behind that. Those are not incoming waves. Those are waves that are flowing over the reef and heading out. And then just in the foreground, ahead of the water that is moving from left to right on your screen, we can see more rocks that are being exposed right now.
I can see it too.
Yeah.
You see that receding a little bit more now.
If we had a side-by-side picture of what we were witnessing an hour before this, definitely looked very, calm with just the ripples of the waves coming into the shore. But now you can definitely see changes in the water.
Yeah, especially since I'm not familiar with Hanalei Bay, but if this were more of a daytime shot, usually what we see when we take this camera for our weathercasts, it's basically water, it's beach. But then now I'm almost wondering if that's not only reach, I'm wondering if that's sand that may be exposed there.
Lava rock along the bay.
Actually, just look where the palm trees are. You can see where the palm trees are. Sand is starting to get exposed there.
Yeah, you can very clearly see the sand, the rocks. Of course, this is the big sign that the wave is growing. It's growing as it's approaching the shoreline. I'm trying to find where that person was, or where they were foiling, whether they were paddleboarding. Were they impacted by the water receding out?
Yeah, it's really hard to see. It's getting darker by the minute right now. And the water is a place not to be, of course, when you see how unpredictable the water is, and especially with the strong currents that accompany a tsunami.
Yeah, in fact, look, I can tell now, that's sand now. There's a lot of sand exposed there. And so you see the waves just off in the distance, but a lot of the beach, a lot of Hanalei Bay, the sand, even as you look to your left, to the left side of the screen, looks like more sand, looks like more of the reef, more of the rocks. It looks like the beach has receded probably about 100 feet.
Do we know how many buoys are in the area?
Not that many. I don't think there's any buoys there. The one that we do have, Jen's going to go take a look real quick.
I do remember while listening into that news conference from Dr. Chip McCreary, he says that they are monitoring 15 sea level gauges across the state as this event is happening to get more data, saying that it's going to be several hours before the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center may be able to lower the warning to an advisory when the waves go down, and it won't be until at least tomorrow morning when possibly that warning is canceled altogether.
And Steph, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it seems like the water might be rushing back in ever so slightly. You can see some waves forming, and some of the sand that was previously exposed is getting covered up. You can see those ripples right in the center of your screen. Luckily, we still have a little bit of daylight over near Hanalei Bay compared to our other tower cams. It seems like some water might be rushing in, but still a lot of sand exposed out there.
Right, all of this happening more than 40 minutes after the estimated arrival of the first waves in Hanalei Bay at 7:10. So these changes right now unfolding as we speak, and we're keeping a close eye on it. Any other observations there, Jen?
It's just really interesting to think about how much energy has moved across the ocean. With the tsunami wave, the initial surge of energy moving at 500 miles per hour across the ocean, And the wave direction really will tell a big story of what kind of wave we get. Like we were talking about, it's going across an open waters. It has to cross multiple islands, atolls as well before it arrives here. So that's going to impact those initial waves. And then now we're starting to see that surge of energy that comes through. So this is likely the second or third wave, like we were talking about, out of this whole tsunami event.
Yeah, and from our reporter out on the North Shore, also reporting earlier that the water was receding and now saying that the tide is returning and coming back. So we are also seeing these changes as well on our shores here on Oahu.
Yeah, and this is going to be an hours-long event. As the forecasters have been telling us, this is not a single wave. They've been telling us throughout this waiting period, this is going to be taking place over the course of several hours right now. Jen, you said it best. We are watching this unfold before our very eyes right now. We're going to be staying on this cam at Hanalei Bay, which is the first site of activity following this tsunami warning. We're also keeping close tabs right now on what is happening up and down the island chain. But, I mean, the way that forecasters were able to pinpoint down and kind of this timetable here from when the earthquake initially struck, I mean, it seems to be right on line with what we're seeing here, and the activity really lines up.
Yeah, you know, speaking of activity, guys, sorry, we just want to take another live look at a camera that has just become available for us.
Another vantage point of
Hanalei Bay. So, pardon, sometimes the live shot there does freeze, but at least this gives us an idea. I know a viewer sent in a screenshot of the changes that were taking place, of the water receding earlier. Of course, this is a live look right now as we are seeing the water lapping over the shoreline there. Another vantage point of Hanalei Bay.
It's hard to tell from this vantage point, but you know, we'd have to see if there's any receding water that happened before this. There looks like there's a little bit of a debris line, not that big. So that would be above the heart. That would be like the line of little tree limbs and so forth. We're going to try and stay on this shot as long as we can, just because we can. But of course, it's going to get dark, and once that happens, we won't be able to monitor this. But the waves will start hitting places like Waikiki, a little bit better lit. We have crews that are out and about all over the islands, and that includes Kahului, Dylan and Chetta's up on Maui. Right now, it looks like things have stabilized, but once again, the difference between waves, the time difference between waves can be 20 to 30 minutes. And so what we saw just a moment ago, where the water was going out and receding out of Hanalei Bay and then coming back in, maybe not that big, but if we do get another episode of receding water, while there's still some daylight to play with, we might be able to see that maybe in about 10, 15 minutes or thereabouts.
Typically, how many waves do you expect in an event like this?
Hard to say.
Yeah.
Very hard to say, because again, it depends on how the earthquake basically acted, what kind of earthquake it was. And so, you know, if there was a lot of shaking, then maybe there's a lot more waves. It was just one thrust, which it normally isn't, then, well, you're kind of stuck with a bunch of waves, you know. So basically, as Dr. McCreary said, this could be a case where we could be going on well into the night, and the first wave may not be the biggest one. It could be some of the successive waves that come after it.
I mean, if you remember, Ben, the 2011 tsunami, I mean, that we weren't expected to feel the effects and see the first waves until sometime around 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
And the all clear wasn't given until hours after that, and we were still waiting to see the effects. I remember it was a long period of waiting, but the damage was significant. Even though the waves looked small, you cannot see visibly the power and the force of that rushing water.
The surge coming in.
That is what caused all of the damage to the piers, to the boats, the boaters who weren't able to leave in time.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about the boats having to leave when they can, and the Coast Guard saying evacuate, take your vessels out to open water at least 300 feet deep, so that you can avoid avoid the surge. That's basically what it is, and we have been repeating it often. It's not a surface wave. It's just basically the energy that goes all the way from the ocean surface down to the bottom. And so you're going to get strong currents, and as, again, it gets into shallower water, it's going to go not only higher, but it's also going to get wider. And so you're going to have an area of strong currents that are going to impact. They're going to swirl around. They're going to do strange things that as they interact with the reefs and they interact with the bottom of the ocean.
I mean, just so that you could illustrate it more, Jen, I mean, if you could talk about the power of these waves, I mean, the governor said it as well. I mean, it's not the height of it, but he may be saying it's 3 feet, but it's strong enough to move a house or a car.
And we're talking about the forward motion in all of this, and it was moving at once speeds of 500 to 550 miles per hour. And then once it reaches more shallow waters, it does slow down to speeds about 30 miles per hour, but it's that forward momentum that gets it going. And like Ben was talking about, spreading exponentially and widening as it does. And that's why this is wraparound energy. It's not like one side of the island is protected and the other side is not. This is going to be a whole statewide event as it wraps around. And then as it interacts with our topography, with our outer reefs, with our inner reefs, then we will see what kind of wave that it's going to be facing into the next couple of hours. So very interesting to see the dynamics of all of this come together. A lot of numerical models are put together to predict the wave speed and arrival times. And I do think they did a great job with the arrival times with this one, because we have been seeing activity since the 7 o'clock hour.
It's almost like trying to predict what a hurricane can do. We're starting to get pretty good at predicting where it's going to go, but the intensity, like how strong a hurricane is, that is still pretty much up to the hurricane and what Mother Nature decides. Same thing with the tsunami is happening here, where we have been able to reasonably predict when it's going to arrive. But as far as how big the waves are going to get, a couple of reasons why, again, we don't really have a definite concrete answer. We cannot tell you for sure. We have been saying like 3 to 9 feet or thereabouts, but we're not sure. It's something that we just have to be prepared for. If it happens, you were prepared. If it doesn't happen, just give a good sigh of relief. We were prepared. You know what to do better next time.
And that is our job, to make sure that you are prepared, and in that we have our crews spread out all across the island to cover this event. And we actually want to take a live shot now of Oahu's North Shore. This, I believe, is the Haleiwa area where waters, we're told, seem to be receding there. We're trying to light up this area as best as we can with our light, of course.
We've received reports that water was receding in the area. We also have a clip of, you can show you more in better light of kind of what exactly was happening. Here's that shot right now, as we're just trying to keep tabs on how this timeline matches up with what was happening at Hanalei. This is happening in Haleiwa as well. You just look at the activity, what's happening with the coastline here, keeping a close eye on the receding aspect. So, this back out live. Visibility is poor because of the darkness, and so we're trying to get the best vantage point we can as possible in this.
It seems calm as far as you can see, just, from looking at it right now. You can't really see much, Ben or Jen.
Yeah, but the water has receded. It looks like a lot of wet sand that's in the foreground. So that was water, or that was sand that was underwater. You can see a water line on that rock there. That's probably where the water was just a few minutes ago. And so we are seeing the water recede. You can see the Rainbow Bridge off in the distance near the top of your screen. And so that gives you a little bit of basically what's going on.
That's a shot at North Shore right now. We also have a live Waikiki cam. Fortunately, there's good lighting on this cam here, so it gives us a better sense of what we're going to be seeing over the next several hours or so.
And you can also see some wet sand where the water's pushed up over the shoreline as well, Ben and Jen.
Yeah, there's that area to the bottom of the pier. That's a very gentle slope. That's a very gentle way to get into the ocean as far as the slope. So there's nothing particularly deep. You can go out several feet and you'll still be like in waist-high water. And so the run-up can go farther because it's a gentler slope. On the other side, the Fort DeRussy side, it's a little bit steeper on that side, but you can definitely tell that there has been some water run-up, and also maybe it's either a run-up or the water has receded at this point. But I think, judging from where the beginning of the pier is, at least on the sand, the wet sand that you see there was a run-up. So that is because usually that path to the pier is usually pretty dry. And so if you've got the water running up that high, that means we did have something, and maybe more, again, could be on the way.
We want to pull up the Hanalei cam, but let's call for that one that was showing us a different vantage point, because we won't be able to really gather much. Yeah, we're trying to gather a different shot right here that provides a much more different view of Hanalei. Gives you that look at the coastline.
Yeah, and while we're taking a look at this, we just did get word from state officials that the next press conference to give us an update on what they're seeing and what the state has experienced is coming in at 8:20. So of course we'll bring that to you live as it comes. But as far as I can see here, it's really hard to make out any movements in the water, just the squall in the background, of course.
Yes, with some of the passing showers and the trade winds, and we do have a few swells moving through as well, coming in from the south and also the east. We're seeing some rising surf, and it's probably going to be a very important press conference coming up at 8:20. I think we're going to have more substantial data, more readings that they're going to share during that time, and that could give us an idea of what these initial waves have been doing. But we are seeing a lot of run-up across the entire island chain, and also those strong currents. The best case scenario out of all of this is getting those strong currents and not a whole lot of coastal flooding. So that's what we're hoping for. All of this initial painting of what's been happening with the tsunami, I hope that continues on for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, you look at there was a heart that was in the middle of this live shot a little bit earlier, and the water's been reaching the heart and maybe might have washed over it for all I can tell. It's not the best quality picture, and also this is probably that squall that we saw off in the distance in the earlier Hanalei Bay cam, but probably a combination of a little bit of rain, but also the fact that the water is a little bit higher now than we saw a little bit earlier when there was still adequate daylight. The debris line has moved up a little bit further, and so there's that squall line off in the distance. Again, just because of the lack of daylight, it's pretty much gone. We're seeing the last bits of dusk here, so it's going to be harder and harder to tell. So we're going to be looking at some of the other cameras that have better lighting around the state as this energy from the tsunami continues to move down the island chain. And so we're expecting, like, for example, Hawaii Island maybe to get some action. We should be able to see it a little bit better as we get to, say, for example, Coconut Island. This is the shot now. The water is very calm there, but when you look at the bridge that goes over Coconut Island, many times when there is a tsunami, even if it's a small one, you can definitely see the current. I'm not seeing it right now.
Let's go to our Drew Davis now with some new data.
Yeah, thank you, Steph. Can we pull up really quickly graphics 12 so you can see what's going on? This is the latest look at the buoys over at Nawiliwili over on Kauai. Again, we are seeing impacts from the tsunami. Again, this could be one wave. This could be the first of many to impact Kauai. Of course, we haven't been seeing too many impacts over at Hanalei, but this is a chart from the NOAA buoy over at Nawiliwili. Again, we have been seeing some of the wave crests getting above 2 feet above the water level at that time. Again, we are seeing high tide right around now for most of the state, and it drops down very quickly to below 1 foot below the normal water level, so about half a foot below zero. Again, we are seeing impacts in terms of the tsunami wave right now. And again, the message here, and it's been the message all afternoon, is that this is not a one-wave event. We've seen the receding in Hanalei so far, and we've seen the water come back. We could continue to see receding, and now without light, it'll be harder to analyze. It'll be harder to really take a look at. But this is proof that we are seeing some of the impacts, at least from the buoy readings that we have so far.
All right, guys, I just got a text message from Robert Ballard from the National Weather Service, and he said the latest Tsunami Warning Siren Bulletin says 4-foot amplitude at Haleiwa, so that's 1.2 meters. So 4-foot amplitude was the latest reading that they got in Haleiwa.
And basically amplitude is like trough to crest, if I'm not mistaken. And so that's quite a bit. And we did get confirmation that the water line in that earlier live shot that we got from Haleiwa, that's where the water was. And so there was definitely a good receding of water at the Haleiwa, that looked like Ali'i Beach. I'm pretty sure that's the shoreline right at Ali'i Beach. And so the water did go down about 2 feet. Maybe it's not rushing back, but we are seeing the changes in tidal levels because of the tsunami. And again, as we're watching this live look near Dukahanamoku Beach and close to the lagoon there, waves are coming in as normal, but you can definitely see what's a high water line that did come in a little bit earlier, and we're just awaiting possibly the next receding water episode and then another wave coming in right behind that.
And Ben, because the event is here, and right now we're in the thick of it based off of the measurements that are coming in, what can we say about Hawaii's underwater topography and its impact on the surges that are coming in?
Well, it kind of depends on where you are. Like, for example, Honolulu Bay, I believe it's pretty shallow. Waimea Bay, it is shallower and possibly, but you know, you will get a little bit more run up there. A good example, however, years ago, I remember there were people looking at Makapu'u. Makapu'u, not that deep. So if it was a big tsunami, we would see water, just basically Makapu'u emptying out and then coming back in. That would be possibly in a worst case scenario tsunami. But, you know, those areas where there's a gentle slope underneath the water, coming in, basically that spells trouble, you know. If it is a little bit more abrupt, shall we say, like if there's cliffs like the Nepali coastline, some of those areas, the Kaiwi coastline, even, for example, you may not get that much of a run up or some of that energy. But basically what we're looking at is if it is a gentle slope like Makapu'u, or it's shallower, you know, after it gets past you know, the deeper water and you start hitting that area. Even Hanauma Bay could also see some higher water because of, you get the reef, it's a little bit deeper there, and then it hits the reef and then it'll start pushing over.
So it's been almost an hour since the first predicted waves arrived at Hanalei Bay as we take this live look. And we are expecting an update from state officials at 8:20. And until then, I guess Ben, Drew, and Jen, what kinds of data are you going to be listening in for with this upcoming update?
Thank you, Steph. Again, what we're watching now, we're in the, like you mentioned, we're in the thick of it, and we are watching the buoys. We're seeing several of the buoys reporting that we're seeing amplitudes of 2 feet, a much larger changes in the sea level right out there. Again, we took a look at the Nawili buoy just a little while ago and the Hanalei buoy. So we are seeing changes out there. And again, this isn't just one wave. Potentially the initial estimation was around 7:17 p.m. So it's been a little under an hour since that's happening. We've been watching very closely. We've seen water recede, but we're watching the buoys now. The first wave may not be the biggest. It could be the second or third wave. We've seen water recede, and a lot of water receded in Hanalei pretty quickly, and the water came back in pretty quickly after that. Ben, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, when the water came back in, it looked kind of gentle, but remember that's energy again, the whole ocean energy coming in. It's not just the surface. And so the concern that we have, once more, the currents, and Steph, as you were talking about earlier, we're talking about the currents that can cause damage over at La Mariana Harbor. That's when we saw boats getting pulled from their moorings, crashing into the piers, crashing into each other, those sorts of things. And so that is still a danger, and you definitely don't want to be caught in that particular energy because, you know, if you've ever been in a rip current, and I hope you never have, you know, you get caught in it. This is going to be like a whole bunch of different currents. It's basically a stirring up of the water. And you asked earlier, Mark, about the behavior underneath. Like if you go to pipeline right now, probably there's going to be water all kapakai at the moment, you know, just all over the place. Currents are going to be just going in every which way. And so it's a very dangerous time to be in the water, but also on the shoreline and also along channels, rivers, streams, those areas, because you could still have energy that's going to be coming in through the rivers. And so just stay a good distance. We're seeing about 100 feet, just in case. Yeah, that's good.
And like you mentioned on the Hanalei cam, when we were watching the water recede, there was very different movements in the currents right before the water receded. We could see water moving out, moving in. So again, strong currents being created by these tsunamis. And just behind me, Ben, I do want to show the Na Wili Wili buoy again. This is the most latest look. You can see the red right here is the typical water level. Typically, when you see water levels at buoys, you use them to track high tide and low tide. High tide and low tide. Of course, we're not seeing that right now because if you look at the end of this, we have this really big shock in terms of the water level. The buoy is going up and down very quickly. Again, this is a snapshot from about 10 minutes ago, so we might be seeing an updated look at that coming up here in a little bit. We'll make sure to show you that. But I do want to say that this may be the first wave of many. Again, this is Na Wili Wili. This is on the over in Kauai County. We were taking a look at Haleiwa as well. So a lot can change. We're still, as Steph has mentioned, in the thick of it. The initial prediction, 7:17 p.m. We haven't seen a large wave come in yet that's really impacted, but we have seen receding in Hanalei. We've seen receding over in Haleiwa. So a lot to watch still.
Yeah, we haven't. We don't know what the situation is like at Haleiwa Harbor, Alamai Boat Harbor. Obviously, not safe to go there right now. But you know, we're just trying to see. We'll determine a little bit later just how many people took their vessels out into the open ocean. A little bit earlier, we did talk to one of the boaters. His boat was already on, you know, basically on the trailer, getting ready to evacuate that way. And he was talking about how some of the other vessel owners are heading out to sea just because you don't want to be in that mess, you know, kind of like being in a washing machine in a way. But that would be the best way to kind of describe what's going on. And then in areas like the bays and some of the harbors, you're going to get that pull of the water and you're going to get that push of the water once again. And that's what we've been also seeing in Hanalei Bay.
Yeah, and here's another look. This is a snapshot from a little while ago from Sand Island in the Midway Islands, so over near Midway Atoll. Again, this data is a little bit outdated, but it is just a look at, you can see the tsunami wave again. Ben, if you just point out where that shock is, again, up and down very quickly. That's how the buoys work. They're used to measure the high tide and low tide out there. And they're a very great tool to give us kind of an idea of how large these tsunami waves are. And again, the message is it's not just one wave, and we're going to continue watching it very closely.
Yeah, but just so you know, this is one of the pieces of data that we use when we have, for example, king tides, because the blue line is basically your normal water level. The red line is the actual recorded water level. And so you see how it's supposed to be gentle. We had a high tide coming, but you have don't. So that almost tells me 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 waves. First one may have been the biggest one, and they get smaller. But again, this is just a snapshot. Later data may come in, and then we may just get, you know, maybe another bigger wave once again.
And a great reminder that this is coinciding with high tide right now. So the wave, the tsunami wave, the column of water riding on top of the actual sea level is riding on top of high tide, which is already elevated. So it makes it a little bit more of concern. That's it for Ben and I at the weather desk. Let's send it back to Mark and Steph at the anchor desk.
Ben and Drew, thank you very much. Very useful, very critical information as we are tracking this. We are approaching about an hour since the first activity that we saw at Hanalei Bay. So far, we've seen water levels recede both at Hanalei, Na Wili Wili, and Haleiwa as well as we're tracking this.
That's right, and we just got word that we are going to get another update from Pacific Tsunami Warning Center officials in just a bit. But before then, we want to turn things over now to our reporter Dylan and Cheta, who is live on Maui for us. Dylan.
Aloha, thank you so much. I am located at the Wailuku Community Center. This is one of a number of gyms that have opened here on Maui. And I can tell you that the atmosphere here is rather relaxed. People are calm. People are kind of just waiting to hear what is going on. There are a lot of kupuna members here at this shelter. I would say there's about 50 to 60 or so people between the inside and the outside. Some community members have said that many other people chose other shelters to go go to, but here at the Wailuku Community Center, people are kind of just hanging out and waiting to hear any updates, any news. There is also some concern that Red Cross officials are here, but they don't have a lot of supplies, not a lot of water, not a lot of snacks. So if you are going, or if you are at one of those shelters, hopefully you have brought your own. They do allow pets at the shelters here, and so I was here earlier today when the last siren alert went off. There's one just outside this building here, and that was quite loud, quite noticeable. And I spoke to some people earlier in the day as I just got to this shelter. I've been here for a couple hours now. Here's what they said. Aloha from the Wailuku Community Center. This is one of several spots that have opened as official shelters here in Maui County. I'm joined by Kathleen, Joseph, Mary, and Maria. They are here riding out this impending tsunami. First off, how are you folks feeling today?
Scared. This out of all that I've been through with all the tsunami warnings, this kind of feel really, really more like it's bound to happen, and I'm hoping it doesn't. Praying a lot for our homes, especially those who live close right next to the beach, which I do. So.
And I want to ask, as Maui residents, were you folks prepared for this? Were you ready to pack up and go, or, are you just kind of winging it here tonight?
We're just kind of winging it because this is not something we're used to. And there are only so many roads on Maui. So, for example, for me to call Joe and let him know we just got this warning, so you need to leave Kihei now because there's only 2 roads in and out. And he felt he had more time, but it's like we're winging it. It's not something that we would have planned. It's better prepare us for this time than traffic is horrible.
Maria, you just came from inside the shelter. How many people are in there right now, and kind of set the scene for us?
There's probably about 50 of them. Yeah, yes. I was like, let's go, because, I was afraid that we're not going to have space. Yeah, but it's pretty good. It has AC, and at least we get bathroom here. But yeah, I'm kind of like scared.
And Joe, I want to ask you, how are you feeling through all of this?
I feel like I'm feeling, especially when you go out, like, what, a tsunami coming, you gotta go get this and go get this and go get this. At the end I came out, I forgot to spam and the toilet paper.
That's the first thing I told my friend. I said, hey, you need toilet paper, hand towels, water. That's it.
So right now, without the supplies of the shelter, what supplies do you folks personally have?
We were so unprepared for this that when Joe picked me up at work and we went right up the road to Kalui Food Line, which is like a 5-minute drive, and picked up whatever we could grab, and everything was pretty much sold out, deli and all that. So we grabbed a little bit of sushi, sandwich, and that was all we could get. And it took us an hour and a half from there to get back to the center that I work at. 5-minute drive, took us an hour and a half, and just to go and get my car and then head over here. So we didn't get much.
That is a wild drive time. And lastly, Mary, I want to ask you, you mentioned you have the trailer. What was it like for you to evacuate?
Prepared with everything in the trailer right now, that my personal belongings are my clothes, my ice box, my brand new freezer that I brought 3 weeks ago. It's gonna take a loss because it's in the garage back home. And that's about it. Other than that, beddings, everything, the whole trailer. And my brothers and my family, my sisters and my brothers are happy that I invested in this. And, it's the biggest place to park it right now is at Popohaku. And yeah, prepared with everything in the trailer.
Absolutely.
We are so grateful and glad for all of the early warning, all the sirens that go off that let us know. So we are definitely prepared in that way, and that they're keeping us informed and aware of what's going on.
Absolutely, and that is the latest from the people here on the Valley Aisle. I thank you all so much for sharing your thoughts on this. The nerves are unsettled, so to speak, but the people of Maui often look out for each other and take care of each other. And we are here once again at the Wailuku Community Center, which is one of the shelters here tonight. And now I understand we have a press conference with Haima. Let's go ahead and send things back to the studio.
So much, Dylan and Cheto, for reporting for us live on Maui. But unfortunately, we are still trying to get that live shot up right now. We're having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, we're trying to pull up a signal right now. This would be a live news conference. An update from Haima. Governor Josh Green and state emergency officials will be briefing us on the latest of the situation. We are still rolling on the news conference. So although we may not be taking it live right now, we will be bringing it to you in its entirety when we do get that up and running. In the meantime,
in case something significant happens. On transportation roadways, don't get on the road at all unless you need to. Just lay low tonight and watch television, please. If you're on a coastal road and you've been in gridlock, if that happens anywhere, and we don't think that's happening, you have to be at least 100 feet above sea level or 2 miles inland just in case. But at this point, we're not seeing that problem. The airports have not yet been impacted, of course, by a wave, but all flights in and out of Maui have been canceled for tonight. There are about 200 people sheltering at the terminal. We hope to take care of them comfortably. We'll certainly do that. The Department of Transportation shut down the Maui Airport lobby, and there are no flights out just yet. In the morning, those sheltering, we're going to rescreen them, and we're going to take care of them, like I said. All clear, like I said, has not happened yet. Just be a little safe for a little longer. We are going to have another signature meeting at about 9 p.m. and then we will have Mr. Barrios, our captain, and our general come back out and give you at least one more update tonight. I'm going to defer now to Barrios, but look, everything has been okay so far. We haven't seen a big wave. But when that water receded in Haleiwa and we saw some boats kind of laying on the dry rock and sand, that gave us pause. That doesn't happen for no reason. When the water pulls back like that, that means there's activity in the ocean. So again, we keep our fingers crossed that we don't suffer a big tsunami. Again, people have been very thoughtful and very safe, and that's something we appreciate. Aloha.
Aloha. Like the governor said, there is energy in the ocean. There were small measurements of smaller waves, and they want to see, the scientists are telling us, we want to see a few of them to know that we're in the clear. So the window is still 2 to 3 hours that we're watching this energy in the Pacific Ocean. So the counties have opened shelters and places of refuge. If the citizens need it, they can use that. We're postured to support those shelters with wraparound services if needed. There's also Red Cross that's standing by. There's and it's really this sense of aloha in the state. Family Promise of Hawaii, they're reaching and leaning forward to say that they can help folks. If the public needs assistance, we'll post their phone number and email that if people are impacted and need assistance, they can reach out. So there's a lot of entities, a lot of community involvement, and it's wonderful to see how the state is reacting to a very serious threat to our public and to the safety of the state. Thank you.
Mahalo, Administrator Barros. Finally, I'd like to bring up Captain Nick Wurst, Commander Sector Honolulu and Captain of the Port.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Governor. As stated, Captain Nick Wurst, Sector Honolulu. Our top priorities for the Coast Guard right now are the safety of life, the safety of our ports, and then any environmental impacts to the state. In anticipation of that, we have closed all commercial harbors and have ordered evacuation of those harbors to mitigate risk. In addition, have Coast Guard assets deployed. That's small boats, ships, and planes and aircraft pre-deployed. So post-impact, we are ready to respond very quickly to any search and rescue cases, to be able to assess the ports to make sure they're safe to be reopened for commerce, and then also any environmental impacts, we can respond to that. So we are working in unison unison with the state, and thank you very much for your time.
Okay, at this time, we're going to facilitate questions from the media, and we'll start with Andrew, Honolulu Star Advertiser.
Can you let us know who gives input, most important input on determining an all clear if warranted?
So the question is, who gives the most important input on determining an all clear?
We're going to turn to Dr. Chip at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. They're on the calls with the governor. They're advising the leadership, and they'll give us an indication of what they believe, and then it'll be an executive order from here.
Okay, next I'm going to go to Le'ui, KITV4.
Do you know what is closely being looked at to monitor and give a better indicator of the surge cycle in this scenario?
So the question is around what are the indicators for closely monitoring the surge cycle?
Well, there's multiple readings of the waves all across the Pacific and then all across the islands. So there's a printout that we see dozens of those measurements, and they've ranged from 0.23 meters in some cases to over a meter. So we have had a couple waves of that size. The largest wave we believe we saw was in Haleiwa, over a meter, well over a meter. And then, of course, the pause that we had was also watching the shoreline recede, where we saw, the water pull back 20 or 30 feet. That seemed like an anticipated large wave. So that's what we've all seen historically. We're really hoping that we are out of harm's way. Again, we don't want anyone to let their guard down. We want it to go another couple hours. As the waves cycle smaller and smaller, that's how we know that we're ending this concern.
Mahalo, Governor. Up next, Ashley, Hawaii Public Radio.
So when the all clear comes due, would that mean that the water is back to normal and no longer receding? I guess what are like the clear indicator that it's all completed?
So the question is, when the all clear comes or is finalized and communicated, what does that mean with regard to the water?
I think that means that we reach functional zero risk because we're able to continue to monitor waves all throughout the Pacific, including the multiple different locations that we described earlier. But most importantly, as the waves end generation, when they're hitting our own shorelines, which can cause more wave activity, then we know it's over. So we'll be hopeful. Also we'll see the tides go down, which is, not nothing. We did observe pretty significant waves on the other side of the Pacific. In Japan, there were 3-meter waves, and we saw some of them cascade over, over their shoreline. So that's a big concern. But again, so far so good. We had a couple fender benders on the highway, which we're always, watching and we're careful about. A couple people went home from work a little early today, but that's all an excellent outcome if we don't end up having, a serious tsunami like we did in past decades.
Final question going to Daryl Huff, Hawaii News Now.
Okay, so looking forward, what I'm trying to understand is when you say we had a 3-foot wave in Haleiwa, that was the water receded, came back in. We didn't have a wave go up onto Haleiwa or parking lot or anything like that, right? So far we haven't had waves that inundated anything significant.
So
what are we worried about next?
The question is a confirmation on the waves not coming and making their way inland yet, and then what can we anticipate next?
Yeah, so as our conversations with the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, yes, and they would prefer to see multitude of these smaller waves as that 3 feet, recede a little bit 3 feet, and not generate that bigger wave. So as we watch throughout the evening, monitoring different buoys across, monitoring cameras, we're watching those waves. So again, the best case is we get some of those smaller waves that don't inundate and flood coastlines.
Okay, well, look, thank you everyone for your patience. We, like I said, are going to get another update from the scientific community around 9, and then we'll communicate with you. We'll reach out through social media and text shortly thereafter in case there's any update. And then, hopefully, fingers crossed, the gentleman will be able to come up and hopefully give us the all clear in 2 or 3 hours, perhaps by 11 tonight. But we want to still be cautious. There's just no reason to take any risks. So again, thank you, everyone. Thank you for being mindful of the large risk. If large waves did come over the shore, we know there would be harm and loss of life. So we just don't want to lose any of our people. Aloha.
Woke up and they were shocked. Owning breaking news, utter devastation, telling important stories. You can feel the excitement building, putting a lot of issues in context. For NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas. That's what we do every night.
When he was killed in a neighbor's garage, exchange student Diren Dede was just 2 months away from returning to his family in Germany. The man who shot him said he feared for his life. And from Diren's best friend Robbie, police learned the teen did enter the garage to steal. As Robbie described it, Diren was not the first kid in Missoula to go sneaking into unlocked garages. He said the kids weren't after money, credit cards, or valuables. This stunt happened often enough that it had a name: garage hopping, and the target was usually beer.
The reason for garage hopping or garage shopping, I've heard it called both, was for kids to go in and look for alcoholic beverages that they could easily get and take.
Until this shooting, that sort of wasn't on anybody's radar in law enforcement.
No, I had not heard garage hopping, no.
These 3 friends of Diren say they've never gone garage hopping, but they know all about it. You all know people who do it, or have done it,
Yeah.
right? They understand it's illegal,
Yep.
but it seemed harmless.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just, they're like, hey, dude, this is a way for you to get some extra beer, when you're on a Saturday night.
I mean, did you think to yourself, oh my God, we didn't tell him how dangerous that could be?
But no one knew. No one would ever be like, oh, hey, don't walk into that garage. You never know if someone's going to shoot you.
Robbie told police Diren had done it before, but never taken cash or valuable property.
He wasn't a criminal. He was like a kid. He was a kid trying to have fun and fit in the group, doing what the other guys do, trying to be part of them.
Was it really that innocent? True or false, Diren was committing a crime?
He was.
Entering somebody else's home, even their garage, that's a crime?
Yes.
Even if the door's open?
Yep.
And if Karma's life was threatened, he had the right to shoot, didn't he? But as police went over Karma's story about what happened just before the confrontation, something stood out. When Karma was describing how his wife first noticed someone was approaching their garage.
She's like, showtime. She's like, I see something, a flashlight.
He said, Janelle makes the statement, it's showtime.
It's showtime.
Exactly.
Suggesting what, that they'd been getting ready for this all night?
That seemed like a very interesting statement to me. It's showtime.
It didn't seem to fit with someone claiming to be terrified in his own home. Then Karma told police he took his time going out to confront the intruder.
I stood up off the couch and just kind of slowly walked over towards the front door, and then she's like, hold on, hold on.
All of which might make you wonder, with all that time to think, why not just stay inside, lock the doors, and call police?
I think the easiest thing that could have been done is once they were aware someone was outside, being alerted by the tones on their phone, they call 911.
And while Karma said he feared for his life, police found no weapon, no axe or tool near Diren's body. The teenager was unarmed. And another red flag. Karma said he couldn't see into the garage, But cops talked to the doctors who treated Deeren, and they examined the shotgun pellet patterns on the garage wall.
He says he can't see anything, yet he's able to track a moving person in the garage, and he hits him 2 out of 4 times.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I didn't believe that he's just randomly shooting from right to left.
And so you're thinking to yourself, this does not look like a justifiable shooting.
No, at this point, it's looking like we have a deliberate homicide.
The county attorney's office agreed. Detective Baker delivered the news.
So we just talked to a prosecutor. She wants you to be taken into custody. So that's what's going to happen.
For what?
For homicide.
What?
Seemingly stunned, Karma borrowed the detective's phone to call Janelle.
Babe. Being charged with murder. No. How is that a deliberate homicide?
It's just the way the statute reads.
He was pretty surprised.
Yeah, he was surprised, and he was very emotional at that point. That's the most I saw Marcus be emotional during this whole investigation.
Deeren's host parents had a tangle of emotions as they processed what police said had happened.
Not the kid we knew. Wouldn't expect that.
They were disappointed with Deeren's actions, but livid with Karma's.
I just got more angry and more angry that happened, and I mean, who thinks like that?
Just that, why? It was the why at that point. You know, why would someone feel compelled to do this?
Marcus Karma faces a deliberate homicide charge for killing a 17-year-old German exchange student.
Many were outraged that a homeowner could be arrested for defending his family and property. Catherine Hawkey was a crime reporter at the local Missoulian.
Some people were like, well, of course I could shoot somebody in my home. And that was definitely in the very beginning of the case. I received a lot of angry phone calls from people. A lot of people were afraid that this would intrude on their own rights to protect their home with a gun and their own gun rights.
The German press also followed the story closely. Their take echoed the thoughts of many in this country, that Deeren was the victim of an American cowboy culture that glorifies gun violence.
And they were really incredulous that somebody could just shoot somebody for coming into their house. They just didn't understand how that worked in Montana.
But this is America, not Germany. Aren't you allowed to protect yourself, your home, your family? Was even that on trial now? Dogma and karma were about to collide.
Coming up.
This is your house. You defend it as you choose to defend it. He knew that it was a kid coming in his garage.
Battle lines are drawn and a revealing recording.
And then I heard the kid yelling, no, please.
Did Deeren plead for his life? When Dateline continues.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this? Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Those inflation numbers, there's a lot in the weeds here. We don't love to live in the weeds, but Christine Romans does. She's joining us now to help us understand it. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has eyeballs that has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
We've managed to arrange a beautiful full moon.
I get it.
wouldn't do this for just anyone, Hallie.
I want you to just vibe in the moment.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. Wildfire continues to be a threat to this community. You have to go in there. With that massive hurricane comes the massive response to bring people at home closer to the story. This group right here just crossed the Rio Grande. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth. For NBC News, I'm Tom Yams. And that's what we do every night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth. For NBC News, I'm Tom Llamas. And that's what we do every night.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Eight months after Diren Dade's death, Marcus Karma went on trial for his murder. Seeking justice for their son, Diren's parents traveled from Germany to a Montana courtroom, where they were befriended by the same group of kids who had loved their boy.
A lot of us got the chance to meet his parents when they came for it, and they were really, really awesome. They were a lot like Diren.
His parents watched as the man who shot their son faced the charge of deliberate homicide. To Karma's defense team, led by attorney Paul Ryan, that was outright excessive.
It was a man who was fearful.
Ryan laid out a basic narrative. Marcus Karma, twice a victim of burglars, reasonably thought Diren Dade was another one, and dangerous.
He thought that he was dealing with drug-seeking type individuals that were erratic and who knows how they were going to respond.
He told the jury his client had reason to believe Diren Dade was armed and ready to attack.
And because he felt his life was threatened by the movement specifically of Mr. Dade, and he had to take the steps, unfortunately, to take his life.
The danger of a burglar is when there's a confrontation and they all want to escape, and they'll do whatever they can to get away.
The defense said there was no debate over one central fact. Diren Dade went into that garage to steal. And on the stand, Karma's lawyer got Diren's friend Robbie to admit that despite warnings, Diren didn't see much wrong with garage hopping.
I think Diren never felt like it was a crime.
But you were warning him. You were telling him it wasn't right, it was reckless, it was dangerous, right?
Yeah, like I understand on this way, but he maybe didn't understand.
In fact, the defense suggested that Diren was part of a local burglary ring that was stealing more than just beer, and may have been behind the previous break-ins at the Karma house.
They all knew each other. They all went to Big Sky.
Defense attorney Ryan argued the police never really investigated those burglaries at Karma's house, and with no arrests, his client was left in a fearful, agitated state. A psychiatrist who examined Karma diagnosed it as high-magnitude stress.
Your body changes dramatically as far as how you're reacting to things, fight or flight. And while some people may have retreated or called the police or whatever, he came forward and confronted the individual.
He can't control it. His body went into fight mode.
The defense said Karma felt threatened in his home and was within his legal rights to shoot under something called the Castle Doctrine.
The legislature has made decisions that it should be easier to protect yourself within your house. You may or may not like the castle doctrine. I never asked you to like the law, and the judge doesn't either, but he says you have to follow the law.
Defense attorney Ryan insisted that Marcus Karma was guilty of nothing more than protecting his family.
This is your house. You defend it within your house as you choose to defend it.
By the time the defense rested, those closest to Darren Day thought that Marcus Karma's lawyers had redefined what this case was about. Who Darren was kind of got lost in all this, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. A lot of the stuff that I heard and read made him sound like some sort of just like foreigner who came here to like stir the pot and make trouble and
and commit crimes.
Right, yeah.
But to prosecutors Andrew Paul and Jennifer Clark, the real criminal in this case was Marcus Karma, who was, plain and simple, a murderer.
The fact is that the defendant was angry and vengeful. He knew that it was a kid coming in his garage. He has his 12 gauge in his hand, and he waits.
To counter the defense's suggestion that Darren was part of some ring of thieves targeting Marcus Karma, investigators tracked down the teens who had hit Karma's garage, the ones who took the cash, credit cards, and...
He had a bong and a jar of weed and some alcohol.
Did you know a man named Darren Deedy?
Not personally, no.
To the best of your knowledge, was he involved in a burglary ring?
No.
So, did Karma really fear for his life that night? Prosecutors said ballistics told the story. The first shot to hit Darren was to the back of his left arm, meaning he couldn't have been charging toward Marcus Karma.
And then he's got to do it one more time. He's got to make that final blow.
And the final shot was straight to the head. But prosecutors weren't done. They had what they thought was explosive evidence. Just before the trial began, a recording surfaced, made the night of the shooting, of a conversation an officer at the scene had with Janelle. In it, she reveals that just before the final shot, she heard Darren beg for his life.
And then I heard the kid yelling, no, please. And then, but by then there was already a shot fired.
And the prosecution said that after the shooting, Karma sounded like a man who was proud of himself.
There's an article online already, and the comments are all in your favor.
Really?
This is a jailhouse phone call between Karma and his wife, talking about the news coverage.
Why is he being charged? This is bull. Why is he even arrested?
Hey, tomorrow morning, will you buy 100 copies or something of the paper?
What did you say, hon?
DVR, record the local news tonight on TV and keep the newspapers from tomorrow.
And he seemed to be very proud of that fact versus remorseful.
But was this premeditated murder? The only other witness to the shooting was about to tell her story.
Coming up, a purse left as bait.
The purse was for them to take.
And one more revelation.
He said he'd been sitting up for 3 nights with a shotgun.
A hairstylist is about to provide the most hair-raising testimony of all. When Dateline continues.
People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Llamas.
Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us.
Americans woke up and they were shocked.
Owning breaking news.
Utter devastation.
Telling important stories. You can feel the excitement building, putting a lot of issues in context.
For NBC News.
NBC News, I'm Tom Llamas.
That's what we do every night.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they won and they need relief?
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press. every Sunday on NBC. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. Wildfire continues to be a threat to this community. You have to go in there.
With that massive hurricane comes the massive response.
To bring people at home closer to the story. This group right here just crossed the Rio Grande. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News.
For NBC News.
NBC News. I'm Tom Yams.
And that's what we do every night.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief? Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis? Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Marcus Karma was on trial for killing an unarmed teenager in his garage. The prosecution was about to argue that not only was the shooting unjustified, it was planned, premeditated murder. To prove it, they put the defendant's wife, Janelle Flager, on the stand as a reluctant key witness. Janelle told the jury the same thing she and the defendant had said all along. They were living in fear of intruders.
Literally every day, I was like a paranoid person. I was looking over my shoulder all the time and very worried all the time.
So then why did they leave their garage door wide open on the day of the shooting? Especially after they'd warned their neighbors to keep their garages locked. Janelle said they smoked cigarettes in the garage and wanted to air it out.
I believe that it would be my right to have my garage door open to air out for a few minutes at a time, especially when I'm there.
The prosecution argued that Janelle and her husband left the garage door open on purpose because they were setting a trap. Janelle denied it, but admitted she deliberately left a purse in the garage with items in it that could be traced back to her. The prosecution said that was bait.
You wanted to catch them, that's why you had the purse.
The purse was for them to take so they didn't come into the house, and so that when I call the police and I say, here is something traceable.
So an open door and a purse in plain sight. The prosecutor said Janelle and her husband set the stage, then waited and watched. So when Deeren walked in, they weren't scared. They were excited.
It's like showtime.
On the stand, Janelle denied saying those words.
Do you remember saying showtime when you saw somebody outside?
No, I don't remember saying that. It's not usually a common phrase that I use.
In court, Janelle also changed her story about what she heard in the garage that night, now denying that Deeren had been pleading for his life.
And then I heard the kid yelling, no, 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 please.
My question was, your testimony here today is that you never heard him say a word.
Right.
I sort of get the feeling Janelle didn't do you a lot of favors on the witness stand.
No, she didn't.
She, denied saying something that could be played on tape.
Right.
Yeah, Janelle talks a lot, and as a defense attorney, that often doesn't work out very well.
Janelle was never charged in the case.
Why wasn't Janelle charged in this?
In her statement to the officers, she wanted to catch the burglars. She wanted to identify them.
Prosecutors say they had no evidence that Janelle knew her husband was going to harm someone. So what exactly was Marcus Karma thinking? Prosecutors brought in 2 witnesses to support the argument that the shooting was nothing short of a planned execution.
He said he'd been sitting up for 3 nights with a shotgun waiting to kill some kids.
She works in the salon where Marcus Karma got his hair cut just days before the shooting. The woman said Karma came in ranting about his recent burglaries and his chilling plan to fix them.
I did say to him, oh my gosh, have you called the police? And he says, well, the police will not do anything about it. And then he had mentioned that he wouldn't mind if a couple did come by because he wouldn't mind shooting a couple of them also.
Her coworker told the jury she heard it too.
He was going to kill them, take care of it.
Okay. Did he use those words, take care of it?
I think it was fix it.
Okay. Do you recall him saying anything else?
He said, I'm not kidding. You'll seriously see this on the news.
Okay, say that one.
I'm not kidding. Nervous. I'm not kidding. You're seriously going to see this on the news.
It's intent to kill, right? He's announcing it.
He's lying in wait.
And he's telling them, you wait and see. You're going to see this on the news.
That's a defense attorney's nightmare.
Yeah.
Is testimony that your client told somebody else, I'm going to commit this crime, and then they're later charged with that crime.
Correct.
As the trial came to an end, Deeran's friends gathered to support his visiting parents.
There was a huge group of kids who went to the closing statements, so we went to support them on those last days. We filled up the stands or the seats with I don't know how many kids.
A tree in front of our house became essentially the memorial for Deeran, and more things showed up so we felt more and more loved by Missoula than we probably ever have, just because they were trying to show support for us.
But jurors had to consider the law and nothing else. Here's how the prosecution laid it out.
The issue in this case: what the defendant believed at the time he shot and killed Deeran Deed. Was that belief reasonable? And was the deadly force used necessary? That's your issue.
Jurors went to deliberate, and after 8 hours over 2 days, they returned to court.
We, the jury, all of our number, find the defendant, Marcus Hendrick Karma, guilty.
The courtroom erupted in applause and in tears. And while they say the verdict was a relief, Deeran's host parents still feel the raw pain of his death.
Nothing brings Deeran back, and so it's just heartbreaking that someone felt compelled to do this.
Would you be host to another foreign exchange student?
No, my heart's too broken. Couldn't do it.
2 months after the verdict, Marcus Karma addressed Deeran Dede's family at the sentencing hearing.
I took another man's life, and I'm sorry I can't change that. I did what I felt was necessary to protect my family and myself. And I hope that no one ever finds himself in the position that I was placed in.
The judge sentenced him to 70 years in prison.
I almost wish he never said sorry because it was so empty and his face had just no expression. It was like scary, almost like we were all like taken aback, and I was like, take it back. Like there was no meaning in that.
And they say garage hopping is no longer popular.
Have attitudes changed about all of that since then?
Of course. Yeah, I haven't heard a thing about it since.
It's unheard of.
Now it is.
Yeah.
Deeran's friends are hoping people will forget the one deadly mistake Deeran made and remember instead the bright, charming guy they loved.
You know, you're all pretty young to have to go through this. Do you feel like this has changed you?
Yeah. 100%, yeah. Every day you wake up, you think, obviously something like that could happen, and you need to, do things that matter.
Life seems a little more precious now.
Mm-hmm. He's encouraging us to do a lot of things, and I think he's still pushing us.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
I could not believe it. I couldn't imagine anyone that would ever want to hurt her. I had no idea what could have happened.
Married to her high school sweetheart, family meant everything to her.
There was always a lot of talk about children. She wanted grandchildren fast.
But it all went up in smoke the night she died in a mysterious and monstrous inferno.
It was to the right of the mattresses that we found the remains of Julie.
Shocking as the blaze was, it was nothing compared to what investigators found in the embers.
It's a bullet.
Yes.
So this woman's been shot to death?
Yes.
The obvious suspects, neighborhood thieves.
There were half a dozen house burglaries unsolved.
Investigators also dug into a favorite theory. The husband did it.
I was angry. I felt that the detectives were on a manhunt and they were after my dad.
Then up popped a text that might just be a clue.
You could say, well, maybe she's driving events here.
That's correct.
The truth beyond twisted. Leaving behind smoking ashes and burning questions.
I physically started shaking and I started crying. I want to know why.
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Dennis Murphy with Consumed.
The Canterbury Hills subdivision in Paducah, Kentucky is a good place to raise kids. Tidy homes kept up by neighbors living ordered lives. So as the front porch lights winked out on just another day, what happened one cold January night in the wee hours was especially alarming. A roaring, all-consuming fire was devouring one of the nice homes.
It was awful. Half of the house was gone.
What would rise from those ashes was far more than a fire marshal's investigation into cause. There would be a probe into the deepest roots of a treachery beyond most people's comprehension.
It's not true. No way.
What had they all missed?
A monster, a liar, a cheater.
He's destroyed my entire family.
Before it became charred rubble, the house was home to a longtime Paducah couple, Keith and Julie Griffith, church-going, golf-playing, high school sweethearts, 36 years into a marriage that had produced 2 sons. Aaron, the older.
They were very supportive parents. They were loving. They loved my kids.
Aaron took after his dad, athletic, easygoing, level-headed. Younger brother Zach was more of a firecracker like his mom. There was the time, for instance, in the 6th grade, Zach grabbed a shovel and started digging a hole for a koi pond in the backyard.
My parents come home, they're like, what are you doing? I'm like, we're gonna have a pond.
Were they okay with it?
Yeah, they were fine. And they were kind of like, well, this is gonna be a nightmare.
When Aaron and Zach flew the nest, the Griffiths' lives seemed to only get busier. They joined a motorcycle class through their church and frequently were a golf foursome with friends Craig and Temple Bradley.
Everybody that knew Keith loved him. Great guy.
Did he become your best friend?
Yeah, definitely one of my very best friends.
Temple felt that way about Julie, too.
She had a heart of gold. She would do anything for you, but she also wasn't afraid to tell you exactly how it was either.
Did she get people's feathers ruffled?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but everybody loved her.
After early retirement from the water company, Keith found a second career as a traveling lawnmower salesman, which left Julie to spend a lot of nights alone in the house. But Keith never worried for her well-being in a safe neighborhood, their own door watched over by their beloved Great Dane Cleo. Aaron's wife, Allie.
They would leave and go to dinner or go to town and leave the door unlocked because Cleo was the guard dog.
Fulfilled as the Griffiths' lives seemed to be, Keith and Julie were transformed when Aaron and Allie brought into the world their first daughter, Aria.
When I had that first child, it was the greatest day of her life, I think.
Julie lived for my little girl. She wanted to be a part of everything that she did.
And Julie was there for Allie when she went into labor with their second daughter, Annalise. Her white-knuckle dash to the hospital earned Julie the affectionate nickname NASCAR Nana.
The flashers were going and she was honking the horn.
And what is she saying to you? Is she talking you
She
through
says,
it?
don't have a baby in my car. She says, keep your legs crossed, don't have a baby in the car.
Everything seemed to be going great for the Griffiths in 2013. Keith had weight loss surgery and dropped more than 100 pounds. Julie was over the moon with 2 granddaughters. But also that year came the rift. Zach disclosed to his very religious conservative parents that he is gay.
It was definitely hard. I mean, I went from, my mom was my best friend, and going from talking to her multiple times a day to just being completely shut off.
Julie visited Zach that fall. They tiptoed around the elephant in the room, but the time together gave Zach hope.
Was that the step as you look back to patching things up between you and your mom?
Yeah.
There was a way forward.
There was definitely a way forward. We just needed more time.
But then came that cold night in January.
911, where's the emergency? There is a house on fire in Canterbury, and there's not a fire truck here.
A deputy drove toward the Griffith home, his dash cam recorder catching this quick glimpse of the blaze. Then the fire trucks arrived. Matt Carter of the McCracken County Sheriff's Office received a call in the middle of the night.
This is a bad fire.
Very hot. That whole left end of the house was just completely consumed with fire.
It took about an hour for firefighters to knock down the flames. Hours more for them to make their way through the blackened wreckage of the house to what seemed to be the heart of the fire, the master bedroom. Ghastly, what they would discover.
What they found in the embers would rattle the neighborhood and shatter the family.
Everything was just consumed by fire to the point that things were unrecognizable.
When we come back, investigators make a pair of discoveries and realize they're dealing with both a tragedy and a mystery.
He had recovered a projectile.
A bullet?
Yes.
When Dateline continues.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility.
Wildfire continues to be a threat to this community.
You have to go in there.
With that massive hurricane comes the massive response
to bring people at home closer to the story.
This group right here just crossed the Rio Grande.
The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Llamas.
And that's what we do every night. Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Llamas.
And that's what we do every night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief?
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility.
Wildfire continues to be a threat to this community.
You have to go in there.
With that massive hurricane comes the massive response
to bring people at home closer to the story.
This group right here just crossed the Rio Grande.
The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Llamas.
And that's what we do every night.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief? Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis? Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Daybreak revealed the grim aftermath of the blaze at 307 Tudor Boulevard. Wisps of smoke rose from the black water-soaked wreckage that was once the Griffith home. Detective Matt Carter.
This entire structure had crumbled. It was a pile of ashes that was on the ground. We didn't even know if anyone was home or not. We knew that they were in and out of town a lot.
As firefighters carefully walked through what appeared to be the fire's epicenter, the master bedroom, their worst fears were confirmed. Julie had in fact been home that night.
It was to the right of the box mattresses that we found the remains of Julie. They were unsure initially that it was human remains. We knew
Even
that there
with
was,
all their experience?
Yes. Everything was just consumed by fire to the point that things were unrecognizable.
As for Keith, he was away calling on customers in Indiana. Word of Julie's death spread almost as fast as the fire had raced through the house.
I'm getting ready for work. Have the TV on in the background.
We are live in the Canterbury Hills subdivision on Tudor Boulevard.
Then Temple Bradley's phone rang. It was a friend who also knew Julie.
She said, you know, there's the fire. And I said, yeah, I saw it on TV. And she said, it's Keith and Julie's house. And I just sat there.
Did she know at that point that Julie, in fact, was gone?
She knew. And so she told me.
Temple's husband immediately tracked down Keith as he was making the 3-hour drive home from Indiana.
He said, I'm on my way. I'm probably, 2 hours away. I said, are you all right? He goes, yeah. I could tell he was in shock.
The news hit Zach Griffith particularly hard. Since coming out to his mother, his relationship with her had been strained. And now, this.
I guess you're just beating yourself up something terrible, that you'd been sideways with her.
Yeah, and I know that if we were just given more time, that we would have been close again, that we would have been, that mom and son duo that we were. But we didn't have the time. It was ripped away from us. And never get it back.
Aaron, the elder son, had more of a take charge reaction.
I got to take care of my brother. I got to take care of my dad. And
you got logistics before the grief, the news can even get absorbed.
Yeah, for me, it's just kind of the way my brain is wired, I guess.
Within hours, the Griffiths would head from all directions toward what used to be an anchor in their lives, the family home.
Just gave my dad a big hug, and we were both crying. We're like, I can't believe this. What happened?
Keith's good friend, Craig Bradley, was there to lend his support.
And how was he doing? This is the first time you have a chance to see him eye to eye.
I could just tell he was shaking.
As if the news couldn't get any worse, the Griffiths' Great Dane Cleo, along with the second pet Daisy, had also perished in the flames. Craig and Keith walked the property, surveying the damages.
And we get to the koi pond, and he's like, got to get those fish out of there. Julie, kill me if something happened to those fish. I was like, let's not worry about that right now.
Overwhelmed by loss, the Griffiths were faced with the question, how could this have happened?
The first thought was that it was the new heating and air unit. It had just gone in.
The unit had been installed just days before the fire, adjacent to the master bedroom.
That was my very first thought, that somehow the new heating and air unit wasn't put in properly.
Faulty installation.
Yeah.
As for the cause of Julie's death, that was left to the county coroner's office. Deputy Coroner Ben Bradford.
What were you working with?
A very charred body. I could not very well identify it being a person.
The cause of death seemed obvious, but just to be sure, Julie's remains were sent on to the medical examiner for an autopsy. What he discovered was as deeply troubling as it was unexpected.
He had recovered a projectile in the remains.
A bullet?
Yes.
Suddenly, what was thought to have been death by smoke inhalation was now a homicide. Closer examination revealed 3 bullet holes in all in Julie's torso. The deputy coroner immediately called the sheriff's office.
I said, we need to get some people back to that house because this is going to be a homicide.
What'd you think? Wow.
Absolutely.
Lady in a nice neighborhood, good house.
Right.
And now she's got 3 bullet wounds.
That's right, on a whodidit crime.
Back at 307 Tudor Boulevard, fire equipment pulled out as sheriff's cruisers pulled in. Would the charred wreckage of a home, once filled with joy and laughter, now hold clues pointing to a killer?
Coming up, could Julie's murder have been a burglary gone bad?
Somebody's looking for the laptop or whatever, jewelry, and
right,
the thing goes down.
Right.
And then, this detective spies what could be a critical clue on someone's phone.
Ping, up comes a text message?
That's correct.
When Dateline continues.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief? Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis? Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. Wildfire continues to be a threat to this community. You have to go in there. With that massive hurricane comes the massive response to bring people at home closer to the story. This group right here just crossed the Rio Grande. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth. For NBC News, I'm Tom Yams. And that's what we do every night.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's The Scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us.
Americans woke up and they were shocked.
Owning breaking news.
Utter devastation.
Telling important stories.
You can feel the excitement building.
Putting a lot of issues in context.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas.
That's what we do every night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The theory that Julie died by accidental fire had collapsed as suddenly as the Griffith house itself. For Detective Matt Carter, a .45 caliber slug recovered from Julie Griffith's torso turned the charred rubble into the scene of a homicide.
So I'm guessing your day's changed a whole lot here, Detective.
It's changed a lot.
Despite more than a decade on the job, the detective had his work cut out for him.
No hair fiber, bloody footprints, none of that stuff.
Right. You know, you've got an arson that's destroyed any chance of obtaining any of that from the scene.
For Detective Carter, the most obvious theory, this homicide was the work of a home intruder.
A burglary gone bad.
Somebody's looking for the laptop or whatever, jewelry, and
right,
the thing goes down.
Right. We had some burglaries within a few miles of this area.
What, within weeks or months? Or?
Within weeks. Within weeks.
As police canvassed the neighborhood for leads and witnesses, the investigator also had to consider the perpetrator may have been someone Julie knew.
You're not ruling anyone out or in. You're simply going through the motions. You're speaking to immediate family first and working your way out.
The sheriff's department did not tell the Griffiths Julie had been murdered.
We were not told anything by the police at that point.
But anyone at the scene might have guessed foul play was somehow involved.
There was just cops all over the property.
So you said, why are the cops
Exactly,
here? Huh?
yeah.
Naturally, the first person Detective Carter interviewed was Julie's husband, Keith.
First of all, we are sorry for your loss.
Appreciate it. At first, Keith talked about what everyone perceived was the cause of the inferno, an accidental fire set off by a newly installed heating unit.
You had a new gas pack put in Tuesday? Okay.
I mean, it was a whole new system. Keith explained the contractor was a friend of his who'd done the work just a few days earlier.
They put a rush on it. I mean, you know, it's kind of what friends do for each other.
Okay.
And I hope to God that this problem's not his.
But eventually, without giving details, the detective revealed Julie's death was no accident.
The investigation is showing that foul play is involved.
Okay.
I do not believe at this point in time that this was any kind of an accident. I'm going to ask for your cooperation on several things, okay?
One of the first things Detective Carter asked about was how Keith and Julie were getting along.
Any problems at all that y'all had, anything like that whatsoever?
No, she's my best friend.
Okay.
I mean, that woman loved everybody.
The investigator also asked Keith for details about his business trip to Indiana.
Didn't leave the hotel.
I did leave the hotel at about 11 o'clock. I went and got something to drink, and I left again about 4 o'clock and just went and got a donut and a Coke. Like I say, I get up pretty early.
And what about weapons? Did Keith own a gun?
I have a .45 ACP in my work truck that I just got, and it's never had any. I mean, it's never been loaded.
As part of standard protocol, the detective asked for Keith's clothes. They would be tested for gunshot residue.
What you're wearing now, was that fresh clothes from this morning whenever you...
This is what I wore yesterday.
Before wrapping up the interview, the detective took a look at Keith's cell phone.
While I'm reviewing this phone, I see that he obtains a text message, an incoming text message from a lady by the name of Deanna James.
Ping, up comes a text message?
That's correct.
The message read, "Did you make it home okay?" Keith was quick to point out his relationship with Deanna was completely platonic.
She's more like a guy friend.
No big deal, nothing sexual.
No big deal, that's right.
After that, Keith was released to go and grieve with his family. Detective Carter, meanwhile, set out to verify Keith's story.
He had a receipt where he had stayed.
So that puts him 3 hours away from this house fire and
Correct.
the death of his wife.
It showed his check-in time and check-out time.
A quick check of Keith's gun showed he was telling the truth about it as well. The gun looked as though it had never been fired.
So maybe he's not the guy.
He may not be.
So then, who was?
Coming up, the detective sits down with Deanna, Was she really like a guy friend to Keith?
You could say, well, maybe she's driving events here. Maybe she wants to get rid of the wife.
That's correct.
When Dateline continues.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they won and they need relief? Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis? Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Those inflation numbers, there's a lot in the weeds here. We don't love to live in the weeds, but Christine Romans does. She's joining us now to help us understand it. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has eyeballs that has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
We've managed to arrange a beautiful full moon.
I get it.
Would do this for just anyone, Hallie?
I want you to just vibe in the moment.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. Wildfire continues to be a threat to this community. You have to go in there. With that massive hurricane comes the massive response to bring people at home closer to the story. This group right here just crossed the Rio Grande. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth. For NBC News, I'm Tom Llamas. And that's what we do every night.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. Wildfire continues to be a threat to this community. You have to go in there. With that massive hurricane comes the massive response to bring people at home closer to the story. This group right here just crossed the Rio Grande. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth. For NBC News, I'm Tom Llamas. And that's what we do every night.
Julie Griffith's family had hardly had time to absorb the horrific news of her death in a house fire when disturbing rumors started reaching them that investigators thought her death was foul play. The sheriff's department kept details of the murder quiet for days.
I could not believe it.
Daughter-in-law Allie.
I couldn't imagine anyone that would ever want to hurt her, much less set the house on fire. The dogs perished. I had no idea what could have happened.
No enemies. I mean, it made no sense. Just who would want to kill her?
After Keith was released the night of his interview with detectives, he headed straight to his friends, the Bradleys. They were floored to hear the line of questioning that he recounted. What was up with his marriage, his alibi, the gun he owned?
He had been questioned to the point that he almost felt like that they thought he had done this.
Son Aaron also got called down to the station that same evening, and he too was questioned about his parents' marriage.
Noticed anything lately in their relationship as far as any problems or anything like that that you're aware of, or anything on
Nothing. Was there any money troubles? Was there any relationship things that we knew of?
But to a person in the Griffith circle, the very idea that Keith might know something about Julie's death was, well, just flat out crazy.
I knew he didn't do it.
There wasn't any way that Keith was involved in this. I remember sitting there and looking over at Keith and just watching him for a while. And then finally I just said, "You can't even grieve, can you?" And he said, "No, they've taken it all away."
The friends' working theory was a botched break-in. They'd heard about the neighborhood's recent rash of burglaries. Maybe that's what happened to Julie.
They come in and they startled Cleo.
Dog started to bark and go for them?
It caused Julie to wake up and they got scared and they shot her.
It made perfect sense.
But for Detective Carter, the burglary theory of the crime wasn't panning out. Even as they sorted through the rubble, detectives at the scene found untouched valuables, 2 safes, a cache of guns, and Julie's purse sitting in plain sight.
You think an intruder would have grabbed it?
You would think so.
So Carter set out to follow the most promising lead he had. Who was this woman, Deanna, the text messenger who wondered if Keith had made it home okay? He had described her as a guy friend.
There was just something about that text message that seemed to stick out, and it seemed to create that question of, what's missing here?
Carter had called ahead to the authorities in the Indiana town where Deanna lived. They'd arranged to bring the woman down to an interview room. She was waiting.
My name's Matt Carter.
Deanna was about to tell the detective a story that would dramatically reshape his investigation.
Is she a guy friend?
No, it was more than that.
Deanna shared the same story with us.
He wanted me to love him.
Deanna says she and Keith first met years earlier at a vendor fair. She was the CFO of an IT company. Keith, the road warrior lawnmower salesman, had a booth there.
Keith was sitting there, and I guess I caught his attention right away.
You noticed he was
Right, I
eyeing you,
noticed
huh?
he was staring at me, and so I kind of, just smiled.
She says he asked her to dinner. They quickly discovered how much they had in common.
He talked about both his sons and being a grandpa. So I just really connected because I had grown kids too.
After several dates, Deanna says, Keith expressed interest in a relationship, but she wanted to keep it just friends. They stayed in touch but didn't see each other for a while. Then, just a few months back, he sent her a flirty text message.
The text just said, "Did you cast a spell on me?" And I'm like, I looked down at my phone, I'm like, what? He says, well, I was in a party last night and this woman was chatting me up. He goes, and all I could think about was you.
Deanna, who was in the throes of a traumatic romantic breakup, agreed to start seeing him again for dinners. And she says he seemed excited to show off the new post-surgery Keith.
He goes, you're not gonna recognize me. And he goes, I've lost over 100 pounds. I said, you have?
Did he look okay?
He looked fine. I mean, I think he was more confident as well.
Deanna says Keith now began aggressively courting her, showering her with gifts, flowers, notes of affection. It was all, she said, a bit much.
He kept pushing for more. And I kept telling him, you need to back off. You need to slow down because I'm just not there.
Deanna says she couldn't put her finger on it, but there was something about Keith that was holding her back. Maybe it was the fact that he still seemed unusually bound to a woman he called his ex-wife. From the very beginning, Deanna says, Keith told her that he was divorced.
Very first conversation.
I'm a divorced guy.
Right.
By the time she was sitting across from Detective Carter in that interview room, Deanna says she and Keith had never been intimate, but they were dating. And Keith was talking long-term, house hunting for them.
He said, I don't want to scare you, but I want you to know that I'm looking for properties here in Morrisville to buy, so for us to be together.
For the detective, Deanna's story put a whole new spin on the investigation. Keith Griffith now seemed like a man with a very big secret. Or, thinking like a homicide detective, was she the one with the secret?
You could spin it another way and say, well, maybe she's driving events here. Maybe she wants to get rid of the wife.
That's correct. We were open for that being an idea or a possibility.
In fact, the detective had let her tell her story without ever explaining the reason for his visit. Now, he laid out his cards.
Was he not divorced?
No.
He says, first of all, Keith's not divorced. According to him, he's been married to his high school sweetheart for 36 years. And I just broke down because I couldn't believe it.
But of course, there was more.
We are conducting an investigation, and this investigation involves what we believe to be a homicide of his wife.
I was in shock. I'm like, oh my gosh, I couldn't believe what he just said to me. I had no idea.
So you believe she had been played by this guy?
I believe that she had.
So Detective Carter wondered if Keith Griffith had manipulated and lied to this woman. Had Keith lied to him too? Maybe it was more about what Keith hadn't said. Rewind to that moment when the detective had dropped what should have been devastating news on Keith.
The investigation is showing that foul play is involved.
Okay. Did he ask you the questions? What happened? What are you telling me here? She was killed?
No.
I mean, you'd expect that, right? Julie was shot by an intruder? What's going on?
That's right.
Here?
There was no questions to that.
But if Keith Griffith was somehow involved in his wife's murder, how on earth had he pulled it off? After all, he was hundreds of miles away at that hotel the night of the crime. Unless, of course, he wasn't.
Coming up, a security video surprise.
You're scrolling through the tape.
Going through.
And then where'd your bingo moment come up?
And then a twist rocks the entire Griffith family.
We were all frantic. We had no idea how it could have happened.
When Dateline continues.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us.
Americans woke up and they were shocked.
Owning breaking news.
Utter devastation.
Telling important stories. You can feel the excitement building, putting a lot of issues in context.
For NBC News.
For NBC News.
NBC News. I'm Tom Yamas.
That's what we do every night. Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility.
Wildfire continues to be a threat to this community.
You have to go in there.
With that massive hurricane comes the massive response.
To bring people at home closer to the story.
This group right here just crossed the Rio Grande.
The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News.
For NBC News.
NBC News. I'm Tom Yamas.
And that's what we do every night.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Six days after the cold-blooded murder of Julie Griffith, family and friends gathered at her church to say goodbye. Between the visitation and the memorial service, son Zach was overwhelmed.
Just showed like what an amazing woman that my mom was, to have that many people come out just to say that, you know, they just wanted to give their condolences.
To close friends Craig and Temple Bradley, Julie's husband Keith was more emotional that day than they'd ever seen him.
Tears.
Tears.
Sadness. I'd never seen him cry, you know, in my life.
But even as the Griffith family mourned, Zach and his brother were feeling uneasy about the investigation, which seemed to be focused exclusively on their father.
I was angry. I felt that the detectives, the sheriff's department, were on a manhunt, and they were after my dad.
Because the husbands always do it?
Yep, husbands always do it. And they just seemed like they just zeroed in on him and were going at it 110 miles an hour. And were not respectful to my brother and I about any of developments or anything going on.
But Detective Matt Carter had an ongoing investigation, and he felt there was ample reason to pursue their dad. After his interview with Deanna, he'd driven to the hotel that was Keith's alibi. There, he uncovered a bombshell. Remember Keith saying to the detective he'd been at the hotel the entire night, ducking out just twice to get a drink and a snack? Well, unhappily for Keith's alibi, when the detective hit play on the hotel security video, it told a vastly different story. Keith is seen leaving, as he'd claimed, around 11 p.m., but
I think within 15 to 30 minutes, he's going to be returning, but that never happened.
You're scrolling through the tape.
Going through.
And then when'd your bingo moment come up?
He finally arrived back at that hotel 6 hours and 34 minutes after he left initially.
Gone for more than 6.5 hours. Was that enough time for Keith to drive all the way back to his house in Kentucky, commit the crime, and return?
So what did you and your partner find when you put a clock to it?
Driving the speed limit to and from, it would have allowed approximately 20 minutes at least to have committed the crime.
Is that enough time on the ground for him to do this lethal act, kill his wife and torture the house?
I believe it was ample
15,
time.
20-minute window?
Yes.
Keith Griffith was arrested and charged with arson and murder.
You care to answer the allegation, sir?
He could face the death penalty. He pleaded not guilty.
We were all frantic. We had no idea what was happening, how it could have happened, because at that point we knew that there was no way that he had anything to do with it.
So this is nightmare country?
Yes. But again, we thought it would all be explained. You know, they would do their job, they would take him, and the truth would come out.
I was 100% convinced that he was innocent and that they were taking the wrong person in. Meanwhile, the person who actually did it was getting away.
Family and friends were, for sure, distressed to learn that Keith had another woman on the road. But the revelation wasn't enough to shake their support for him.
It was a shock, but it was something that we accepted as a mistake, but that did not mean that he killed Julie.
There's no way he did it. Not to Julie, his wife, kid's mother. There's no way Keith did it.
But when Keith Griffith went to trial in February 2015,
all rise.
Prosecutor Raymond McGee laid out a formidable circumstantial case.
On January 17th, 2014, Keith Griffith decided that he could kill his wife.
A cornerstone of the case was that hotel security video. Not only did it show Keith gone for enough time to commit the crime, the prosecutor said, it also caught him in a lie. Remember, in his interview, Keith told police he hadn't swapped clothes that night.
They not at any point changed clothes. No.
But a look at the security footage showed he had.
He left wearing one set of clothes. It was one of his work shirts. He came back dressed in all black.
The prosecutor also showed security video captured from a residence near the Griffith home. It caught a glimpse of an SUV pulling into the subdivision shortly before the fire.
It was a little blurry. It was a few seconds long, but it sure looked like Keith Griffith's car.
And another circumstantial bit. Who else but Keith, the prosecutor said, could have gotten by the Griffiths' aggressive Great Dane Clio? Certainly not an unknown intruder.
The dog and Keith were very close, but a burglar couldn't have come in. A family member could have.
As for the why question, how could Keith, a man who by all accounts loved his wife, actually do it? Well, the prosecutor turned to two age-old motives.
Almost every case involving a husband and a wife, it's lust and greed. One or the other, and this one had both.
The lust part of the equation, he said, was Deanna.
All right, raise your right hand.
She took the stand and told the jury that not only was Keith house hunting for them, he was also making plans to bring her down to Paducah for a concert and introduce her to his family.
I'd love for you to come for the weekend, stay for the weekend. We'll go to the concert, and I would really like for you to meet my dad.
As for the greed part, that was life insurance money. 2 policies on Julie's life worth $250,000. One of them, the prosecutor said, had taken effect just 8 days before Julie died.
Keith Griffith got to the point in his life he just wanted to start something new, and he didn't want to give Julie Griffith what she would have needed in a divorce and been entitled to.
Keith's daughter-in-law, Allie Griffith, listened to the entirety of the prosecution's case. All she heard were theories.
They spun a story, and they told a story how they wanted it to go. And they had facts that supported their story, but did not prove it.
And that's what Keith's defense attorney, Mark Bryant, hammered home for the jury.
What does no evidence mean?
They didn't have DNA. They didn't have any kind of forensics. They didn't have a confession. They had nothing. They had circumstantial evidence.
In their haste to arrest Keith, the defense argued the police had gotten it wildly wrong. Yes, he conceded Keith wasn't the husband of the year. But he said Deanna's story that Keith was pursuing her for a long-term commitment was nonsense. Rather,
what he wanted was a port in every storm.
As for the life insurance, $250,000 was far from a financial windfall, he said. Even the Bradleys knew that the reason Keith and Julie bought that new policy was because of a friend's recent tragedy.
She had been nagging them about making sure they had plenty of life insurance.
And he argued the footage of the SUV pulling into the subdivision was far too blurry to ID it as Keith's Ford Expedition. Besides,
if a guy is going to go to this much trouble to kill his wife, why would he drive an Expedition that everybody knows he has?
But the big question still remained. If Keith hadn't driven back to Paducah to kill Julie, where had he gone the night of the murder? The only person who could answer that was Keith himself.
He was very adamant about taking the stand.
He wanted to talk to the jury.
He did.
What would he say? And would the jury believe him? It was roll the dice time.
Coming up, Keith's eyebrow-raising alibi.
I was embarrassed and ashamed of what I was doing the night my wife died.
And then, what Keith revealed to us.
That's what I've told everybody. When they hear the story, they're not going to believe it.
Why even a jury couldn't end this case. When Dateline continues.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Those inflation numbers, there's a lot in the weeds here. We don't love to live in the weeds, but Christine Romans does. She's joining us now to help us understand it. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has eyeballs that has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
We've managed to arrange a beautiful full moon.
I get it.
Would we do this for just anyone, Hallie?
I want you to just vibe in the moment.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us.
Americans woke up and they were shocked.
Owning breaking news.
Utter devastation.
Telling important stories. You can feel the excitement building, putting a lot of issues in context.
For NBC News.
For NBC News.
NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas.
That's what we do every night.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Keith Griffith was about to take the stand and explain the most damning piece of evidence against him. Hotel security footage that put him off the grid for more than 6.5 hours the night his wife Julie was murdered. But if he wasn't perpetrating the crime during that time, then where was he?
Tell us your name, please, sir.
Keith Wayne Griffith.
Keith's explanation came with an embarrassing secret. His lawyer argued that ever since becoming a traveling salesman, Keith had struggled with an addiction to sex.
Keith, until you got out on the road several years ago, did you have this kind of a sexual addiction?
No, sir.
And the night Julie was murdered, he said he spent those hours out prowling for women. After he left the hotel, he changed out of work clothes into his man-out-looking duds.
Didn't like people to put my job with my carousing.
With your carousing.
Mm-hmm.
He says he went to a massage parlor, a bar, and a couple of strip clubs. But try as he might, he never found a hookup.
I was trying to pick somebody up, wasn't anybody available or interested or whatever, however you want to put it.
After last call, he said he went down to the river to watch the boats before returning to the hotel to catch some shut-eye. As for why he lied to the police,
I was embarrassed and ashamed of what I was doing the night my wife died.
Did you kill your wife?
No, sir, I did not. I loved my wife.
Did you burn that house down, Keith?
No, sir.
Did you kill those dogs?
No, I loved those dogs.
When the case went to the jury, Keith's friend Craig Bradley didn't know which way the jury would fall.
I didn't know if he'd get acquitted, but I didn't think he'd get convicted. I mean, I really felt like it'd be a hung jury.
Turns out, he was right. After 6 hours of deliberation, the jury was deadlocked.
I'm going to declare a mistrial at this time.
Keith would sit in jail for another year as he awaited a second trial. A long time for his family to process the story he told on the stand.
He left to go to a bar to go cruising or something, and then he goes and sits on the riverfront. Like, he has never done that before in his entire life.
So when he stepped down, you thought, my father did this thing?
Yeah. I mean, I definitely wasn't saying it out loud, and I wasn't ready to accept it, but I definitely was moving in the direction of the only thing that makes sense at this point is that he committed the crime.
After months of wrestling with his thoughts, Zach decided it was time to send his dad a letter.
I put in the letter, my opinion was that you did it. You know, you took away the last chance that I had at rebuilding a relationship with my mom. You know, you're no longer allowed to contact me, and I don't want you to ask about me to anyone.
Wow, dear Dad, you are dead to me.
Exactly.
His brother's wife, Allie, had started to feel that way about Keith, too.
It seemed like he was fabricating everything that came out of his mouth.
But there was a split in the family. Despite doubts of his own, her husband Aaron, the one closest to his father, was still a supporter.
Whatever issues my mom and dad would have had, I just could not believe that my dad would take my kids away from their Nana.
Then, a few months before Keith's retrial, Detective Carter's phone rang. There was news from the jail. An inmate had some information about Keith, and it was as eerie as it was chilling. The detective in the bullseye.
Keith had come forward to him wanting to have me killed.
To put a hit on you?
Put a hit on me.
Orchestrating your death?
Yes. He'd drawn a map of what he believed to be my residence, suggested the caliber of weapon to use to kill me. The informant specifically asked him, what if my family was present? And his response was one word, and that was tragedy.
Wow. That does make the hair on your neck stand up.
It does.
That wouldn't look good to a jury. The development brought Aaron to a tipping point.
Were you no longer wavering at this point, Aaron? Had you come down on the side of, oh my God,
yeah,
my father killed my mother?
Yeah.
Now Aaron, too, wrote his dad a letter. If he was guilty,
it's time. It's time to man up and do what you should have done 2 years ago.
Keith's defense attorneys went to the prosecutor to hammer out a plea deal. They agreed on 30 years in prison for the murder and for soliciting the hit. Moments later, Keith was standing in a Paducah courtroom speaking the words his family and friends never in a million years thought they'd hear him say. Yes, he murdered Julie.
There's no excuse for what I did, and I can't take it back. And she was my best friend, and I don't know what happened to me. But I did it, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Temple Bradley, who works near the courthouse, was there.
My heart is breaking that the person that I have wholeheartedly put my trust in for 2 years has lied to my face.
You know, I just can't believe we've been deceived in that way. Because we were there for him the whole time.
For Keith's family and friends, there are so many questions, but one seems to tower above all the others.
I want to know why, and I want to know how you go from a loving husband and father and grandfather to driving all that way, killing your wife, and then covering it up, and then lying to your family for so long, knowing that we had everybody doubting us, and we still defended him. It's disgusting. He's a monster.
All I can tell you is that had a lot of bad thoughts, wrong thoughts, mistakes.
We sat down with Keith hoping for answers, but as many times as we asked him why this all happened.
Why'd you do it?
I really can't tell you. I mean, I don't know. I mean, just a bad decision.
We never did get a satisfying response.
So this isn't some kind of delayed midlife crisis here?
No.
Where you're trying to be with Deanna or someone like her to have
no
a final happy chapter in your life?
No.
New house?
Julie and I were happy.
Do you see how perplexing it is to hear this story?
I know.
It's absolutely confounding.
That's what I've told everybody. When they hear the story, they're not going to believe it. I have a hard time believing that I did what I did.
And one thing he didn't do.
How about a divorce?
Never crossed my mind.
Keith now says the remorse began the moment he pulled out of his driveway.
Trying to get out of the subdivision. Crying before I ever get out. Regretting what I done. I probably drove 100 miles an hour all the way back, hoping to get caught.
As for the future, Keith says he is prepared to die in prison.
I don't have anything to live for, except maybe forgiveness.
From who?
From my boys.
And that's why you're talking today?
Yes.
Well, it's between you and them, but I'll tell you my take on it is you got some distance to make up.
I know I do. I've got a lot to make up.
Of the countless things Keith stole from his family, resilience was not among them. Aaron and Zach are closer than they've been in years. And now that they know what happened to their mother, they say they can finally mourn her passing and focus on keeping her spirit alive for those two little granddaughters who were the center of her universe.
My oldest daughter will remember, like I said, she talks about her almost every day. We have pictures of her up in her room. As my youngest gets older, we'll tell her the NASCAR Nana story about when she was born and just never let her memory die.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
He said Nicole's gone missing. We are frantic, calling. All of our friends are calling. You think that that sort of thing happens to other people. It's the most frightening thing in the world.
A young wife.
She always saw the good in people.
She had a way to make you smile.
Missing for 9 days.
It's so wrong, and Nicole's somewhere where she shouldn't be.
It was hard enough when they didn't know. Much worse when they did.
It came over the TV that a body had been found. I'll never forget that as long as I live.
One mystery solved, another just beginning. What had happened to Nicole?
This could go down any number of paths.
And it did.
Had her troubled past finally caught up with her?
I saw the pill bottle and I freaked out.
Or was it something much darker?
He told me that he would put it in her Red Bull.
How did she change?
She became more sexual with people.
Who wanted her dead?
He thought he was somewhat of a player. Did it make him a killer?
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Dennis Murphy with Secrets in Seattle.
Seattle was raw after a week of relentless winter rain. A woman lost had been found in the tangle of the blackberries. A naked body, a small tattoo on the back, a necklace, and signs of strangulation. The detectives sent to a patch of trees and boggy undergrowth near the Seattle airport's runways guessed it was her. They would soon be proved correct. 9 days to find her, the answer to where. Another 7 years still ahead to answer the questions of all homicides: who and why. But we have to go back, before the crime scene photos and the medical examiner's findings, before she became those chilly words, the victim, to find the dearly loved person named Nikki. Nikki Peets, wife and daughter, sister and friend.
She seemed to be able to uplift people in ways that none of us knew how to do.
She had a way to make you smile. She had a way to let you know that everything was going to be okay.
Gail was her mother.
Nikki was sunshine. She was the kind of person that when she walked in a room, the room lit up.
Gail raised Nikki and her sister Tanya in the suburbs of Seattle. There were carefree days at the nearby lake.
Is Nikki your annoying kid sister, or was she a pretty cool kid? How do you remember?
She was a very annoying kid sister. Mom insisted on dressing us alike.
In high school, Maya Allward says Nikki was a friend to everyone.
Every day eating lunch together. She never sat. She would walk around and visit with people. She always saw the good in people. She didn't see the bad in people.
After graduation, Nikki brought that winning spirit into the workplace, eventually landing a plum position in the head offices of Bally Total Fitness. Kimberly Thomas was on her team.
Nikki was a great boss. She cared about how your day was, she cared about how you were feeling, she cared about your birthday.
Bally's is where Nikki met another employee, David Peets. He was 6 feet tall, 4 years younger, and exuded a smooth confidence. His co-workers recall he seemed to be going places.
He was definitely a very nice man, easy to talk to, would laugh a lot. You know, he was actually a very compassionate person.
He was very confident. He spoke well. He had a presence that demanded attention.
Dave was set on selling more gym memberships than anyone else, and he wouldn't have denied what everyone saw in him. He was ambitious, with his eyes on bigger management prizes.
Dave could sell reading glasses to a blind person. It didn't matter what his pitch was, he had you convinced that whatever it was, you had to have it.
So there was Dave hustling on the sales floor, and there was Nikki, the buttoned-up blonde from corporate, and the boss's favorite hire, it was acknowledged. Before long, Nikki and Dave became an item.
She definitely would get a little bit of a bounce in her step when she got an incoming message from Dave.
Out of everybody, he chose her. That has to make you feel kind of special.
Pretty soon, Nikki and Dave moved in together. Gail had remarried and moved to Arizona with her new husband, Rod. And she could tell by the sound of her daughter's voice on the phone that Nikki had found the one.
He was her dream man.
Really?
He was the man she wanted. She was so in love with him.
And he apparently with her, evidenced to her friends and family by the piece of jewelry she was rarely seen without.
David got her a little tennis bracelet.
Diamonds on it, or?
Yeah, little teeny diamonds and white gold, I think.
Did she like it? Was it a sentimental piece for her?
She loved it. She wore it everywhere.
Another piece of jewelry from him would follow, a wedding ring. After dating for 2 years, Nikki and Dave married.
So tell me about the wedding. Hawaii was the place, huh?
It was in Hawaii. She looked so beautiful and happy. They both had lace and beautiful flowers in her hair. And it was on the beach with the waves crashing and sunset. It was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful.
And was your sister a happy young woman on that day?
Yes. I think she found her Prince Charming.
Nicole Pete seemed to be on top of the world and stepping confidently into her grown-up life.
She was pretty excited about getting married. She loved her ring. She loved her bracelet that he got her. She was excited about getting a new condo and having her own little family.
January 28, 2006 was a Saturday. After a hectic work week at their different jobs, Nikki and Dave would chill with a dinner party that night over at their friend's place. That afternoon, Dave called Nikki to hash out the details. They'd drive there separately.
Hey babe, give me a call. I need to know what we're doing, if I need to stop and get food or anything for Ellen and Jason and stuff like that. So give me a call. I love you. Bye.
But when Dave Pete showed up at their friend's apartment that evening, Nikki wasn't there. 1 hour, 2 hours, and still no Nikki. Dave's wife of almost 4 years was gone. Into the night, into the rain. What on earth had happened to Nikki Peets?
Nikki's life hadn't always been so good. She'd had a troubled past. Had those troubles finally caught up with her? Or was it something else?
Did you think something was wrong? Something more was wrong right from the beginning?
Yes.
When Dateline continues.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. Wildfire continues to be a threat to this community. You have to go in there.
With that massive hurricane comes the massive response.
To bring people at home closer to the story. This group right here just crossed the Rio Grande. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News.
For NBC News.
For NBC News. I'm Tom Yams.
And that's what we do every night.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Those inflation numbers, there's a lot in the weeds here. We don't love to live in the weeds, but Christine Romans does. She's joining us now to help us understand it. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has eyeballs that has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
We've managed to arrange a beautiful full moon.
I get it.
wouldn't do this for just anyone, Hallie.
I want you to just vibe in the moment. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Those inflation numbers, there's a lot in the weeds here. We don't love to live in the weeds, but Christine Romans does. She's joining us now to help us understand it. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has eyeballs that has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
We've managed to arrange a beautiful full moon.
I get it.
wouldn't do this for just anyone, Hallie.
I want you to just vibe in the moment.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Those inflation numbers, there's a lot in the weeds here. We don't love to live in the weeds, but Christine Romans does. She's joining us now to help us understand it. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has eyeballs that has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
We've managed to arrange a beautiful full moon.
I get it.
wouldn't do this for just anyone, Hallie.
I want you to just vibe in the moment.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nicole Peets, a woman just shy of her 33rd birthday, reported missing by her husband.
And we just want to know if she's safe.
David Peets told reporters how he waited for her with friends at a Saturday night dinner party. She was a no-show.
When I got there, she was not there, and they hadn't heard from her, hadn't been able to contact her.
David appealed to the public to keep an eye out for her.
We wanted to know that we love her very much.
Nikki's mother was by his side.
She's not somebody who wouldn't come home. She's somebody that if she's 10 minutes late, she calls you.
You came up right away. Did you think something was wrong? Something more was wrong right from the beginning?
Yes, because Nikki wouldn't have gone away without calling and telling me.
If Nikki could have called somebody, she would have called Gail.
Nicole's mother and stepfather had reason to be worried. They, along with Nikki's other family and friends, remembered another time years before when they'd almost lost her. Nikki had been in her teens when she began suffering from abdominal problems related to the onset of puberty. Her medical issues left her in agonizing pain and also heavily medicated.
She had very painful cramps and was prescribed lots of medicine for them.
And by the time she was 21, she had had 3 surgeries, pain pills being thrown at her right and left.
At some point, it seemed all those pills took away not only the pain, but the person, zombified. How was she different, Tanya?
Just spacey, couldn't keep up with the conversation. I felt like I had lost her. She wasn't really there.
Before Nikki could crawl out of her hole, she would need to check into a local rehab center to treat her addiction.
When she finally got clean, I felt like I had my sister back.
That's when she started working at the Valley Gym office. Her co-workers thought she was in terrific emotional shape.
The Nikki that I know wasn't in her dark days. The Nikki that I knew was on top of her game.
And yet, friends like Michelle Baltz knew Nikki took her sobriety a day at a time, and that she was terrified of making even one little slip and losing it all.
She would tell you she'd have a headache, and trying to get the girl to take an Advil. I mean, you would think that you were trying to inject her with heroin.
Nikki's weekly Alcoholics Anonymous meetings an hour's drive south of her home were the rock and the foundation of that daily conscious effort. And on Saturday morning, January 28th, she was supposed to attend a very special meeting, a celebration to honor her for 8 years of sobriety.
Every year it's your birthday, and it was her 8th birthday.
As being a clean and sober woman.
Yes. She was so proud of it. We were so proud of her. Everyone was proud of her.
Hi, Nick. It's Mom. I don't know where you are, darling.
But Nikki never showed up to that important meeting, never received her award. And now, friends and family desperately tried reaching her by phone.
Hi, Nikki. This is Rod calling. We don't know what's going on.
Their pleas relegated to the silence of voicemail. The anxiety level went off the chart.
No matter what's happened, Nikki, even if it was a relapse, we want you to know that we love you.
Had Nikki, in fact, fallen back into addiction?
I started hoping that, because then she would have been alive.
The alternative, that Nikki may be dead somewhere, was too much to bear. A bulletin went out. Be on the lookout for a 5'3" woman with a tattoo on her back. Friends knew she'd likely be wearing a cross necklace and a diamond tennis bracelet. 9 days later, King County Detective Kathleen Decker was dispatched to an area near Seattle's SeaTac Airport, south of the city.
The call came in from my sergeant requesting that I respond to this location regarding a woman's body. She had been found by a passerby in the blackberry bushes.
This is kind of off the grid right here.
Yes, it is.
A woman's body discovered in a nothing patch of scrub at the end of the runway near an all but abandoned trailer park.
What'd you notice about the body?
First thing I noticed, of course, was that she was in fact nude. The second thing I noticed was that her arms were gently across her chest.
Not just a body abandoned.
Correct. She had not been discarded like garbage, but she had been gently placed into and under the vines.
The detective had a special set of skills that she called on now. She'd been trained in tracking, reading trails, disturbed vegetation, just like the scouts in the Old West. The pattern of broken branches and tamped down leaves and soil told her that the body had lain out here about a week.
Is there anything that suggested to you why this woman would have been abandoned here?
No, and that was part of the complexity of this investigation. We had all sorts of avenues that we needed to investigate. We had the transient population that may have been frequenting the trailer park. We had a mental health facility that was very close by within walking distance.
But Detective Decker did have a strong hunch about who this victim was. The cross necklace, the tattoo, it all checked out as that local woman, Nicole Peets, who'd been missing for a week. The diamond tennis bracelet she always wore was not on her wrist. But police were confident enough in their tentative ID to pay a visit to Nicole's husband, David. And the information David Peets would soon share with detectives about when his wife was last seen and what she left behind would be critical to the case.
Coming up. But it was something that was missing that turned out to be even more important and puzzling.
There's no indication that anyone else had been behind the wheel of Nicole's car.
When Dateline continues.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us.
Americans woke up and they were shocked.
Owning breaking news.
Utter devastation.
Telling important stories. You can feel the excitement building, putting a lot of issues in context.
For NBC News.
For NBC News.
NBC News. I'm Tom Yamas.
That's what we do every night.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. Wildfire continues to be a threat to this community. You have to go in there.
With that massive hurricane comes the massive response.
To bring people at home closer to the story. This group right here just crossed the Rio Grande. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth. For NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas. And that's what we do every night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they won and they need relief?
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
With a great many bad days, one of the worst ones had to be the day that she was found.
I'll never forget that as long as I live.
It's found strangled in Siberian.
It came over the TV that a body had been found, and we just knew that it had to be her.
Had to be your Nikki. Nicole Peets, strangled to death. Her nude body left for a week beneath some blackberry bushes by the airport. The killer unknown, her gray Jetta still missing. Her family's deep sorrow now hardened into resolve to get justice for her.
Find out who did it and punish him. Punish him.
Captain Jesse Anderson of the King County Sheriff's Office was the lead detective assigned to the murder case at the time. He set out to learn more about the victim, paying a visit to her husband, David Peets, at the condo he and Nikki shared.
How long have you been married? Almost 4 years.
David agreed to be audio taped and told detectives that Nikki had struggled with chemical dependency in the past. He then revealed something disturbing. Recently, Nikki had again started taking prescription pills.
Is Nikki still struggling with addiction? I thought she wasn't, but she hurt her back right before Thanksgiving. She slipped a disc.
Because of a severe, painful back injury, David explained, Nikki had reluctantly agreed to let her doctor put her on a carefully monitored prescription for Percocet, a potentially addictive narcotic drug.
At first, she had me keeping the pills and then giving them to her.
Investigators wondered, had Nikki's old demons pulled her down again? They delved into Nikki's last known movements.
When's the last time you saw Nikki? Friday night when I got home from work. She was asleep.
David Peets told detectives that Nikki was sleeping when he arrived home late Friday night, and by the morning, she was already gone, off to her special AA celebration, he assumed.
I remember thinking that that's where she must be when I woke up.
But when she didn't show up to the dinner party that night, he returned to their condo to look for her. He described how her purse, car keys, and gray Jetta were gone. But he said something else caught his eye, and it would turn out to be a big clue for detectives. Nikki's vial of Percocet was sitting out on the counter. The bottle was empty. The 56-pill prescription filled just 2 days before, gone.
I saw the pill bottle and I freaked out. I was so scared she relapsed her. That's a lot of pills. I thought maybe she OD'd or something.
As detectives wrapped up the interview with the husband, a narrative was starting to come together about the victim of a former addict, possibly re-addicted.
How does that change the complexion of the investigation early on?
The woman whose body has been found was a recovering addict and maybe fell off the wagon.
Well, it makes it far more complex for us because now we have to consider the possibility that she met up with the wrong person at the wrong time, and that somehow led to her demise, that this was somehow related to the people that she knew through her AA affiliation, which she was very much into and regularly attended those meetings.
So doors are opening a possibility rather than closing.
Yes, yes.
Some old-fashioned gumshoe investigative work would have to come next. Tracking down phone records, credit card statements, anything to pinpoint where Nikki may have headed after leaving the condo Saturday morning. Only one more blip on Nikki's timeline surfaced, a single phone call made around noon on Saturday from her cell phone to the gym's front desk while David Peets was working.
It's possible that she was driving and it hit one of the towers there, so we were considering that. We were also considering whoever killed her may have had her phone and was still using it.
As for that diamond tennis bracelet missing from Nicole's wrist when they found her body, the cops began checking pawn shop records in case someone had tried to hawk it. Nothing.
A police officer spotted Nicole Peets' car overnight.
The last major piece of the puzzle turned up 2 weeks after Nikki had disappeared. Her car, a gray Jetta, had been found abandoned in a parking lot in Seattle's University District. Forensic technicians hungry for clues crawled through the car. They noticed the driver's seat had been pushed back, but it's what they didn't find inside it that intrigued investigators most.
What was found in the car was David's DNA along with Nicole's DNA. There's no indication that anyone else had been behind the wheel of Nicole's car.
Detectives were now wondering about the husband.
Coming up, he was definitely a player.
Dave chased women inside the club, outside the club, on the side of the club, on top of the club.
But did that make him a killer? When Dateline continues.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News. For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas. Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us. Americans woke up and they were shocked. Owning breaking news, utter devastation, telling important stories. You can feel the excitement building, putting a lot of issues in context. For NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas. That's what we do every night. Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. Wildfire continues to be a threat to this community. You have to go in there.
With that massive hurricane comes the massive response.
To bring people at home closer to the story. This group right here just crossed the Rio Grande. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth. For NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas. And that's what we do every night. People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News. For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas. Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us. Americans woke up and they were shocked. Owning breaking news, utter devastation, telling important stories. You can feel the excitement building, putting a lot of issues in context. For NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas. That's what we do every night.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News,
I'm Tom Yams. And that's what we do every night.
At the latest gym where David Peets worked, co-workers like Troy Wagman understood full well why David looked so rough. Still, it was a hard thing to witness.
He looked very bad. He looked like he hadn't slept, he had lost weight, he had dark circles under his eyes, and he seemed a little bit more sad.
While David Peets slowly got back to work after taking time off to mourn his lost wife, detectives intent on solving her murder began interviewing people from the gym world who knew the couple, starting at the facility where Nikki and Dave had first met.
Bally's was the type of place that most of the rumors weren't really rumors. They were true.
Staff members agreed that Dave, the alpha dog of the sales department, and Nikki, the button-down corporate nice girl, were a hopeless mismatch.
The more Nikki liked him, the more I knew that she shouldn't.
What Dave saw in Nikki, according to some coworkers, was a cynical way to climb the corporate ladder. Nikki was everyone's favorite, and their boss in particular loved her like family, as C.J. Brady saw it.
Nikki and our supervisor were very close, almost like a father-daughter relationship. And that is why I think he dated Nikki from the start. I don't think there ever was an attraction there.
But if he was chilly about his wife, he was superheated about some of the female gym members and his coworkers.
Dave chased women inside the club, outside the club, on the side of the club, on top of the club.
Detectives found the tales about David Peets' roving eye intriguing, but hardly damning.
I guess to describe it in kind of current terminology, he thought he was somewhat of a player.
Did it make him a killer?
Didn't make him a killer, no.
But David Peets' behavior towards women at the gym did get him fired, detectives learned. Several female co-workers had filed sexual harassment complaints against him with Bally's management, including Jackie Morales.
David was very verbal when it came to his comments. So what looks better on Jackie today? Her legs, her butt, or her breast? I finally got the courage enough to go to the boss.
After getting booted from Bally's, David moved on to a job at 24 Hour Fitness, where Troy Wagman remembers David talking about how he and his wife Nikki wanted to invite others into their sex life.
More than once, he would approach me and ask me what I thought about 3 ways in a relationship, and him and Nikki were exploring the idea of swingers clubs.
Nikki's good friends knew it differently.
She was very appalled at that idea. She was like, absolutely not.
A wobbly marriage, a hound dog husband straining at the leash. The circumstantial smoke was getting thicker for investigators.
It was very apparent to me that he was leading an alternate lifestyle.
What I'm not hearing, Captain, is motivation.
That was a concern for all of us, too.
Maybe the husband did it, but then again, maybe he didn't. As weeks became months, the solid proof, the hard evidence that the investigation needed, just didn't fall into place. An investigation hitting a brick wall. Devastating news for Nikki's family, by now convinced of David's guilt.
When you were out in the emotional wilderness, Gail, 07, 08, 09, what was your lowest moment?
Oh, there were so many low ones. I didn't want to live. Just cried my head off every day, and I just didn't want to live.
Years went by. David Peets quietly left the fitness industry for a position at Chase Bank. he started attending church. Fellow church member Kim Adams says she got to know a Dave who was very different from the heartless philanderer described by Nikki's friends and family. The Dave Kim knew was a forlorn widower who spoke fondly about his lost wife.
When he would speak of her, I could see a sadness in him. We'd have conversations about, he was struggling because he missed her.
Meanwhile, at the county sheriff's office, the 3 ring binders that made up the Peets file moved from desk to desk until in 2010, they were picked up by 2 cold case cops, Jake Pavlovich and Mike Mellis. Each was determined to apply some heat.
I called Gail up and said, I've got this case now, and it's my intent to be the last detective to have this case.
Pavlovich and Mellis laid out the entire investigation and then homed in on day 1. That Saturday morning, Nikki Peets presumably left the condo she shared with Dave and headed out to her special AA meeting. To the cold case detective's fresh eyes, a few key pieces of evidence from that morning jumped out. Common sense stuff, really, like Nikki's wedding ring. A photo taken in 2006 showed it in Nikki's bathroom near the jewelry cleaner she kept it in overnight.
And here's the wedding rings left on the counter. And she was proud of the rings, according to all the family. And here she's going to this big meeting the next morning, but she's going to go and not take her rings with her?
Another red flag, this from the autopsy report. Nikki's body had been recovered with her retainer still in her mouth.
Why did it seem odd that you found the body with the retainer?
Again, that's something people typically wear when they go to bed. She was in the habit of wearing it at night, but no place else.
The wedding ring left on the bathroom counter. The clunky retainer still in her mouth. Added up, concluded the detectives, and you had a wife who never left the condo for her meeting that Saturday morning. One who'd never made it through the night alive. And the only person known to be with Nicole Peets in the condo that night? Her husband, David Peets.
When you look at each piece of evidence and figure out how does it relate to everything else, put that puzzle together, and lo and behold, we've got our picture at the end.
6 years after Nicole Peets was reported missing, her husband David was arrested and charged with second-degree murder in connection with her death.
Coming up, a lifestyle on trial.
Who did it involve? Me and Katie and Dave.
He was just trying to loosen her up to get her to do a threesome.
When Dateline continues.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Yams.
And that's what we do every night.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
Top story, live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Yams.
And that's what we do every night. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
It had been 7.5 excruciating years of waiting. Then, in 2013, Nikki's family and friends filed into a packed Seattle courtroom to watch David Pete stand trial for his wife's murder. He pleaded not guilty.
When Nicole married the defendant, she thought she had married the man of her dreams. But on January 28, 2006, that dream would turn into a nightmare.
Two prosecutors would handle the case, Kristen Richardson and her fellow prosecuting attorney, Carla Karlstrom. They promised the jury pieces of a puzzle, pieces they hoped would ultimately reveal a resentful, hateful husband whose frustrations had boiled over.
I think it was actually, I hate this phrase, but it truly was a crime of passion.
At the core of the prosecutor's case, David was a sexist philanderer who viewed his goody two-shoes wife as a weight around his neck. So he put his hands around hers after an argument in their condo to free himself of the burden. David, they said, then turned to Nikki's problem with pills as his cover-up.
Why kill her?
You know, it wasn't a planned murder. If it was something he'd planned to do, then sure, you could divorce her. This was not a plan. This was something that erupted one night in a fit of rage.
Because they thought there was no premeditation, David Peets was charged with second, not first-degree murder. But proving he snapped and strangled Nikki in their condo wouldn't be easy. This was a highly circumstantial case with little direct evidence pointing David's way.
In terms of the bedroom or the house, there is no physical evidence left behind.
Which is a handicap for you guys when you've got to tell this story to a jury that really wants to hear CSI, right?
They want DNA on everything.
Prosecutors started by calling a string of the other women in David's life. Women who shared with the jury stories of a lustful, cheating spouse with little regard for his wife. Stories of a three-way kiss at the bar.
And who did it involve? Me and Katie and Dave.
You were kissing Katie. Katie was kissing you. Yes.
All three at the same time.
Stories of a one-night stand.
And what happened at your place?
We had sex.
And that the only time that it happened?
Yes.
And of a romance that started while David and Nikki were engaged.
I asked him why he was getting married, and he said that at that point it was too late to back out of it.
The romance lasted on and off for 2 years.
What did he tell you about how he felt about you?
He told me he cared about me.
Dave Pete's lifestyle became the trial here. A lot of it.
Because it showed that he was dissatisfied with her.
Dissatisfied with Nikki, and prosecutors say determined to change her. David went so far as to spike Nikki's drink with the club drug ecstasy, hoping she'd finally agree to that threesome. This according to David's bar buddy, Renee Stewart.
He told me that he would put it in her Red Bull, like when he went to get a drink, and he was just trying to loosen her up to get her to do a threesome.
Did you notice a change in her after she drank that Red Bull?
Yes.
How did she change?
She became more sexual with people.
Here's a guy who knows full well his wife has addiction problems. And he puts ecstasy in her Red Bull. Is that the way this goes?
Right. She had fought so hard for sobriety, and without even knowing it, her own husband was undermining that.
Then it was Nikki's sister Tanya's turn to stare David in the eyes and tell the jury how indifferent he appeared immediately following Nikki's disappearance.
Did the defendant ever help you look for her?
No.
Did you ever see him make any phone calls related to her disappearance?
No.
Did you ever see him join in searches with people from AA or her workplace?
Not at all.
But prosecutors feared evidence of suspicious behavior from a reprehensible husband wouldn't be enough to convince a jury David committed murder. So they rolled out their theory that Nikki never left her condo alive.
Honestly, the best evidence we had was the evidence that showed she never left that condominium.
Evidence offered of David's little mistakes. Remember Nikki's cherished wedding ring left on the bathroom counter. And then there was Nikki's retainer.
He forgot she wears a retainer / night guard, and he forgot to check her mouth before he dumped her.
Something else Nikki's killer would likely overlook: the food found in her stomach by the medical examiner. Based on the ME's analysis, prosecutors speculated Nikki was killed sometime between midnight and 2 a.m. that Friday night, soon after David said he came home and found Nikki in bed. But it was what the forensic scientists didn't find in Nikki's system that prosecutors believed was even more damning. Evidence, they said, proved once and for all that Nikki had not relapsed.
Did the ME find evidence of prescription painkillers?
No, she had less than 1 therapeutic dose of Percocet in her system. It was clear that she had not been using Percocet probably for a few days prior to her death.
And then there was Nikki's bracelet, that gift from David, the source of her joy. David had told police it had vanished along with his wife.
Everybody assumed that, who knows, the killer took it.
Soon after David's arrest, police learned from one of his co-workers that he had the bracelet all along.
David said that he had a bracelet that he had taken to a pawn shop, and he thought that the guy was trying to rip him off.
And was trying to hawk it, make a few bucks.
Trying to make money at some
And
point.
that spoke to his cover-up, his involvement.
Sure, absolutely. And certainly that he'd lied to police in the beginning and saying that he didn't know where that bracelet was.
Still, one piece of the puzzle didn't fit the prosecution's theory. That Saturday phone call made from Nikki's cell phone to the 24-hour fitness gym where David worked.
This is evidence that
She's
at
alive.
around noon, she's alive on Saturday.
Using telephone company records, prosecutors argued the origin of the call could be traced to within a few blocks of the gym where it was received.
What you're saying is there's a 90 to 95% probability that the phone was in this reddish-orangish sector when it was being placed.
That is correct.
It became very clear that call was placed from the 24-hour fitness gym when David Peets was working there.
Hardly conclusive evidence on its own, but detectives had found something else on the gym's security video that made that call a jaw-dropper. At just about the same time the call is made from Nikki's cell phone, David can be seen stepping away from his work area, out of the camera sight. That was David, prosecutors say, heading off to use Nikki's phone to call the gym receptionist.
He went back and placed that call and then came back out front as if nothing was happening. He had to convince the police she had left the house that morning, because if she hadn't left the house, he was the killer.
That video and that cell phone call were presented as the final pieces of the prosecution's now completed puzzle.
We had needed just one more thing to put us over the top, just one more thing, and that call, that put it over.
But the jury had yet to hear from the defense, which wasn't about to let such a circumstantial argument go unanswered.
Coming up, who really had something to hide? Was it the accused killer or Nikki, who certainly had a lot of pills around?
On January 12th, she got 56. On January 18th, she got 56. And on January 26th, she got 56.
When Dateline continues.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Those inflation numbers, there's a lot in the weeds here. We don't love to live in the weeds, but Christine Romans does. She's joining us now to help us understand it. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has eyeballs that has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
We've managed to arrange a beautiful full moon.
I get it.
Wouldn't do this for just anyone, Hallie.
I want you to just vibe in the moment.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us.
Americans woke up and they were shocked.
Owning breaking news.
Utter devastation.
Telling important stories.
You can feel the excitement building.
Putting a lot of issues in context.
For NBC News.
For NBC News.
NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas.
That's what we do every night.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Those inflation numbers, there's a lot in the weeds here. We don't love to live in the weeds, but Christine Romans does. She's joining us now to help us understand it. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has eyeballs that has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
We've managed to arrange a beautiful full moon.
I get it.
Wouldn't do this for just anyone, Hallie.
I want you to just vibe in the moment. Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Rows of Nicole Pietz's family and friends listened to the prosecution describe the accused as an oversexed, run-around louse of a husband. A guy who strangled his inconvenient wife and left her to rot in a scrubby bog.
We know how she died. We know how he lied.
Each day, David Pietz remained emotionless in court, and trial watchers noted, alone. Few, if any, family or friends showed up in the rows behind him to have his back. But he did have supporters, like Kim Adams, a friend from church.
He does have a very strong network of friends and people who care about him and love him.
She says Team Dave chose to back him quietly from outside the courthouse, hoping to avoid the many cameras both in and outside the courtroom.
I have a lot of respect for those people that didn't go. He knows who loves him.
She watched the news in disbelief, not recognizing the man prosecutors described as a cold-hearted killer. Surely this wasn't the Dave she'd known for almost 7 years, her trusted confidant.
I kept thinking to myself, they're talking about my friend, but that's not my friend. That's not the friend that I know.
But in court, his defense team would not call on Kim and the silent friends as character witnesses. The defense was mounting a stripped-down argument. Jurors, there's nothing here. Nikki left the condo that morning, and Dave had no idea where she ended up.
Nicole Pietz was missing. And her husband, David Pietz, never saw her again. What happened to Nicole is a mystery.
After 10 days of trial with more than 40 witnesses, the state, the defense lawyers argued, had failed to produce a smoking gun or even a plausible motivation for murder.
In this case, there are many reasonable doubts.
Could anyone say with absolute certainty that she always wore her wedding ring? That she never went out in public with her retainer? The picture the defense portrayed was of a David Peets open and honest with detectives right from the start. A husband hoping the police would locate his wife. Detective Kathleen Decker took the stand.
When you first saw David at his residence, I believe you described him as very anxious and upset.
Yes.
The defense willingly conceded that David Peets was a crummy husband, but skirt chasing didn't give him a motive for murder.
Dave Peets isn't the first guy to step out on his spouse. All of you certainly know of people that have done that. Have they killed their wives or husbands or anything like that?
And the defense countered that if anyone had secrets to hide, it wasn't Dave, it was Nikki.
There's another side to all this.
The defense now turned the focus to Nicole Peets and the last few weeks of her life.
Raise your right hand.
The lawyers called to the stand their main witness, Nikki's doctor, Carol Waymack. She'd been Nikki's primary physician for 5 years. You knew Nikki's history, that she'd had trouble as a young woman.
I did.
And had actually been in rehab at one point.
And we had talked about it throughout her care with me.
So when Nikki came into the office complaining of severe back pain at the end of 2005, Dr. Waymack said she had Nikki's past addiction in mind. The doctor testified that she did put Nikki on pain medication, but said she tightly monitored Nikki's weekly prescription, right down to counting the number of pills.
On January 12th, she got 56. On January 18th, she got 56. And on January 26th, she got 56.
Nikki was getting hundreds of pills, but the defense reminded the jurors that Nikki's toxicology report had shown something unusual. Despite being prescribed all those pills, the forensic scientist said she apparently hadn't been taking many of them.
Is it your opinion that this just reflects like a one-time use?
I believe so. It's such a small amount.
Almost no drugs in her system meant something was very fishy, said the defense.
Nicole was lying to her doctor. She was doing something with those drugs other than taking them.
So what was she doing with them?
Inferentially, circumstantially, you could find that she was out giving these drugs away, giving them away to old friends of hers, coming into contact with drug users and dealers, pretty tough people, pretty dangerous.
The lurid story may never be known, argued the defense, but they said it was clear that Nikki, and not Dave, had something to hide.
Something went terribly, terribly wrong, and she died as a result. That it wasn't David, but it was somebody else.
Now it would be up to a jury to decide. A husband who never loved his wife, who lost it on one very bad night, or a woman with an addiction she never beat, in some final hour doling out narcotic painkillers to the wrong person. At the courthouse, the jury retired to deliberate. Kim Adams waited at home for news.
I kind of made a promise to myself to support him no matter what the verdict was, because I feel he would do the same for me.
As the hours went by, Nikki's family prayed, and the prosecutors replayed the case in their heads.
I felt like there was absolutely nothing we missed in closing or in presentation.
But that's not to say when they're out deliberating, you're not wondering every second what's going on and whether you're going to succeed.
Please be seated with the exception of the presiding juror.
And then, more than 7.5 years since Nikki's body had been found, the jury was coming back with a verdict.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Martin David Peets, guilty of the crime of murder in the second degree as charged, signed by the presiding juror. Is this the verdict of the jury?
Yes, it is.
David Peets, guilty of second-degree murder for strangling Nikki, his wife of almost 4 years.
Oh, absolute elation. I just wanted justice for my daughter, and we got it.
What do you want to say to David Peets now?
David, I hope you find it in your heart to be sorry, because if you don't, you'll burn in hell forever.
3 weeks later, David Peets returned to court for his sentencing. Presiding Judge Michael Hayden expressed disgust that David had strangled his wife who trusted him.
I don't know what was going through her head as she looked into the face of the man she thought she loved as he took her life away. The Accordingly, the sentence will be...
Judge Hayden sentenced David Peets to 18 years in prison, the maximum time allowed in this second-degree murder case. Before her daughter's convicted killer was led away, Nicole's mother had this to say.
I've let David take my life for the last 7.5 years, but I'm not going to anymore. David, I forgive you. I'm not going to allow myself to let you rule my life anymore.
But there's a question for which Gail will most likely never get a comprehensible answer.
Why? And how could he ever harm such a nice person? I mean, Nikki was such a good person.
The hardest question always the why. The coldest fact, the young woman gone too soon.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
Breaking overnight, a monster 8.8 magnitude earthquake off the coast of Russia, triggering tsunami alerts for Hawaii, Alaska, and along the west coast. The race to evacuate as our team tracks the danger. New clues to a possible motive for the massacre in Midtown Manhattan. The notes left behind by the gunman behind one of New York's deadliest mass shootings in years. President Trump sheds new light on his falling out with Jeffrey Epstein decades ago, while raising some new questions. We're live with his claim that the convicted sex offender stole employees from Mar-a-Lago Spa, including an Epstein accuser. Stars betting big on the gambling scandal around Shohei Ohtani's interpreter. The new TV series reportedly in the works. ChatGPT is ready to teach students a lesson. Experts weigh in on the new study mode coming to the popular AI tool. And how much time do you spend online every day? The average American browsing like it's a second job. The shocking amount of time we're scrolling on our devices as we kick off this Wednesday, July 30th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. Glad you're with me. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin today with tsunami fears for Hawaii, Alaska, Japan, and the entire U.S. West Coast. A powerful 8.8 magnitude earthquake struck off Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula, damaging buildings and generating a tsunami of up to 13 feet there, according to officials. In Japan, residents standing on top of a building as much of Japan's eastern seaboard was ordered to evacuate. Officials there reporting a 4-foot tsunami on Honshu mainland. In Hawaii, Governor Josh Green signing an emergency proclamation as evacuation orders were issued along coastal areas. Oahu Emergency Management warning of destructive tsunami waves. The governor says all flights in and out of Maui are canceled for the night. NBC meteorologist Angie Lessman is tracking it all for us. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, Frances. We, of course, are keeping a close eye on this as it continued to develop overnight. Here's what we've got. This is the latest details. We've got a magnitude 8.8, as you mentioned. That likely will come in around 6th or 7th on the top 10 list of strongest earthquakes here in modern history on record. So we'll wait and see about that. But in the meantime, we've, of course, got plenty of alerts up. Here's the Hawaiian Island chain. You can see those tsunami warnings that are in effect for all of the islands. Here's some of those observed tsunami waves so far. These are amplitudes coming in at about 4 feet. You can see kind of a range between 3 to 4 feet across those islands, with the potential for more of that to come here as the rest of the overnight hours go on and we get into tomorrow. Here's the deal for the West Coast. We've still got some of these tsunami advisories for most places like Northern California, though, under that tsunami warning. We'll see the potential for some of these increasing waves here along that location here into the rest of the overnight hours. And you can see some of the wave heights and potentially up to 5 feet for places like Crescent City, Frances.
A crucial overnight and day ahead. Thanks so much, Angie. Investigators believe Monday's mass shooting in New York may have been a targeted attack on the NFL headquarters in the building. The suspect left a note blaming his mental illness on playing football in high school. He also accused the league of covering up the connection between brain injuries and the sport. Here's Jay Gray.
A day later, bullet holes and stepped-up security marked the scene of the mass shooting. New Yorkers still stunned by what happened here.
Somebody walking around the streets of Manhattan with an assault rifle. It's a little bit scary.
The gunman opening fire inside a Park Avenue business tower, killing 4. One of the victims, a New York City police officer working security. Then,
male is wearing a black suit and a bulletproof vest.
as officers rush in, taking his own life, the suspect identified as 27-year-old Shane Tamura of Las Vegas. Investigators saying he had a history of mental illness. Sources telling NBC News he left a note at the scene expressing anger his mental illness may be linked to playing football in high school. Two officials saying he mentioned CTE, a brain disease linked to head trauma, as a possible cause of his condition.
He was not an NFL player. We have reason to believe that he was focused on the NFL agency that was located in the building, and we're going to continue to investigate with our federal partners to ensure that we can find a reason.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell saying an NFL employee was seriously injured in the attack. But dignified transfer, carrying the body of New York police officer Didarul Islam.
He's a true blue New Yorker, not only in the uniform he wore, but in his spirit and energy of loving this city.
The 36-year-old father leaves behind two young boys and his wife, who is 8 months pregnant with their third child. Jay Gray, NBC News.
President Trump is back at home at the White House this morning, returning from his trip to Scotland. He arrived back home to more headlines and questions about the notorious sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. NBC's Alice Barr joins me now from D.C. Good morning, Alice. So the president offered more details about Epstein to reporters on Air Force One.
Good morning, Francis. Yeah, President Trump was asked about his recent comments about his falling out with Jeffrey Epstein. The White House has repeatedly said the president kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago for, quote, being a creep. When Epstein died in prison in 2019, Mr. Trump said the two hadn't spoken in 15 years. In Scotland, President Trump said that he kicked Epstein out for stealing Mar-a-Lago staff members. On the flight home, he gave more details.
People were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone.
One of those stolen, persons, that include Virginia Jeffrey?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her.
Virginia Giuffre was a prominent accuser of Jeffrey Epstein. She died by suicide earlier this year. In 2019, Giuffre appeared on NBC's Dateline and described having a summer job at the Mar-a-Lago spa while she was a teenager. She said that Ghislaine Maxwell approached her about going to Epstein's home for an interview. Maxwell has been subpoenaed to testify before the House Oversight Committee on August 11th. Her attorneys have requested that she be granted immunity. Otherwise, she would assert her Fifth Amendment right. They also asked to delay her appearance until after the Supreme Court decides if they will weigh in on a request to have her conviction overturned. The committee chairman says that they will respond to the letter soon, but that they will not consider granting immunity. Francis.
Alice, thank you. Palestinian health officials say the death toll in Gaza has topped 60,000, a staggering loss of life. And there is no apparent end in sight to Israel's brutal war on the territory, which two major Israeli human rights organizations have now labeled a genocide. For the latest, let's go to Claudia Lavanga. First, a word of warning. The images out of Gaza are disturbing. Good morning, Claudia. What more do we know about these numbers?
Good morning, Francis. Well, that's right. Well, perhaps what makes those numbers even more shocking, at least according to the Gaza Health Ministry, is that death toll includes at least 18,000 children, well, of which 10% under the age of 2, and 10,000 women, and that's nearly half of that death toll. And perhaps the death toll, the real death toll, is a lot higher than that, at least if you look at that study published by The Lancet, the scientific journal, which said that the death toll has reached 60,000 already 1 year ago. And that number does not even include the number of people who died because of lack of standard medical practices. Now, of course, most, if not all, hospitals in Gaza have been severely damaged, if not not destroyed during the war, and also it does not include the number of people who have died of hunger, which, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, that number has now reached 147, including 88 children and infants. Now, the IPC, which is the world's leading body of hunger, has said that the worst-case scenario of famine is now developing in Gaza, and said, and I quote, that there is mounting evidence showing that widespread starvation, malnutrition, and disease are driving a rise in hunger-related deaths. And it has called for the immediate delivery of humanitarian aid, which has started to trickle into Gaza, but humanitarian organizations say it's too little, too late, and nearly not enough, and has criticized the decision by Israel to airdrop several packages of aid from the sky, while there are hundreds of trucks laden with humanitarian aid waiting at the border, Francis.
Claudio, thank you. Happening today, the National Transportation Safety Board will begin 3 days of hearings focusing on the January mid-air collision between an Army helicopter and a passenger jet over the Potomac River. It took the lives of 67 people. Panels will focus on military flight routes in the Washington, D.C. area and training for air traffic controllers, along with other subjects. The goal is pinpointing what went wrong and what can be done to prevent similar crashes. New details on the sailboat crash that killed a 7- and 13-year-old girl in Miami's Biscayne Bay. The small vessel hoisted to the surface yesterday after spending more than 24 hours underneath the barge it collided with. Officials say they believe all of the girls on board the sailboat were wearing life jackets. According to the U.S. Coast Guard, they have interviewed the barge operator and have tested for intoxication. Results are pending. Investigators still have not determined how the collision could have happened. The Miami Yacht Club that runs the sailing camp says its facilities are closed until further notice. It is another scorching hot day. It's in the way for much of the country. Let's check back in with NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman for the latest heat alerts. And hopefully we're coming to an end with this.
Yes, we do have some relief, Francis. It's on the way. And for some spots, you're already going to feel it today. But we've still got 133 million people under these heat alerts from parts of the East Coast back to the southern plains. That does include Washington, New York, St. Louis, as temperatures once again surge into the 90s and feel like the triple digits. But notice the difference across parts of the upper Midwest. Just 78 degrees today in Chicago, low 80s in Omaha, and more of that cool air spreads farther to the east as we get into tomorrow. Parts of New England will see temperatures into the 70s. Not the case for the southeast. We'll still keep those temperatures in the 90s for tomorrow. And then as we settle into the weekend, across the northeast and the Midwest, temperatures a little more refreshing and typical. As a look at the weather across the country, let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 98 degrees in Philadelphia today, mostly sunny skies for New York City, a high of 87 in Boston. Plenty of sunshine for Raleigh today, 97 with thunderstorms for Jacksonville. Triple digits from Oklahoma City to Dallas and out to Shreveport this afternoon. And let's look at your forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Okay, thanks so much, Angie. The jury in the murder trial of Colorado dentist James Craig is now deliberating after hearing closing arguments yesterday. Craig is facing murder and other charges in the 2023 death of his wife, Angela. Prosecutors say he used cyanide and an ingredient in eye drops to poison her, followed by an injection of cyanide while she was hospitalized. Defense attorneys say the case is based on speculation and assumptions. Coming up, the average amount of time the Americans spend online every day, and why cheat when you can teach. The new ChatGPT aimed at helping students learn, and what experts are saying about the tech.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Llamas.
And that's what we do every night.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Using AI tools like ChatGPT to help with schoolwork has become a troubling temptation for many college students. And OpenAI now providing a study mode version that doesn't just give the answers, but helps students learn how to get them. Savannah Sellers reports.
It's called Study Mode, the newest tool from OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, the artificial intelligence chatbot that, since bursting onto the scene in November 2022,
AI has made cheating incredibly easy. It's a cheater's dream.
has frustrated college professors like Duke University's Oren Starn.
How much has AI impacted your classroom?
It's had a huge impact. What I've been starting to see is more and more students handing in assignments that were all or partly written by AI.
But OpenAI CEO Sam Altman says higher ed needs to change.
And I already think college is maybe not working great for most people.
And his company says Study Mode is designed to help students learn something, not just finish something.
Here's how it works. If you've used ChatGPT before, you provide it with a prompt. I need a 500-word essay on Orwell's 1984. It immediately gives you the essay. Now, in this new mode, if you click on Study and Learn, ask it the same thing, it's not just going to spit the exact essay out for you. It's going to go about it more like a tutor, saying, before we jump in, can you tell me a little bit about the assignment, asking me questions to help me write it.
Wall Street Journal tech columnist Joanna Stern says the choice is now in users' hands.
There's nothing stopping a student from getting the answer. That cat is out of the bag. There are so many AI tools that will provide the answer for you.
Or a learning version. OpenAI competitor Anthropic launched a similar tool to Study Mode back in April for institutions. AI already a huge part of education. A recent Gallup poll shows 6 in 10 teachers use it as a tool for their work. And startups like the Alpha School use AI software to power core curriculum as early as kindergarten.
Artificial intelligence is sort of the future, whether we like it or not. I think it's something that is already a part of our lives on a daily basis.
The issue now, how students will choose to use it.
Our thanks to Savannah for that report. Still to come are the Browns punting their future to 2026. Hear what the team has to say about the long arch of history.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us.
Americans woke up and they were shocked.
Owning breaking news.
Utter devastation.
Telling important stories.
You can feel the excitement building.
Putting a lot of issues in context.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas.
That's what we do every night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas.
And that's what we do every night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility.
Wildfire continues to be a threat to this community.
You have to go in there.
With that massive hurricane comes the massive response.
To bring people at home closer to the story.
This group right here just crossed the Rio Grande.
The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas.
And that's what we do every night.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they won and they need relief?
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Shohei Ohtani couldn't make it tonight. Man, I hope his interpreter didn't bet that he was going to be here. Shohei is a once-in-a-generation talent. No one's been able to do what he does at so many positions, pitcher, hitter, and bookie.
One of baseball's biggest controversies could be getting the prestige TV treatment. Variety reporting that Starz is in talks to acquire a series based on the 2024 gambling scandal involving his former interpreter, Ippei Matsuhara. He was sentenced to 57 months earlier this year for stealing nearly $17 million from the Dodgers star. It was to pay off mounting sports betting debts. So the fascination is there, the fandom is there. The question is how is the accuracy going to be there?
Right, and how in-depth will they get? A lot of questions. All right. Well, could burnt orange be the new brown? On Tuesday, Cleveland Browns co-owner Jimmy Haslam downplayed reports that the team is interested in drafting Texas quarterback Arch Manning in 2026. The highly touted nephew of Peyton and Eli is entering his first full season as a starter in Austin. Haslam, however, said he believes Arch will stay in college for 2 years, but I have a feeling maybe after those 2 years, he will be quite the prospect.
Yeah, so we know the last name. Now the first name is going to be very, very common to a lot of us. When we come back, why soon it won't matter what age you enter into YouTube, and a new survey showing how much time Americans spend in cyberspace. And the answer might surprise you.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they won and they need relief?
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they won and they need relief?
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Here's what's making headlines this morning. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has privately discussed running for governor of Tennessee for the next 2 years. For next year, two sources tell NBC News. Both sources say it remains unclear after their conversations with Hegseth whether he would take the lead. In a statement, the chief Pentagon spokesman called the news a made-up story and said Hegseth's focus remains solely on serving under President Trump. Susan Menarez becomes the first CDC director to be confirmed by the Senate under a new law passed in 2023. She was named acting director in January and tapped as the nominee after President Trump withdrew his first choice, David Weldon. YouTube is rolling out age estimation technology in the U.S. The company says it'll use AI to interpret a variety of signals. If a person is identified as a teen, safeguards will be put in place. And according to a new survey by Optimum, Americans spend upwards of 10 hours a day online. Data shows more than 5 hours involve activities like gaming, browsing the web, and paying bills. Another 5 hours is spent streaming shows or movies.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Those inflation numbers, there's a lot in the weeds here. We don't love to live in the weeds, but Christine Romans does. She's joining us now to help us understand it. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has eyeballs that has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
We've managed to arrange a beautiful full moon.
I get it.
wouldn't do this for just anyone, Hallie.
I want you to just vibe in the moment.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility.
Wildfire continues to be a threat to this community.
You have to go in there.
With that massive hurricane comes the massive response.
To bring people at home closer to the story.
This group right here just crossed the Rio Grande.
The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Yams.
And that's what we do every night.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Early today is back with an emotional tribute from Hulk Hogan's daughter. Brooke Hogan shared these photos on Instagram along with a message explaining why she was estranged from her father in his final years. Brooke says she supported her father through almost 25 surgeries. She says suddenly the wrestling icon did not want her by his side for more procedures. She writes, quote, "We had a connection deeper than words, one that spanned lifetimes." Summer's hottest music festival is returning to Chicago today. Lollapalooza kicks off in Grant Park with a variety of artists, ranging from local favorites to international stars. Headliners on Thursday include Tyler, the Creator, Luke Combs, and Gracie Abrams. And the annual fest runs through Sunday evening. Sabrina Carpenter and A$AP Rocky are among the performers closing out the festival on Sunday. An American cyclist proves love wins above all at the Tour de France. Sam Brock tells us how Quinn Simmons' race highlight came after he crossed the finish line.
Simmons is coming forward here.
Competing in the grueling Tour de France.
Quinn Simmons is gone now.
American Quinn Simmons was certainly racing to the finish line.
He's a man on fire.
But his burning motivation was actually the person waiting for him on the other side. The southwestern Colorado native barely off the bike before dropping to one knee and proposing to the love of his life, Sydney. Paris cheered them on.
That is a very clear yes, and the celebration begins for Quinn.
The ring did not make the ride, but was secretly handed to Simmons by his staff.
How long you been planning this?
Basically since I knew I was on the list of the tour in December. I knew I had an extra reason to get to Paris this year.
The fiancée flashing her new rock and admitting she was shocked.
I had no idea. I was telling his mom he was acting strange today, and I was like, I thought he was just nervous for the race.
Now the man known for his handlebar mustache and flowing red locks hasn't just set hearts afire in France.
Did you ask your girlfriend to marry him? Yeah. Did she say yes? Congrats, congrats.
He's showing the world it's about finding the right partner who's along for the journey.
To be able to share this moment and to add a Simmons to the family is pretty special.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Oh, and what a ride that's going to be for them. Coming up on Today, how the Boys and Girls Clubs of America are making an impact on kids nationwide. As a former alum of the BCGA, our own Carson Daly is helping spotlight one local club helping its young members thrive. We thank you so much for being up early with me for Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Hope you have a great Wednesday. Stay cool out there. See you tomorrow. Breaking overnight, a monster 8.8 magnitude earthquake off the coast of Russia, triggering tsunami alerts for Hawaii, Alaska, and along the west coast. Meteorologist Angie Lastman is tracking the danger. Investigators revealing more on the possible motive for the tragic mass shooting in Midtown Manhattan. The notes left behind by the gunman suggesting why he may have been targeting the NFL headquarters. President Trump reveals new details about his falling out with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, claiming his former friend, quote, stole employees, including one of Epstein's underage victims. We're live in D.C. with the latest. And Mr. Trump's fight with the Fed in the spotlight today. Will the Federal Reserve answer his calls to cut interest rates? We'll go to CNBC for what to expect. The Cleveland Guardians rocked by a gambling probe, a star player on leave amid the investigation, the growing trouble for the team. And that's what Netflix calls a hole-in-one. Happy Gilmore 2 drives viewerships to record highs as we tee up for this Wednesday, July 30th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. Glad you're with me. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin today with tsunami fears for Hawaii, Alaska, Japan, and the entire U.S. West Coast. The powerful 8.8 magnitude earthquake struck off of Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula, damaging buildings and generating a tsunami of up to 13 feet there, according to officials. In Japan, residents standing on top of a building as much of Japan's eastern seaboard was ordered to evacuate. Officials there reporting a 4-foot tsunami on Honshu mainland. In Hawaii, Governor Josh Green signing an emergency proclamation as evacuation orders were issued along coastal areas. Oahu Emergency Management warning of destructive tsunami waves. The governor says all flights in and out of Maui are canceled for the night. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is tracking it all for us. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, Frances. And a massive earthquake, as you mentioned, 8.8 just off of the coast of Russia late last night. This, of course, going to likely come into the top 10 of largest earthquakes that we've seen in modern history. So probably 6 or 7. We'll have to wait for that final report here once all is said and done. But in the meantime, our biggest concern is for those tsunami waves. Here's what we've got right now across Hawaii. Notice all the island chain under a tsunami warning. We have seen some observed waves over 5 feet, mostly ranging between 3 to 5 feet up to 6 here is what we've seen so far. The potential is still there. And on the west coast of the U.S. as well, we can see some of those tsunami advisories stretching from the Pacific Northwest all the way down to Southern California. We do have a tsunami warning for parts of Northern California. Geographically speaking, that area oftentimes can see the worst of it. And those arrival of those waves here into the overnight hours tonight and into early morning hours, we could potentially see up to 5 feet of waves action along the coast there in places like Crescent City, Francis.
We'll be watching it minute by minute, hour by hour to come. Angie, thanks. Investigators believe Monday's mass shooting in New York may have been a targeted attack on the NFL headquarters in the building. The suspect left a note where he blamed his mental illness on playing football in high school and accused the league of covering up the connection between brain injuries and the sport. Here's Erin McLaughlin.
Police say chilling new evidence may point to why this man, Shane Devin Tamura, armed himself with an AR-15 style rifle and opened fire in a skyscraper that's home to NFL headquarters.
We're getting multiple calls from 345 Park Avenue.
4 people were shot dead. That rifle later recovered, smeared with blood. A 3-page suicide note found in Tamura's wallet and reviewed by NBC News contains several references to CTE, a degenerative brain disease that's been linked to contact sports and can only be diagnosed during an autopsy. Tamura, who played football in high school, wrote, "CTE study my brain, please. I'm sorry," adding the league knowingly concealed the dangers to our brains to maximize profits.
We have reason to believe that he was focused on the NFL agency that was located in the building.
Walter Roby coached Tamura's high school football team 10 years ago.
His work ethic was strong, willing to do whatever you asked him to do, so he was a coachable type of kid.
Did he show any signs of any mental illness?
Not to me, not at all.
Did he ever express concern about CTE?
No, not to me.
Police say 27-year-old Tamura had a documented history of mental illness, and they believe part of the assault rifle he used was purchased by an associate.
We have located that associate and others, and will be questioning him about that purchase.
They say he failed to show up for work Sunday for his overnight security job at Horseshoe Las Vegas Hotel and Casino. Instead, he drove his black BMW across the country. According to police, his license plate was photographed in New Jersey late Monday afternoon.
Male is wearing a black suit and a bulletproof vest.
Roughly 2 hours later at 6:28 p.m., police say he opened fire in the building's lobby, killing NYPD officer Diderul Islam and Elan Etienne, who were both working as security guards, along with Blackstone executive Wesley LePatner. An NFL employee was also shot but survived. After his shooting spree in the lobby, police say Tamura headed to the elevator.
He appeared to have gone to the wrong floor and due to the wrong elevator bank.
According to the police commissioner, Tamura never entered the NFL offices, instead going to the 33rd floor, home to Rudin Management, the building's owner. There, he shot and killed a 27-year-old woman, according to police sources, before he turned the gun on himself. This photo shows how Blackstone employees on another floor created a makeshift barrier out of office furniture to protect themselves. This woman telling NBC News she learned an active shooter had entered her place of work via email.
Then we started to find a place to hide. That was it. Then we were in there for maybe over an hour and a half waiting, so pretty scary.
Outside video shows the harrowing moments police carried a body from the building.
We all were just running as quickly as we could.
New Yorkers paying tribute to the innocent lives lost. Wesley LePatner was one of Blackstone's highest-ranking executives. She was also a wife and mom to 2 kids, the firm calling her brilliant, passionate, warm, generous, and deeply respected. New York police officer Diderul Islam was originally from Bangladesh, remembered by family as a devout husband and father of 2, with a baby on the way.
I miss him.
His body moved to a local mosque in a solemn procession. He'll be buried without meeting his unborn child.
Our thanks to Aaron for that report. President Trump is back home at the White House this morning, returning from his trip to Scotland. He arrived back home to more headlines and questions about the notorious sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. NBC's Alice Barr joins me now. Alice, good morning. The president offered more details about Epstein to reporters on Air Force One.
Good morning, Francis. Yeah, President Trump was asked about his recent comments about his falling out with Epstein. The White House has repeatedly said that the president kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago for, quote, being a creep. When Epstein died in prison in 2019, President Trump said the two hadn't spoken in 15 years. In Scotland, the president said he had kicked Epstein out for stealing Mar-a-Lago staff members. On the flight home, he gave more details.
People were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone.
One of those stolen
person. Does that include Virginia Giffrey?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her.
And Virginia Giffrey was a prominent accuser of Epstein. She died by suicide earlier this year. In 2019, she appeared on NBC's Dateline and described having a summer job at the Mar-a-Lago spa when she was a teenager. She said Ghislaine Maxwell approached her about going to Epstein's home for an interview. Maxwell has been subpoenaed to testify before the House Oversight Committee on August 11th. Her attorneys have requested that she be granted immunity, otherwise she would assert her Fifth Amendment right. They also asked to delay her appearance until after the Supreme Court decides if it will weigh in on a request to have her conviction overturned. The committee chairman says that they will respond to the letter soon, but will not consider granting immunity. Francis.
Alice, thank you. Palestinian health officials say the death toll in Gaza has topped 60,000, a staggering loss of life. And there is no apparent end in sight to Israel's brutal war on the territory, which two major Israeli human rights organizations have now labeled a genocide. For the latest, let's turn to Claudia Lavanga. First, a word of warning. The images out of Gaza are disturbing. Good morning, Claudia. What more do we know about these numbers?
Good morning, Francis. Well, perhaps what makes those numbers even more shocking is that the fact that, at least according to the Gaza Health Ministry, that death toll includes at least 18,000 children, 10% of which under the age of 2, and 10,000 women, and that's nearly half of that death toll. But the real death toll could be even a lot higher than that, at least if you look at that study that was published on the scientific journal The Lancet, which concluded that the death toll reached the 60,000 mark already 1 year ago. And that number doesn't even include the number of people who died due to lack of standard medical practice. Of course, most, if not all, hospitals in Gaza have been severely damaged or destroyed in the war. And also it does not include the people who died of hunger, which the Gaza Health Ministry said that number has reached now 147 at least, including 88 children and infants. Now, according to the IPC, which is the world's most important body of hunger, it says that the worst-case scenario of famine is now unfolding in Gaza, and said, and I quote, "Mounting evidence showing that widespread starvation, malnutrition, and disease are driving a rise in hunger-related deaths, and have called for the immediate delivery of humanitarian aid," which has started to trickle into Gaza, Francis, but humanitarian organizations say there's too little, too late, and nearly not enough, and criticized Israel for airdropping a few packages of aid every day, even though they say there are hundreds of trucks laden with humanitarian aid waiting at the border, Francis.
Okay, Claudia Lavanga for us. Claudia, thank you. Happening today, the National Transportation Safety Board will begin 3 days of hearings focusing on the January mid-air collision between an Army helicopter and a passenger jet over the Potomac River. It took the lives of 67 people. Panels will focus on military flight routes in the Washington, D.C. area and training for air traffic controllers, along with other subjects. The goal is pinpointing what went wrong and what can be done to prevent similar crashes. Well, most of the country is still in the grips of a sweltering heat wave. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is back now with what we can expect and if we can expect to see that relief around the corner, Angie.
Yes, we can, Francis. I've got good news for anyone that's looking for a bit of that relief here, especially as we get closer to the weekend. Right now, though, we've still got 133 million people under these heat alerts. New York, Washington, New Orleans, Memphis, St. Louis, all still included in this, with some spots expected to see heat index values over 100 degrees again today. But look back to the west, specifically across parts of the upper Midwest, where we've got a little bit of that relief already in place. Some cooler air behind that front. It'll settle into parts of New England for tomorrow. Notice the mid-Atlantic and stretching down to the southeast and southern plains. We're still going to be quite steamy, but as we get to the end of the work week and into the weekend, they're looking quite nice across parts of the Northeast and the Great Lakes. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 87 degrees in Burlington, heading to the upper 90s for New York City. We end up into the triple digits for Oklahoma City and Dallas. 95 in Montgomery today. Atlanta dealing with showers and thunderstorms, as well as Charlotte and Charleston today. And that's a look at your forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Okay, that will be welcome sight. Thank you so much, Angie. Coming up, Happy Gilmore 2 delivers The Green Jacket for Netflix. And early today's back in a minute with what to expect from the Fed's big decision on interest rates today.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Llamas.
Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us.
Americans woke up and they were shocked.
Owning breaking news.
Utter devastation.
Telling important stories.
You can feel the excitement building.
Putting a lot of issues in context.
For NBC News.
For NBC News.
NBC News, I'm Tom Llamas.
That's what we do every night.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility. The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Llamas.
And that's what we do every night.
Stock futures are flat this morning as Wall Street watches for a key decision from the Federal Reserve on whether to lower interest rates. And despite President Trump's calls to lower rates, the Fed is expected to hold steady today. CNBC's Karen Gilchrist is here with those details. Karen, good morning.
Hey, Francis, good morning. Yes, absolutely right. We've got all eyes on the Fed today, with the central bank expected to hold states ready despite that continued pressure from President Trump to cut rates. But all eyes will also be on commentary from Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell and his outlook for inflation as many of these tariff rates come into effect. There will also be a couple of other subplots at play as well, including potential dissent from a couple of Fed governors who would rather cut interest rates, as well as potential commentary around the Fed's renovations following that impromptu and pretty outlandish meeting between Powell and Trump at the Fed's HQ last week. But we've also got President Trump expected to give the final say on a trade truce and a potential extension of it between the US and China before those tariffs are set to come back into force on August 12th. Now, Trump indicated yesterday that talks, which had concluded yesterday in Stockholm, Sweden, had turned positive on their second day and that he will be briefed about the outcome today. But certainly he will be giving the final say. And if he chooses not to extend, we could see those tariff rates jumping up above that 100% again. Francis.
Hey, Karen, thank you. Still to come, want to go to Epic Universe without having to drop an epic amount of money? Universal is giving you the chance, and you don't even have to change the channel.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Taking over the helm of a 75-year-old broadcast, it's a great responsibility.
Wildfire continues to be a threat to this community.
You have to go in there.
With that massive hurricane comes the massive response
to bring people at home closer to the story.
This group right here just crossed the Rio Grande.
The best reporters in our business know how to listen. And when you listen, you get the truth.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Yams.
And that's what we do every night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Top story live from the Pacific Palisades, live in Tel Aviv, live tonight from New Orleans.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Those inflation numbers, there's a lot in the weeds here. We don't love to live in the weeds, but Christine Romans does. She's joining us now to help us understand it. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has eyeballs that has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
We've managed to arrange a beautiful full moon.
I get it.
Wouldn't do this for just anyone, Hallie.
I want you to just vibe in the moment.
Everyone is talking about the comeback kid.
Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore. Happy Gilmore.
You've been watching me play Mr. Gilmore. So inspiring.
My dad loved you, man.
I am so sorry.
Give him here. I got some Gorilla Glue.
Happy Gilmore beginning his comeback with a hole-in-one. The long-awaited sequel to Adam Sandler's beloved sports comedy drew 46.7 million viewers in its first 3 days on Netflix. It scored the biggest U.S. opening weekend for one of the streamer's films. Even the first one, Happy Gilmore, the OG, is doing really well too. But this one, you can see why there's so many cameos.
Yes.
And when you have somebody like Taylor Swift endorsing it, because of course her boyfriend has a cameo in there too. People are gonna watch.
Even if you didn't like the first Happy Gilmore, if you like Bad Bunny, if you're a fan of SNL, there's something for everybody in that movie. Can't wait to watch. All right, good news for anyone not yet ready to brave the lines of Universal's latest game-changing theme park. Next month, NBC will air an hour-long special that takes you inside Universal Epic Universe. The park, which opened back in May, is owned by our parent company, NBC Universal. Host Joe Manganiello will give viewers an in-depth look into the park's 5 lands, including Super Nintendo World. It'll also feature several celebrity guests, and it airs August 20th. Lots of excitement, and if you can't make it there, you get to at least experience it on the screen.
Yeah, along with the cameos from Bryce Dallas Howard, John M. Chu directing. I'm sure he's going to be promoting Wicked, so a lot of good stuff. Coming up, the Cleveland Guardians are rocked by a gambling probe, and AI is heading back to school, but this time it's here to help students learn, not cheat.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they won and they need relief?
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis? Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. We are coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg prices spiking, as anybody who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for people? Cheap AI. Talk to me like I'm me, and you know me. How big of a deal is this?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth